1943. A German soldier stared at the brown, bubbling liquid in the glass bottle. After 2 years battling across North African deserts, surviving on stale crackers and bitter coffee substitutes, this fizzy, sweet beverage, called Coca-Cola, seemed like something from another world. 5 cents at the camp store. The same price American kids paid with their pocket money, or so the guard said. That summer, across prison facilities throughout America, over 371,000 German POWs would face a truth that shattered everything Nazi propaganda had told them about American society. They found themselves in a country where ice cream was standard fare, where carbonated drinks were everyday items, where candy bars were so plentiful that guards handed them out freely. These simple confections, treats most German children had never experienced, would dismantle Nazi beliefs more thoroughly than any re-education curriculum ever could. The numbers told their own story. Sugar, carbonation, chocolate, ice cream. Together, they painted a picture of American industrial might that made German hardship seem less like noble sacrifice and more like pointless suffering. What started as shock at American sweets would transform into complete psychological reconstruction. The desert's conclusion. When the Afrika Korps surrendered in Tunisia during May 1943, roughly 250,000 German and Italian troops fell into Allied hands. These battle-hardened desert veterans, who had driven British forces back to Egypt under Rommel's command, anticipated brutal treatment. Nazi propaganda had conditioned them to expect American savagery and deliberate starvation. Reality proved drastically different. Within hours of laying down their weapons, they received American care rations. These field meals, which American troops regularly grumbled about, contained wonders: crackers, processed cheese, candy, fruit concentrates, instant coffee, sugar cubes, and cigarettes. German soldiers, who had endured months of minimal provisions, regarded these emergency supplies as banquets. Military documentation reveals that at North African processing centers, the U.S. Army provided pancakes with maple syrup, fresh eggs, and milk, foods that had disappeared from German military supplies years before. The systematic feeding of captured enemies with superior nutrition began immediately, though its psychological consequences wouldn't be fully grasped until later. One German officer later reported to the International Red Cross, "We anticipated starvation as captives. Instead, the Americans fed us better than our own military had." This bewilderment regarding American resources initiated our education. Crossing the Atlantic. The Liberty ships ferrying POWs across the Atlantic during summer 1943 provided intensive lessons in American plenty. These vessels, mass-produced at extraordinary speeds, one completed every 42 hours at peak output, transported up to 30,000 prisoners monthly to the United States. Naval documentation shows prisoner rations aboard these ships matched or surpassed standard crew provisions. Roughly 3,500 calories daily, including fresh bread, meat, vegetables, and coffee with sugar and milk. The ship's refrigeration systems, standard equipment on American vessels, kept food fresh throughout the 2-week voyage. Most astonishing of all, documented accounts verify that ice cream was served multiple times during Atlantic crossings. The USS General M.B. Stewart's log from July 1943 records ice cream service to prisoners on Independence Day, using the ship's ice cream machine that produced 10 gallons per batch. For men who hadn't encountered ice cream since before the war, this frozen dessert in mid-ocean defied comprehension. When ships docked at ports like Norfolk and Newport News, German POWs glimpsed an America that Nazi propaganda had insisted was impossible. Norfolk Naval Base, spanning 4,300 acres with extensive waterfront infrastructure, processed more cargo daily than major German ports handled weekly. At the port exchanges, shops serving dock workers, prisoners saw shelves loaded with candy bars from major manufacturers: Hershey, Mars, Nestle. Military procurement documents from 1943 indicate these exchanges carried dozens of candy varieties, selling at standard rates. 5 cents for most bars, identical to the price throughout America. Journey inland. The train journey inland delivered further education. Unlike the cattle cars used for European transport, German POWs traveled in passenger coaches. Dining cars served complete meals. Documented menus from July 1943 list fried chicken, vegetables, pie, and coffee. POWs discovered this wasn't exceptional treatment. It was standard American rail service. The prison camp network constructed across America housed POWs in conditions exceeding Geneva Convention standards. Camp Crossville, Tennessee, typical of larger installations, featured electric lighting, hot water, flush toilets, and heated barracks. But the camp exchanges, the PX stores, delivered the deepest impact. According to Army Quartermaster documentation, camp exchanges stocked multiple soft drink brands, Coca-Cola, Pepsi-Cola, Dr. Pepper, RC Cola, various candy bars, and confections ice cream, where refrigeration allowed cigarettes, and tobacco products, fresh fruit, and snacks beer at 3.2% alcohol content. Prisoners earned 80 cents daily for work, later increased to $1. With candy bars at 5 cents and Coca-Cola at the same price, a day's wages could purchase 16 items, abundance beyond German imagination, where such products, if obtainable at all, required special connections. Coca-Cola, democracy in a bottle. Coca-Cola emerged as the ultimate symbol of American industrial democracy. Company records document extraordinary wartime output. 5 billion bottles produced in 1943 alone. The military contract guaranteed 5-cent Coca-Cola to American servicemen worldwide, a commitment demanding unprecedented logistics. German prisoners learned that this soft drink, unfamiliar to most before capture, was everywhere in America. Every camp received regular shipments. Work details noticed vending machines and coolers at gas stations, factories, schools. Americans across all ages and social classes consumed it casually, sometimes discarding half-full bottles without concern. The standardization amazed technically minded prisoners. Coca-Cola tasted identical whether consumed in Maine or Texas, a quality control achievement surpassing anything German industry had accomplished. The syrup concentrate manufactured in Atlanta and distributed nationwide to bottling facilities represented industrial coordination that challenged Nazi assumptions about American disorder. Company archives confirm many prison camps received weekly deliveries of 200 to 300 cases, each containing 24 bottles. Campern, Texas alone consumed roughly 7,000 bottles weekly during summer 1943. The impossibility of ice cream. Ice cream in American prison camps seemed impossible to Germans who hadn't seen it since before the war. Yet Army records confirm ice cream was regularly served in camps with adequate refrigeration during summer months. The military deemed ice cream essential for morale, so critical that specialized ice cream ships were constructed for the Pacific Fleet. At Camp Shelby, Mississippi, the July 4, 1943 celebration included on-site ice cream production. Prisoners watched as hand-crank freezers produced gallons using ice, salt, cream, sugar, and flavorings. The casual expenditure of scarce resources, ice in July, cream, sugar, for recreational food demonstrated priorities Germans couldn't comprehend. By 1944, many camps had electric ice cream makers. The available variety, chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, butter pecan, exceeded what German ice cream parlors offered before the war. Prisoners could buy ice cream bars for 10 cents, ice cream sandwiches for the same amount, or cups of various flavors. Army procurement records indicate larger camps ordered 50 to 100 gallons of ice cream weekly during summer months. The frequency varied by location and season, but prisoners regularly enjoyed this frozen luxury that had vanished from German life. The sugar question. Sugar consumption in American prison camps had particularly powerful impact. In Germany, sugar was strictly rationed. Civilians received 280 grams monthly when available. In American camps, sugar sat in bowls on mess hall tables for unlimited use. Quartermaster records from 1943 to 1945 show camps receiving 100-pound bags of refined sugar weekly. Camp bakeries used sugar liberally. Cakes, cookies, and pies appeared regularly on menus. Mess halls sweetened coffee, tea, cereals, and desserts without restriction. One documented incident from Camp Aliceville, Alabama illustrates the contrast. In August 1943, humid weather hardened several hundred pounds of sugar, making it difficult to use. Rather than processing and recovering it as Germans would have, kitchen staff discarded it and ordered replacement supplies. German prisoners working in the kitchen were reportedly distressed by this waste. Chocolate democracy. American chocolate consumption patterns revealed democratic abundance. Major manufacturers, Hershey, Mars, Nestle, produced millions of bars monthly despite wartime constraints. The military alone purchased 380 million pounds of chocolate products during the war years. Prison camp exchanges stocked multiple chocolate varieties. Standard Hershey bars, various formulations, emergency chocolate bars, and assorted candy bars containing chocolate, all available for 5 to 10 cents. Prisoners discovered Americans had preferences among chocolate brands, casually selecting one over another. Red Cross packages distributed monthly to prisoners included chocolate bars, among other items. American Red Cross records show standard parcels contained chocolate or candy bars, instant coffee, 2 packages, processed cheese, crackers, canned meat, cigarettes, and soap. These packages supplemented regular rations, providing luxury items, exceeding what German civilians received as basic provisions. Holiday abundance. Thanksgiving 1943 introduced German prisoners to American holiday plenty. This uniquely American celebration demonstrated national consumption coordination that dwarfed German organizational efforts. Army records confirm all prison camps served traditional Thanksgiving dinner. Roast turkey with stuffing, mashed potatoes and gravy, sweet potatoes, cranberry sauce, vegetables, pumpkin pie, coffee, and milk. The logistics of providing turkey dinners to 425,000 POWs, plus millions of American servicemen worldwide, showcased organizational capacity. The fact that German prisoners received identical meals to American soldiers emphasized equality of treatment, contradicting Nazi racial hierarchy. Christmas 1943 brought unexpected generosity from American civilians. Church groups, civic organizations, and individuals sent packages to German POWs. The American Friends Service Committee alone distributed 50,000 Christmas packages to enemy prisoners. These packages typically contained homemade cookies, candy, toiletries, games and books, cigarettes, and writing materials. Local communities near camps often provided additional support. In Tonkawa, Oklahoma, townspeople delivered homemade treats to German prisoners. In Hearne, Texas, church groups brought Christmas cookies and candy. This civilian kindness toward enemies fundamentally challenged Nazi ideology. Americans whose family members fought against Germany nevertheless showed charity to German prisoners, demonstrating strength through mercy rather than vengeance. Working the land. As labor shortages intensified, German POWs worked increasingly outside camps, witnessing American food production firsthand. By 1944, approximately 100,000 prisoners worked in agriculture and food processing, gaining intimate knowledge of American abundance. In Michigan orchards, prisoners picked cherries destined for maraschino production, those bright garnishes topping ice cream sundaes. The volume staggered them. Single orchards producing tons of fruit for decorative purposes. At canneries, prisoners observed quality control that rejected perfectly edible food for minor imperfections. Del Monte records from 1944 show roughly 15% of fruit was rejected for canning due to size irregularities or minor blemishes, typically diverted to animal feed. Sugar beet processing in Colorado and Nebraska revealed agricultural mechanization beyond German achievement. Single farms produced more sugar beets than entire German regions. Prisoners learned American sugar production from both cane and beets reached approximately 7 million tons annually, explaining the casual abundance they witnessed. Children and schools. German prisoners working near schools witnessed early versions of organized school lunch programs. Children received hot lunches including milk, protein, and vegetables. The National School Lunch Act would formalize this in 1946, but precedent programs operated during the war. The milk program particularly impressed German observers. Many schools provided fresh milk to children daily. The logistics of daily delivery to thousands of schools demonstrated organizational capacity that Germany couldn't achieve for military supplies. Some school cafeterias offered ice cream for additional purchase. The concept of children buying frozen desserts at school, while German children faced food shortages, created profound impact among prisoner observers. American diners. When minimum security prisoners ate at American diners under guard, they encountered democratic abundance. These small restaurants offered menus that would have graced elite German establishments, available to anyone with modest funds. Documented prices from 1944 show: hamburger 25 cents, Coca-Cola 5 cents, pie slice 15 cents, ice cream sundae 25 cents, full dinner special 65 to 75 cents. The equality of service, anyone could order anything, contradicted German social stratification. A factory worker and bank president ate identical meals at adjacent counter stools, served by the same waitress for the same price. The numbers don't lie. As prisoners gained access to American publications, they discovered production statistics that dwarfed German efforts. 1944 American production. Sugar, approximately 7 million tons chocolate and cocoa products, 380 million pounds, military alone, Coca-Cola, 5 billion bottles, 1943 figure, ice cream, over 500 million gallons milk, 119 billion pounds. German production same period. Sugar, heavily rationed, primarily from Beets chocolate. Military priority only soft drinks, minimal production ice cream, virtually non-existent milk. Severely rationed. These numbers, published openly in American media, demonstrated America's wartime production exceeded Germany's peacetime peaks. The reversal. By late 1944, German POWs were sending food packages to Germany rather than receiving them. Using camp wages, prisoners purchased American products to mail home: chocolate bars, instant coffee, canned goods. International Red Cross records confirm this reversal. German prisoners in America sent approximately 11 million parcels to Germany during their captivity, most containing food items. The impact on German families receiving American abundance from imprisoned relatives, while they faced starvation in freedom, profoundly undermined Nazi ideology. Rationing in context. American rationing implemented during the war revealed the gulf between societies. Americans complained about sugar rationing of 2 pounds monthly per person, more than triple the German allowance when available. American meat rationing at 28 ounces weekly per person exceeded what Germans received monthly. Even rationed, Americans maintained consumption levels Germans considered impossible luxury. Office of Price Administration records show Americans purchased 74 pounds of sugar per capita in 1944 despite rationing. 10 times German consumption. The soft drink industry. Beyond Coca-Cola, prisoners discovered America's soft drink industry. Pepsi Cola, Dr. Pepper, RC Cola, Orange Crush, and regional brands competed nationwide. The variety itself, multiple companies producing similar products, demonstrated market abundance, impossible under German-controlled economy. Bottling plants operated in every major city. The technology, carbonation, bottling, capping, labeling, was standardized and efficient. Single plants produced millions of bottles annually. The distribution network reached every small town, gas station, and grocery store. American soft drink production reached billions of bottles annually by war's end. Dozens of bottles per American citizen yearly. This single industry's output exceeded entire sectors of German consumer production. The final blow. Spring 1945 brought the final blow. As American forces advanced through Germany, German POWs in America watched newsreels of GIs distributing chocolate and gum to German children. These children's joy at receiving American candy their own government couldn't provide completed the ideological demolition. The contrast was stark. American soldiers advancing through enemy territory carried enough candy to give away, while the German state that promised triumph delivered starvation. Films of concentration camp liberations showed American troops sharing rations with skeletal survivors, demonstrating humanity toward victims of the regime German soldiers had served. Going home. Between 1945 and 1946, German POWs returned to a destroyed homeland. Many prisoners had gained significant weight in American captivity, while their families lost weight to starvation in German freedom. They brought knowledge of abundance to a land of absolute scarcity. Medical examinations showed German POWs generally returned healthier than when captured. They returned to families weakened by deprivation. This physical evidence of American plenty versus German deprivation was undeniable. Many prisoners brought final Red Cross packages home: chocolate, coffee, and canned goods that became family treasures. Children who had forgotten chocolates taste received Hershey bars from fathers who had eaten ice cream regularly in prison camps. Advocates for recovery. Former POWs became unexpected advocates for the Marshall Plan. They had witnessed American abundance that wasn't zero-sum, prosperity through production rather than conquest. Their testimony that Americans could afford to rebuild enemies influenced German acceptance of American aid. These men understood American power came from productive capacity, not extraction. They had seen a society wealthy enough to waste food while fighting a global war. This mental model, creation rather than conquest, shaped West Germany's economic approach. Economic miracle seeds. The German economic miracle of the 1950s was partially built on knowledge gained in American prison camps. Former POWs who had witnessed American production methods, distribution systems, and consumer abundance applied these lessons to German Reconstruction. They had learned several crucial principles. Mass production could make luxuries affordable. Standardization enabled quality and efficiency. Consumer abundance created political stability. Industrial democracy could outproduce authoritarian control. These lessons, learned through Coca-Cola and ice cream, shaped a generation of German business and political leaders. Documentary evidence. The transformation of German POWs through American food abundance is documented in multiple sources. Military Quartermaster Records. International Red Cross reports. Corporate production records, particularly Coca-Cola archives. POW correspondence, censored but preserved post-war interviews and memoirs. Academic studies, particularly Arnold Kramer's extensive research. Arnold Kramer, the leading historian of German POWs in America, concluded food abundance was central to ideological transformation. His research confirmed casual American plenty accomplished what formal re-education programs couldn't: complete demolition of Nazi superiority myths. The numbers tell the story. Average POW consumption 1943 to 1946. Daily calories 300-3, 600 sugar. For plus pounds monthly available meat. 32 ounces weekly milk. 1 quart daily available ice cream. Served regularly during summer. Soft drinks, unlimited at 5 cents each. German civilian rations, same period. Daily calories, 200-1, 500 sugar, 280 grams monthly when available meat, 10.5 ounces weekly, often unavailable milk, severely rationed ice cream, non-existent soft drinks, none available. These disparities weren't propaganda, but documented reality. Enemy prisoners ate better than German civilians, proving American abundance extended even to defeated foes. Post-war Germany. The POW experience with American food culture influenced post-war Germany profoundly. Coca-Cola returned to West Germany in 1949, becoming a symbol of American alliance. Ice cream parlors modeling American soda fountains appeared in German cities. Candy bars and chewing gum became symbols of recovery. Former prisoners of war often became importers of American food products, understanding their appeal from personal experience. They knew these products represented more than taste. They symbolized abundance, democracy, and modernity. The introduction of supermarkets to Germany in the 1950s was championed by former POWs who had witnessed American grocery stores. They understood democratic abundance required new distribution methods, not just production increases. Personal testimonies. In various post-war interviews and memoirs, German POWs consistently identified food abundance as transformative. A former Afrika Korps officer stated in a 1975 interview, We expected to defeat a weak, divided America. Instead, we found a nation that could give ice cream to enemies. That's when we knew we had lost more than a war. We had lost our entire worldview. Another veteran interviewed for a documentary in 1985 recalled, "My first Coca-Cola was like drinking the future. It was sweet, fizzing, completely unnecessary, and available to anyone for a nickel. That drink contained everything Nazi Germany wasn't: abundant, democratic, joyful." These testimonies, collected across decades, confirm American food abundance achieved what military defeat alone couldn't: complete ideological transformation. The men who arrived as Nazi warriors left as witnesses to democratic prosperity, re-education through abundance. Historians recognize the German POW experience in America as remarkably successful re-education through abundance rather than propaganda. The program succeeded because it relied on observation rather than instruction. POWs saw American society functioning at peak productivity while treating enemies with dignity. The food aspect was crucial because it was universal. Everyone understands hunger and satisfaction undeniable. Weight gain and health improvement were visible continuous. 3 meals daily plus canteen purchases comparative. Prisoners knew German deprivation intimately. Every meal became a lesson in American industrial capacity. Every Coca-Cola demonstrated standardization and distribution. Every ice cream sundae showed abundance could be democratic. Generational impact. Children of prisoners of war grew up hearing about American abundance in prison camps. These stories, initially seeming fantastic, were validated as West Germany recovered and American products became available. The mythology of American plenty, born in prison camps, shaped generations of German-American relations. Many POW children later studied or worked in America, drawn by their fathers' stories of impossible abundance. They found the reality matched the tales. Supermarkets stocked with variety, soda fountains serving sundaes, candy aisles offering dozens of choices. Cultural transformation. This multi-generational impact extended beyond individuals. West German business culture absorbed lessons about consumer abundance, quality standardization, and democratic markets. The economic miracle wasn't just about production. It was about creating abundance for ordinary citizens. Today, McDonald's operates over 1,400 restaurants in Germany. Coca-Cola is ubiquitous. Ice cream is ordinary. The transformation from scarcity to abundance, initiated in American prison camps, is complete. Yet the historical lesson remains powerful. Ideological transformation through abundance rather than deprivation, kindness rather than cruelty, demonstration rather than propaganda. Democracy's ultimate weapon. The German POWs who couldn't believe ice cream and Coca-Cola in American prison camps witnessed democracy's ultimate weapon: the ability to create such abundance that it could be casually shared with enemies. The story of German POWs and American food abundance represents history's most unusual victory: a war won through generosity, an ideology defeated by ice cream, a worldview shattered by soft drinks. These men experienced transformation not through punishment, but through plenty. They arrived believing in German superiority and American weakness. They left understanding American strength came from productive capacity, so vast it could waste resources without concern. The society that could give Coca-Cola to prisoners for 5 cents possessed power beyond military might. The ice cream metaphor. The ice cream sundae, with its layers of excess, ice cream, syrup, whipped cream, nuts, cherry, became a metaphor for American abundance. Each component alone exceeded German dreams. Combined, they represented impossible luxury made routine. That enemies could order seconds while German children faced hunger revealed the totality of Nazi failure. Moments of revelation. Former POWs often recalled specific moments of revelation: the first Coca-Cola's fizz, the first spoonful of ice cream, the first bite of a Hershey bar. These sensory memories carried more power than any argument. They had tasted democracy, and it was sweet. The transformation was complete and irrevocable. Men who had marched for the Third Reich returned as apostles of abundance, carrying the revolutionary message that prosperity came from freedom, not conquest. They had learned America's secret weapon wasn't military might, but the ability to give ice cream to enemies. Historical significance. In the end, the bottles of Coca-Cola and dishes of ice cream served in American prison camps achieved what armies could only attempt: the complete transformation of enemy hearts and minds. The German POWs, who couldn't believe such abundance existed, became its greatest witnesses, carrying home the truth that democracy tasted like chocolate and freedom fizzed like carbonation. Universal lessons. Their story reminds us that sometimes the greatest victories are won, not through destruction, but through demonstration, not through taking, but through giving, not through hatred, but through the simple act of serving ice cream to enemies on a hot summer day. Freedom's ambassadors. The men who experienced American abundance as prisoners became freedom's most unlikely ambassadors, transformed forever by the impossible reality of Coca-Cola and ice cream in American prison camps. They witnessed a fundamental truth: that systems built on freedom and productivity can generate surplus so vast that even enemies can share in it. This wasn't weakness. It was the ultimate display of strength. The power of plenty. Nazi ideology promised glory through conquest and sacrifice. It delivered deprivation and defeat. American democracy promised nothing to these prisoners except fair treatment under the Geneva Convention. It delivered abundance they could scarcely imagine. This contrast between the promises of totalitarianism and the reality of democracy proved more persuasive than any propaganda could be. It wasn't what America said about itself that convinced these men. It was what they could see, taste, and touch every day. Enduring truth. The German POW experience proves that hearts and minds are won not through force, but through example. A society's true power isn't measured by its ability to destroy enemies, but by its capacity to transform them. The 5-cent Coca-Cola, the 10-cent ice cream bar, the unlimited sugar bowl. These weren't just treats. They were proof of a system that worked, evidence of prosperity that could be shared, demonstrations of a better way. In the final analysis, the sweetness of that first Coca-Cola, the coldness of that first ice cream, the abundance of that first American meal. These simple experiences carried more transformative power than 1,000 speeches or 1,000,000 bullets. They proved that freedom works, that democracy delivers, and that abundance shared is stronger than scarcity hoarded. The prisoners who returned to Germany brought more than weight gain and Red Cross packages. They brought knowledge. America's true strength lay not in its weapons, but in its wealth, not in its ability to conquer, but in its capacity to create. Not in taking from others, but in having enough to give away. That lesson, learned through ice cream and Coca-Cola, helped rebuild a nation and reshape a world. The early hours between May 4th and 5th, 1943, witnessed an extraordinary concentration of German submarines in the North Atlantic. More than 40 U-boats had assembled around convoy ONS-5, a formation of 43 merchant vessels making the perilous journey from Liverpool toward Halifax. The escort commanders understood their predicament immediately. 30 enemy submarines facing just 16 defensive ships. From the German perspective, this engagement should have resulted in catastrophic Allied losses. What actually transpired marked a pivotal turning point in the Undersea War. The confrontation began a week earlier on April 28th, when U-650's lookouts identified the merchant formation approximately 400 nautical miles below Greenland's southern coast. Admiral Karl Donitz, directing submarine operations from his Paris headquarters, immediately dispatched orders for every available boat to intercept. He organized 2 major wolf packs, Star and Fink, bringing together 43 submarines in total. This represented one of history's largest submarine concentrations against any single convoy. For 3 consecutive years, Germany's underwater fleet had controlled Atlantic waters. Their tactics exploited a crucial advantage. Surfaced operations during nighttime hours rendered them invisible to British detection systems, while their superior speed allowed them to outpace most escorts and position themselves advantageously before attacking from darkness. March 1943 had witnessed their greatest success. 82 Allied merchant vessels destroyed across the Atlantic, representing 476,000 tons of shipping. British leadership privately debated whether continuing the conflict remained viable if such losses persisted. Fuel stockpiles had dwindled to 3 months' supply. Food reserves approached crisis levels. Germany's submarine capability had reached unprecedented strength by May 1943. The operational fleet numbered 240 boats, with 118 currently deployed at sea. New construction exceeded Allied sinking rates. German shipyards delivered 20 submarines monthly, while losses averaged fewer than 10. The arithmetic supported Germany's strategy: sink Allied vessels faster than replacement capacity, forcing British surrender. Yet something fundamental had shifted. Those submarine commanders couldn't comprehend what. April's losses, 15 boats, exceeded normal attrition but didn't seem catastrophic. Veteran commanders attributed the increase to enhanced British escort procedures and expanded aerial patrols. Donit's intelligence staff detected no indication of revolutionary Allied technological developments. Werner Henke, commanding U-515, ranked among the Atlantic's most accomplished commanders. Between February 1942 and April 1944, his tally reached 23 vessels, exceeding 140,000 tons. During the night of April 30th to May 1st, 1943, Henke attacked convoy TS-37 near West Africa, destroying 7 ships within 12 hours using newly developed magnetic detonators. This achievement earned him oak leaves to his Knight's Cross, one of Germany's highest decorations. Even during this successful engagement, Henke observed something troubling. A British destroyer materialized without triggering his METOX radar detection equipment. The METOX system supposedly identified British radar emissions at distances reaching 15 kilometers. It had functioned reliably until now. This instance saw the receiver remain silent until the destroyer closed to gun range. Henke executed an emergency dive and barely escaped. His patrol log documented the incident, noting Allied radar apparently operated on unexpected frequencies. Upon returning to Lorient base, engineering personnel thoroughly examined Henke's METOX receiver. They discovered no malfunctions. The unit performed normally, successfully detecting the 1.5-meter wavelength radar that British forces had employed for 2 years. Engineers concluded either the destroyer hadn't utilized radar during the encounter, or Henke's operator missed the warning signal amid combat confusion. The official determination: operator error under high-stress conditions. Similar reports emerged from other commanders. Corvettan Captain Eric Top, credited with 35 vessels sunk, had transitioned from active patrols to training command in September 1942, yet maintained contact with operational commanders and heard their accounts. Aircraft were locating surface submarines at night with inexplicable precision. Escorts appeared without radar warnings. Depth charge attacks achieved increasing accuracy despite evasive maneuvers. Debriefing officers at submarine headquarters compiled these accounts. By early May 1943, documentation existed for 17 separate incidents where commanders reported Allied detection without METOX warnings. The pattern seemed unmistakable. Something had changed. Yet German intelligence possessed no information regarding new British radar capabilities. Radio intercepts revealed nothing. Equipment recovered from downed aircraft showed only familiar 1.5-meter systems. British agents reported no unusual developments. German naval staff confronted an unsolvable puzzle with available information. Either METOX receivers were failing in ways laboratory testing couldn't detect, or the British had developed radar technology that German engineers insisted was technically impossible. The staff chose to believe in receiver failure. The alternative was too disturbing to accept. It would mean German radar research lagged years behind Allied capabilities, requiring fundamental reconsideration of every tactical assumption. What German intelligence didn't know. On March 17, 1943, British Coastal Command had deployed the first operational ASV Mark III radar aboard a Wellington bomber. This system operated on 10-centimeter wavelength, generated by a cavity magnetron. It detected surface submarines at 16 kilometers and periscopes at 8 kilometers. The METOX receiver every U-boat carried was completely blind to it. The cavity magnetron's invention in February 1940 by John Randall and Harry Boot at Birmingham University solved problems that had frustrated engineers for years. Previous vacuum tubes couldn't generate sufficient power at wavelengths below 50 centimeters. The magnetron employed resonant cavities machined into solid copper blocks, creating powerful microwave oscillations. The initial prototype produced 400 watts at 10 centimeter wavelength, 50 times more powerful than any previous microwave source. By June 1940, General Electric Company manufactured sealed cavity magnetrons suitable for aircraft installation. These production units generated 10 kilowatt peak power in short pulses, sufficient for radar systems with detection ranges measured in tens of kilometers. The technology represented a quantum leap in radar capability. The magnetron itself weighed just 400 grams. A copper cylinder 8 centimeters in diameter and 6 centimeters tall. Inside, 8 resonant cavities surrounded a central cathode. When energized, electrons spiraled around the cathode within a magnetic field. Passing each cavity opening, electrons stimulated microwave oscillations that synchronized to produce coherent 3000 MHz output. The complete ASV Mark III system included the magnetron transmitter, rotating antenna, receiver unit, 2 cathode ray tube displays, and power supplies. Total weight 90 kilograms. It required a dedicated operator monitoring displays and announcing target contacts. The system was mechanically complex and demanded constant maintenance. Magnetrons typically lasted 40 to 60 hours before replacement. Rotating antenna mechanisms jammed in humid conditions. Cathode ray tubes failed from vibration. Coastal Command ground crews spent more time repairing ASV Mark III than any other equipment. When operational, however, it transformed anti-submarine warfare completely. Aircraft equipped with ASV Mark III could patrol during darkness or severe weather, detecting surface submarines at ranges where visual identification was impossible. Submarines received no warning until aircraft approached within 1 kilometer. By then, escape was impossible. A surfaced submarine required 30 seconds to crash dive to safe depth. Aircraft closed 1 kilometer in 15 seconds. The magnetron was originally developed for H-2S ground mapping radar used by Bomber Command. In early 1943, Winston Churchill personally ordered expedited maritime version development. Churchill had reviewed March loss figures. 82 merchant ships destroyed in 1 month, over 470,000 tons lost. If March loss rates continued, Britain would face surrender negotiations by autumn. Churchill summoned Air Chief Marshal Philip Joubert on March 25. Joubert explained that Coastal Command had requested H-2S radar for over a year, but Bomber Command held priority. Churchill overruled Bomber Command, directly ordering that 20% of H-2S production be immediately diverted to Coastal Command. Arthur Harris protested. Churchill informed him the Battle of the Atlantic took absolute priority. Without Atlantic supply lines, Britain would lose before bombers could destroy Germany's industrial capacity. ASV Mark III entered service in March 1943. The first successful attack occurred March 22 when a 172 Squadron Wellington detected U-665 in the Bay of Biscay. The submarine's METOX gave no warning. The aircraft appeared at 300 meters and dropped 6 depth charges before the crew could react. U-665 survived but sustained such severe damage it had to abort and return to base. Over the following 6 weeks, ASV Mark III-equipped aircraft sank 11 U-boats and damaged 23 others. Almost none detected the radar before attack. METOX receivers remained silent. U-boat commanders reported that aircraft seemed to employ visual detection. There was no other explanation for finding surface boats at night. German intelligence investigated every attack methodically. They analyzed reports, questioned survivors, examined recovered equipment. They found nothing unusual. METOX receivers functioned normally. British radar should be operating on frequencies used for 2 years. No indication of technological change appeared. Then, in early May, a rumor began circulating among returning commanders. Several reported that captured British aircrew had told interrogators that Coastal Command was homing in on radiation emitted by METOX, receivers themselves. Superheterodyne receivers emit weak signals on their intermediate frequency. British aircraft had supposedly developed direction-finding equipment sensitive enough to detect those emissions at 90 kilometers. The story sounded plausible. German engineers confirmed that METOX receivers did emit detectable signals on their 455 kHz intermediate frequency. These emissions could be detected at 2 kilometers with specialized equipment. Could the British have developed airborne direction finders sensitive enough to detect them from 90 kilometers? Engineers ran calculations. It would require receiver sensitivity 50 decibels, better than anything currently available. It would require large directional antennas several meters in size. Such equipment would be too heavy and bulky for patrol aircraft. The physics didn't support the claim. But the alternative was even less believable. If the British weren't detecting METOX emissions, they must have developed completely new radar on frequencies METOX couldn't receive. That would mean wavelengths shorter than 60 centimeters. German research had concluded years ago that centimetric wavelengths were impractical. Power output too low, range too short, components too unreliable. British engineers must have reached identical conclusions. The intelligence staff faced an impossible choice: accept that the British had achieved a breakthrough German science deemed impossible, or accept that British aircraft were detecting METOX through methods German engineers considered impractical. Both seemed equally unlikely. But U-boats were dying, and headquarters needed to provide commanders with survival guidance. The decision was made to assume the METOX emission story was true. It fit known physics. It could be tested. It could be countered by shutting off receivers. The alternative, centimetric radar, was too disturbing. If the British really had operational centimetric radar, it meant German radar research was years behind, meaning technology assessments guiding military planning were fundamentally wrong. That was too large a shift to make based on speculation. On August 13, 1943, Admiral Dönitz issued an emergency order. All U-boats at sea were to shut off METOX receivers immediately. Better to operate without radar warning than to broadcast position to every British plane within 100 kilometers. What Dönitz didn't know: the METOX emission story was deliberate disinformation. A captured British pilot had been briefed before every patrol on what to say if captured. British intelligence knew aircrew would be interrogated about radar systems. They prepared a cover story specifically designed to protect the ASV Mark III secret. The deception worked perfectly. German intelligence verified that METOX emissions were technically detectable. They never suspected the real answer was radar operating on frequencies their receivers couldn't detect. The cruel irony: shutting off METOX made submarines more vulnerable. The old 1.5-meter ASV Mark I was still used on many British aircraft. METOX could detect that system. With receivers shut off, U-boats were blind to both old and new radar. The August order to disable METOX increased losses instead of reducing them. By late May 1943, the pattern was unmistakable. Convoy ONS-5 had been attacked by over 40 U-boats. 13 merchant ships were sunk, but 6 submarines were destroyed and 7 more damaged so badly they had to abort. That was 15% of the attacking force. In previous battles, Germans typically lost 1 or 2 boats while sinking 15 to 20 merchants. The ratio had reversed. Convoy SC-128 in mid-May was worse. 17 U-boats attacked. They sank no merchant ships. 5 submarines were destroyed. 4 more were damaged. The escorts achieved perfect defense while inflicting devastating losses. It had never happened before in the entire Battle of the Atlantic. Convoy SC-130 at the end of May was the breaking point. Admiral Dönitz's son Peter was serving as watch officer on U-954, part of the Wolf Pack assigned to attack the convoy. On May 19th, U-954 was detected by a British escort frigate and sunk with depth charges. There were no survivors. Peter Donitz was 21 years old. When news reached Donitz, he ordered immediate review of all operations. The staff presented statistics. In May alone, 41 U-boats had been lost, 25% of the operational submarine force. Another 37 boats were damaged, some out of service for months. In exchange for those staggering losses, submarines had sunk only 58 Allied merchant ships, just 34 in the Atlantic. The mathematics were devastating. German shipyards could eventually replace lost submarines, but they couldn't replace experienced crews. Most commanders killed in May were combat veterans with multiple successful patrols. Their knowledge, instincts, ability to read situations, and make split-second decisions couldn't be replaced by fresh academy graduates. The U-boat force was losing its institutional memory, its tactical expertise, its ability to fight effectively. On May 24, 1943, Donitz made the hardest decision of his career. He sent a signal to all U-boats in the Atlantic. Withdraw from convoy routes immediately, return to base, suspend all offensive operations until further notice. The Battle of the Atlantic was over. Germany had lost. In his war diary, Donitz wrote, "We are at present facing the greatest crisis in submarine warfare. The enemy has rendered fighting impossible through use of location devices and is causing us heavy losses." He didn't know what those devices were. He didn't know how they worked. He didn't know how to counter them. All he knew was that submarines couldn't operate effectively anymore. Continuing to send them into the Atlantic was throwing away crews and boats for no gain. The withdrawal order marked the end of the U-boat offensive that had nearly starved Britain into submission. For 3.5 years, German submarines had terrorized Atlantic convoy routes. They'd sunk 2,300 Allied merchant ships, totaling over 11 million tons. They'd killed 30,000 merchant seamen. They'd come within weeks of cutting Britain's supply lines completely. Churchill himself admitted the U-boat was the only thing that truly frightened him during the entire war. And it had been stopped by a 10-centimeter radar system the Germans didn't know existed. The truth began emerging slowly. On September 4, 1943, 4 months after the May withdrawal, Telefunken delivered the first Naxos radar warning receivers to U-boat bases. Naxos could detect centimetric radar. It operated between 2,500 and 3,750 megahertz, covering the 10-centimeter band the British were using. Finally, German submarines had a way to detect ASV Mark III before it could guide aircraft to their position. But it was too late. By September, Allied anti-submarine forces had grown so powerful that even with radar warning, U-boats couldn't operate safely. Very long-range B-24 Liberator bombers had closed the mid-Atlantic air gap. Escort carriers provided continuous air cover over convoys. Hunter-killer groups with the latest sonar and radar actively sought submarines instead of just defending merchants. Allied shipyards were launching new vessels faster than U-boats could sink them. Naxos revealed what had been killing U-boats for 5 months. Operators reported detecting 10-centimeter radar at ranges up to 8 kilometers, enough warning to dive before aircraft could close to attack range. But Naxos was temperamental. It suffered from false alarms. Its sensitivity made it pick up signals from ships and aircraft too far away to be threats, causing unnecessary dives that wasted battery power. Many commanders found it almost as frustrating as having no warning system. Germans tried to adapt. They developed new tactics for operating under constant surveillance. They equipped submarines with more anti-aircraft guns and ordered them to fight on the surface instead of diving when attacked. That led to disasters. British aircraft were heavily armed and could destroy submarine guns from outside their effective range. They tried moving operations to different areas. Submarines were sent to the Indian Ocean, South Atlantic, Caribbean, anywhere convoys might be less protected. But Allies had centimetric radar everywhere. ASV Mark III and American equivalents were standard equipment on maritime patrol aircraft worldwide. By late 1943, there was nowhere to hide. American aircraft operating from Brazil and the Caribbean used /APS-2 radar, functionally identical to ASV Mark III. It operated on the same 10-centimeter wavelength with similar detection ranges. The technological advantage was global. The fundamental problem was that submarines had lost their primary advantage. For 3 years, U-boats had operated on the surface at night, invisible to Allied radar, faster than escort ships, able to position for attacks. That advantage was gone. Centimetric radar could detect surface submarines at night as easily as in daylight. U-boats were forced to operate submerged for most of their patrol, which cut speed from 17 knots to 7, reduced operational range by half, and made it nearly impossible to intercept fast convoys. Battery endurance became a critical limitation. Type 7C submarines carried 2 banks of 62-cell batteries. At maximum submerged speed of 7.6 knots, batteries exhausted in 90 minutes. At economical speed of 4 knots, endurance extended to 80 hours. But 80 hours submerged meant 80 hours of limited mobility, no ventilation, no battery charging, no opportunity to attack. When batteries exhausted, submarines had to surface and run diesel engines to recharge, taking 4 to 6 hours. During that time, they were vulnerable to radar detection. The cycle became self-reinforcing. Submarines stayed submerged to avoid radar. Staying submerged exhausted batteries. Surfacing to recharge exposed them to radar. Diving to evade aircraft used more battery power. Running submerged to operational areas used battery power that could have been saved for return. Boats were spending more time hiding and less time hunting. Patrol effectiveness dropped by more than half. By end of 1943, U-boat operations had become suicide missions. New submarines were sent into the Atlantic with inexperienced crews who had no idea how to fight Allied technological superiority. Loss rates climbed above 50%. Some boats were sunk on first patrol before reaching operational areas. Average lifespan of a U-boat in the Atlantic had dropped to less than 3 months. For comparison, average lifespan in 1942 had been over a year. Training couldn't compensate. U-boat school at Gotenhafen turned out new crews every month, but they received only 12 weeks of training before assignment. 12 weeks to learn navigation, torpedo tactics, damage control, diesel maintenance, radio procedure, and 100 other skills experienced crews had refined over years. New crews were technically proficient, but had no combat instincts. They didn't know how to read tactical situations. They didn't know when to attack and when to evade. They didn't know how to survive. Experienced commanders who survived tried to warn new crews, but there was no way to train for what they would face. Old tactics didn't work anymore. Doctrine developed through years of successful operations was obsolete. Headquarters couldn't provide better guidance because they still didn't fully understand what had changed or how to counter it. Werner Henke survived until April 9, 1944, when U-515 was sunk by American destroyers and aircraft from USS Guadalcanal. 16 crew members were killed. 44 survived, including Henke. He was taken prisoner and later killed on June 15 while attempting to escape from an interrogation center at Fort Hunt, Virginia. The ASV Mark III remained classified until after the war. German intelligence never fully understood what happened during Black May. They knew the British had developed some form of new radar. They knew it operated on centimetric wavelengths. But they never realized how early it had been deployed or how completely it changed the tactical situation. German records from May 1943 are filled with references to unknown Allied detection methods and mysterious location equipment. British Coastal Command eventually published statistics on ASV Mark III effectiveness. From March through July 1943, aircraft with a new radar sank 37 U-boats and seriously damaged 49 others. That represented over half of all U-boat losses during that period. Most attacks came without warning. Crews who survived reported that radar detectors gave no indication of approaching aircraft until too late to dive. Germans eventually developed their own centimetric radar. The Berlin series, based on a captured British magnetron recovered from a downed bomber in February 1943, entered service on U-boats in late 1944. But by then, the Battle of the Atlantic was long over. Submarines it was installed on were mostly used for weather reporting and transportation missions, not convoy attacks. The technology came too late to change anything. Admiral Donitz remained convinced throughout the war that a combination of factors defeated his U-boats in May 1943. Better Allied training, improved tactics, more escort ships and aircraft, closing of the mid-Atlantic air gap, better sonar and depth charges. He knew centimetric radar was part of the answer, but never fully grasped how decisive it had been. He thought it was one element among many. He didn't realize it was the primary factor that rendered his entire tactical doctrine obsolete overnight. The final statistics tell the story. In March 1943, U-boats sank 82 Allied merchant ships in the Atlantic and lost 12 submarines, a ratio of almost 7-1 in Germany's favor. In April, they sank 39 ships and lost 15 boats. Ratio dropped to about 2.5-1. In May, they sank 34 ships and lost 41 submarines. The ratio had reversed. For every merchant sunk, Germans lost more than one submarine. After May, the ratio never again favored U-boats. That's how wars are won, not through massive battles or brilliant strategies, but through small technological advantages that one side doesn't know the other possesses. May 26, 1940. The White House, Washington. Radio technicians made final adjustments to microphones as President Franklin Roosevelt prepared for one of the most audacious declarations in American history. His words would echo across a nation still struggling with economic depression, still recovering from unemployment that had devastated cities and farms alike. "We must produce 50,000 aircraft within the next 12 months, the president declared. 50,000 combat planes to defend democracy itself. Across the Atlantic Ocean in the Reich Chancellery in Berlin, German military advisors gathered transcripts of Roosevelt's speech. They studied the numbers with a mixture of amusement and dismissal. When they presented the translation to Adolf Hitler, his advisors assured him this was merely American propaganda. Nothing more. No nation could produce such numbers, they told him. The Americans built fewer than 3,000 military aircraft last year. This is impossible fantasy designed to frighten us. Hitler accepted their assessment. The mathematics seemed to support their skepticism. In 1939, American military aircraft production totaled just under 3,000 planes. The infrastructure barely existed. The workforce had no experience. The factories were designed for automobiles, not bombers. Yet Roosevelt had just promised to increase production by more than 1,600% in 12 months. The German High Command dismissed the threat as desperate bluffing from a nation that lacked both the industrial capacity and the national will to transform itself into a military power. What neither Hitler nor his advisors understood was that they were about to witness the most spectacular industrial mobilization in human history. The sleeping giant Roosevelt spoke of wasn't America's military might, but its industrial capacity. The automobile plants of Detroit, the shipyard of California and Oregon, the steel mills of Pennsylvania, the aircraft factories spreading across the nation, all would soon demonstrate productive power on a scale that defied every assumption of warfare. The Germans had studied military strength. They had planned for tank divisions and infantry battalions. They had not planned for what was about to emerge from American factories. December 7, 1941. Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. The Japanese attack thrust America into global conflict. But while the military scrambled to respond, something far more significant was already underway across the American industrial landscape. The conversion had begun months earlier, accelerating with each passing week. Automobile assembly lines were being torn apart and reconfigured. Factory floors were being redesigned. Workers were being retrained. The greatest economic transformation in modern history was gaining momentum. William Knudsen, former president of General Motors, had been appointed by Roosevelt to lead the industrial conversion effort. In early 1941, Knudsen made a phone call that would change the course of the war. He called K.T. Keller, president of Chrysler Corporation. "Mr. Keller, can Chrysler build tanks?" Keller's response was honest and direct. "I don't know. I've never seen one. But if you give us the specifications, we'll figure it out." Within weeks, construction began on what would become the Detroit Arsenal Tank Plant. Architect Albert Kahn, who specialized in industrial design, created plans for a facility unlike anything previously built. The main structure would cover 113 acres. In some areas, the walls would be 3 feet of thick reinforced concrete designed to withstand aerial bombardment. The assembly line would revolutionize armored vehicle production. But the most remarkable aspect of the Detroit Arsenal was its timeline. Ground was broken in winter of 1940 to 1941. The first M3 medium tank rolled off the assembly line on April 24, 1941. The factory walls weren't even finished yet. Workers cheered as the tank, fully armed and operational, fired its guns and crushed mock obstacles in a demonstration broadcast across the nation. The speed stunned military observers from allied nations. British tank production required extensive hand fitting and customization. Each vehicle was essentially unique. German tank production, while more standardized than British methods, still relied heavily on skilled craftsmen and time-intensive assembly. The Detroit Arsenal introduced true mass production to armored warfare. Albert Kahn would go on to design 20 million square feet of defense plants in 1941 alone. His revolutionary factory designs applied automobile mass production techniques to military equipment. Open floor plans allowed for continuous flow production. Overhead cranes moved components smoothly between stations. Subassembly lines fed into main assembly lines in carefully choreographed sequences. The result was production speed that seemed impossible to traditional military manufacturers. By December 1942, the Detroit Arsenal set an all-time monthly record. 896 M4 Sherman tanks rolled off the assembly line in a single month. This was more tanks than Germany produced across all its factories during the same period. The plant operated around the clock. 3 shifts of workers, many of them women who had never worked in factories before, maintained continuous production. President Roosevelt and First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt visited the plant in September 1942. They walked the assembly line, watching tanks take shape through dozens of precisely coordinated steps. What they witnessed was industrial choreography on an unprecedented scale. Over the course of the war, the Detroit Arsenal would produce 22,234 tanks. This represented approximately 1/4 of all tanks manufactured in the United States during the war. The plant became a symbol of American industrial transformation. What had been farmland and empty fields in 1940 had become the world's most productive armored vehicle factory by 1942. The facility operated with remarkable efficiency. Component parts arrived from suppliers across the Midwest, were stored in carefully organized warehouses, then moved to assembly stations according to precise schedules. The production line moved continuously. Each station performed specific tasks. Welders joined hull sections. Mechanics installed engines and transmissions. Electricians wired communication systems. Armorers mounted weapons. At the end of the line, complete tanks rolled under their own power out of the factory and onto railroad flat cars for shipment to ports and training bases. The transformation wasn't limited to tank production. Across Michigan, the automobile industry was converting to war production at breathtaking speed. In Ypsilanti, Henry Ford's vision was taking physical form. The Willow Run bomber plant would become the most ambitious aircraft production facility ever conceived. Charles Sorensen, Ford's vice president of production, had visited Consolidated Aircraft in San Diego in early 1941. What he saw disturbed him. The B-24 Liberator bomber was being built using methods that seemed antiquated even by pre-war standards. There were no blueprints, no precision measurements, no standardized components. Each aircraft was essentially hand-built. Final assembly took place outdoors in the California sun, where temperature variations distorted metal components and made consistency impossible. Sorensen watched workers custom fitting parts, hammering sheet metal into rough alignment, making individual adjustments on every single plane. He turned to his hosts with barely concealed frustration. "This is how we built cars 35 years ago at Ford." That night, in his hotel room at the Hotel del Coronado, Sorensen sketched a revolutionary concept on hotel notepaper. He envisioned a factory 1 mile long and a quarter-mile wide. The B-24 would be broken down into major assemblies. Wings, fuselage sections, tail assemblies, and engine mounts would be built in parallel subassembly lines. These components would then converge on a main assembly line where bombers would come together with the precision and speed of automobile production. Sorensen's sketch, initialed by Edsel Ford and his team the next morning, became the blueprint for Willow Run, a factory so ambitious that skeptics immediately dubbed it Will It Run, questioning whether Ford could possibly make good on such outrageous promises. Construction began in spring of 1941. The federal government contributed $200 million. Ford contributed engineering expertise and management. The facility that emerged was unprecedented in scale, 3.5 million square feet under one roof. An assembly line 1 mile long with a 90-degree turn halfway through to avoid extending into neighboring Wayne County, where property taxes were higher. The L-shaped factory became the largest room under one roof in the world at that time. But building the factory proved easier than mastering bomber production. Ford's engineers discovered that aircraft manufacturing demanded tolerances far more precise than automobile production. A car door that was off by a 1/16 of an inch might close poorly. An aircraft wing assembled with similar tolerances would create fatal aerodynamic problems. The first year was difficult. In 1942, Willow Run produced only 56 B-24 bombers. Critics pounced. The facility had cost $200 million and employed 20,000 workers, yet produced fewer bombers per month than Consolidated's San Diego plant had been making before the war. Newspaper editorials questioned whether mass production techniques could ever be applied to complex military aircraft. Some aviation experts argued that bombers required skilled craftsmen, not assembly line workers. Ford's reputation was at stake. The company that had revolutionized automobile production with the Model T and the moving assembly line was failing at its most ambitious project. But Ford persisted. Engineers redesigned jigs and fixtures. Workers received intensive training. Production methods were refined through trial and error. Quality control systems were implemented. By summer of 1943, the transformation was complete. On November 3, 1943, the 1000th B-24 rolled off the Willow Run assembly line. The milestone was celebrated with a ceremony attended by military officials, government representatives, and thousands of workers. More importantly, production was accelerating. By early 1944, Willow Run was operating at full capacity. In April 1944, the plant produced 453 bombers in 468 hours. One complete bomber rolled off the assembly line every 63 minutes. The pace was relentless and unprecedented. The workforce at Willow Run reflected the social transformation sweeping through American industry. By the end of 1943, 42,000 workers labored at the plant. Women comprised a significant portion of the workforce. These were not women who had worked in factories before the war. They were housewives, teachers, secretaries, shop clerks who had answered the call for defense workers. They learned to rivet aluminum sheets, install electrical systems, operate precision machinery. The government launched massive campaigns to recruit women into industrial work. Rosie the Riveter became the symbol of female war workers. But beyond the propaganda posters, real women were mastering complex technical skills and maintaining production schedules that military victory demanded. The scale of social change was remarkable. In 1940, unemployment had stood at 14.6%. By 1944, unemployment had fallen to 1.2%. The economy had achieved full employment. But more significantly, approximately 6.5 million women entered the industrial workforce during the war years. These women worked as welders, machinists, crane operators, inspectors, and supervisors. They handled jobs that had been exclusively male domains before the war. The change wasn't limited to gender. African Americans also found unprecedented opportunities in defense industries. The Great Migration accelerated as black workers moved from the rural South to northern industrial cities seeking defense jobs. While discrimination persisted, the urgent need for labor opened doors that had been closed before the war. The numbers tell a story of transformation that went far beyond military production. 24 million Americans relocated during the war years, seeking defense work, military service, or opportunities in booming war industries. Cities like Detroit, Los Angeles, Portland, and Seattle saw their population surge. Housing shortages became acute. Government authorities rushed to build temporary housing for defense workers. Trailer parks, dormitories, and prefabricated housing units sprouted near major factories. The social fabric of America was being rewoven by the demands of industrial mobilization. At Willow Run, production continued to accelerate through 1944 and into 1945. By the time the last B-24 rolled off the assembly line in June 1945, the plant had produced 8,685 bombers. Additionally, Willow Run had produced approximately 1,893 knockdown kits, complete disassembled bombers that could be shipped overseas and assembled near combat zones. The knockdown kits solved a critical logistics problem. Flying bombers across the Atlantic consumed enormous quantities of fuel and exposed aircraft to weather damage and mechanical problems. Shipping disassembled bombers by cargo ship, then assembling them at forward bases, proved more efficient. The economic impact of Willow Run was equally impressive. The cost to produce AB-24 in 1942 had been $238,000 per aircraft. By 1944, through improved efficiency and mass production techniques, the cost had fallen to $137,000 per aircraft. This 42% cost reduction, achieved while dramatically increasing production speed and maintaining quality, demonstrated the power of Ford's production system applied to military equipment. Tragically, Edsel Ford, who had championed the Willow Run project from its inception, died on May 26, 1943. He was only 49 years old. Stomach cancer, exacerbated by the stress of managing the bomber plant during its difficult early period, took his life just 6 months before Willow Run reached full production. He did not live to see his vision fully realized, though his leadership had been instrumental in transforming the troubled plant into the most productive bomber factory in the world. While tanks and aircraft captured public attention, another industrial miracle was unfolding at American shipyards. The Liberty Ship program represented mass production applied to shipbuilding on a scale never before attempted. Before the war, American shipyards had operated at a leisurely pace. Building a cargo ship typically required a year or more. Skilled shipwrights hand-fitted components. Riveting was performed by teams of specialized workers. Each ship was essentially custom-built. The German U-boat campaign in the Atlantic changed everything. British and American merchant ships were being sunk faster than traditional shipbuilding methods could replace them. In 1941, the situation was becoming desperate. Britain depended on Atlantic convoys for food, fuel, and military supplies. If the U-boats won the tonnage war, Britain would be starved into submission regardless of military outcomes elsewhere. Henry Kaiser, a construction engineer who had built dams and highways but had never built ships, proposed a radical solution. Standardize the design, prefabricate components, use welding instead of riveting, apply mass production techniques to shipbuilding. Traditional shipbuilders were skeptical. Ships, they argued, required craftsmanship that couldn't be mass-produced. Kaiser disagreed. He believed that breaking shipbuilding down into standardized steps, training workers in specific tasks, and coordinating the assembly of prefabricated sections could dramatically increase production speed. The government, desperate for tonnage, gave Kaiser the opportunity to prove his theories. The Liberty ship design was based on a British steamer modified for quick construction. The vessel was 441 feet long, with a beam of 57 feet. It could carry 10,000 tons of cargo at a cruising speed of 11 knots. The design was deliberately simple. No unnecessary features, no architectural flourishes, just a functional cargo vessel that could be built quickly and cheaply. Each Liberty ship required 250,000 parts manufactured at factories across the country. The parts were shipped to shipyards where they were assembled into major sections. These sections, bow, stern, deckhouses, holds, were then welded together. Approximately 114 miles of welded joints held each Liberty ship together. This represented roughly 600,000 feet of welding per vessel. The magnitude of the welding work was staggering. Kaiser established shipyards in Richmond, California, and Portland, Oregon. Other companies established Liberty shipyards in Baltimore, Houston, and along both coasts. At peak production in 1944, American shipyards were launching 3 Liberty ships per day. The most famous production record was set in November 1942 at Kaiser's Richmond Yard. The SS Robert E. Peary was launched just 4 days, 15 hours, and 29 minutes after its keel was laid. This extraordinary feat was achieved through extensive prepositioning of materials and represented a publicity demonstration rather than standard production. The ship required additional fitting out work after launch and was not truly complete in that time frame. Nevertheless, the demonstration proved that radical speed was possible with proper organization. More representative of actual production were the median construction times achieved by 1943 and 1944. Ships that had taken 244 days to build in early 1941 were being completed in 39 to 42 days by mid-war. This 6-fold improvement in construction speed was achieved through continuous refinement of techniques, better coordination of suppliers, and increasingly skilled workforces. By the end of the war, American shipyards had produced 2,710 Liberty ships. 18 different shipyards participated in the program across 5 years of production from 1941 to 1945. The Liberty ships, despite their unglamorous appearance and modest performance, proved instrumental to Allied victory. They survived the Atlantic crossing in sufficient numbers to sustain British resistance. They carried the vehicles, supplies, ammunition, and fuel that sustained Allied armies in North Africa, Italy, and France. After the war, many Liberty ships continued serving in merchant fleets around the world. Some remained in service into the 1960s and 70s. Their simple, rugged construction proved remarkably durable. But their true significance was demonstrating that even complex products like ocean-going ships could be mass-produced by relatively unskilled workers using proper systems and organization. The scale of American shipbuilding during the war extended far beyond Liberty ships. The total production included 5,777 merchant ships of all types. This included tankers to carry oil, troop transports, refrigerated cargo ships, and specialized vessels. The U.S. Navy simultaneously was building warships at unprecedented rates. Aircraft carriers, battleships, cruisers, destroyers, submarines, and smaller vessels poured from naval shipyards. Additionally, American yards produced approximately 89,000 landing craft of various types. These included the famous Higgins boats that would carry troops onto the beaches of Normandy. Andrew Higgins, a New Orleans boat builder, had designed a shallow draft boat with a bow ramp for use in Louisiana swamps and marshes. The military recognized that this design, scaled up and armored, would be ideal for amphibious assaults. Higgins Industries would eventually produce over 20,000 landing craft, contributing significantly to Allied amphibious capabilities. The industrial mobilization extended into areas that received less public attention but were equally critical. American factories produced 193,000 artillery pieces during the war. These ranged from small anti-tank guns to massive howitzers. The production of 86,000 tanks represented a tremendous expansion from pre-war levels, when American tank production had been negligible. 2 million Army trucks were manufactured, providing the mobility that allowed American and Allied forces to conduct rapid operations once ashore in Europe. The Red Ball Express, the truck convoy system that sustained Allied armies advancing across France in summer and fall of 1944, depended entirely on American-built trucks. The statistical magnitude of American war production becomes clearer when comparing outputs to enemy capabilities. By 1944, American industry was producing approximately two-thirds of all Allied military equipment. This meant that American factories were supplying not just American forces, but significant portions of British, Soviet, French, and other Allied militaries. Lend-Lease shipments carried American-made tanks, aircraft, trucks, and supplies to Allied nations. The Soviet Union, while producing impressive quantities of its own equipment, relied heavily on American trucks, food, and raw materials. Britain's industry, stretched to capacity and vulnerable to bombing, depended on American production for many specialized items. The transformation of American industry required more than just factory construction. It demanded unprecedented coordination between government and private industry. The War Production Board, established in January 1942, controlled allocation of raw materials, established production priorities, and resolved conflicts between competing demands. Steel, aluminum, copper, and rubber were allocated according to military necessity. Civilian production was curtailed or eliminated entirely for many products. Automobile production for civilian use ceased in February 1942. The last civilian car rolled off assembly lines and wouldn't resume until after the war ended. Factories that had built refrigerators, washing machines, and other consumer goods converted to military production. The rationing system extended to civilian consumers. Gasoline, meat, sugar, coffee, and numerous other commodities were rationed to ensure adequate supplies for military needs. The story of R.G. Letourneau illustrates the entrepreneurial innovation that flourished during the mobilization. Letourneau was an inventor and manufacturer of earth-moving equipment. Before the war, his company had produced innovative scrapers, dozers, and other heavy equipment. During the war, Letourneau factories produced approximately 70% of all earth-moving equipment used by Allied forces. His innovations included massive scrapers that could move enormous quantities of earth quickly, allowing rapid construction of airfields, roads, and fortifications. Letourneau held approximately 300 patents over his lifetime, with 78 granted during the war years alone. His equipment proved essential for military engineers, building the infrastructure that supported modern mechanized warfare. The technological innovations developed during the war would have lasting impact on post-war industry and society. Synthetic rubber production, developed frantically after Japanese conquests cut off natural rubber supplies from Southeast Asia, became standard for automobile tires and numerous other applications. Radar technology, invented by the British and refined through American mass production, revolutionized aviation safety and weather forecasting. Advances in metallurgy, chemistry, and manufacturing processes developed for military needs found civilian applications. The proximity fuse, developed to make anti-aircraft fire more effective by detonating shells near targets rather than requiring direct hits, found post-war applications in industrial automation and control systems. Perhaps the most significant long-term impact was on management techniques and organizational capabilities. The experience of coordinating massive industrial enterprises, integrating complex supply chains, and maintaining quality control across thousands of factories taught lessons that shaped American business for decades. The techniques pioneered at Willow Run and the Detroit Arsenal became case studies taught in business schools. Production management, inventory control, quality assurance, and workforce training methods developed during the war influenced post-war manufacturing across all industries. The scale and complexity of wartime production forced innovations in management that might not have emerged for decades under peacetime conditions. The human dimensions of the mobilization were profound and lasting. The experience of working in defense plants gave millions of Americans new skills, new confidence, and new aspirations. Women who had mastered complex industrial jobs during the war often found a return to purely domestic life unsatisfying. While many women did leave factory work when men returned from military service, the experience had demonstrated capabilities that couldn't be forgotten. The seeds of the women's movement that would emerge in the 1960s and 1970s were planted partly in the wartime factories, where women had proven they could perform any job given proper training and opportunity. For African American workers, the wartime experience was similarly transformative. The Fair Employment Practices Committee, established by presidential order in 1941, made discrimination in defense industries illegal. While enforcement was inconsistent and discrimination persisted, the principle had been established. Black workers gained access to skilled jobs, higher wages, and union membership that had been denied before the war. The experience of contributing to the war effort while still facing discrimination sharpened demands for civil rights. Veterans returning from fighting against fascism abroad were less willing to accept racial oppression at home. The civil rights movement that would transform America in the 1950s and 60s drew energy partly from wartime experiences of what was possible when all citizens were allowed to contribute. The economic transformation was equally dramatic. An economy that had struggled with persistent unemployment throughout the 1930s achieved full employment by 1943. Total industrial production doubled between 1940 and 1944. This represented the most rapid economic expansion in American history. The gross domestic product grew from approximately $100 billion in 1940 to over $200 billion by 1945. This growth was driven almost entirely by war production, but it demonstrated productive capabilities that would sustain post-war prosperity. The infrastructure built during the war, the factories, the power plants, the transportation networks, continued to benefit the economy for decades. The post-war challenge of reconversion proved less difficult than many feared. Planning for the transition from military to civilian production began as early as 1944. The War Production Board faced difficult decisions about when to release industries from war production contracts. Release them too early and military supplies might falter. Release them too late and the post-war economy might collapse. The balance was delicate but was managed successfully. Tank production ended abruptly when Germany surrendered in May 1945. Aircraft production continued through Japan's surrender in August, then stopped immediately. The cancellation of war contracts created temporary unemployment as defense workers were laid off, but conversion to civilian production proceeded rapidly. Factories that had built tanks returned to building automobiles. The pent-up demand for consumer goods, accumulated during years of rationing and shortages, drove rapid recovery. Americans who had saved money during the war because there was little to buy suddenly had purchasing power. The automobile industry, having produced virtually no civilian vehicles since early 1942, faced overwhelming demand. Housing construction, which had been minimal during the war years, boomed as veterans married and started families. The GI Bill provided veterans with access to education and home mortgages, further stimulating economic growth. The international impact of American industrial dominance shaped the post-war world. The Marshall Plan, which rebuilt Western Europe, was possible only because America possessed the productive capacity to supply both its own needs and the needs of devastated allies. American factories produced the machinery, vehicles, and equipment that European nations needed to reconstruct their economies. The Cold War competition with the Soviet Union was sustained by American industrial strength that could simultaneously produce consumer abundance and military power. The prosperity of the 1950s and 1960s rested on industrial foundations laid during the war years. The legacy of World War II industrial mobilization continues to resonate. The experience demonstrated that democratic societies, when threatened, could mobilize resources and organize efforts on a scale matching or exceeding totalitarian regimes. The production achievements proved that free people working voluntarily toward common goals could outproduce coerced labor. The industrial might that won the war became a foundation for lasting prosperity and global influence. The arsenal of democracy had fulfilled its purpose through the creative capacity of its people and the productive power of its industry. The magnitude of American industrial achievement becomes clear when examining specific production totals across all categories. Beyond the nearly 300,000 aircraft produced during the war years, American factories delivered 86,000 tanks to armored divisions. These tanks equipped not just American forces, but British, Free French, and other Allied armies through Lend-Lease transfers. The Sherman tank, despite its limitations against German Tigers and Panthers, proved reliable and maintainable under field conditions. Its real advantage was numbers. For every German heavy tank, there were dozens of Shermans. When one Sherman was destroyed, 3 more were available to replace it. German tankers might win individual engagements, but they could not overcome the relentless arithmetic of American production. Artillery production totaled 193,000 pieces. These range from small pack howitzers that could be disassembled and carried by mules to massive railway guns that could shell targets miles behind enemy lines. American artillery doctrine emphasized mass firepower. Forward observers could call down devastating concentrations of fire on German positions within minutes. This capability depended entirely on having sufficient artillery pieces and unlimited ammunition. American factories supplied both. The shell production alone was staggering. Billions of artillery shells, mortar rounds, and small arms ammunition were manufactured during the war years. Ammunition ships crossed the Atlantic in convoy, supplying the massive expenditures required by American operational methods. The production of 2 million Army trucks provided mobility that transformed warfare. Previous armies had relied heavily on railroads for supply. Combat units might advance beyond railheads, but sustaining operations far from railroads proved difficult. American armies in Europe and the Pacific operated with unprecedented mobility because truck convoys could maintain supply lines across hundreds of miles of territory. The famous Red Ball Express, which sustained Patton's advance across France in summer 1944, involved 33,000 soldiers driving 6,000 trucks along dedicated routes. At peak operation, the Red Ball Express delivered 12,000 tons of supplies daily to forward combat units. This logistical achievement was possible only because American factories had produced trucks in quantities that seemed excessive until they were actually needed. Small arms production matched the scale of heavier equipment. American factories manufactured millions of M1 Garand rifles, M1 carbines, Thompson submachine guns, and Browning automatic rifles. These weapons equipped not just American forces, but supplied Allied armies whose domestic production proved insufficient. The M1 Garand, adopted just before the war, gave American infantry a significant advantage. It was the only semi-automatic rifle issued as a standard infantry weapon during the war. German, British, Japanese, and Soviet infantry still used bolt-action rifles that required manual cycling between shots. The Garand's 8-round clip and semi-automatic action provided superior firepower. General George Patton called it the greatest battle implement ever devised. But the technical superiority mattered only because American factories produced Garands in sufficient quantities to equip every infantryman. The mobilization extended beyond purely military production. The nation's merchant marine expanded dramatically to carry military cargo and maintain international trade. In addition to the 2,710 Liberty ships, American yards produced specialized vessels, including 512 faster Victory ships, that could maintain 15 knots, compared to the Liberty's 11-knot cruising speed. Tankers were built to carry oil from American and Caribbean sources to European and Pacific theaters. Without adequate tanker tonnage, the mechanized Allied armies would have been immobilized for lack of fuel. T2 tankers, standardized like Liberty ships, were produced in large numbers. Refrigerated cargo ships carried food. Troop transports carried soldiers. Hospital ships evacuated wounded. Each specialized vessel type required different designs and equipment, yet all were produced in quantities sufficient to meet expanding needs. The aircraft production of nearly 300,000 planes included extraordinary variety. Heavy bombers like the B, 17 Flying Fortress and B-24 Liberator conducted strategic bombing campaigns against Germany and Japan. Medium bombers like the B-25 Mitchell and A-20 Havoc supported ground forces and attacked tactical targets. Fighter aircraft including the P-38 Lightning, P-47 Thunderbolt, and P-51 Mustang provided air superiority and ground attack capabilities. Naval aircraft operated from the rapidly expanding fleet of aircraft carriers. Transport aircraft like the C-47 Skytran carried paratroopers into combat and supplied isolated units. Training aircraft taught hundreds of thousands of pilots the skills needed for combat. Each aircraft type required different tooling, different components, different assembly techniques. Yet the industry managed to produce all these variants simultaneously while continuously improving designs based on combat experience. The logistical challenge of supplying raw materials to this industrial empire was immense. Steel production expanded to meet military demands while maintaining essential civilian needs. Aluminum production increased dramatically to supply aircraft manufacturers. Copper for electrical wiring became so scarce that the government borrowed silver from the treasury to wind electromagnets for uranium enrichment at Oak Ridge. Rubber supplies were cut off when Japan conquered Southeast Asian sources. A desperate program to develop synthetic rubber succeeded just in time to prevent severe shortages. By 1944, synthetic rubber production exceeded pre-war natural rubber imports. This single achievement demonstrated American industrial adaptability and technical innovation under pressure. The workforce that accomplished this production miracle came from unexpected sources. Beyond the women and minorities who entered industrial work, the workforce included teenagers who left school to work in defense plants. Retirees returned to factory floors to contribute their skills and experience. Disabled workers found employment in positions that didn't require physical labor. The nation mobilized every available worker because full production required it. Training programs taught industrial skills to people who had never worked in factories. High school students learned machine operation. Housewives learned welding. Farmers learned aircraft assembly. The program succeeded because they were necessary. Victory depended on production, and production depended on having sufficient trained workers. The work itself was demanding and often dangerous. Factories operated around the clock on 3 shifts. Workers handled heavy machinery, dangerous chemicals, and high temperatures. Industrial accidents killed thousands of workers during the war years. Falls from scaffolding, machinery malfunctions, explosions, and fires claimed lives in defense plants across the nation. The urgency of production sometimes led to inadequate safety measures. Workers accepted the risks because they understood the stakes. Each day of delayed production meant more casualties among soldiers fighting overseas. The workers in Detroit Willow Run and shipyards everywhere knew that their labor directly affected whether their sons, husbands, and brothers would come home alive. This knowledge sustained them through long shifts, dangerous conditions, and personal sacrifices. The financial cost of the mobilization was staggering. The federal government spent approximately $300 billion on the war effort between 1941 and 1945. This was more than the government had spent in all previous years of American history combined. Defense spending peaked at over $80 billion annually in 1944 and 1945. This represented roughly 40% of the entire national economy devoted to military purposes. The money was raised through taxes, war bonds, and borrowing. Tax rates increased sharply during the war. The income tax, which before the war applied mainly to wealthy Americans, was extended to most workers. Payroll deduction systems were introduced to collect taxes directly from paychecks. War bond drives encouraged citizens to loan money to the government by purchasing bonds that would be repaid with interest after the war. Despite massive government spending and high taxes, inflation was controlled through price controls and rationing. The Office of Price Administration established maximum prices for most goods and services. Rationing ensured that scarce commodities were distributed fairly rather than going only to those who could pay the highest prices. The combination of price controls and rationing prevented the inflation that might otherwise have resulted from full employment and government deficit spending. Workers earned good wages in defense plants, but had limited opportunities to spend their earnings. Consumer goods were scarce or unavailable. Rationing limited purchases of food and gasoline. Consequently, Americans saved money in unprecedented amounts. These savings, accumulated during the war because there was little to buy, became purchasing power that drove post-war prosperity. The industrial mobilization created opportunities for entrepreneurs and established businesses alike. Henry Kaiser, who became wealthy building Liberty ships, was a construction engineer before the war. Howard Hughes expanded his aircraft business dramatically during the war years, though his most ambitious project, the massive H-4 Hercules flying boat, wouldn't fly until after the war ended. Countless smaller manufacturers found profitable niches supplying components to prime contractors. Machine shops that had employed a dozen workers before the war grew into factories employing hundreds. The economic expansion created wealth that would sustain post-war growth. The end of the war brought difficult transitions. Women who had worked in defense plants were encouraged to yield their jobs to returning veterans. Many women resented being forced out of jobs they had mastered and found satisfying. The experience of working, earning good wages, and exercising skills had changed them. The post-war expectation that they would happily return to purely domestic roles ignored the transformation that had occurred. Similarly, African American workers who had found good jobs in defense industries faced renewed discrimination when peace returned. The wartime gains in employment and income proved temporary for many minority workers. These frustrations would contribute to social movements demanding equality in the post-war years. The reconversion to civilian production proceeded more smoothly than feared. Automobile production resumed rapidly. By 1946, new cars were rolling off assembly lines, though production couldn't meet demand for several years. Housing construction boomed as veterans married and started families. The GI Bill provided veterans with access to college education and low-cost home mortgages. The resulting expansion of the middle class transformed American society. Suburbs grew rapidly as young families sought single-family homes with yards. Shopping centers, drive-in restaurants, and car-oriented lifestyles emerged. The prosperity of the 1950s had its roots in wartime industrial expansion and post-war economic policies that channeled wartime savings into productive investments. The international implications of American industrial dominance shaped the post-war world order. The United States emerged from the war as the world's dominant economic power. American currency became the global reserve currency. American companies expanded internationally. American products found markets worldwide. The Marshall Plan, announced in 1947, committed billions of dollars to rebuilding Western European economies. This generosity served American interests by creating prosperous trading partners and allies against Soviet expansion. But it was possible only because American industrial capacity could supply both domestic needs and international commitments. The Cold War rivalry with the Soviet Union was sustained by American productive capacity. The massive military establishment maintained after the war depended on industrial resources that could simultaneously produce consumer abundance and military hardware. Soviet leaders understood they could not match American productive capacity. Their strategy emphasized conventional military forces and later nuclear weapons because they lacked the industrial depth to compete across all categories simultaneously. American strategic advantages throughout the Cold War rested on industrial foundations built during World War II. The lessons learned during the mobilization influenced American business and government for decades. The experience demonstrated that large-scale coordination between government and private industry could achieve results impossible through purely market mechanisms. The techniques of program management, systems engineering, and large-scale coordination developed during the war were applied to post-war projects including the Interstate Highway System, the space program, and major weapon systems. The ability to organize massive technical efforts became a characteristic American strength. The technological innovations developed during the wartime mobilization had profound and lasting impacts that extended far beyond military applications. The proximity fuse developed to make anti-aircraft fire more effective represented a breakthrough in miniaturized electronics. Traditional anti-aircraft shells required direct hits or had to be set to explode at specific altitudes. The proximity fuse used a small radio transmitter and receiver built into the shell. When the shell passed near an aircraft, the reflected radio signal triggered detonation. This dramatically increased the effectiveness of anti-aircraft fire. The proximity fuse was so valuable that it was initially used only over water, where failed shells couldn't be recovered and examined by the enemy. Later, proximity fuse shells proved devastating against German infantry and armored formations during the Battle of the Bulge. After the war, the miniaturized electronics technology developed for the proximity fuse found applications in industrial controls, automation systems, and eventually contributed to the development of more sophisticated electronic devices. Radar technology, invented by the British before the war, was perfected and mass-produced through American industrial methods. Early radar systems were large, temperamental, and difficult to manufacture. American engineers redesigned radar systems for mass production while improving performance and reliability. Radar equipped ships, aircraft, and ground installations. It allowed night and bad weather operations that would have been impossible with visual navigation. It detected approaching enemy aircraft and ships. It guided interceptors to targets. After the war, radar revolutionized aviation by making all-weather flight operations routine. Weather radar allowed pilots to detect and avoid dangerous storms. Air traffic control radar made modern commercial aviation possible by allowing controllers to track multiple aircraft simultaneously. Marine radar improved navigation safety and reduced collisions. The technology that had been developed to detect enemy forces became essential to peacetime transportation and commerce. Advances in metallurgy driven by military needs had lasting peacetime applications. Aircraft production demanded aluminum alloys stronger and lighter than pre-war materials. High-temperature alloys were needed for aircraft engines operating at extreme conditions. Steel alloys for armor plate required characteristics different from structural steels. The research and development efforts that produced these military materials advanced the entire field of metallurgy. Post-war industries benefited from materials science knowledge that had been developed under wartime pressure. The aluminum industry expanded dramatically during the war and remained a major sector afterward. Aluminum found increasing use in construction, transportation, and consumer products as production costs declined through improved processes developed during the mobilization. Chemical industries expanded enormously to supply military needs. Explosives production required massive quantities of nitrates and other chemicals. Poison gas production, though the gases were never used in combat, required large chemical plants. Synthetic rubber production, developed desperately after natural rubber supplies were cut off, became a permanent industry. DDT and other pesticides developed for military use, protecting soldiers from disease-carrying insects, found agricultural applications after the war. Penicillin production, scaled up to treat wounded soldiers, became the foundation for the modern pharmaceutical industry. The war accelerated development and mass production of medications that saved countless lives in peacetime. The mass production techniques applied to military equipment transformed American manufacturing permanently. The moving assembly line had been pioneered by Ford for automobiles before World War I. During World War II, these techniques were refined and extended to products far more complex than automobiles. The lessons learned building bombers, tanks, and ships influenced post-war manufacturing across all industries. Just-in-time inventory systems, quality control methods, and production scheduling techniques developed during the war became standard business practices. The efficiency gains achieved under wartime pressure persisted in peacetime, contributing to American manufacturing dominance in the post-war decades. Training methods developed to teach industrial skills rapidly during the war influenced education and workforce development permanently. Before the war, skilled trades required lengthy apprenticeships. The urgency of wartime production demanded faster training methods. Technical schools developed intensive courses that taught specific skills quickly. Training within industry programs brought education directly to factory floors. Visual aids, hands-on practice, and structured curricula replaced the informal mentoring that had characterized traditional apprenticeships. These training innovations proved effective and were retained after the war. Community colleges and vocational schools adopted methods developed during the mobilization. The GI Bill, which sent millions of veterans to college, created demand for expanded educational capacity. Universities grew dramatically to accommodate veteran students, permanently expanding American higher education. The wartime experience of coordinating vast enterprises influenced management theory and practice. Before the war, most American businesses were relatively small. Even large corporations operated with limited formal planning and coordination. The requirements of military production forced development of sophisticated management techniques. Critical path analysis, program management, systems engineering, and other methods were developed or refined during the war. Harvard Business School and other institutions studied wartime management practices and incorporated lessons into their curricula. The generation of managers who learned their skills during the mobilization carried those lessons into peacetime industries, shaping American business culture for decades. The social impacts of the mobilization were equally profound. The experience of women working in defense plants challenged traditional gender roles. While many women left industrial work after the war, the experience had demonstrated capabilities that couldn't be forgotten. The cultural image of Rosie the Riveter, while partly propaganda, reflected real achievements by real women. Post-war society couldn't entirely return to pre-war gender norms after women had proven their abilities in demanding industrial jobs. The women's movement that emerged in the 1960s and 1970s drew partly on memories and lessons from the wartime experience. For African Americans, the wartime industrial experience was similarly transformative. The Great Migration, which had brought black workers from the rural South to northern cities during and after World War I, accelerated during World War II. Defense industries in Detroit, Chicago, Los Angeles, and other cities offered wages far exceeding what black workers could earn in the segregated South. While discrimination persisted in northern cities, opportunities existed that were unavailable in the South. The experience of contributing to the war effort while still facing discrimination sharpened demands for civil rights. Black veterans returning from fighting against fascism abroad were less willing to accept racial oppression at home. The civil rights movement that transformed America in the 1950s and 60s drew energy and inspiration partly from wartime experiences. The post-war prosperity that began in the late 1940s and continued through the 1960s rested substantially on foundations built during the mobilization. The industrial capacity created during the war continued producing in peacetime. The infrastructure investments, power plants, transportation networks, factory buildings remained productive assets. The skilled workforce created through wartime training programs continued working. The management expertise developed coordinating vast enterprises applied to peacetime businesses. The technological advances developed for military purposes found civilian applications. The accumulated wartime savings of workers provided capital for investment. All these factors combined to create the most prolonged period of broadly shared prosperity in American history. The international order that emerged after the war reflected American industrial dominance. The Bretton Woods system established the dollar as the world's reserve currency, backed by American productive capacity. The International Monetary Fund and World Bank, headquartered in Washington, managed international finance and development. The Marshall Plan rebuilt Western Europe using American resources. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization provided security guarantees backed by American military power, which itself rested on American industrial capacity. Japan's post-war recovery and transformation into an economic power occurred under American occupation and was guided by American advisors who applied lessons learned during their own mobilization. The global economic system that prevailed for decades after the war was built around American industrial and financial dominance. The Cold War competition with the Soviet Union tested American industrial capacity in new ways. The massive military establishment maintained after the war, far larger than any peacetime force in American history, required sustained industrial support. Aircraft production, while far below wartime peaks, continued at substantial levels. Shipbuilding continued, particularly aircraft carriers and submarines for the expanding Navy. The Korean War in the early 1950s required renewed mobilization, though on a smaller scale than World War II. The space race that began in the late 1950s demanded industrial and technical capabilities that drew directly on wartime experiences. The Apollo program that landed men on the moon in 1969 employed systems, engineering, and program management techniques developed during World War II. The eventual American victory in the Cold War, achieved without direct military conflict between superpowers, reflected industrial and economic advantages rooted in World War II mobilization experiences. The Soviet Union, despite massive military forces and nuclear weapons, could never match American productive capacity across all categories. Soviet citizens endured persistent shortages and limited consumer goods, while American affluence continued expanding. The contrast between Western prosperity and Eastern deprivation ultimately undermined Soviet legitimacy. When the Soviet system finally collapsed in 1989 to 1991, the outcome reflected economic competition that the Soviets had lost decades earlier. The sleeping giant that Admiral Yamamoto supposedly warned about, whether he actually said it or not, referred not to American military power, but to industrial capacity. The Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, intended to cripple American naval power, instead unleashed productive forces that would overwhelm all opposition. German leaders who had dismissed Roosevelt's 50,000 aircraft promise as impossible fantasy learned their error too late. By 1944, American factories were producing more military aircraft each year than Germany and Japan combined. The tonnage of shipping launched from American yards exceeded the combined submarine warfare capabilities of the Axis powers. The tanks, trucks, artillery pieces, and weapons of every description poured from American factories in quantities that rendered Axis production efforts insignificant by comparison. The arithmetic of production determined the war's outcome as surely as battlefield tactics. German soldiers might be better trained. Japanese pilots might be more experienced. German tanks might have thicker armor and more powerful guns. None of it mattered when American industry could replace losses faster than they occurred while simultaneously expanding total forces. The Axis could win battles. They could not win the production war. The human cost of this achievement deserves acknowledgement. Industrial accidents killed thousands of workers. The stress and pace of wartime production took its toll on health and family life. The social dislocations, millions of people moving to new cities, traditional communities disrupted, families separated, created hardships that statistics don't capture. But Americans accepted these costs because they understood the stakes. The workers at Willow Run knew their bombers would strike at the heart of Nazi Germany. The welders at Kaiser's shipyards knew their Liberty ships would carry supplies to embattled Britain. The riveters assembling tanks at the Detroit Arsenal knew their Shermans would face German panzers in France and Italy. The connection between factory floor and battlefield was direct and immediate. This knowledge sustained the effort through difficulties that might otherwise have proven insurmountable. When production problems seemed intractable, when schedules seemed impossible, when workers were exhausted, they persevered because giving up meant their sons, husbands, and brothers might die for lack of equipment. The mobilization represented a collective national effort on a scale rarely achieved in human history. Citizens across the entire country contributed according to their abilities. Factory workers built weapons. Farmers grew food. Scientists developed new technologies. Teachers trained workers. Managers coordinated production. Government officials allocated resources. Housewives managed rationing. Children collected scrap metal. Everyone had a role. Everyone contributed. The unity of purpose, while never perfect and always strained by social inequalities, nevertheless achieved remarkable results. Roosevelt's promise of 50,000 aircraft had seemed impossible in May 1940. By 1944, American factories were producing 96,000 aircraft per year, nearly double the original impossible goal, and sustaining that production month after month. The skeptics in Berlin, who had laughed at American boasts, learned that they had fundamentally misunderstood American society. They had studied military capabilities and found them wanting. They had not understood that American strength lay not in existing military forces, but in the potential to create them. The automobile factories that could be converted to tank production. The shipyards that could be expanded to launch ships weekly instead of yearly. The aircraft plants that could apply mass production to bombers. The chemical plants that could produce explosives. The steel mills that could supply armor plate. All this capacity existed in potential, waiting to be mobilized. The attack on Pearl Harbor provided the catalyst. The mobilization followed with a speed and scale that surprised even optimistic Americans. The arsenal of democracy fulfilled its promise. American industrial power, once fully mobilized, proved decisive. The production totals that had seemed impossible in 1940 were achieved and exceeded by 1944. The sleeping giant, once awakened, demonstrated productive capacity that no combination of enemies could match. This industrial might, more than any single weapon or military strategy, determined the war's outcome. The legacy endures in American economic power, in the international order shaped by American dominance, in the lessons learned about what democratic societies can achieve when united by common purpose, in the memories of those who built the arsenal, and in the understanding that industrial capacity, the unglamorous work of production and logistics, often matters more than battlefield heroics in determining history's great conflicts. The workers who welded Liberty ships, riveted bombers, and assembled tanks changed the world as surely as the soldiers who carried the weapons they built. The mobilization that transformed America from economic depression to full employment, from military weakness to industrial superpower, from isolation to global leadership. This transformation, achieved in less than 5 years, stands as one of history's most remarkable accomplishments. Roosevelt's impossible promise became reality. The arsenal of democracy produced the weapons that won the war, then laid foundations for decades of prosperity and power. The sleeping giant, once awakened, revealed capabilities that reshaped the world. Out of every 5 B-29 crewmen captured by Japanese forces, only 3 survived to see liberation. For those who did make it, their average time in captivity was measured not in months, but in days of torture that would break most human beings. They faced execution rates higher than any other group of Allied prisoners, and their treatment violated every international law ever written about warfare. What happened to them goes beyond what most people can imagine. And now you're going to understand why their fate was sealed the moment they parachuted onto Japanese soil. When people think about the air war over Japan, they usually picture formations of silver bombers dropping their payloads and returning safely to base. But the reality for hundreds of B-29 crews was drastically different. The Boeing B-29 Superfortress was the most advanced bomber of World War II. Capable of flying over 3,000 miles with 10 tons of bombs. Stationed in the Mariana Islands from late 1944 onward, These massive aircraft carried 11-man crews on missions that lasted up to 16 hours. The Americans needed these bombers because Japan's industrial cities were the only way to cripple the enemy's war machine without a costly invasion of the home islands. Flying from bases on Saipan, Tinian, and Guam, the B-29s could reach any target in Japan. But this also meant that any crew going down would be landing in enemy territory with zero chance of friendly rescue. The Japanese knew exactly what the B-29s represented. Every bomb that fell on their cities came from these aircraft, and the civilian population saw the devastation firsthand. By early 1945, American firebombing campaigns were systematically destroying Japanese urban centers. The raid on Tokyo during the night of March 9th to 10th, 1945 killed more people in a single night than either atomic bomb would later that year. Over 15 square miles of the city burned, and approximately 100,000 civilians died in the firestorm. The Japanese government understood these raids were breaking the nation's ability to continue the war, but they also saw them as acts of terror against defenseless populations. This perception would prove catastrophic for any B-29 crew member who fell into Japanese hands. On August 13, 1942, the Japanese government passed what became known as the Enemy Airmen's Act. This law declared that any Allied airmen participating in bombing raids against Japanese-held territory would be treated as violators of international law rather than legitimate prisoners of war. The language was specific and deliberate. It stated that captured airmen were not protected by the Geneva Convention and could be tried as war criminals for what the Japanese called indiscriminate bombing of civilians. What this meant in practice was that B-29 crews were marked for execution from the moment this law took effect. American intelligence knew about the law, but underestimated just how extensively it would be applied. They believed it might result in show trials and a few executions for propaganda purposes. The reality was far worse. Between 1944 and 1945, approximately 570 American airmen were captured after their aircraft were shot down over Japan or Japanese-controlled territory. The vast majority were B-29 crew members. Of these men, less than 60% survived to see liberation in August 1945. This mortality rate of over 40% was significantly higher than the overall Allied prisoner of war death rate in Japanese captivity, which itself was a horrifying 27%. But the raw numbers don't tell the full story of what these men endured. To understand their fate, you need to know what happened from the moment they hit the ground. When a B-29 went down, crew members who successfully bailed out faced immediate danger even before landing. There are documented cases of Japanese civilians and soldiers shooting at parachuting airmen while they were still in the air. One crewman from the 462nd Bombardment Group was machine-gunned to death while descending, his parachute offering no protection from the gunfire below. Those who made it to the ground alive often faced mobs of enraged civilians. The people in these areas had just experienced bombing raids that killed their families and destroyed their homes. They saw the distinctive American flight suits and attacked with whatever weapons they had available. Rocks, clubs, farming tools, and improvised weapons were used to beat captured airmen. Multiple survivors reported being stoned and struck with iron bars immediately after capture. In some cases, civilians killed crew members on the spot before military or police forces could intervene. The crew of a B-29 that crashed near Tokyo on March 10, 1945 had 3 survivors who were beaten to death by civilians within minutes of capture. For those who survived the initial capture, the next stop was usually the Kempeitai headquarters. The Kempeitai were Japan's military police, and they operated with almost unlimited authority over prisoners. They ran the interrogation centers, and their methods were systematically brutal. The Kempeitai had been trained in torture techniques that were designed to extract information while inflicting maximum psychological damage. Captured airmen described interrogations that lasted for hours with no breaks. Questions were repeated endlessly, and any answer deemed unsatisfactory resulted in immediate physical punishment. The most common torture was beating with bamboo sticks, called kendo sticks. These were used to strike prisoners on the head, back, and joints. The beatings left massive bruises and frequently broke bones, but they were calculated to avoid killing the prisoner too quickly. Sleep deprivation was standard practice. Prisoners were kept in small cells and prevented from sleeping for days at a time. Guards would wake them every few minutes if they tried to rest. Water torture was extensively documented by survivors. The technique involved forcing large amounts of water down the prisoner's throat until their stomach distended grotesquely. Then guards would jump on the prisoner's abdomen to force the water back out. This process was repeated multiple times during interrogation sessions. Electric shock torture was administered using various methods. Some involved telephone generators that delivered sustained electrical current to the prisoner's body. Others used the main power grid to electrify metal chairs or tables that prisoners were strapped to. For female prisoners, electrodes were inserted into body cavities. The pain was described as unbearable, and the psychological terror of knowing it could be repeated at any moment broke many prisoners mentally before they broke physically. But perhaps the most horrifying aspect of Kempeitai interrogation was its ultimate futility. The Japanese interrogators wanted specific military information about bombing targets, aircraft capabilities, and future raid plans. However, most B-29 crew members were junior officers or enlisted men who had no access to strategic planning information. They could provide only basic details about their own aircraft and crew, information that had no intelligence value. Yet the torture continued regardless. Prisoners who insisted they knew nothing were accused of lying and tortured more severely. Those who fabricated information to stop the pain were beaten for providing false intelligence. There was no way to satisfy the interrogators because the information they demanded simply didn't exist at the crew member level. The Kempeitai operated a special headquarters facility in Tokyo that became notorious among the small number of survivors. Prisoners were kept in cells that had previously been horse stalls, approximately 6 feet by 6 feet in dimension. Multiple prisoners were often crammed into these tiny spaces. They received almost no food, typically just a small amount of rice once per day. Medical care was completely denied as a matter of official policy. Wounded prisoners were left to suffer without treatment, and their injuries became targets for additional beatings. If a prisoner cried out in pain, guards would beat not just that prisoner, but everyone else in the cell as collective punishment. The psychological impact of hearing fellow prisoners screaming during torture sessions was profound. Several survivors reported that the sounds of torture were worse than experiencing it directly because the anticipation and inability to help created unbearable mental anguish. Then there were the public displays. Japanese authorities occasionally took prisoners to downtown areas for public exhibition and abuse. One B-29 bombardier was tied to posts in a schoolyard where Japanese soldiers practiced bayonet charges on him. The final thrust went through his neck and into his throat. Another crew member was placed on exhibition in downtown Tokyo for 5 hours, where civilians were allowed to kick him, stone him, and beat him. He was kicked unconscious multiple times and revived only to experience more abuse. These public tortures served dual purposes. They satisfied the civilian population's desire for revenge, while also serving as propaganda to show that American airmen were being punished for their crimes against Japanese civilians. Formal trials were conducted under the Enemy Airmen's Act, but they were complete farces. The proceedings typically lasted less than an hour. Prisoners were brought before military courts, where they faced charges of indiscriminate bombing and murder of civilians. They had no defense counsel, no ability to present evidence, and no right to appeal. The verdict was predetermined. Executions followed swiftly after these sham trials. Between March and August 1945, dozens of B-29 crew members were beheaded, shot, or killed by lethal injection. The timing of these executions was particularly cruel. Many occurred in the final weeks, and even days before Japan's surrender. 11 American airmen were beheaded at a rifle range just weeks before Japan's surrender, when it was clear to Japanese leadership that the war was lost. Yet the killings continued. 15 American airmen were beheaded at Fukuoka on August 15, 1945, hours after the Japanese government had announced its intention to surrender. The methods of execution varied, but beheading was most common. Sword beheadings required skill, and botched executions were not uncommon. In one documented case, 29 crew members sentenced to death at Osaka Military Prison endured a failed beheading attempt that had to be covered up. The executioner's strike failed to sever the head completely, and the prisoners had to be finished with gunshots to the head at point-blank range. Some prisoners were taken to remote locations and shot by firing squads. Others were killed by lethal injection, with prison doctors administering fatal doses while pretending to provide medical care. Between March and June of 1945 alone, 9 seriously wounded airmen held at Tokyo Kempitai headquarters were executed by injection, specifically because they required medical resources the Japanese were unwilling to provide. At least 132 Allied airmen are confirmed to have been executed after summary trials during 1944 and 1945, but this number only includes documented cases where records survived the war. The actual total is certainly higher because Japanese military and police units systematically destroyed evidence as Allied forces approached. Burial records were erased. Bodies were exhumed and cremated. Documentation was burned. Many crew members simply vanished with no record of their capture or fate. Their families received only the official designation of missing in action, never learning what actually happened. Beyond formal executions, many prisoners died from neglect and abuse. The death rate from disease and starvation in Japanese prisoner of war camps was astronomical. Captured airmen received minimal food, typically a small bowl of rice that provided perhaps 600 calories per day. Men who weighed over 200 pounds when captured shrank to under 120 pounds within months. Diseases including dysentery, beriberi, and diphtheria spread rapidly in the unsanitary conditions. Prisoners with dysentery were denied food entirely and left to starve to death. 1B, 29 crew member caught diphtheria and became paralyzed during his captivity, surviving only because the war ended before he died from complications. There were also cases of what can only be described as medical atrocities. At Kyushu University in Fukuoka, 9B, 29 crew members who survived their aircraft crash on May 5, 1945, were taken to the medical school's anatomy department. Over the following 3 weeks, they were subjected to vivisection experiments. These were not legitimate medical procedures. They were torture sessions conducted under the guise of surgical research. The prisoners were not anesthetized. They were conscious while parts of their bodies were removed for examination. All 9 died as a direct result of these experiments. The doctors and officers involved were later tried and convicted of war crimes, but the suffering these men endured cannot be overstated. During the final months of the war, there were scattered reports of cannibalism involving captured Allied airmen. Japanese soldiers, often starving themselves due to disrupted supply lines, killed prisoners and consumed their flesh. One Indian prisoner of war testified at war crimes trials that on November 12, 1944, he witnessed Kempitai officers behead an Allied pilot and then cut flesh from the body's arms, legs, and buttocks. The flesh was carried away and fried. Another witness described a systematic process in New Guinea where Japanese soldiers selected one prisoner each day, killed them, and consumed the meat. While the exact number of B-29 crew members who suffered this fate is unknown, testimony indicates it occurred multiple times in different locations. The psychological trauma for those who survived was immense and permanent. Many prisoners spent the rest of their lives unable to speak about their experiences. One bombardier, who was displayed naked in a cage at Tokyo Zoo for public abuse, weighed 215 pounds when captured. At liberation, he weighed 122 pounds. The physical scars were visible, but the mental damage ran far deeper. Survivors reported nightmares, flashbacks, and an inability to process what had been done to them. Some never recovered psychologically. The Japanese policy of treating B-29 crews as war criminals rather than prisoners of war created a system where torture and execution were not aberrations, but standard procedure. Every captured crew member faced the same fate, with only the timing and specific method varying. When Japan surrendered in August 1945, Allied occupation forces conducted extensive investigations into the treatment of prisoners. The evidence they uncovered was overwhelming and horrifying. War crimes trials were held in Yokohama, where surviving prisoners provided detailed testimony about their captivity. Japanese officers and guards were convicted and sentenced for their roles in torture, illegal executions, and medical experiments. But for the families of those who didn't survive, justice could never undo what had happened. The men who died in captivity suffered fates that violated every principle of civilized warfare and human decency. Out of approximately 570 B-29 crew members captured, nearly 250 died before liberation. That's a mortality rate that exceeds even the horrific statistics from other prisoner of war populations in Japanese custody. These men were not just casualties of war. They were victims of a systematic policy that declared them criminals and subjected them to treatment that shocked even hardened war crimes investigators. The Enemy Airmen's Act created the legal framework, but the implementation went far beyond anything the law specifically authorized. Individual guards, interrogators, and officers took it upon themselves to inflict suffering that served no military purpose and violated every international agreement about the treatment of prisoners. The story of what happened to captured B-29 crews stands as one of the darkest chapters of the Pacific War. These men volunteered to fly some of the most dangerous missions of the entire conflict. They knew the risks of mechanical failure, enemy fighters, and anti-aircraft fire. But they could not have imagined the fate that awaited them if they were forced to bail out over Japan. The systematic torture, the mock trials, the executions, and the medical atrocities represent a level of cruelty that defies comprehension. For the families who lost loved ones in Japanese captivity, the pain was compounded by not knowing exactly what happened. Many crew members were simply listed as missing, their final days unknown. It wasn't until the war crimes trials revealed the full scope of abuse that families learned the truth. The survivors, who made it home, carried those experiences for the rest of their lives. They returned to a country that wanted to celebrate victory and move forward, but they remained trapped in the memories of what they had endured. Some spoke publicly about their experiences, providing testimony that helped convict war criminals. Others retreated into silence, unable or unwilling to relive the trauma. All of them bore physical and psychological scars that never fully healed. The weight of having survived when so many didn't created survivors guilt that many struggled with for decades. Today, the story of captured B-29 crews is not widely known outside of military history circles. The broader narrative of World War II focuses on major battles and strategic decisions, leaving little room for the individual stories of prisoners who suffered and died far from the fighting. But their story deserves to be remembered and understood. These men represented the human cost of strategic bombing campaigns and the complete breakdown of international law that occurred in the Pacific Theater. They were ordinary Americans who found themselves in extraordinary circumstances, facing an enemy that showed no mercy and a system designed to inflict maximum suffering before death. The B-29 crews who died in Japanese captivity were not anomalies. They were part of a deliberate pattern of abuse that extended across the entire Japanese military prison system. But their specific fate, marked for death by the Enemy Airmen's Act, made their suffering uniquely horrific. Every man who climbed into a B-29 for a mission over Japan knew the dangers of combat. What they couldn't know was that capture meant almost certain death through torture, starvation, execution, or medical experimentation. The 40% mortality rate among captured B-29 crews represents one of the highest death rates of any prisoner group in World War II. These weren't deaths from disease or malnutrition alone, though those killed many. These were deliberate murders carried out under the pretense of law. The Enemy Airmen's Act gave Japanese authorities the excuse they needed to systematically eliminate captured bomber crews. And they used that excuse to its fullest extent, right up until the moment Japan surrendered. For those who survived to tell their stories, the burden was heavy. They witnessed atrocities that most people cannot comprehend. They lost fellow crew members to torture and execution. They endured suffering that broke them physically and mentally. And when they finally came home, they had to live with those memories while the world moved on. If you want to hear more stories like this, help us out by subscribing. These stories need to be told, no matter how difficult they are to hear. The morning of January 20th, 1953, arrived cold and gray in Washington. At precisely 8:45 a.m., a black limousine idled outside the White House's north entrance. Inside sat President-elect Dwight David Eisenhower, motionless, arms crossed. The temperature hovered around 49 degrees. Clouds blanketed the sky. Behind the windows of the Executive Mansion, President Harry S. Truman stood watching, waiting for movement that never came. Eisenhower had decided he would not step into that building. He would not share coffee with the Trumans. He would not honor the customs that had governed presidential transitions for generations. Instead, he would remain seated in that automobile and force Truman to come outside, to come to him. This was no accident. This was no confusion about timing. This was a deliberate insult, delivered on what should have represented American democracy's finest moment, the orderly passage of authority from one leader to another. Consider who sat in that vehicle. Dwight Eisenhower, 62 years old, the supreme commander who had orchestrated Allied victory across Europe. The general who had accepted Germany's surrender. The military mind that had coordinated millions of troops spanning 2 continents. Monarchs and heads of state had sought his wisdom. The American electorate had just handed him a crushing victory. 55% of votes cast, 442 electoral college votes. Yet this man would not walk 20 feet to greet the president who had offered him nearly everything. Inside the White House stood Harry S. Truman, 68 years old. Farm boy turned businessman, county official, senator, vice president, president. The man who had authorized atomic weapons. The leader who had confronted Stalin directly. The architect of the Marshall Plan that reconstructed Europe. The president who had desegregated the military. The commander who had dismissed Douglas MacArthur. The statesman who had held the Western Alliance together through the Cold War's terrifying early years. 7 years earlier, this same Harry Truman had offered to make Dwight Eisenhower president on the Democratic ticket, with Truman himself stepping down to serve as vice president. Eisenhower had declined. Politics held no interest for him, he'd insisted. He was a military man, not a politician. His duty lay in uniform, not in electoral office. Then 1952 arrived. Eisenhower declared his candidacy for president as a Republican, against Truman's party, against Truman's record, against everything Truman had constructed during 7 difficult years. Now he sat outside that building, compelling the sitting president to approach him like a servant called to the curb. CBS journalist Eric Sevareid witnessed the scene. His 3-word description captured everything. It was shocking. J.B. West, the White House's chief usher, observed it too. "I was glad I wasn't in that car," he said later. The relationship between these men had not always been fractured. They had once been allies. Truman had once proclaimed Eisenhower the greatest military strategist of his generation. Eisenhower had once written to Truman with genuine appreciation and respect. But something had changed. Something had shattered beyond any possibility of repair. On this frozen January morning, that rupture became visible to the entire nation. The break hadn't occurred overnight. It had developed gradually across months and years, through a succession of decisions and betrayals and political calculations that transformed mutual regard into something approaching hatred. The first fracture appeared in July 1945 on Germany's Autobahn outside Potsdam. President Truman, newly elevated after Franklin Roosevelt's death, met with General Eisenhower, the hero who had commanded D-Day. They rode together through Berlin's devastation. Truman studied the young general beside him and glimpsed America's future leadership. He turned to Eisenhower with an extraordinary statement. "General, there is nothing you may want that I won't try to help you get." That included, Truman made clear, the presidency itself in 1948. This wasn't casual conversation. Truman meant every word. He had served as vice president for merely 82 days when Roosevelt died on April 12, 1945. He had inherited a war still raging on two fronts: secret atomic research he hadn't known existed, and relationships with Allied leaders he had never encountered. He felt unprepared. He admired military leadership. Eisenhower embodied everything America wanted in a leader at that moment: competence, victory, moral authority earned through real achievement. Eisenhower thanked him and declined. He harbored no political aspirations. He was a soldier. He would remain a soldier. He had devoted his entire adult existence to the Army. He understood military command. Politics seemed like foreign territory, where rules remained unclear and enemies proved harder to identify. Truman accepted that response. He respected it. Over the following years, Truman and Eisenhower collaborated frequently. The relationship rested on mutual necessity. Truman needed capable military leadership as he navigated the Cold War's beginning. Eisenhower needed political backing as he transitioned from wartime command to peacetime military administration. Truman appointed Eisenhower as Army Chief of Staff in November 1945. Across subsequent years, he awarded Eisenhower the Distinguished Service Medal 3 separate times: 1945, 1948, and 1952. When NATO was created in 1949, Truman called on Eisenhower to serve as its inaugural Supreme Commander in 1951. They exchanged cordial letters. They met for official business and ceremonies. The relationship wasn't intimate or personal, but it was professional, respectful, productive. Then 1947 brought something remarkable. Truman extended the offer again, this time in his private diary. On July 25, 1947, Truman wrote about a conversation with Eisenhower at 3:30 that afternoon. They discussed Douglas MacArthur possibly returning from Japan to seek the Republican nomination. MacArthur was another towering military figure, but one Truman deeply distrusted. MacArthur displayed autocratic tendencies. He had governed Japan like an emperor. Truman worried about what MacArthur might do with presidential authority. Truman's solution was audacious. He proposed that if MacArthur ran as a Republican, Eisenhower should announce for the Democratic nomination. Truman wrote that he would gladly step aside and run as Eisenhower's vice president. He added, "I like the Senate anyway. Ike and I could be elected, and my family and myself would be happy outside this great white jail known as the White House." He concluded the diary entry with a note: "Ike won't quote me, and I won't quote him." This wasn't fantasy. This was the sitting president of the United States offering to demote himself to vice president to place Eisenhower in the White House. It revealed how little confidence Truman possessed in his own political future at that moment. It also revealed how deeply he valued Eisenhower's leadership and believed in his character. Eisenhower declined again. He still had no interest in politics. He was serving as president of Columbia University at the time, having departed active military command. He wanted to remain in education or return to military service if needed, but he did not want to enter the political arena. Secretary of the Army Kenneth Royal approached Eisenhower later that year with the identical offer. Truman had asked Royal to try once more. Truman wanted Royal to make clear this wasn't merely a passing thought. This was a genuine offer. Eisenhower could have the Democratic nomination. The party would support him. Truman would campaign for him. They would win. Eisenhower declined again. In February 1948, Truman awarded Eisenhower his 4th Distinguished Service Medal in a White House ceremony. The two men stood together for photographs. They smiled. The images show no trace of the animosity that would emerge later. Eisenhower wore his dress uniform with all his decorations and ribbons. Truman looked proud standing beside him. Newspaper captions described them as close colleagues working together to secure America's future. That same year, Truman faced the worst political crisis of his presidency to that point. His approval ratings had collapsed. The Democratic Party was fragmenting. Henry Wallace was running as a progressive, drawing votes from the left. Strom Thurmond was running as a Dixiecrat, pulling votes from the South. Republicans controlled both congressional chambers. Everyone predicted Truman would lose catastrophically to Republican nominee Thomas Dewey. Truman ran anyway. Against all predictions, against disastrous poll numbers, against a divided Democratic Party, Truman won. It was among the greatest upsets in American political history. He won without Eisenhower. He won on his own terms. But Eisenhower's refusals had planted something in Truman's mind. A question. If Eisenhower had no interest in politics, why did people keep approaching him? And if he truly wasn't interested, why did he keep declining in ways that left possibilities slightly open? The answer arrived in 1952. Eisenhower announced he would seek the Republican nomination for president. The announcement shocked many people. It shocked Truman most profoundly. For 5 years, Eisenhower had insisted he had no interest in politics. He had rejected multiple offers to run as a Democrat. He had turned down the opportunity to become president without campaigning for it. Now he was entering politics anyway, but as a Republican running against the party that had supported him throughout his career. Truman felt personally betrayed. He had offered Eisenhower the presidency twice. He had been willing to step aside, to make himself vice president, to hand over power to a man he believed in. Eisenhower had said no, claiming he didn't want it. Now Eisenhower wanted it. He just didn't want it from Truman or the Democrats. But that wasn't what shattered the relationship. Political differences could be managed. Eisenhower believed in different economic policies, different approaches to government. Those were honest disagreements. Truman could accept that. What Truman could not accept, what broke the relationship beyond repair, was what happened during the campaign. The issue was George Catlett Marshall. Marshall was born in Pennsylvania in 1880. He graduated from the Virginia Military Institute in 1901. He served in the Philippines, in France during World War I, in China between the wars. He was methodical, disciplined, brilliant at organization and logistics. He understood how to build armies, how to coordinate operations across continents, how to select leaders who could execute complex plans under impossible pressure. When World War II began, Marshall was Army Chief of Staff. He held that position from 1939 to 1945. During those 6 years, he transformed the United States Army from a force of fewer than 200,000 men into a military machine of over 8 million. He selected the commanders. He approved the battle plans. He allocated resources. He made the system function. And he made Dwight Eisenhower's career possible. In 1941, Eisenhower was a lieutenant colonel unknown outside military circles. Marshall saw something in him. He promoted Eisenhower rapidly, advancing him over hundreds of more senior officers. By 1942, Eisenhower was commanding Allied forces in North Africa. By 1943, Marshall recommended Eisenhower to lead Operation Overlord, the D-Day invasion of France. Marshall had wanted that command for himself. It was the most important military operation of the war, possibly of the century. But President Roosevelt asked Marshall to remain in Washington to continue managing the global war effort. Marshall agreed and gave the command to Eisenhower instead. He could have resented Eisenhower for receiving the glory while Marshall stayed behind doing staff work. But Marshall never displayed any resentment. He supported Eisenhower completely. Winston Churchill called Marshall the organizer of victory. Historians credit Marshall with creating the military force that won World War II. Without Marshall's organizational genius, without his ability to construct and manage a global military effort, the war might have ended very differently. After the war, Marshall attempted to retire. He was 65 years old. He had served his country for more than 4 decades. He wanted to rest. But in 1947, President Truman asked him to serve as Secretary of State. Marshall agreed. From 1947 to 1949, Marshall served as America's chief diplomat during the critical early years of the Cold War. It was Marshall who articulated the principles of the European Recovery Program in a speech at Harvard University on June 5, 1947. The program became known as the Marshall Plan. Between 1948 and 1952, the United States provided over $13 billion in economic assistance to help rebuild Western European economies. The program worked. It rebuilt infrastructure, stabilized currencies, restored trade, and created the economic foundation for decades of prosperity. In 1953, Marshall was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for this work, the only career military officer ever to receive that honor. After serving as Secretary of State, Marshall retired again. But in 1950, when the Korean War began, Truman called on him one final time. Marshall became Secretary of Defense, serving from September 1950 to September 1951. He worked to rebuild American military strength after post-war demobilization had weakened it. He oversaw the military response to Korea. He helped create NATO's command structure. So when Senator Joseph McCarthy attacked Marshall, he wasn't attacking merely another government official. He was attacking one of the architects of Allied victory, one of the creators of the post-war order, one of the most respected figures in American public life. And he was attacking Dwight Eisenhower's mentor, patron, and friend. Marshall had promoted Eisenhower over hundreds of more senior officers. Marshall had recommended Eisenhower to lead the D-Day invasion. Marshall had made Eisenhower's career possible. Eisenhower owed Marshall everything. In 1950 and 1951, Senator Joseph McCarthy of Wisconsin began attacking Marshall. McCarthy was riding high on anti-communist hysteria. He had made a career from accusing people of being communist sympathizers. Most of his accusations were baseless. Many were cruel. Some destroyed innocent lives. But they were politically effective in an America terrified of Soviet expansion. McCarthy accused Marshall of being part of a communist conspiracy. In a speech on the Senate floor in June 1951, McCarthy spent 60,000 words attacking Marshall. He called Marshall's career a conspiracy so immense and an infamy so black as to dwarf any previous venture in the history of man. He accused Marshall of losing China to communism. He accused Marshall of undermining American interests in Europe and Asia. He suggested Marshall was actively working to advance communist goals. These accusations were insane. Marshall had spent his entire adult life serving the United States. He had built the army that defeated Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan. He had created the Marshall Plan that stopped communist expansion in Europe. He had served as Secretary of Defense during the Korean War, fighting against communist aggression. The idea that Marshall was secretly working for the communists was grotesque, absurd, and beneath contempt. Senator William Jenner of Indiana went even further than McCarthy. He called Marshall a living lie and a frontman for traitors. He said Marshall was joining hands once more with this criminal crowd of traitors and communist appeasers. These were not policy disagreements. These were personal attacks on Marshall's character, his loyalty, his integrity. Everyone who knew Marshall understood the attacks were false. But they were politically useful for Republicans trying to paint the Truman administration as soft on communism. Truman was enraged by the attacks on Marshall. He called Marshall the greatest living American. The attacks on Marshall felt personal to Truman because they were attacks on his judgment, his administration, his presidency. And Truman expected Eisenhower to defend Marshall. Eisenhower owed Marshall his career. If anyone should stand up for Marshall against McCarthy's smears, it should be Eisenhower. In October 1952, during the presidential campaign, Eisenhower was scheduled to give a speech in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, McCarthy's home state. McCarthy would be on the stage with him. McCarthy had already endorsed Eisenhower. Republican leaders in Wisconsin wanted a show of unity. They wanted Eisenhower and McCarthy standing together, presenting a united front against the Democrats. Eisenhower's staff prepared a speech that included a paragraph defending Marshall. The paragraph was short but clear. I know that charges of disloyalty have been leveled against General Marshall. I have been privileged for 35 years to know General Marshall personally. I know him, as a man and as a soldier, to be dedicated with singular selflessness and the profoundest patriotism to the service of America. The paragraph was in the prepared text. It was released to reporters in advance. The press knew what was coming. Political observers anticipated a dramatic moment. Eisenhower, the war hero, standing in McCarthy's home state, defending his mentor against McCarthy's attacks. It would be a powerful statement about character, about loyalty, about standing up for what was right even when politically costly. But then Wisconsin Governor Walter Kohler Jr. and members of Eisenhower's campaign staff urged him to remove the paragraph. They argued it would offend McCarthy. It would offend Wisconsin Republicans. It would create unnecessary controversy. It would make the evening about Marshall and McCarthy instead of about Eisenhower's vision for America. They said it wasn't worth the political cost. Wisconsin was an important state. McCarthy was popular there. Eisenhower needed Wisconsin's electoral votes. Why pick a fight over something that wouldn't change any votes? Eisenhower listened to his advisors. He understood their reasoning. He knew they were trying to help him win. And he wanted to win. He believed he could do great things as president. He believed he could end the Korean War, manage the Cold War better than Truman had, bring competent administration to a government he saw as bloated and inefficient. To do those things, he needed to win the election. To win the election, he needed Wisconsin. So Eisenhower agreed. He deleted the paragraph. He made the calculation that winning was more important than defending Marshall. He told himself he could defend Marshall later, after the election, when the political pressure wasn't so intense. He convinced himself this one compromise wouldn't matter in the long run. On October 3, 1952, Dwight Eisenhower stood on a stage in the Milwaukee Arena before 10,000 people with Senator Joseph McCarthy standing beside him. The arena was packed. The crowd was enthusiastic. They cheered when Eisenhower appeared. They cheered louder when McCarthy joined him on stage. Eisenhower delivered his speech. He praised McCarthy's anti-communist efforts. He talked about the need to root out subversion in government. He endorsed McCarthy's crusade. He said nothing about George Marshall. Not one word. He didn't defend him. He didn't mention him. He acted as if Marshall didn't exist. After the speech, McCarthy approached Eisenhower. The photographers were ready. McCarthy reached out his hand. Eisenhower saw it coming. He tried to step back, tried to avoid the handshake, but there were people behind him blocking his path. McCarthy was too quick. He grabbed Eisenhower's hand and held it high in the air like a referee raising the hand of a victorious boxer. The cameras flashed. The photograph went out across the country. Dwight Eisenhower, hero of D-Day, shaking hands with the man who had called his mentor a traitor. The news coverage was brutal. The paragraph defending Marshall had been in the advance text. Reporters knew Eisenhower had planned to defend Marshall and then chose not to. This wasn't an oversight. This wasn't a scheduling conflict. This was a deliberate choice. Eisenhower had weighed defending his mentor against winning Wisconsin. Wisconsin had won. The New York Times ran a front-page story. The Washington Post published an editorial. Columnists across the political spectrum condemned the decision. Even some Republicans were disgusted. One Republican newspaper editor wrote that Eisenhower had sold his soul for a mess of pottage. Truman's reaction was immediate and blunt. He told reporters, "I had never thought the man who is now the Republican candidate would stoop so low." He elaborated in later speeches. He called it one of the most shocking things in the history of this country. He said, "The trouble with Eisenhower, he's just a coward. He ought to be ashamed for what he did." Truman didn't stop there. He made defending Marshall a central theme of his campaign appearances. He reminded audiences that Marshall had been Eisenhower's boss, his mentor, the man who had made Eisenhower's career possible. He asked how anyone could trust Eisenhower to stand up to the Soviets if he couldn't even stand up to Joe McCarthy. He questioned Eisenhower's character, his judgment, his fitness for the presidency. Eisenhower knew what Truman was saying. He read the newspapers. He heard the criticism. And instead of accepting it as the price of his political choice, he became angry. He felt Truman's attacks were unfair, partisan, personal. He believed Truman was using Marshall as a political weapon. He convinced himself that Truman didn't actually care about Marshall, that this was just campaign rhetoric designed to damage Eisenhower's reputation. But Truman did care about Marshall. Marshall had been Truman's Secretary of State and Secretary of Defense. Marshall had been one of Truman's most trusted advisors. Truman called Marshall the greatest living American. For Truman, loyalty mattered. Character mattered. Standing up for the people who had stood up for you mattered. And Eisenhower had failed that test in the most public way possible. There was more. 2 weeks before the Milwaukee speech, Eisenhower had campaigned in Indianapolis with Senator William Jenner. Jenner was the man who had called Marshall a front man for traitors and accused him of joining hands with a criminal crowd of traitors and communist appeasers. Jenner represented everything ugly about the anti-communist hysteria of the early 1950s, the willingness to destroy reputations, to make baseless accusations, to use fear as a political weapon. Eisenhower knew what Jenner had said about Marshall. Everyone knew. It was public record. But Eisenhower needed Indiana. Jenner was powerful in the state Republican Party. Eisenhower's advisors told him he had to appear with Jenner, had to accept his endorsement, had to stand on the same platform and smile for the cameras. So Eisenhower did it. He appeared on stage with Jenner. He let Jenner embrace him. He smiled. The photographers captured the image. Eisenhower and Jenner, arms around each other, united against the Democrats. Eisenhower later told aides he felt dirty after the event. But he did it anyway. He told himself it was necessary. He told himself he could wash off the stain after the election. He told himself that winning justified these compromises. But for Truman, this was worse than Milwaukee. At least in Milwaukee, Eisenhower had originally planned to defend Marshall and then back down under pressure. In Indianapolis, Eisenhower never even tried. He just accepted Jenner's support, accepted his endorsement, stood beside him as if nothing was wrong. To Truman, this pattern revealed something fundamental about Eisenhower's character. Eisenhower was willing to stand with men who slandered George Marshall, the man who had made Eisenhower's career possible, because it was politically convenient. Eisenhower would sacrifice principle for votes. He would abandon loyalty for electoral advantage. He would compromise his own stated values if it helped him win. And if Eisenhower would do that to George Marshall, what would he do as president? If he couldn't stand up to McCarthy and Jenner during a campaign, how could he stand up to the Soviets in the White House? If political pressure could make him abandon his mentor, what else would political pressure make him abandon? These were the questions Truman asked in his campaign speeches. These were the doubts he tried to plant in voters' minds. He made the campaign personal, because, for him it was personal. This wasn't just about policy differences. This was about character. This was about whether Dwight Eisenhower was the man Truman had once believed him to be. The campaign grew worse from there. Eisenhower pledged to go to Korea if elected, implying he could end the war that Truman had been unable to finish. Truman called this demagoguery, a cheap campaign trick. Republican campaign surrogates attacked Truman's administration as soft on communism, corrupt, and incompetent. Truman responded by calling Eisenhower a stooge for Wall Street and a puppet of Republican reactionaries. By Election Day, the personal animosity between the two men was impossible to hide. Eisenhower won in a landslide. He took 55% of the popular vote. He won 442 electoral votes to Adlai Stevenson's 89. He even broke the Democratic hold on parts of the South, winning Virginia, Florida, Tennessee, and Texas. After the election, Eisenhower and Truman met once, on November 18, 1952, for a transition briefing at the White House. Both men approached the meeting with dread. They had spent the previous 3 months attacking each other. They had said things that could not be unsaid. They had developed a mutual contempt that made ordinary conversation difficult. The meeting was held in the Oval Office. Truman sat behind the resolute desk. Eisenhower sat across from him. The atmosphere was stiff, formal, awkward, and unrewarding, according to biographer Stephen Ambrose. Neither man wanted to be there. Both felt obligated by duty and tradition. Truman tried to brief Eisenhower on how the White House actually worked. He explained the staff structure. He described how information flowed to the president. He outlined the daily schedule, the decision-making process, the way cabinet meetings were conducted. He tried to share practical wisdom earned through nearly 8 years in the highest office. Eisenhower listened with visible impatience. He had been a 5-star general. He had commanded millions of men. He had coordinated operations across multiple continents. He didn't need Harry Truman, a former haberdasher from Missouri, to tell him how to run an organization. Truman moved on to foreign policy. He talked about Soviet intentions, about the situation in Korea, about relationships with European allies. He tried to explain the delicate balance of containment strategy, the importance of economic aid to strengthen allies, the need for military strength combined with diplomatic flexibility. Again, Eisenhower seemed uninterested. He had been Supreme Commander of NATO. He knew European leaders personally. He understood military strategy better than Truman ever would. He didn't need a lecture on foreign policy from a man whose administration had been unable to win the Korean War. Finally, Truman discussed the budget process. He explained how the executive budget was prepared, how it had to be submitted to Congress, how the appropriations process worked. This was technical procedural information that would be essential for managing the government. Eisenhower later wrote that the meeting added little to my knowledge, nor did it affect my planning for the new administration. He felt Truman had wasted his time with obvious information and partisan spin. He thought Truman was trying to defend his own record rather than actually help with the transition. Truman felt the meeting was a waste of time for different reasons. Eisenhower, he thought, wasn't listening. Everything Truman said went in one ear and out the other. Eisenhower sat there with the confidence of a man who believed he already knew everything important. He didn't ask substantive questions. He didn't take notes. He just waited for the meeting to end so he could leave and do things his own way. After Eisenhower left, Truman told his staff that Eisenhower would struggle with the presidency. "He'll sit right here," Truman said, pointing to the desk, "and he'll say, 'Do this, do that,' and nothing will happen. Poor Ike. It won't be a bit like the Army. He'll find it very frustrating." Truman was predicting that Eisenhower would fail to understand the difference between military command and presidential leadership. In the military, orders were orders. You gave a command and it was executed. In government, everything was negotiation. You had to persuade Congress, convince the public, build coalitions, compromise with rivals. Truman thought Eisenhower lacked the political skills to succeed. Between the election and the inauguration, Eisenhower made decisions that seemed designed to irritate Truman. He decided to wear a Homburg hat to the inauguration instead of the traditional silk top hat. He didn't consult Truman about this. He just did it. It was a small thing, but it felt like a deliberate break from tradition, a way of saying he would do things his own way. By Inauguration Day, the tension between the two men was visible to everyone who saw them. Clark Clifford, a White House advisor, said the hatred between the two men that day was like a monsoon. Eisenhower told associates he wasn't sure if he could stand sitting next to that guy for the ride to the Capitol. He made it clear he resented having to share a car with Truman, resented having to pretend they were friendly, resented the entire ceremony of transition. And so Eisenhower made his decision. He would not enter the White House. He would not have coffee with Harry and Bess Truman. He would not follow the tradition of the president-elect coming inside to escort the outgoing president to the car. He would stay in the limousine and make Truman come to him. Mamie Eisenhower sat beside her husband in the car. She knew what he was doing. She said nothing. She waited. Inside the White House, Truman knew what was happening. He saw the car sitting outside. He knew Eisenhower wasn't coming in. For a moment, it seemed like Truman might refuse to go outside. It seemed like the inauguration might not happen because two stubborn men couldn't agree on who would walk through a door first. But Truman was still the president. He had a responsibility to the country and to the office. He swallowed his anger and walked outside. The photographers captured the moment. Truman emerged from the north portico. He walked to the car. Eisenhower did not get out. Truman opened the door and climbed into the back seat. The two men sat beside each other. They did not look at each other. They did not speak. The car began the drive to the Capitol. The silence in the car was heavy. Both men stared straight ahead. Mamie Eisenhower tried to make small talk. She commented on the weather. She mentioned the crowds lining the streets. At some point during the drive, Eisenhower broke the silence. He asked Truman a question. Who had ordered his son John back from Korea for the inauguration? John Eisenhower was 29 years old, a major in the United States Army, serving with combat units in Korea. The war was still being fought. American soldiers were dying. John was doing his duty, serving in a dangerous place, leading men under fire. Someone had issued orders pulling John out of Korea and sending him back to Washington for the inauguration. Eisenhower wanted to know who had that authority, who had made that decision without consulting him. Truman looked at Eisenhower and said, "I did." He paused, then explained, "The president thought it was right and proper for your son to witness the swearing in of his father to the presidency. It was a generous gesture." Truman understood what the moment meant. A father becoming president while his son served in a war zone, the historic nature of the occasion, the family significance. Truman had used his authority as commander-in-chief to make sure John Eisenhower could be there to see his father take the oath of office. Truman didn't ask for credit. He didn't announce it publicly. He didn't use it as a campaign talking point. He just did it because he thought it was right. Because despite his anger at Eisenhower, despite the bitterness of the campaign, despite everything that had gone wrong between them, Truman still believed some things mattered more than politics. Family mattered. Historic moments mattered. Doing the decent thing mattered. Eisenhower said nothing in response. No thank you. No acknowledgement of the gesture. No recognition of what Truman had done. He just turned back to looking out the window, watching the crowds lining Pennsylvania Avenue. They arrived at the Capitol. The ceremony began. Chief Justice Fred Vinson administered the oath of office. Eisenhower became the 34th President of the United States. Truman stood nearby and listened. When the ceremony ended, he left. He did not attend the inaugural parade. He went to Union Station, where at least 5,000 people had gathered to see him off. They cheered for him. They shouted his name. The police had to form a flying wedge to get the Trumans to their train. Harry Truman boarded the train to Independence, Missouri. He left Washington after nearly 8 years as president. He would not return to the White House for 10 years. For 8 years, from 1953 to 1961, Truman never set foot in the White House. Eisenhower sent 3 invitations during that time. Truman declined each one. Truman felt the invitations were insincere, pro forma gestures designed to create the appearance of reconciliation without any real intent. Eisenhower felt Truman was being petty and unreasonable. The two men lived in a state of frozen hostility. They did not speak. They did not correspond. Then in October 1959, George Marshall died. Marshall passed away at Walter Reed Hospital on October 16, 1959. His funeral was held on October 20th at the Fort Myer Chapel in Virginia. President Eisenhower attended. Former President Truman attended. They sat in the same pew, side by side, for the first time since Inauguration Day 1953. Neither man spoke to the other during the service. They sat in silence, mourning the man who had meant so much to both of them. After the service, they went their separate ways. No handshake, no words, just the shared presence at a funeral for a mutual friend. Over the next 4 years, Truman and Eisenhower saw each other occasionally at other funerals. Fred Vinson, the Chief Justice who had administered Eisenhower's oath of office, died. They attended his funeral. Speaker of the House, Sam Rayburn, died. They attended that funeral. Eleanor Roosevelt died. They were both there. Each time, they maintained their distance. They were civil but cold. They acknowledged each other's presence but did not engage. Then, in November 1963, President John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas. The nation went into mourning. Former Presidents Truman and Eisenhower both came to Washington for the funeral. Kennedy's body lay in state in the Capitol Rotunda. Thousands of Americans filed past the casket. Foreign leaders arrived from around the world. On November 25, 1963, the funeral procession moved from the Capitol to St. Matthew's Cathedral, then to Arlington National Cemetery. Truman and Eisenhower rode in the same car to the cemetery. Margaret Truman and Mamie Eisenhower rode with them. During the drive, they talked. They discussed whether Kennedy's assassination was the work of a conspiracy or a lone gunman. They agreed it was most likely a lone gunman. They talked about the state of the world, about the challenges facing the country. After the graveside service, Margaret Truman invited the Eisenhowers to join her father for lunch at Blair House, where the Trumans were staying. The Eisenhowers accepted. Sandwiches were served. Coffee was poured. For an hour, Harry Truman and Dwight Eisenhower sat together and talked. They reminisced about old battles, political and otherwise. They talked like two old men who had once known each other well and were remembering what that had felt like. Admiral Dennison, who was present, later recalled, "I thought it would never end, but it was really heartwarming. You'd think there had never been any differences between them. It was really wonderful." When it was time for Eisenhower to leave, Truman and Margaret walked the Eisenhowers to their car. The two former presidents stood on the sidewalk and talked for a few more minutes. Then they shook hands. It was a long, lingering, silent handshake. Margaret kissed Eisenhower on the cheek. Mamie kissed Truman. 10 years after that cold January morning in 1953, they had finally found their way back to something resembling friendship. They met one more time in Kansas City in 1966 at a United Nations luncheon. Eisenhower's brother Milton sat with them. He observed that all the old animosities were forgotten and that they had quite a good time together. Dwight David Eisenhower died on March 28, 1969, at the age of 78. He had served 2 full terms as president. He had overseen the construction of the interstate highway system. He had ended the Korean War. He had managed the early years of the Cold War. His presidency had lasting effects on American infrastructure, foreign policy, and domestic politics. Harry S. Truman died on December 26, 1972, at the age of 88. He had returned to Independence, Missouri, in 1953 and lived there for nearly 20 years. He built his presidential library. He wrote his memoirs. He took daily walks around town. He remained politically active, supporting Democratic candidates and speaking out on issues he cared about. The story of what happened on January 20th, 1953 became part of American political lore. The image of Eisenhower refusing to enter the White House, of Truman walking out to the car, of 2 great men unable to set aside their anger for even a few hours, became a symbol of how personal grievances can poison public duty. The refusal to enter the White House was not about protocol or scheduling. It was about betrayal. Eisenhower felt betrayed by Truman's campaign attacks, by the accusations of moral cowardice, by the partisan criticism that questioned his character. Truman felt betrayed by Eisenhower's refusal to defend George Marshall, by his willingness to stand with McCarthy and Jenner, by his abandonment of the principles Truman believed they shared. Both men had legitimate grievances. Both men also let those grievances override their responsibility to the moment. The inauguration of a president is not about the 2 men in the car. It is about the continuity of democratic government, about the peaceful transfer of power, about showing the country and the world that America's institutions are stronger than any individual's pride. Eisenhower forgot that when he refused to walk through the door. Truman remembered it when he walked out anyway. The handshake at Blair House in 1963, 10 years later, suggests that both men eventually understood what they had lost. The friendship they might have had, the collaboration they might have achieved, the mutual respect they had once shared. But understanding comes too late to change what happened. On that cold January morning in 1953, Dwight Eisenhower sat in a car and refused to enter Harry Truman's White House. The moment passed. The insult landed. The damage was done. And for 10 years, two of the most important Americans of the 20th century stayed apart, divided by pride, anger, and the memory of a threshold neither man would cross. Clark Air Base, Luzon, Philippines, January 31, 1945. Major Frank T. McCoy's camera shutter clicked repeatedly as he documented what lay before him. The aircraft was pristine, a Mitsubishi G4M Betty bomber, tail number 763-12, sitting untouched on the tarmac. This defies everything we know about bomber construction, he thought, his hands unsteady with anticipation. The tropical sun illuminated the bomber's cylindrical fuselage, making clear why Allied pilots had nicknamed it the Betty. Stretching nearly 20 meters from nose to tail, the aircraft rested on its tricycle landing gear like some enormous metal cylinder. Wings extending 25 meters across showed zero signs of combat damage. Both 14-cylinder radial engines, each capable of producing 1,500 horsepower, appeared completely operational. This wasn't wreckage salvaged from a crash site. This was a fully functional bomber, abandoned intact as American forces advanced. What captured McCoy's undivided attention, what would fundamentally alter American understanding of Japanese aviation philosophy, came when he accessed the interior through wing inspection panels. The fuel tanks had absolutely no protection. Zero self-sealing rubber. Zero armor plating. Zero fire suppression equipment. Zero protective coatings whatsoever. Just thin aluminum skin, maybe 2 millimeters thick, standing between thousands of liters of highly volatile aviation fuel and incoming enemy fire. Major McCoy commanded the Technical Air Intelligence Unit for the Southwest Pacific Theater. He'd inspected dozens of downed Japanese aircraft throughout the region. Nothing had prepared him for this moment. This bomber, left behind during Clark Field's liberation, would reveal a design philosophy so fundamentally alien to Western military thought that analysts would need months to fully grasp its implications. The mathematical reality behind this discovery would transform American tactical doctrine and aircraft design for the war's duration. Every assumption American aviators held about enemy capabilities, about the performance cost Japanese engineers would accept, about how imperial forces valued aircrew survival, all of it was about to be systematically overturned by the evidence contained within this single, pristine example of Japan's most critical bomber. The path to this revelation had begun 4 years prior, on December 8, 1941. That morning, with smoke still rising from Pearl Harbor's ruins, 82 G4M bombers, accompanied by 26 G3M bombers, departed Formosan bases. Their destination, Clark Field itself, the Philippines' primary American air installation. The strike achieved total tactical surprise. Arriving at 12:35 p.m., the Japanese formation maintained 20,000 feet altitude, well beyond American anti-aircraft gun reach. The initial wave's 27 bombers released 636 bombs across Clark Field's runways and facilities. Seconds later, Zero fighters swept through at treetop level, their machine guns obliterating every aircraft that survived the bombing. Of 17 B-17 flying fortresses on the ground, 12 were completely destroyed. Nearly every P-40 Warhawk fighter became burning wreckage. In 45 minutes, American air power throughout the Philippines had been effectively neutralized. Lieutenant James Harrington, among the few surviving American pilots, observed from a bomb shelter as the Japanese formation withdrew northward. What struck me was their approach method, he later documented in his combat report. Perfect formation, high altitude, completely beyond our defensive reach. Then the fighters descended and systematically destroyed us. We couldn't launch a single aircraft. The Betty bombers themselves departed untouched. The handful of American fighters that managed to get airborne arrived too late, finding only empty sky. The Japanese had demonstrated their bombers' exceptional range, striking from bases 460 miles distant, a feat no American bomber could accomplish at that war stage. The Betty's first combat year would prove devastatingly effective. December 10, 1941, just 2 days following the Clark Field raid, 26 G4M bombers joined older G3M Nell bombers attacking 4Z, a British naval task force centered around battleship HMS Prince of Wales and battlecruiser HMS Repulse. The attack commenced approximately 12:20 p.m. Japanese bombers approached in coordinated waves, executing torpedo runs with precision that stunned British observers. Betty bombers carried Type 91 aerial torpedoes, each weighing 840 kilograms with 205-kilogram warheads. These torpedoes were specifically designed for shallow water operations, running at depths enabling ship strikes even in coastal waters. Torpedo attacks focused on both capital ships with devastating accuracy. Prince of Wales, a 43,000-ton battleship representing the newest generation of British naval power, absorbed at least 6 torpedo hits plus damage from level bombers. Underwater explosions tore massive hull breaches, flooding overwhelmed damage control efforts. The battleship began listing severely. Repulse, a World War I-era battlecruiser modernized during the 1930s, absorbed at least 4 torpedo hits while attempting evasive maneuvers. The ship's anti-aircraft fire claimed several Japanese aircraft, but couldn't prevent coordinated torpedo runs from finding their marks. The cumulative damage proved fatal. Both capital ships capsized and sank within hours. Prince of Wales went down approximately 13:20 hours. Repulse followed approximately 13:33 hours. 841 British sailors perished. Survivors were rescued by escorting destroyers. The entire engagement lasted under 2 hours from initial contact to final sinking. For the first time in naval history, capital ships actively defending themselves had been sunk exclusively by air power while in open ocean. The G4M Betty bomber had achieved what naval theorists had debated for decades. British naval superiority throughout Asian waters had been shattered in 90 minutes. Throughout the Pacific theater during early 1942, American and Allied aviators encountered Betty bombers in virtually every major engagement. The aircraft appeared to operate with complete impunity, striking targets at ranges that defied conventional understanding. They hit Darwin, Australia from bases 1,500 miles away, demonstrating reach exceeding any Allied bomber's capability. They attacked Port Moresby from airfields across New Guinea's mountain ranges, maintaining constant pressure on Allied positions throughout the Southwest Pacific. They struck Guadalcanal from Rabaul, a distance exceeding 600 miles, projecting Japanese air power across vast ocean expanses. The Betty's operational range gave Japanese forces strategic flexibility that Allied commanders struggled to counter. American fighters stationed at forward positions lacked the range to intercept Betty bombers departing from distant bases. Allied airfields came under attack from Japanese bases that were themselves beyond Allied striking range. The asymmetry in bomber capability meant Japanese forces could attack at will while Allied forces struggled to retaliate effectively. This advantage persisted through the war's first 6 months. Betty bombers participated in virtually every Japanese offensive operation across the Pacific and Southeast Asia. They struck targets in the Philippines, Malaya, Netherlands, East Indies, New Guinea, and the Solomon Islands. They supported naval operations throughout the theater. They performed reconnaissance missions exceeding any Allied aircraft's range. The Betty became the symbol of Japanese air power's reach and effectiveness. However, this advantage depended entirely on limited Allied fighter opposition. When Betty formations could strike without interception, when they could approach targets at high altitude beyond anti-aircraft range, when they could deliver weapons and depart before fighters arrived, the aircraft was devastatingly effective. These conditions characterized operations during early 1942, when Allied air strength remained limited and dispersed. By mid-1942, the tactical picture began shifting dramatically. As American fighter strength increased, as Wildcats gave way to more capable Hellcats and Corsairs, as pilot training improved and tactical doctrine evolved, Betty crews began reporting disturbing losses. The shift became undeniable on August 8, 1942. 23 G4M bombers from the 4th Air Group departed Rabaul to attack American positions at Guadalcanal. American fighters intercepted the formation over Tsevo Island. In the engagement that followed, 18 of the 23 Betty bombers were shot down. Approximately 120 aviators died in what would become the single worst G4M loss during the entire campaign. Fighter pilots reported identical observations across every engagement. The Betty exploded into flames with minimal hits. 2 or 3 rounds anywhere along the fuselage or wings produced catastrophic results. The aircraft earned grim nicknames that spread rapidly through American squadrons: Flying Cigar, One-Shot Lighter, Flying Zippo, all references to the Betty's terrifying tendency to burst into flames from battle damage. By October 1942, when Lieutenant Commander John Thomas Blackburn arrived at Guadalcanal commanding VF-17 Flying F-4U Corsairs, the Betty's reputation had transformed completely. "First time we caught a Betty formation, we couldn't believe how easily they went down," Blackburn later reported. "Hit them anywhere along the fuselage or wings, and they'd explode. We actively hunted them, recognizing them as among the most vulnerable targets in Pacific skies." The true extent of the Betty's vulnerability, the engineering decisions that made such catastrophic losses inevitable, wouldn't be fully understood until American forces began capturing intact examples for detailed examination. The first significant intelligence breakthrough came November 1942, when Australian forces overran Japanese airfields at Buna in Papua New Guinea. Among the abandoned aircraft, technical air intelligence units discovered Betty bombers with varying damage levels. Initial examinations confirmed what pilots had reported. The fuel tanks had no protection whatsoever. Aeronautical engineers with the Allied Technical Air Intelligence Unit, Southwest Pacific, conducted the first detailed analysis. Wing access panels revealed fuel cells with no protective measures. Thin aluminum construction, no rubber sealant layer, no protective coating, no fire suppression systems. Multiple Betty bombers examined at Buna showed identical characteristics. This wasn't battle damage or field modification. This was standard Japanese design. The implications were staggering. American bombers by 1942 universally featured self-sealing fuel tanks. The B-17 Flying Fortress had incorporated them from the B-17C model onward. The B-24 Liberator featured them from the XB-24B prototype. Even fighter aircraft like the P-38 and P-47 featured protected fuel systems. Self-sealing fuel tanks used layered rubber compound that swelled on contact with fuel when punctured by bullets or shell fragments, sealing holes and preventing fuel loss and fire. The technology added substantial weight to aircraft, but dramatically improved crew survival rates. American military doctrine considered this weight penalty essential and non-negotiable. Yet here was Japan's primary land-based bomber, produced in thousands, operating across the entire Pacific theater, with fuel tanks offering zero protection. The weight saved by eliminating self-sealing systems, armor plating, and fire suppression equipment was immediately apparent. But the cost in crew lives was becoming equally obvious in loss statistics that mounted with every engagement. The captured Betty at Clark Field in January 1945 would provide the most complete technical analysis. Major McCoy and his team spent 3 weeks dismantling and documenting every system. Their report, classified secret and distributed to all Allied air forces, detailed specifications explaining both the Betty's extraordinary capabilities and its catastrophic vulnerabilities. The G4M Model 1 specifications revealed an aircraft ruthlessly optimized for range and speed. Empty weight, 6,741 kilograms, remarkably light for a bomber of its size. Maximum takeoff weight, 9,500 kilograms. Fuel capacity, 4,780 liters, distributed across 8 unprotected tanks, 4 in each wing, positioned in the wing center section where they were most vulnerable to combat damage. Top speed, 428 kilometers per hour, approximately 265 miles per hour. Maximum range, 6,034 kilometers, exceeding 3,700 miles. Service ceiling, 8,500 meters. Crew complement, 7 members including pilot, co-pilot, navigator, bombardier, radio operator, and 2 gunners. The fuel system design was particularly revealing. The 8 tanks were arranged in 4 groups of 2, positioned along the wing's longitudinal axis, where the wing joined the fuselage. This placement maximized fuel capacity by utilizing the thickest portion of the wing structure, but it also positioned tanks directly in the path of enemy fire during combat. Any attack from the side or below would inevitably strike fuel tanks. The aluminum construction provided no protection. The absence of self-sealing compounds meant even small punctures would leak fuel continuously. American engineers calculated that the weight saved by eliminating protection systems exceeded 500 kilograms per aircraft. This weight savings translated directly into additional fuel capacity and extended range. But the cost in vulnerability was equally calculable. Combat reports showed that Betty bombers hit anywhere in the wing area exploded with near certainty. The unprotected tanks created what engineers termed a critical failure point, a single system whose destruction guaranteed loss of the entire aircraft. These numbers told the story of design choices made in September 1937 when the Japanese Navy issued requirements that would define the G4M's entire existence. Top speed, 398 kilometers per hour cruising altitude, 3,000 meters range, 4,722 kilometers unloaded, or 3,700 kilometers, carrying 800 kilograms of bombs or torpedoes. The requirements reflected Japanese naval strategy in the late 1930s. Japan's empire stretched across vast Pacific distances. Naval bases were separated by thousands of kilometers of ocean. The Navy needed bombers capable of striking enemy positions far beyond carrier aircraft range. Bombers that could operate from land bases to support naval operations across the entire theater. Existing Japanese bombers fell far short of these requirements. The G3M Nell bomber, then in service, had a maximum range of approximately 3,000 kilometers. American bombers, like the B-17, had even more limited range in their early variants. No bomber in service anywhere in the world in 1937 could strike targets at the distances Japanese planners envisioned. The Navy's requirements weren't arbitrary. They were calculated based on distances Japanese forces would need to cover in any future Pacific conflict. From Formosa to the Philippines, 460 miles. From Rabaul to Guadalcanal, 600 miles. From Japanese home islands to potential targets across the Pacific, thousands of miles. The bomber meeting these requirements would give Japan strategic reach that no other nation possessed. However, the requirements also reflected assumptions about future warfare that would prove catastrophically wrong. Japanese planners assumed that surprise and initiative would provide protection for long-range bombers. They assumed enemy fighter opposition would be limited by range and numbers. They assumed the war would be decided quickly before enemy industrial capacity could generate overwhelming force. Every assumption would prove false. The man tasked with achieving the impossible was Kiro Honjo, who led the Mitsubishi design team after taking over from Joji Hattori. Honjo had studied bomber design at Junkers in Germany during the early 1930s, absorbing European aeronautical engineering principles and manufacturing techniques before returning to Japan. He understood immediately that meeting the Navy's requirements would demand compromises that Western air forces would never accept. Honjo assembled a team of engineers at Mitsubishi's Nagoya facilities to tackle the design challenges. The team analyzed every aspect of bomber design, calculating weight budgets for every component and system. They studied existing bombers from multiple nations, identifying where weight could be reduced without compromising structural integrity. They experimented with new construction techniques and materials that might offer weight savings. The mathematics were brutally simple. To achieve the required range, the aircraft needed massive fuel capacity. Each liter of aviation fuel weighed approximately 0.8 kilograms. 4,780 liters of fuel meant approximately 3,800 kilograms of fuel weight at full load. To achieve the required speed with this fuel load, the aircraft needed minimal weight. Every kilogram added to empty weight reduced either range or payload capacity. These two requirements existed in direct opposition. Fuel was heavy. Protection systems were heavy. Armor plating weighing hundreds of kilograms would be required to protect crew positions and vital systems. Self-sealing fuel tanks added substantial weight through the rubber compounds and additional structure required. Fire suppression systems added weight. Redundant safety measures added weight. The cumulative weight of adequate protection would prevent achieving the required performance. Honjo made the decision that would define the G4M throughout its service life. Protection would be sacrificed for performance. The fuel tanks would be unprotected aluminum construction. No self-sealing compounds. No armor plating around fuel cells. No fire suppression systems beyond basic fire extinguishers. No redundant safety measures. Every kilogram saved would be invested in fuel capacity, range, and achieving the Navy's performance specifications. The decision wasn't made lightly. Honjo understood the risks. His team calculated the vulnerabilities that unprotected fuel tanks would create. They knew that combat damage to the wings would likely prove catastrophic. But they also knew that the Navy's requirements couldn't be met any other way with available technology. The choice was between an aircraft that met performance specifications with known vulnerabilities, or an aircraft that failed to meet requirements but offered better protection. The Navy had demanded performance. Honjo delivered performance. The first G4M prototype flew on October 23, 1939. The aircraft met every performance requirement the Navy had specified. Speed exceeded expectations. Range surpassed projections. Payload capacity satisfied operational needs. The bomber entered production as the Navy Type 1 attack bomber, with Mitsubishi building the aircraft at plants in Nagoya. Initial production models, designated G4M Model 1, began reaching operational units in April 1941. By December 1941, approximately 180 G4MS were in service with the Japanese Navy. These aircraft would form the backbone of Japanese land-based air power throughout the Pacific War. The Betty's combat debut at Clark Field and against Force Z demonstrated the wisdom of Honjo's design priorities in the specific conditions of early 1942. When facing limited opposition, when achieving surprise, when operating beyond enemy fighter range, the Betty was devastatingly effective. Its range allowed strikes from bases that enemies considered safe. Its speed permitted rapid penetration of target areas. Its payload delivered meaningful damage. But these advantages depended entirely on the assumption that Betty formations would face minimal opposition. The moment American fighter strength increased, the moment interception became routine, the moment sustained combat became inevitable. Every design choice that prioritized range over protection became a death sentence for crews. The Guadalcanal campaign exposed the fundamental flaw in the Betty's design philosophy. From August through October 1942, more than 100 G4M bombers were lost with their crews in what became sustained bloodletting that Japanese air forces couldn't sustain. The single mission on August 8 alone destroyed 18 of 23 aircraft, with approximately 120 aviators killed. The pattern repeated with brutal consistency throughout the campaign. Betty formations would depart from Rabaul, fly 600 miles to Guadalcanal, engage American fighters, and suffer catastrophic losses. August 9th saw additional bombers lost. August 10th brought more losses. By the end of August, the 4th Air Group had been effectively destroyed as an operational unit. September brought no respite. Betty formations continued striking American positions at Guadalcanal, and American fighters continued destroying them in overwhelming numbers. The mathematics were inexorable. Japanese forces needed to strike American positions to contest control of the island. Betty bombers provided the only means of delivering meaningful strike capability from Rabaul. But every mission resulted in losses that couldn't be replaced. October saw the pattern continue. American fighter strength increased as more squadrons arrived at Henderson Field. Pilot quality improved as combat experience accumulated. Tactical doctrine evolved to exploit Betty vulnerabilities more effectively. Japanese losses accelerated even as the number of bombers available for missions declined. By November, when the Guadalcanal campaign effectively ended with Japanese withdrawal, Betty losses exceeded 100 aircraft. Crew casualties approached 700 men dead. The exchange rate was unsustainable. Japan's most capable land-based bomber had been rendered obsolete by its own vulnerabilities, transformed from a feared weapon into what American pilots called easy meat. Japanese planners had expected losses. All military operations involved casualties. But the scale of Betty losses exceeded every projection. The unprotected fuel tanks that permitted 6,000-kilometer range also guaranteed that any hit to wings or fuselage would likely prove fatal. There was no middle ground, no wounded bombers limping home, no damaged but survivable aircraft. Betty bombers either returned untouched or exploded in flames. By mid-1943, Japanese engineers recognized that modifications were essential. Starting with the 663rd aircraft produced in March 1943, 30-millimeter rubber sheets were installed beneath wing surfaces where fuel tanks were located. These sheets weren't true self-sealing tanks. They were a compromise measure, adding minimal weight while providing limited protection against fuel leakage. The modification reduced top speed by 9 kilometers per hour. Maximum range decreased by 315 kilometers. But crew survival rates showed no significant improvement. The rubber sheets could slow fuel leakage from small caliber hits. They couldn't prevent fires from larger caliber rounds or cannon shells. They couldn't stop explosions when tracers ignited fuel vapor. The fundamental vulnerability remained unchanged. Japanese designers attempted more comprehensive protection with the G4M Model 3, introduced in October 1944. This variant featured actual self-sealing fuel tanks, with capacity reduced to 4,490 liters to accommodate the leak-blocking material. The modification reduced maximum range to 3,640 kilometers, a loss of more than 2,000 kilometers compared to the original G4M Model 1. Approximately 60 G4M Model 3 aircraft were produced by war's end. The modification came too late and in too limited numbers to affect the Betty's combat record. By late 1944, American air superiority was so complete that no level of fuel tank protection would have permitted Betty bombers to operate effectively. The war's outcome had already been determined. The Betty's vulnerability became so notorious that American forces began using the aircraft in ways that highlighted the dangers Japanese crews faced. On April 18, 1943, the Betty bomber became the instrument of Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto's death in an engagement that demonstrated both American signals intelligence capabilities and the aircraft's fatal weaknesses. American codebreakers intercepted Japanese communications indicating that Yamamoto would fly from Rabaul to Bougainville on April 18th. The Admiral would travel aboard a G4M bomber with fighter escort. 18 P-38 Lightnings from the 339th Fighter Squadron were assigned to intercept the flight, though only 16 actually flew the mission after one aircraft blew a tire on takeoff and another suffered drop tank failures. The mission required extraordinary precision. The P-38s would fly over 400 miles at wave-top height to avoid radar detection, navigate across open ocean without landmarks, and arrive at exactly the calculated intercept point at exactly the calculated time. Any error in navigation, any deviation in timing, would result in mission failure. The intercept had to occur within a narrow window when Yamamoto's aircraft would be vulnerable. The P-38s departed Guadalcanal at 7:25 hours. They flew at 50 feet above the ocean for over 400 miles, maintaining strict radio silence. Navigation was by dead reckoning and timing. The formation arrived at the calculated intercept point with precision that would become legendary in aviation history. At 9:34 hours, exactly on schedule and exactly 1 minute ahead of the calculated intercept time, the P-38 spotted Yamamoto's formation. 2 Betty bombers flying at low altitude with 6 Zero fighters as escort. Captain Thomas Lanphier and First Lieutenant Rex Barber broke from the formation to engage the bombers, while other P-38s held off the Zero fighters. Barber engaged the lead Betty bomber, which carried Admiral Yamamoto. The bomber took hits to the wing area where the unprotected fuel tanks were located. The aircraft exploded in flames and crashed in the jungle. Yamamoto's body was recovered the following day. He had been killed by injuries sustained during the crash. The second Betty bomber also crashed, killing all aboard. The operation demonstrated multiple aspects of Allied superiority. American signals intelligence had intercepted and decoded Japanese communications. American planning had calculated intercept timing with 1-minute precision over 400 miles of ocean. American fighters had executed the mission flawlessly despite extraordinary navigation challenges. And the Betty bomber's vulnerabilities had guaranteed that successful interception would be fatal. There was no possibility of Yamamoto's bomber surviving once it came under attack. The unprotected fuel tanks ensured that any damage would be catastrophic. The Betty's vulnerability reached its most dramatic demonstration on March 21, 1945. 18 G4M bombers took off from Kanoya Air Base, each carrying an MXY-7 Oka rocket bomb beneath its fuselage. The Oka was a piloted rocket-powered aircraft with a 1,200-kilogram warhead designed for kamikaze attacks against American ships. The mission required the Betty bombers to fly within 20 kilometers of their targets before releasing the Oka aircraft. The Oka pilot would then ignite the rocket motor and dive at speeds exceeding 650 kilometers per hour toward American ships. The warhead's 1,200 kilograms of explosives would destroy any vessel it struck. But the mission depended entirely on the Betty bombers surviving long enough to reach release range. The formation departed Kanoya at approximately 14:30 hours. The 18 G4M bombers flew in tight formation with fighter escort, heading toward American naval forces off Okinawa. Each bomber carried an Oka weapon beneath its fuselage, adding substantial weight and drag that reduced speed and maneuverability. The bombers were even more vulnerable than usual, unable to evade or maneuver effectively while carrying the Oka loads. American radar detected the formation at approximately 100 miles distance. F-6F Hellcat fighters from USS Hornet were scrambled to intercept. The Hellcats reached the Japanese formation well before it approached release range for the Oka weapons. In the engagement that followed, American fighters systematically destroyed the entire formation. The Betty bombers, already vulnerable under normal circumstances, proved completely helpless while carrying Oka weapons. The additional weight prevented evasive maneuvers. The external weapon created drag that reduced speed. The unprotected fuel tanks guaranteed that any hit would be fatal. One by one, the bombers exploded and fell into the ocean. Not a single Betty bomber survived to reach release range. Not a single Oka weapon was launched against American ships. 137 bomber crew members and 15 Oka pilots died in the attack. The mission represented the ultimate expression of the Betty's fundamental flaw. An aircraft designed to deliver weapons to distant targets couldn't survive to deliver those weapons when facing prepared opposition. The extraordinary range that made the mission theoretically possible meant nothing when the aircraft exploded before reaching weapon release range. The final mission flown by Betty bombers came on August 19, 1945, 4 days after Emperor Hirohito announced Japan's surrender. 2 white-painted G4M bombers with green crosses departed at Tsuji Airfield carrying Japanese representatives to discuss surrender terms with Allied forces. The aircraft, given call signs Bataan 1 and Bataan 2, flew to Aishima, where the Japanese delegation transferred to an American C-54 for transport to Manila. The symbolism was profound and deliberate. The white paint and green crosses indicated peaceful intent, transforming the bombers from weapons of war into vehicles of diplomacy. The call signs Bataan 1 and Bataan 2 referenced the location where American forces had surrendered to Japan in April 1942, one of the most devastating defeats in American military history. Now, 3 years later, aircraft bearing those call signs carried Japan's surrender delegation. Lieutenant Denichiro Sudo piloted one of the surrender aircraft, a G6M Model 1 transport variant converted from the bomber airframe. The transport variants retained the Betty's distinctive cylindrical fuselage and wing configuration, but carried passengers and cargo rather than weapons. The crew wore dress uniforms rather than flight suits. The aircraft carried no weapons, no ammunition, no military equipment of any kind beyond what was necessary for flight. The flight from Atsugi to Aishima covered approximately 1,000 kilometers, well within the Betty's range, even in transport configuration. American fighters escorted the White Betty bombers throughout their flight, ensuring they remained on the prescribed course. The escort was both protective and supervisory, guaranteeing safe passage while preventing any deviation from planned routes. The White Betty bombers, with green crosses, became the final image of the aircraft that had opened the Pacific War at Clark Field in December 1941. The circle was complete. The bomber that had destroyed American air power in the Philippines in the war's first hours now carried Japan's surrender delegation in the war's final days. The aircraft that had symbolized Japanese air power's reach and effectiveness now symbolized Japan's defeat and submission to Allied terms. The Betty's production statistics reflect both the aircraft's importance to Japanese operations and the terrible cost of its design philosophy. Total production reached approximately 2,414 aircraft across all variants, though some sources cite figures as high as 2,435 when including all prototypes and subtypes. The variation in total numbers reflects different methods of counting prototypes, subtypes, and transport variants. The G4M Model 1 comprised approximately 1,172 aircraft, produced from 1941 through early 1943. This variant featured the original unprotected fuel tank design, with capacity of 4,780 liters. Top speed reached 428 kilometers per hour. Maximum range of 6,034 kilometers made it the longest-ranged bomber in service anywhere in the world. But the complete absence of protection systems made it catastrophically vulnerable once American fighter strength increased. The G4M Model 2, with increased fuel capacity and slightly higher speed, accounted for approximately 1,142 examples produced from 1943 through 1945. This variant increased fuel capacity to 6,490 liters, extending maximum range even further. Top speed increased slightly to 437 kilometers per hour. But the Model 2 retained the fundamental vulnerability of unprotected fuel tanks. The modifications improved performance without addressing survivability. The G4M Model 3, designated Model 34, represented the only variant with actual self-sealing fuel tanks. Production began in October 1944, but only 60 to 91 aircraft were completed by war's end, depending on source. The self-sealing tanks reduced fuel capacity to 4,490 liters to accommodate the leak-blocking material. Maximum range decreased to 3,640 kilometers, a loss of more than 2,000 kilometers compared to the Model 1. The modification came too late and in too limited numbers to affect combat outcomes. The G6M transport variant, converted from bomber airframes, added another 30 aircraft. These transport versions carried passengers and cargo rather than weapons, serving in liaison and communications roles. The G6M Model 1, used for one of the surrender aircraft in August 1945, represented this variant. Production continued through August 1945, with final aircraft completed just days before Japan's surrender. Mitsubishi factories produced Betty bombers at peak rates of approximately 100 aircraft per month during 1943. Production decreased in 1944 and 1945 as Allied bombing disrupted Japanese industry and as resources were diverted to fighter production for homeland defense. These production numbers made the Betty one of Japan's most numerous bombers, exceeded only by some fighter types in total production. Over 4 years of war, Mitsubishi delivered approximately 2,400 aircraft to Japanese Navy units across the Pacific theater. The bombers served in every major campaign, participated in every significant naval engagement, and struck targets across distances spanning thousands of kilometers. But production statistics tell only part of the story. Loss rates tell the rest. Few Betty bombers survived to war's end. The overwhelming majority were destroyed in combat, consumed by the fires that the unprotected fuel tanks made inevitable. By August 1945, when Japan surrendered, only a handful of operational Betty bombers remained in service. The aircraft that had numbered in the hundreds in 1942 had been reduced to dozens by attrition that no amount of production could replace. The casualty statistics among Betty crews were similarly devastating, though exact numbers remain difficult to verify from available records. What is certain is that thousands of Japanese aircrew died in Betty bombers, their deaths made nearly inevitable by the aircraft's fundamental vulnerabilities. The unprotected fuel tanks created conditions where survival depended entirely on avoiding combat damage. Once hit, Betty bombers rarely survived. Once on fire, they never survived. The crews understood these odds and flew anyway, because military discipline and cultural values demanded that they accept the risks regardless of consequences. Surviving Betty crews were unanimous in their assessment. The aircraft's unprotected fuel tanks made survival a matter of pure chance. No amount of skill, no tactical innovation, no courage could compensate for the fundamental vulnerability built into every G-4M. Former Flight Petty Officer Masatake Okimiya, who completed 28 combat missions before transfer to training duties, offered the most direct summary. The Betty was a magnificent aircraft that asked us to die for its range. We flew it because we were ordered to fly it. We died in it because that was what it was designed to make us do. The comparison with Allied bomber protection systems highlights the stark difference in design philosophy. The B-17 Flying Fortress featured armor plating protecting pilot and co-pilot seats, with steel plates ranging from 0.3 to 0.31 inches thick. Armored bulkheads protected crew positions throughout the fuselage. The bombardier position featured armored glass. Waist gunner positions included protective shields. Self-sealing fuel tanks were standard from the B-17C model onward, introduced in 1941. The B-25 Mitchell incorporated similar comprehensive protection. Pilot and co-pilot seats featured armor backing. Fuel tanks included self-sealing compounds from early production. The B-25's empty weight of approximately 9,100 kilograms reflected the substantial weight penalty of protection systems, roughly 2,000 kilograms, heavier than the Betty despite similar size and role. The weight penalty for Allied protection systems was substantial and accepted as necessary. American studies during the war demonstrated the effectiveness of crew protection measures with statistical precision. Body armor reduced thoracic wound fatalities from 36% to 8%, a reduction of more than 75% in deaths from chest wounds. Self-sealing fuel tanks reduced fire-related casualties by similar margins. Aircraft equipped with protected fuel systems showed survival rates 3 to 4 times higher than unprotected aircraft when damaged in combat. Protected crew positions increased survival rates in damaged aircraft by providing shielding from shell fragments and small arms fire. Armored glass prevented pilot casualties from head-on attacks. Bulkheads compartmentalized the fuselage, preventing fire or damage in one section from spreading throughout the aircraft. The comprehensive approach to crew protection reflected American doctrine that trained crews represented assets more valuable than aircraft, which could be replaced more easily than experienced combat veterans. The weight cost for this protection exceeded 1,000 pounds in most American bombers, but American industrial capacity permitted this weight penalty without sacrificing production numbers. American factories produced over 12,000 B-17 bombers and nearly 10,000 B-24 Liberators during the war. The production capacity meant that American forces could field large numbers of protected bombers without compromising capability. Japanese doctrine reached different conclusions. The Betty's design reflected a calculation that range and striking power outweighed crew survival. This philosophy assumed that achieving surprise and maintaining initiative would provide sufficient protection. It assumed that enemy opposition would remain limited. It assumed that the war would be short and decisive. All these assumptions proved catastrophically wrong. By mid-1942, American fighter strength increased to levels that made Betty interception routine. By late 1942, American pilots had learned to exploit every Betty vulnerability. By 1943, Betty formations suffered such devastating losses that missions became suicide operations. By 1944, Betty bombers could barely operate in daylight against American opposition. The mathematics of the Betty's war were written in fire and loss. Every advantage that made the aircraft formidable in early 1942 became irrelevant once sustained combat began. Range meant nothing when bombers exploded before reaching targets. Speed meant nothing when fighters could intercept from distant bases. Payload meant nothing when formations were destroyed before weapon release. The examination of tail number 763-12 at Clark Field in January 1945 revealed the complete story. The unprotected fuel tanks that shocked Major McCoy weren't an oversight, not a temporary expedient, not a design failure. They were the deliberate choice of engineers who believed range mattered more than survival. Japanese designers had created exactly what their specifications demanded: an aircraft with extraordinary range and speed, built with minimal weight, optimized for the mission requirements they received. The tanks were unprotected because protection would have prevented achieving the required performance. The decision made perfect sense within the constraints of 1937 technology and 1937 assumptions about future warfare. But those assumptions collapsed under the reality of sustained combat against an opponent with unlimited industrial capacity and growing technological advantage. The Betty bomber became a symbol of Japanese willingness to accept catastrophic casualties in pursuit of tactical advantage. It became evidence of a military culture that valued mission accomplishment over crew survival. When American engineers examined the intact Betty at Clark Field, they weren't just analyzing an enemy aircraft. They were witnessing the physical manifestation of choices made years earlier, choices that prioritized capability over survival, choices that would cost thousands of Japanese aircrew their lives. The unprotected fuel tanks weren't an accident. They were a decision. The Betty bomber served from the first day of the Pacific War to the last. It sank capital ships and devastated air bases. It ranged across distances no other bomber could match. But its ultimate legacy is written in lost statistics that exceeded all projections. The aircraft that opened the war by destroying American air power at Clark Field ended the war carrying Japan's surrender delegation in white-painted aircraft marked with green crosses. The crew of tail number 763-12 had abandoned their aircraft during the American advance on Clark Field. They had survived by walking away from an aircraft whose design made survival in combat nearly impossible. Most Betty crews weren't so fortunate. They flew missions knowing the danger. They climbed into unprotected bombers and crossed vast Pacific distances. And they died in overwhelming numbers, consumed by fires that the aircraft's design made inevitable. The Betty bomber story is ultimately about the price of capability without protection. It demonstrates that performance alone can't guarantee success when that performance is purchased at the cost of crew survival. The extraordinary range of 6,000 kilometers meant nothing when aircraft couldn't survive the final 100 kilometers to target. The impressive speed of 428 kilometers per hour provided no advantage when American fighters could intercept from distant bases with warning from radar systems. The payload capacity of 1 ton became irrelevant when formations were destroyed before weapon release. Most importantly, the Betty reveals that military technology divorced from realistic assessment of combat conditions produces weapons that kill their own crews as efficiently as they strike enemy targets. The assumptions underlying the Betty's design, assumptions about limited opposition and short warfare duration, proved catastrophically wrong within months of the Pacific War start. By the time these assumptions were proven false, thousands of Betty bombers were already in service or production, and Japanese industry lacked the capacity to replace them with better protected designs. Japanese designers understood the risks when they made their choices in 1937 and 1938. They calculated the weight penalties. They knew the vulnerabilities. They accepted the trade-offs because they believed the performance advantages would prove decisive. They were wrong, and thousands of men paid the price for that miscalculation with their lives. The Betty's legacy extends beyond aviation history into fundamental questions about aircraft design philosophy, military ethics, acceptable risk, and the value of human life in warfare. American designers answered those questions by prioritizing protection even at the cost of performance. Japanese designers answered differently. The Mitsubishi G4M Betty bomber stands as evidence of what happens when capability is prioritized over survivability, when range is purchased with crew lives, when performance requirements override protection considerations. The thousands of burning Betty bombers across Pacific skies mark the consequences of that philosophical difference, revealing the fundamental difference between how different nations approached warfare in the Pacific. American forces designed aircraft to bring crews home. Japanese forces designed aircraft to reach targets regardless of cost. In the end, the nation that valued crew survival built an air force that could sustain operations indefinitely. The nation that accepted catastrophic casualties for performance advantages built an air force that destroyed itself through attrition. The examination of tail numbers 763-12 at Clark Field provided the final proof of what Allied forces had suspected for years. The Betty bomber wasn't poorly designed. It was brilliantly designed to achieve specific goals. Those goals simply didn't include bringing Japanese crews home alive. And in that single fact lies the entire story of why Japan lost the Pacific War. The unprotected fuel tanks that Major McCoy discovered through those wing inspection panels in January 1945 represented more than just an engineering choice. They represented a worldview, a calculation about acceptable losses, a philosophy that measured success in miles reached rather than lives preserved. Every G4M that exploded in flames over Guadalcanal, every Betty that fell burning into the Pacific, every crew that died in aircraft designed without adequate protection. They all testified to the consequences of that philosophy. The mathematics were inescapable. An aircraft that couldn't bring its crew home alive was ultimately an aircraft that couldn't accomplish its mission, regardless of how far it could theoretically fly. The Betty bomber achieved extraordinary range. It demonstrated impressive speed. It carried meaningful payloads across vast distances. But it consumed its crews with relentless efficiency, transforming the aircraft that should have been Japan's strategic advantage into a weapon that devastated Japanese air power through unsustainable losses. The final accounting is stark. Of approximately 2,400 Betty bombers produced, few survived to war's end. The vast majority were destroyed in combat, most exploding in flames from damage that protected aircraft would have survived. Thousands of trained aircrew died, navigators, pilots, bombardiers, radio operators, gunners, all victims of design choices made years before the war began. The white-painted Betty bombers, carrying Japan's surrender delegation in August 1945, closed the circle that began at Clark Field in December 1941. The aircraft that symbolized Japanese offensive capability in the war's opening became the vehicle of surrender in its closing. The bomber that had demonstrated Japan's ability to strike across vast distances became the messenger of Japan's ultimate defeat. Major Frank T. McCoy's photographs of tail number 763-12 captured more than just an abandoned aircraft. They captured evidence of a fundamental miscalculation, a design philosophy that proved catastrophically wrong when tested against reality. The intact Betty bomber at Clark Field, with its unprotected fuel tanks and brilliant engineering optimized for range over survival, stands as the ultimate monument to the price of capability without protection. The lesson remains relevant. Military technology must balance performance with survivability. Capability without protection produces impressive specifications, but poor combat results. The nation that values its personnel and designs equipment to bring them home will ultimately prevail over the nation that accepts catastrophic losses in pursuit of performance advantages. The Betty bomber's legacy is written in fire across Pacific skies. Thousands of burning aircraft, thousands of lost crews, all testimony to what happens when brilliant engineering serves flawed assumptions. The aircraft achieved exactly what it was designed to achieve: extraordinary range and impressive performance. But it failed to achieve what ultimately mattered most: bringing its crews home alive to fight another day. That failure, more than any other factor, explains the Betty's tragic story and its place in aviation history as a cautionary tale about the true cost of performance without protection. February 1944. Bell Aircraft Corporation, Buffalo, New York. Test pilot Andrei Kochetkov sat in the cockpit of a P-63 King Cobra, serial number 42 to 69,261, watching American engineers argue about whether his next flight would kill him. The aircraft was brand new, destined for the Soviet Union, one of 2,400 fighters that would be funneled across the Bering Strait to fight in a war America wasn't certain the Soviets could win. Kochetkov was 31 years old, one of the Soviet Union's most experienced test pilots, with over 2,000 flight hours. He'd flown everything: obsolete biplanes to captured German fighters. The Soviet government had sent him to America for one specific reason: to make sure the P-63 wouldn't kill Russian pilots the way its predecessor, the P-39 Era Cobra, sometimes did. The King Cobra looked almost identical to the Era Cobra. Mid-mounted engine behind the cockpit, tricycle landing gear, car-style doors instead of a sliding canopy, a 37mm cannon firing through the propeller hub. But the King Cobra was bigger, heavier, more powerful. Bell Aircraft had designed it to fix everything wrong with the P-39. Better high-altitude performance, stronger airframe, more speed, more firepower. The U.S. Army Air Forces had tested it in October 1943 and concluded it was inferior to the P-51 Mustang. So America ordered 3,303 King Cobras and sent 72% of them to the Soviet Union under Lend-Lease. Never used them in combat, just built them for someone else to fight with. But Kochetkov had discovered something during his testing that the American engineers either didn't notice or didn't care about. The P-63 had a fatal flaw that was going to kill pilots. The center of gravity was wrong. The King Cobra's engine sat behind the pilot. That put enormous mass at the rear of the aircraft. During certain flight conditions, especially during spins, the center of gravity shifted too far back. Once that happened, the aircraft became unrecoverable. Flat spin. No way out. The nose wouldn't come down no matter what the pilot did. The controls stopped working. The aircraft just rotated flatly, falling toward the ground like a leaf. Pilots called it a death spiral. Kochetkov had proven this during his testing. He'd taken a P-63 up to 12,000 feet, deliberately put it into a spin, and tried every recovery technique he knew. Nothing worked. The aircraft buckled under the stress. The airframe bent. He'd barely gotten it back to the ground. The American engineers examined the aircraft and found structural damage that shouldn't have been possible. They said Kochetkov must have done something wrong. Their calculations showed the P-63 was safe. The spin characteristics were within acceptable parameters. Kochetkov disagreed. He'd flown enough aircraft to know when something was trying to kill him. The P-63 was trying to kill him. Soviet pilots had been dying in P-39 Era Cobra spin accidents for over a year. Not combat losses, training accidents. Pilots losing control during routine maneuvers and entering unrecoverable flat spins. The pattern was clear. Experienced pilots. Good conditions. Mechanically sound aircraft. Fatal spins. Nobody could explain it. The P-39 had a reputation. Soviet pilots called it the flying coffin. Not because it was shot down easily. The P-39 was actually quite good in combat at low altitude. Soviet pilots loved the nose-mounted cannon, the rugged construction, the sealed cockpit that kept them warm at minus 40 degrees Celsius. But they feared the spin characteristics. Every pilot knew someone who died in an unrecoverable spin. Every flight carried that risk. One wrong move, one moment of inattention, and the aircraft would flip into a flat spin and fall. By late 1943, the Soviet Air Force had taken delivery of 4,600 P-39 Airacobras. They were using them extensively on the Eastern Front, despite the 1943 agreement with America that prohibited their use against Germany. The agreement said P-39s and P-63s could only be used in the Far East against Japan. But the Soviet Union was losing the war in the West. They needed every fighter they could get, so they secretly deployed P-39s to units fighting the Luftwaffe. Officially, these units were flying Soviet-built aircraft. Unofficially, they were flying American Lend-Lease fighters. The Germans noticed. Luftwaffe pilots started reporting encounters with unusual aircraft. American-looking fighters with mid-mounted engines and tricycle gear. Some German pilots thought they were facing captured aircraft. Others assumed the Americans had sent fighters to help the Soviets. The truth was simpler. The Soviet Air Force was violating the Lend-Lease agreement because they were desperate. And they were losing pilots to spins almost as fast as they were losing them to German guns. The problem wasn't that Soviet pilots didn't know how to recover from spins. They knew the standard procedure: opposite rudder, forward stick, reduce power, wait for the nose to drop. That technique worked on every Soviet-built fighter. The Yakovlev Yak-3, the Lavochkin La-5, the Mikoyan-Gurevich MiG-3. All of them were tailriggers with conventional center of gravity. Put them in a spin, apply recovery technique, they came out. But the P-39 was different. Mid-engine layout. Weight distribution unlike anything Soviet pilots had trained on. The center of gravity was farther back than any Soviet aircraft. That changed everything. When a P-39 entered a spin, the standard recovery technique sometimes made it worse. Forward stick shifted weight forward, but not enough to overcome the rear-mounted engine mass. The aircraft just spun faster. Pilots who tried harder recovery inputs sometimes broke the aircraft structurally. The airframe would buckle, the tail would deform, and the pilot would die anyway. Pilots who tried to bail out discovered the car-style doors wouldn't open against the centrifugal force. They'd be trapped inside, watching the ground rush up, unable to escape. The worst part was the psychological effect. Soviet pilots were trained to be aggressive. Attack relentlessly, close to short range. Use the superior low-altitude performance of Soviet aircraft. But flying the P-39 made them cautious, hesitant. They couldn't afford to maneuver aggressively because one wrong move meant death. That hesitation cost kills. It cost battles. It cost lives in different ways. In December 1943, Bell Aircraft sent detailed specifications for the P-63 King Cobra to Moscow. The Soviet government was excited. The P-63 was supposed to fix the P-39's problems. Better engine, better performance, better high-altitude capability, better everything. The Soviets immediately requested to send their own experts to America to test the aircraft before accepting mass deliveries. They weren't going to repeat the P-39 mistakes. They needed to know if the P-63 would kill their pilots before they put it into combat. The Soviet government chose Andrei Kochetkov and engineer Fyodor Suprun. Kochetkov was an obvious choice, one of the best test pilots in the Soviet Air Force. Calm under pressure, analytical, not afraid to push an aircraft to its limits. Suprun was an aviation engineer who understood structures, aerodynamics, and flight dynamics. Together, they would evaluate whether the P-63 was safe for Soviet use. They arrived at Bell Aircraft in Buffalo in February 1944. The Americans greeted them politely, but didn't take them seriously. To the American engineers, Kochetkov and Suprun were just foreigners who didn't understand modern aircraft design. Bell had been building fighters for years. They knew what they were doing. The P-63 had been through extensive testing. It was safe. If the Soviets had problems with the P-39, that was probably because Soviet pilots weren't properly trained. The Americans assigned Kochetkov a series of test flights. Standard evaluation. Check the controls. Test the engine. Verify the specifications. Nothing dangerous. Nothing that would reveal problems. Kochetkov flew the first test flights and ran through basic maneuvers. Everything seemed normal. Good speed, good climb rate, responsive controls. But Kochetkov noticed something. The aircraft felt tail-heavy. Not dramatically, just slightly. Like there was more weight behind him than the aircraft wanted. Then Kochetkov requested permission to test spin characteristics. The Americans hesitated. They said spin testing wasn't necessary. The P-63 had already been cleared for production. Its spin characteristics were known and acceptable. But Kochetkov insisted. He said the Soviet Air Force needed to know how the aircraft behaved in spins. It was non-negotiable. The Americans agreed, but they told Kochetkov to be careful. Don't push it too hard. The P-63 was expensive. Kochetkov took the P-63 to 12,000 feet and deliberately entered a spin. Left rudder. Aft stick. Reduce power. The aircraft rolled left, and the nose dropped into a spin. Standard entry. Everything normal. Then Kochetkov tried to recover. Opposite rudder. Forward stick. Wait for the nose to drop. Nothing happened. The aircraft kept spinning. Kochetkov tried harder. Full opposite rudder. Full forward stick. The aircraft didn't respond. It just kept rotating flatly, falling. He could feel the airframe flexing under the stress. The structure was bending. He tried everything. Neutral controls. Opposite aileron. Power changes. Nothing worked. At 5,000 feet, Kochetkov prepared to bail out. He reached for the door handle. Then suddenly the nose dropped. The aircraft came out of the spin on its own. Not because Kochetkov had done anything, just because it had lost enough altitude for the airflow to change. Kochetkov flew back to Buffalo. He landed, shut down the engine, and told the Americans the P-63 had a serious problem. The engineers inspected the aircraft and found structural buckling in the rear fuselage. The airframe had bent under spin loads. That shouldn't have been possible. The P-63 was designed to handle that stress. But the evidence was there. Bent metal. Deformed structure. Proof that Kochetkov had nearly killed himself. The Americans didn't believe him at first. They thought Kochetkov had done something wrong during the spin. Used improper technique. Exceeded load limits. But Kochetkov insisted he'd used standard procedures. The problem wasn't his technique. The problem was the aircraft. Engineer Fyodor Suprun agreed. He examined the P-63's design specifications and found the issue. The center of gravity was too far aft. When the aircraft was loaded with fuel and ammunition, the weight distribution created an unstable condition during spins. Once the aircraft entered a flat spin, the tail-heavy configuration prevented normal recovery. The only way out was to wait and hope the aircraft self-recovered at lower altitude. That wasn't acceptable for combat operations. Soviet pilots couldn't afford to lose 5,000 feet every time they needed to recover from a spin. They'd be dead before they hit the ground. The Bell engineers reviewed Suprun's calculations and reluctantly agreed. He was right. The P-63 had a center of gravity problem. It was subtle, but it was real. The question was what to do about it. Redesigning the aircraft would delay production for months, maybe years. That would cost millions of dollars and potentially cancel the entire program. The U.S. Army Air Forces had already decided not to use the P-63 in combat. If the Soviets rejected it too, Bell would have 3,000 aircraft nobody wanted. The company would face financial disaster. So the engineers proposed a compromise. Move the center of gravity forward by relocating equipment and adding ballast. It wouldn't completely eliminate the problem, but it would make the aircraft safer. Pilots would still need to be careful, but the spin characteristics would be less dangerous. Kochetkov tested the modified P-63. The changes helped. The aircraft still felt tail-heavy, but the spin recovery was more predictable. He could get out of a spin using standard techniques, without waiting for self-recovery. It wasn't perfect, but it was acceptable. Kochetkov made one final recommendation to Bell Aircraft. If a P-63 enters a flat spin and recovery is impossible, The pilot should bail out immediately. Don't try to fight the controls. Don't waste time. Just get out. The Irving Parachute Company heard about Kochetkov's recommendation and sent him a commendation. They appreciated any advice that would save pilots' lives. What neither Bell Aircraft nor the Soviet Air Force fully realized was how significant Kochetkov's testing would prove to be. By identifying the spin problem before mass production ramped up, Kochetkov had saved dozens, possibly hundreds, of Soviet pilots' lives. But his role didn't stop there. Over the next 6 months, Kochetkov and Suprun worked closely with Bell engineers to modify the P-63 for Soviet use. They recommended increasing pilot armor. The P-63 had basic protection, but Soviet pilots were used to heavier armor. Flying at low altitude against German anti-aircraft fire meant taking hits. More armor meant more survival. Bell added 68 kilograms of additional armor plate around the cockpit on the P-63-8-5 variant. They recommended adding a fuselage hardpoint for bombs. The original P-63 was designed primarily as a fighter, but Soviet doctrine emphasized ground attack. The ability to carry bombs or rockets was essential. Bell added the hardpoint on the A-5 variant. They recommended underwing hardpoints for additional fuel tanks or bombs. Extended range was crucial for Soviet operations. The Eastern Front was vast. Missions could cover hundreds of kilometers. Without drop tanks, the P-63 didn't have enough range. Bell added underwing hardpoints on the A-6 variant. They recommended moving the 37mm cannon forward in the nose. The original position created nose-heavy characteristics during firing. Moving it forward improved the center of gravity and allowed more ammunition. 30 rounds wasn't enough for sustained combat. Bell moved the cannon forward and increased ammunition capacity to 58 rounds on the A-9 variant. Every one of these changes came directly from Soviet input. Bell Aircraft implemented them because the Soviet Union was their primary customer. 72% of all P-63s would go to the Soviet Air Force. If the Soviets wanted modifications, Bell made modifications. By mid-1944, the P-63 had become a joint American-Soviet design, conceived in America, refined by Soviet requirements, built for Soviet pilots. The first P-63 King Cobras arrived in the Soviet Union in summer 1944. The delivery route was one of the most dangerous ferry operations of the war. Aircraft were flown from Buffalo to Great Falls, Montana. This leg covered over 1,500 miles across the United States. Weather was generally good. Navigation was straightforward. From Great Falls, ferry pilots flew north through Canada following the Northwest staging route. This was a chain of airfields built specifically for ferrying aircraft to Alaska. Each leg averaged 200 to 300 miles. Edmonton, Fort Nelson, Watson Lake, Whitehorse. Each airfield had fuel, basic maintenance, and shelter. But weather conditions deteriorated as pilots flew north. Temperatures could drop to minus 30 degrees Celsius even in summer. Clouds obscured mountains. Visibility could drop to 0 in minutes. Many pilots had never flown in these conditions. The accident rate was significant. Aircraft hit mountains in clouds. Pilots got lost and ran out of fuel. Engines failed in extreme cold. Some pilots simply disappeared. Their aircraft were never found. From Whitehorse, pilots flew to Fairbanks, Alaska. This was often the most dangerous leg. The route crossed some of the most remote terrain in North America. Mountain ranges, glaciers, wilderness where survival was impossible if you went down. At Fairbanks, American ferry pilots turned the aircraft over to Soviet crews. Soviet pilots, many of them combat veterans pulled from frontline units, took over for the final leg, Fairbanks to Nome, then across the Bering Strait to Siberia. The Bering Strait crossing was only 55 miles, but it was terrifying. No radio navigation aids. No emergency landing sites. If your engine quit, you went into water, so cold you'd be dead in minutes. Pilots flew in groups when possible, watching each other. If someone went down, the others could mark the position and hope a rescue boat could get there. Once across the strait, pilots faced another 1,000 miles across Siberia to reach Soviet bases. The route went through Inadir, Samkan, and Yakutsk. Each leg was flown in marginal conditions. Primitive airfields, minimal maintenance, extreme weather. Many aircraft were damaged or destroyed during this phase. But most made it through. The pilots who flew these missions were incredibly skilled and incredibly brave. They received almost no recognition at the time and very little since. By September 1944, the Soviet Air Force had received over 400 P-63 King Cobras. They didn't deploy them immediately. Soviet commanders wanted their pilots to train on the new aircraft before putting them into combat. The P-63 was more powerful than anything Soviet pilots had flown. Faster, more complex. It required careful training. Training units were established in the Soviet Far East, nominally preparing for eventual operations against Japan. But everyone knew some of these aircraft would end up fighting the Luftwaffe in the West. The 1943 agreement with America said P-63s could only be used against Japan. But the Soviet Union was fighting for survival. They'd use whatever weapons they had wherever they needed them. Soviet test pilots evaluated the P-63 against captured German fighters. They flew mock combat against Messerschmitt Bf 109G4s and Focke-Wulf 190A4s. The results were interesting. At high altitude, above 5,000 meters, the German fighters had an advantage. Better climb rate, better speed. The P-63 couldn't match them up there. But at low altitude, below 3,000 meters, the P-63 dominated. Superior horizontal maneuverability, better roll rate. The P-63 could outturn both German fighters in sustained turns. The roll rate was particularly impressive, 110 degrees per second at 275 miles per hour. That was faster than the P-47 Thunderbolt, faster than the P-51 Mustang, faster than anything the Japanese Navy flew. For dogfighting at low altitude, the P-63 was exceptional. Soviet pilots developed tactics specifically for the P-63. Never fight above 5,000 meters. Keep it low, where the P-63's strengths work best. Use the superior roll rate to reverse direction quickly. The German fighters couldn't follow. Use the 37mm cannon sparingly. Low rate of fire. Save it for close-range shots. Use the .50 caliber machine guns for suppressive fire and leading targets. Use the armor protection to survive hits and keep fighting. The P-63 could take damage that would destroy a Soviet-built fighter. Trust the airplane. It was built to take punishment, stay aggressive, close to short range. Don't give German pilots time to gain altitude where they have the advantage. By December 1944, multiple Soviet units were reportedly operating P-63 King Cobras on the Eastern Front. Official records showed they were flying P-39 Airacobras or Soviet-built fighters. But German pilots were reporting encounters with aircraft that didn't match known Soviet types. Larger than P-39s. Faster. More maneuverable at low altitude. The Germans assumed they were facing a new Soviet design. They were partly right. The P-63 was new, but it wasn't Soviet. It was American, built in Buffalo, modified by Soviet test pilots, flown by Soviet pilots who weren't supposed to have them. One of the units that reportedly converted to P-63s was the 4th Guards Fighter Aviation Regiment. This was an elite unit commanded by some of the Soviet Union's top aces. Officially, they flew P-39 Airacobras. According to veteran accounts published decades later, they transitioned to P-63 King Cobras in late 1944. A pilot who served in the 4th Guards later wrote in his memoirs that the entire regiment converted to P-63s. He claimed they flew the King Cobra in combat over East Prussia, Poland, and during the final assault on Berlin in April and May 1945. German sources support this. Luftwaffe pilot Hans-Ulrich Rudel, Germany's most decorated combat pilot, wrote in his memoirs about encountering American-type aircraft over the Courland Pocket in early 1945. He specifically mentioned Airacobras, King Cobras, and Bostons. He described them as fast, maneuverable, and dangerous at low altitude. Rudel noted that these American aircraft were flown differently than Soviet fighters. More aggressive, more willing to close to short range. The tactics were distinctly Soviet, but the aircraft were American. German flak batteries also reported shooting down aircraft that appeared to be P-63 King Cobras. Reports described mid-engine fighters with tricycle landing gear, larger than P-39s. Some were recovered and examined. They had American markings, American serial numbers, American equipment, but they were being flown by Soviet pilots in Soviet-controlled airspace. The Germans couldn't figure it out. Were the Americans secretly fighting alongside the Soviets? Had captured aircraft been put back into service? Or were the Soviets violating some agreement nobody had told the Germans about? The truth never reached German intelligence. The Soviet Union maintained complete secrecy. Official records showed only P-39s in service on the Eastern Front. The P-63s didn't exist in paperwork. They were ghosts. American-built phantoms flown by Soviet pilots who weren't supposed to have them. Years later, after the war, Soviet historians would deny that P-63s fought in Europe. Official records supported the denial. No documentation. No mission reports. No confirmation. But pilots remembered. German pilots remembered. The evidence was buried in memoirs and anecdotal accounts that nobody could officially verify. What is verified beyond doubt is that P-63 King Cobras fought against Japan in August 1945. When the Soviet Union declared war on Japan on August 8, 1945, the Red Army launched a massive offensive into Manchuria and Northern Korea. Soviet air power supported the invasion. Among the fighters deployed were P-63 King Cobras from the 190th Fighter Aviation Division and the 245th Fighter Aviation Division. These units flew from bases in the Soviet Far East and attacked Japanese positions across Manchuria. On August 15, 1945, Lieutenant Fyodor Miroshchenko from the 17th Fighter Aviation Regiment shot down a Nakajima 43 Hayabusa fighter off the coast of North Korea. This was the first confirmed air-to-air victory for a P-63 King Cobra. The engagement occurred at low altitude over the Sea of Japan. Miroshchenko's flight of 4 P-63s intercepted a formation of Japanese fighters escorting bombers. The Soviet pilots dove from altitude, built up speed, and engaged. Miroshchenko got behind a Ki-43 and fired a burst from his 37mm cannon and .50 caliber machine guns. The Japanese fighter exploded. Miroshchenko pulled up, reversed, and engaged another target. His wingman called out 2 more Japanese fighters diving from above. Miroshchenko rolled hard left, using the P-63's superior roll rate, and came nose-to-nose with the diving Japanese fighter. Both pilots fired. The Japanese fighters' rounds hit Miroshchenko's left wing. Miroshchenko's rounds hit the Japanese fighter's engine. The Japanese aircraft streamed smoke and turned away. Miroshchenko didn't pursue. He was low on fuel and ammunition. He reformed with his flight and returned to base. 1 confirmed kill. 1 probable. No losses. Over the next week, Soviet P-63 units flew hundreds of sorties against Japanese targets. They conducted escort missions for bombers. They flew close air support for ground forces. They attacked Japanese airfields and supply lines. The P-63 proved well suited for these missions. Its low-altitude performance was perfect for ground attack. The 37mm cannon was devastating against soft targets, trucks, trains, buildings, aircraft on the ground. The .50 caliber machine guns provided suppressive fire. The armor protection allowed pilots to fly through light anti-aircraft fire and survive. Japanese pilots quickly learned to avoid P-63s at low altitude. The King Cobra was too maneuverable, too well-armed. Japanese fighters tried to engage from above, using altitude advantage. But Soviet pilots refused to climb. They stayed low, where the P-63 dominated. By August 23, 1945, when the Soviet offensive ended, P-63 units had destroyed dozens of Japanese aircraft on the ground and in the air. Exact numbers are difficult to verify. Soviet records are incomplete, but the impact was clear. The P-63 had proven itself in combat. Not in American hands, in Soviet hands. Fighting a war America wasn't officially part of, using tactics America hadn't developed, succeeding in a role America hadn't envisioned. After the war ended, the Soviet Air Force continued operating P-63 King Cobras until approximately 1950. By then, they had over 1,000 King Cobras in service. The aircraft was used for training pilots transitioning to jet fighters. The P-63 had tricycle landing gear similar to the new MiG-15 jet. Soviet-built piston engine fighters all had tailwheel landing gear. The transition from taildragger to tricycle gear was difficult. The P-63 provided an intermediate training platform. Pilots could learn tricycle gear procedures on the King Cobra before moving to jets. This reduced accidents and saved lives during the transition to jet aviation. Some Soviet units converted P-63s into two-seat trainers. They removed the weapons bay and installed a second cockpit where the 37mm cannon had been. These modified aircraft were called P-63 UTI trainers. They were actually safer than regular P-63s because the center of gravity shifted forward with the second cockpit. That reduced the spin tendency Kochetkov had identified years earlier. The Soviets also experimented with other modifications. Ski landing gear for winter operations. Never entered production but was tested extensively. Rocket rails for air-to-ground rockets. This became standard on many Soviet P-63s, wing-mounted fuel tanks, for extended range. Soviet engineers modified captured German drop tank designs to fit the P-63's underwing hardpoints. By 1950, when the P-63 was finally retired from Soviet service, it had been given the NATO reporting name Fred. Western intelligence had been tracking Soviet King Cobra operations for years. They knew the Soviets had them. They knew the Soviets were using them extensively. But they didn't know the full story. They didn't know about Kochetkov's testing. They didn't know about the secret deployment to Europe. They didn't know how much Soviet input had shaped the aircraft development. The P-63's story in American service was completely different. The U.S. Army Air Forces never used the P-63 in combat. Not once. Not in Europe. Not in the Pacific. Not anywhere. The decision had been made in October 1943. The P-63 was inferior to the P-51 Mustang. That was the official conclusion. The Mustang was faster at high altitude. It had longer range. It was already in production. The P-63 offered nothing the Mustang couldn't do better. So America built P-63 King Cobras and sent them to someone else. But the U.S. military found another use for them, Operation Pinball. This was one of the most unusual programs in American aviation history. The Army Air Forces needed to train bomber gunners, men who sat in the tail, waist, or top turret of B-17 Flying Fortresses and B-25 Mitchells. These gunners needed to learn how to hit fast-moving fighters with .50 caliber machine guns. Training on ground ranges wasn't realistic. Shooting at moving targets in the air was completely different. So the military developed a solution. Turn P-63 King Cobras into manned flying targets. The concept was simple but dangerous. Take a P-63. Remove all weapons and unnecessary equipment. Cover the entire aircraft with over 2,164 pounds of special duralumin alloy armor plate. Install sensors under the armor that detect bullet impacts. Connect the sensors to a bright light mounted in the propeller hub. The light flashes when the aircraft is hit. Paint the entire aircraft bright orange so it's visible from long range. Now put a pilot inside and fly it while training gunners shoot at it with special frangible bullets. Frangible bullets were made of compressed lead dust and plastic. They would hit the armor and disintegrate into powder. No penetration. No damage. just a puff of dust and a flashing light. In theory, this was perfectly safe. The armor was thick enough to stop .50 caliber rounds. The frangible bullets were designed to break apart on impact. The pilot was completely protected. In theory. In practice, sitting in a P-63 while multiple machine gunners shot at you was terrifying. Pilots who flew these missions said the sound of bullets hitting the armor was like being inside a steel drum during a hailstorm. Constant metallic impacts. Bang, bang, bang. The airplane shuddered from the hits. The flashing light in the propeller hub was so bright it was disorienting. And occasionally, a non-frangible bullet would get mixed into the ammunition. A real bullet. Steel core. Armor-piercing. Those could penetrate. Pilots who flew Operation Pinball missions were volunteers. Experienced pilots who understood the risks. They wore the heaviest flight gear available. Double-thick flight suits. Extra armor plates strapped to their bodies. The cockpit had bulletproof glass windows. A steel grille covered the air intake. Steel guards protected the exhaust stacks. The P-63 was essentially a flying tank. Slow, heavy, but incredibly tough. And the pilots who flew them earned respect. Flying a manned target while people shot at you required nerves most pilots didn't have. The program ran from late 1943 until the end of the war. Thousands of bomber gunners trained on Operation Pinball targets. Training missions followed a specific pattern. The RP-63 would fly at various altitudes and speeds, simulating enemy fighter attacks. Gunners would track the bright orange aircraft and fire when it came within range. The sensors registered every hit. Instructors could evaluate gunner performance based on how many times the light flashed. Some training missions involved multiple RP-63s attacking from different angles. This simulated coordinated enemy fighter attacks. Gunners learned to prioritize targets, manage ammunition, and coordinate with other gunners. The realism was unprecedented. Nothing in previous training had prepared gunners for shooting at an actual moving aircraft. The psychological factor was significant too. Knowing a real pilot was inside that orange target made trainees more careful about their shooting. They learned trigger discipline. They learned not to waste ammunition. They learned to wait for good shots instead of spraying bullets wildly. The program was considered highly successful. Gunner accuracy improved dramatically. Before Operation Pinball, the average bomber gunner hit rate was less than 2%. After training on RP-63s, hit rates climbed to over 8%. That fourfold improvement translated to better bomber survival rates in combat. More German and Japanese fighters were shot down by defensive gunners. More bombers made it home. The RP-63 pilots who made this possible were doing one of the most dangerous jobs in military aviation. Every flight meant hundreds of bullets striking their aircraft. Every mission carried the risk that a non-frangible bullet would penetrate and kill them. But they kept flying because they knew the training saved lives. Every gunner they trained was one more man who might survive combat. Every bomber that made it home was one more crew saved. The P-63s used in Operation Pinball were redesignated RP-63A and RP-63C. The R stood for restricted. These aircraft couldn't be used for normal flight operations. They were too heavy, too modified. They existed solely as flying targets. After the war ended, many of these aircraft were scrapped. Some were converted back to regular P-63s. A few survived and ended up in museums or private collections. The Bell P-63 King Cobra was never officially credited to any individual designer the way some aircraft are associated with specific engineers. It was a corporate product developed by Bell Aircraft Corporation, refined by Soviet test pilots, modified for Soviet requirements, built for export. But if there's one person who deserves recognition for making the P-63 safe and effective, it's Andrei Kochetkov. Kochetkov returned to the Soviet Union in late 1944. He continued working as a test pilot throughout the rest of the war and into the 1950s. He tested Soviet jet fighters. He evaluated captured German aircraft. He trained younger test pilots. He never received public recognition for his work on the P-63. Soviet policy during the Cold War was to downplay Lend-Lease contributions. Official histories emphasized Soviet-built aircraft. American-supplied fighters like the P-39 and P-63 were mentioned briefly, if at all. Kochetkov's role in identifying the spin problem and improving the design was classified. The modifications he recommended were attributed to Soviet engineers working independently. His name didn't appear in any official documents. But pilots who flew the P-63 knew. They knew that someone had made the aircraft safer. Someone had fixed the problems that killed pilots in the P-39. Someone had made sure the P-63 wouldn't kill them the same way. They didn't know Kochetkov's name, but they knew someone had saved their lives. Fyodor Suprun, the engineer who worked alongside Kochetkov, also returned to the Soviet Union and continued his career in aviation engineering. He worked on Soviet fighter development programs through the 1950s and 1960s. His contributions to the P-63 were similarly classified and unrecognized. Suprun understood aerodynamics better than most of the American engineers at Bell Aircraft. His calculations about the center of gravity problem were correct. His recommendations for modifications were practical and effective. But his name never appeared in Bell Aircraft documents or American aviation history. The pilots who flew P-63 King Cobras in combat have mostly been forgotten. Lieutenant Fedor Miroshchenko, who scored the first confirmed King Cobra kill against Japan, survived the war. He continued flying fighters in the Soviet Air Force through the late 1940s. His name appears in a few Soviet military records. No medals. No public recognition. Just a footnote in combat reports. The pilots of the 4th Guards Fighter Aviation Regiment who reportedly flew P-63s over Berlin are unknown. Their names don't appear in any records. If they existed, if they really did convert to King Cobras in 1944, their story died with them. The official Soviet records say it never happened. Western historians treat it as unconfirmed. German sources mention it, but can't prove it. The truth is probably somewhere in between. Some P-63s probably fought in Europe. Maybe not the entire 4th Guards Regiment. Maybe just a few aircraft. A handful of pilots. Flying missions that didn't officially exist. Achieving victories that were attributed to other aircraft types. The Soviet Union maintained this deception for decades. Even after the Cold War ended and archives opened, documentation remained incomplete. The story of the P-63 in Soviet service is full of gaps that will never be filled. Bell Aircraft Corporation built 3,303 P-63 King Cobras between October 1943 and December 1945. Of those, at least 2,397 went to the Soviet Union. Some sources say as many as 2,672. The exact number is unclear because some aircraft were lost in transit and never officially delivered. 114 P-63s went to the Free French Air Force in 1945. They arrived too late for World War II combat, but saw action in the First Indochina War in the late 1940s. French pilots used them for ground attack and close air support against Viet Minh forces. The P-63s were eventually replaced by Grumman F-8F Bearcats. A handful of P-63s remained in American service for testing and evaluation. NASA used several for high-speed flight research. Racing enthusiasts modified P-63s for unlimited air racing. These aircraft had clipped wings, modified engines, and custom paint schemes. Some were quite successful. Others crashed. One notable racing P-63, called Tipsy Miss, was flown by John Sandberg. The aircraft was painted bright orange, white, and black. It competed in unlimited races through the 1980s. Eventually sold to a European pilot. Destroyed in a fatal accident in 1990. Another racing King Cobra, called Crazy Horse Campgrounds, was the most radically modified P-63 ever built. Larry Haven's aircraft had clipped wings, a tiny bubble canopy, and a polished aluminum finish. It appeared as Race 90. The aircraft crashed into the ocean during a test flight in 1972. The pilot died. Today, fewer than 20 P-63 King Cobras remain in existence. Most are in museums. A few are airworthy and appear at air shows. One particularly tragic loss occurred on November 12, 2022, at the wings over Dallas Air Show in Texas. A P-63 King Cobra, civil registration N6763, owned by the Commemorative Air Force and piloted by Craig Huttine, collided with a Boeing B-17G Flying Fortress during a demonstration flight. The collision killed Huttine and 5 people aboard the B-17. The accident shocked the warbird community and resulted in increased safety protocols at air shows. The question in the title was whether the P-63 King Cobra was the best American World War II dogfighter. The answer is complicated. In American service, it was never used in combat, so there's no data. The U.S. Army Air Forces chose the P-51 Mustang instead. That choice made sense for American requirements. The Mustang had longer range, better high-altitude performance, simpler logistics. For escorting bombers deep into Germany, the Mustang was superior. But the question changes if you consider Soviet use. In Soviet hands, the P-63 proved highly effective at low altitude. Superior roll rate, good maneuverability, heavy firepower, rugged construction. For the type of combat the Soviets fought, low-altitude dogfights and ground attack, the P-63 was excellent. Was it the best? That depends on how you define best. Best at what mission? Best under what conditions? Best compared to what alternatives? At high altitude, above 20,000 feet, the P-63 couldn't match the P-51 Mustang or the P-47 Thunderbolt. It didn't have the engine performance. For long-range escort missions, the P-63 had insufficient fuel capacity, even with drop tanks. For bomber interception, the 37mm cannon had too low a rate of fire. But at low altitude, below 10,000 feet, the P-63 was exceptional. It could outturn most German fighters. It could outroll everything the Japanese flew. It could survive damage that would destroy lighter aircraft. For the missions the Soviets flew, the P-63 was one of the best fighters available. Not perfect. The spin characteristics were dangerous. Even after Kochetkov's modifications, the center of gravity was still too far aft. Pilots had to be careful. But with proper training and tactics, the P-63 was a highly effective combat aircraft. The King Cobra's armor and rugged construction saved lives. Pilots who took hits and survived credited the aircraft's toughness. The proof is in the longevity. The Soviet Air Force kept P-63s in service until 1950, 5 years after the war ended. They didn't retire aircraft that didn't work. They kept the P-63 because it was useful. Training pilots for jets, maintaining combat readiness, supporting operations in the Far East. The P-63 served Soviet needs better than many Soviet-designed aircraft. That's how aviation history actually works. Not through dramatic flying aces or decisive battles, but through test pilots and engineers who identify problems and fix them before those problems kill people. Andrei Kochetkov didn't shoot down enemy aircraft. He didn't win any spectacular victories. He didn't get any medals or public recognition. He just flew a P-63 King Cobra to its limits, identified a fatal design flaw, and made sure it was fixed before the aircraft killed Soviet pilots. That probably saved more lives than any fighter ace ever did. Innovation in wartime doesn't come from official programs or government committees. It comes from people like Kochetkov, who see problems nobody else notices and have the courage to demand changes even when everyone says they're wrong. Bell Aircraft's engineers said the P-63 was safe. Their calculations proved it. Their testing showed it. But Kochetkov flew the aircraft and knew better. He trusted his hands and his experience more than their numbers. And he was right. The story of the P-63 King Cobra is a story about collaboration across cultures and political systems. American engineering, Soviet testing, joint modifications, shared lessons. all happening during a war when America and the Soviet Union were allies by necessity, not by choice. The P-63 represents what's possible when countries work together to solve problems. Not perfectly, not without friction, but effectively. The result was an aircraft that served Soviet pilots better than anything they could have built themselves at that time. And it happened because a test pilot named Andrei Kochetkov refused to accept an aircraft that would kill the people flying it. The relationship between Bell Aircraft and the Soviet representatives was more complex than simple customer-supplier dynamics. At times, there was genuine cooperation. At other times, there was suspicion and cultural misunderstanding. American engineers initially viewed Soviet input as interference. They designed the aircraft. They tested it. They knew what they were doing. Having foreigners question their work was insulting. But the Soviets were paying customers. More importantly, they were allies fighting a war that America needed them to win. If the Red Army collapsed, Germany could focus all its forces on the Western Allies. The entire strategic balance depended on keeping the Soviet Union in the fight. So Bell listened. Reluctantly, at first. Then more seriously, as Kochetkov proved he knew what he was talking about. The spin testing was the turning point. When Kochetkov brought back a P-63 with structural damage from spin loads that shouldn't have been possible, the Americans couldn't dismiss him anymore. The evidence was physical. The metal was bent. The calculations were wrong. From that moment, the relationship changed. Kochetkov and Suprun weren't just foreign observers. They were experts whose input was valuable. The modifications that followed, the armor, the hardpoints, the cannon repositioning, came from genuine collaboration. Soviet requirements met American engineering capability. The result was a better aircraft than either side would have produced alone. This kind of cooperation was rare during World War II. Most Lend-Lease equipment was simply shipped to allies with minimal input from the receiving country. The British got American aircraft and used them as is. The Chinese got equipment that was often obsolete or unsuitable for their needs, but had no say in what they received. The Soviet Union was different. They had leverage. They were fighting the bulk of the German army. They were taking massive casualties. They needed equipment that would actually work in the conditions they faced. And they had experts like Kochetkov and Suprun who could articulate exactly what was wrong and how to fix it. Bell Aircraft could have ignored them. The company could have said take it or leave it. But Bell was smart enough to recognize that improving the product for the Soviets would result in larger orders and better relationships. The modifications Bell made for Soviet requirements, particularly the armor and ground attack capabilities, actually made the P-63 more versatile. Even though America never used the King Cobra in combat, the design lessons carried forward to post-war aircraft. The secrecy surrounding P-63 operations on the Eastern Front reflected larger political realities. The 1943 Lend-Lease Agreement specified that American equipment sent to the Soviet Union for use against Japan couldn't be diverted to fight Germany. This was partly about American neutrality in the European theater early in the war. It was partly about not wanting to provoke Japan before America was ready. And it was partly about controlling how American equipment was used. The Soviet Union agreed to these terms, but never intended to follow them. They were fighting for survival. They needed every weapon they could get on the Eastern Front, where the war was actually being decided. So they took the P-39s and P-63s meant for the Far East and deployed them against the Luftwaffe. They kept it secret. They falsified records. They attributed victories to other aircraft types. The Americans probably knew. Intelligence reports mentioned American-type aircraft on the Eastern Front. But officially acknowledging the violation would force a diplomatic crisis. It was easier to pretend not to notice. The Germans definitely knew. Luftwaffe pilots were reporting encounters with Airacobras and King Cobras. Their combat reports described the tactics, the armament, the performance characteristics. But German intelligence couldn't prove the aircraft were there because the Soviets maintained complete operational security. After the war, when the Soviet Union transitioned from ally to adversary. This history became inconvenient for both sides. The Americans didn't want to acknowledge that their ally had violated agreements. The Soviets didn't want to acknowledge their dependence on American equipment. So the story of the P-63 in Europe was buried. Official histories on both sides omitted it. Pilots who remembered were discouraged from talking about it. Documents were classified or destroyed. What survived were fragments. Memoirs published decades later. German combat reports that nobody could explain. Anecdotal accounts from veterans that couldn't be verified. The full truth will probably never be known. But enough evidence exists to confirm that P-63 King Cobras fought on the Eastern Front, even though they weren't supposed to be there. The contrast between American and Soviet use of the P-63 reflects different military doctrines and strategic situations. America had multiple excellent fighters available. The P-51 Mustang, the P-47 Thunderbolt, the P-38 Lightning. Each was optimized for different missions. American industry could produce them in vast quantities. American logistics could supply them anywhere in the world. In that context, the P-63 was redundant. It didn't do anything the Mustang couldn't do better. So America built it for someone else. The Soviet Union faced different constraints. They had capable fighters, the Yak-3, the La-5, the MiG-3. But they couldn't produce them fast enough. German advances in 1941 and 1942 had destroyed much of Soviet industrial capacity. Factories had been evacuated east. Production was disrupted. Lend-Lease filled the gap. American fighters arrived faster than Soviet factories could replace losses. And in some roles, particularly ground attack at low altitude, the P-39 and P-63 were actually better than Soviet designs. The armor protection was superior. Soviet fighters sacrificed armor for performance. That made sense for interceptors defending Moscow. It made less sense for ground attack aircraft flying through German flak. The sealed cockpit was a huge advantage on the Eastern Front. Winter temperatures could drop to minus 40 degrees Celsius. Soviet fighters with open cockpits exposed pilots to frostbite and hypothermia. The P-39 and P-63 kept pilots warm. The 37mm cannon was devastating against ground targets. Soviet fighters typically carried smaller caliber weapons. A single hit from a 37mm shell could destroy a truck or set a locomotive on fire. These practical advantages mattered more than theoretical performance specifications. Soviet pilots adapted their tactics to exploit what the P-63 did well while avoiding what it did poorly. They never tried to fight at high altitude where the P-63 struggled. They stayed low where its maneuverability and firepower dominated. They used the rugged construction to survive hits and keep fighting. They trusted the aircraft to bring them home even when damaged. That's the difference between theory and practice. On paper, the P-63 was inferior to the P-51. In actual combat on the Eastern Front, the P-63 was exactly what Soviet pilots needed. The P-63 King Cobra teaches several important lessons about military aviation and technological development. First, performance specifications don't tell the whole story. On paper, the P-63 was inferior to the P-51 Mustang. But in Soviet service at low altitude, it was highly effective. Context matters. Mission matters. How an aircraft is used matters more than raw performance numbers. Second, user input is critical. The P-63 became a better aircraft because Soviet test pilots identified problems and recommended solutions. Kochetkov spin testing probably saved hundreds of lives. Supran's modifications made the aircraft more suitable for actual combat conditions. Manufacturers who listen to the people who actually use their products create better products. Third, safety is not negotiable. Kochetkov could have accepted the American engineers' assurances that the P-63 was safe. He could have avoided the dangerous spin testing. But he knew that pilots would die if the center of gravity problem wasn't fixed. He risked his own life to prove the aircraft was unsafe. That courage saved others. Fourth, collaboration across cultural and political boundaries is possible, even during wartime. American engineers and Soviet test pilots didn't share a language or political ideology, but they shared a goal: build an aircraft that would keep pilots alive. That common purpose enabled genuine cooperation. Fifth, history is written by survivors, and some stories get lost. The pilots who flew P-63s over Berlin might have existed. They might have achieved remarkable things. But their story was classified, buried, forgotten. Official histories emphasized what governments wanted people to remember. Individual experiences disappeared. The question of whether the P-63 was the best American dogfighter is ultimately unanswerable because best is subjective and context-dependent. For American needs, long-range bomber escort at high altitude, the P-51 Mustang was clearly superior. The Mustang could fly to Berlin and back. The P-63 couldn't. That capability was decisive for the strategic bombing campaign. For Soviet needs, low-altitude combat and ground attack on the Eastern Front, the P-63 was excellent. Its roll rate, armor, and firepower suited Soviet tactics perfectly. The Mustang's high-altitude performance was irrelevant on the Eastern Front, where most combat occurred below 10,000 feet. So the answer is, it depends on what you're trying to do. The P-63 wasn't the fastest fighter. It wasn't the longest-ranged fighter. It wasn't the highest-flying fighter. But it was tough. It was maneuverable at low altitude. It could survive damage. It could be maintained in harsh conditions. It could perform ground attack missions effectively. For the war the Soviets were fighting, those qualities mattered more than any other. Andrei Kochetkov died in 1985 at the age of 72. He spent his entire career in aviation, testing aircraft for the Soviet Air Force and training new generations of test pilots. His contributions to the P-63 program were never publicly acknowledged during his lifetime. Soviet policy prohibited discussing Lend-Lease contributions in detail. Official histories credited Soviet engineers with modifications that Kochetkov and Suprun had actually developed. After the Cold War ended and Soviet archives opened, some historians discovered Kochetkov's role. A few Russian aviation history books mentioned his work. But he never received international recognition. His name doesn't appear in American aviation histories. Western writers discussing the P-63 rarely mention Soviet input in the design process. The narrative is typically, America built the P-63, but it wasn't as good as the Mustang, so we gave it to the Soviets. That narrative misses the most important part of the story. The P-63 that entered Soviet service wasn't the same aircraft Bell originally designed. It had been modified based on Kochetkov's testing and Soviet requirements. It was a joint product of American engineering and Soviet operational experience. Without Kochetkov, the P-63 would have killed Soviet pilots the same way the P-39 did, through unrecoverable flat spins. His testing identified the problem. His courage in confronting American engineers who insisted the aircraft was safe prevented a disaster. That contribution deserves to be remembered. Fyodor Suprun died in 1991, shortly after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Like Kochetkov, his work on the P-63 was never publicly recognized during his lifetime. Suprun's calculations about center of gravity and his recommendations for modifications were technically sophisticated. He understood aircraft aerodynamics at a level that impressed even Bell's senior engineers. But his contributions were classified and attributed to others. The two-seat P-63 UTI trainer that Soviet units developed, the modification that actually solved the spin problem by moving the center of gravity forward, was based on Suprun's original analysis. He'd identified exactly where the problem was and how to fix it. But the aircraft was officially credited to Soviet design bureaus, not to an engineer working with an American manufacturer. Lieutenant Fyodor Miroshchenko, who scored the first P-63 air-to-air victory against Japan, lived until 2003. He retired from the Soviet Air Force as a colonel. In his later years, he gave occasional interviews about his wartime service. He spoke fondly of the P-63. He said it was a pilot's aircraft, responsive, powerful, forgiving of mistakes. He said the American fighters he flew, P-39 and P-63, were better built than Soviet fighters. Better radios, better instruments, more reliable engines. But he also said Soviet fighters had advantages the Americans didn't understand. The Yak-3 could turn tighter than anything. The La-5 was simpler to maintain in field conditions. Soviet pilots learned to use what each aircraft did best. Miroshchenko never mentioned flying P-63s in Europe. If he did, he never admitted it. The secrecy that surrounded those operations continued decades after the war ended. The last P-63 King Cobra in Soviet service was retired in 1951. By then, the MiG-15 jet fighter was entering service in large numbers. Piston-engine fighters were obsolete. Some P-63s were preserved in museums. Most were scrapped. The metal was recycled for post-war reconstruction. The Soviet Union needed steel more than it needed obsolete American fighters. A few P-63s were transferred to satellite states. Poland received some. North Korea received others. These aircraft saw limited use in training roles before being retired. The P-63's contribution to Soviet victory in World War II is difficult to quantify. Official Soviet histories minimized Lend-Lease contributions. Post-war Soviet propaganda emphasized that the Red Army won through Soviet courage and Soviet equipment. But the numbers tell a different story. The Soviet Union received nearly 2,400 P-63 King Cobras. Thousands of Soviet pilots flew them. They served in both the European and Pacific theaters. They performed ground attack, air superiority, and training missions. The P-63 wasn't the aircraft that won the war. No single aircraft was. But it was one of many tools that helped the Soviet Union survive 1944 and 1945 when the war's outcome was still uncertain. If you found this story compelling, please take a moment to like this video. It helps us share more forgotten stories from the Second World War. Subscribe to stay connected with these untold histories. Each one matters. Each one deserves to be remembered. And we'd love to hear from you. Leave a comment below telling us what you think about the P-63 King Cobra. Was it the best American dogfighter? Or does that title belong to the Mustang or Thunderbolt? Where are you watching from? Our community spans the globe. You're part of something special here. Thank you for watching, and thank you for keeping these stories alive. The story of the P-63 King Cobra is ultimately a story about people, not machines. It's about Andrei Kochetkov, who refused to accept an unsafe aircraft even when everyone told him he was wrong. It's about Fyodor Suprun, whose calculations saved lives that never knew his name. It's about American engineers at Bell Aircraft who swallowed their pride and listened to foreigners who knew more about combat conditions than they did. It's about Soviet pilots who flew American fighters against German guns, trusting that the aircraft would bring them home. It's about American volunteer pilots who flew bright orange targets while trainee gunners shot at them, knowing their courage was saving bomber crews they'd never meet. It's about ferry pilots who flew through Arctic weather and over the Bering Strait, delivering aircraft to allies who desperately needed them. The aircraft itself was just metal and engine and guns. What mattered was the people who designed it, tested it, modified it, flew it, maintained it, and died in it. Their stories deserve to be remembered, not because they were heroes in the traditional sense. Most of them weren't. They were technicians, test pilots, engineers, ferry pilots, gunner instructors. They did their jobs. They solved problems. They kept people alive. That's the real story of the P-63 King Cobra. Not whether it was the best fighter, but whether it did what was needed when it was needed. And by that measure, it succeeded. May 26, 1941. 2,110 hours. 300 miles west of Brest, France. Rain hammered relentlessly against the fabric wings of the biplane as the pilot maintained his course through the tempest. The ferry Swordfish bucked and shuddered in gale-force winds. Each violent gust threatened to flip the aircraft completely over. The pilot gripped the control stick with both hands, fighting desperately to maintain altitude and heading. Through the open cockpit, visibility measured in yards rather than miles. Rain drove horizontally, stinging like needles against exposed skin. Wind tore at their faces, ice forming on goggles faster than pilots could wipe it clear. Leather flying suits, supposedly waterproof, had soaked through hours earlier. Water ran down backs, pooling in seats. Hands were numb despite heavy gloves. Behind each pilot, observers and telegraphist air gunners huddled against cold that had frozen the water in their bottles solid. The aircraft had been airborne for nearly 2 hours. 2 hours of fighting the storm. 2 hours of wondering if they would find their target. 2 hours of knowing that even if they did, survival was unlikely. Altimeters showed 800 feet. In these seas, that meant flying barely above the wavetops. Mountains of water rose 30 feet, sometimes 40. In the darkness, judging height accurately was impossible. More than one swordfish had flown straight into the sea while attempting low-level attacks. Below, somewhere in the darkness and the mountainous seas, steamed the most powerful battleship afloat, the Bismarck. 8 15-inch guns that could hurl 1-ton shells 22 miles. 50,000 tons of German naval might protected by armor thick enough to shrug off shells from the Royal Navy's finest ships. 14 4.1-inch anti-aircraft guns, dozens of smaller caliber weapons, all aimed at stopping exactly what the British were attempting. And the weapon? A torpedo slung beneath a canvas-covered biplane that looked like it belonged in a museum, not in combat. A ferry Swordfish. Maximum speed 143 miles per hour with a good tailwind. Open cockpit. Fixed landing gear. Construction of metal tubes covered in fabric that could be pierced by rifle bullets. The Germans had laughed when intelligence reports described it. This relic from the First World War could not possibly threaten the pride of the Kriegsmarine. Yet in the next 2 hours, this obsolete biplane and 14 others, like it would accomplish what the entire British home fleet could not. They would cripple the Bismarck and seal her fate. The story of how a supposedly worthless aircraft became the weapon that changed naval warfare forever begins not in the storm-tossed Atlantic, but in the quiet offices of the Ferry Aviation Company 7 years earlier, where designers were creating what would become the most unlikely hero of the Second World War. Hayes, West London. The drawing boards at Ferry Aviation Company held blueprints for an aircraft that already looked outdated the day it was designed. The Ferry Aviation Company had earned its reputation building naval aircraft since 1915. Founder Charles Richard Ferry had established the company during the First World War. They understood what the Fleet Air Arm needed better than any other British manufacturer. Reconnaissance to spot for naval gunfire. Torpedo delivery to sink enemy warships. The ability to operate from the pitching decks of aircraft carriers in all weather conditions. Robust construction that could survive harsh maritime environments. Simple maintenance that could be performed by ship crews with limited facilities. The company designation read TSR-2, standing for Torpedo Spotter Reconnaissance. The proposed design featured a biplane configuration powered by a single Bristol Pegasus 3M.3 radial engine, producing 690 horsepower. 2 wings stacked above each other, braced with wires and struts like aircraft from the previous war. An open cockpit where crew would face the elements at altitude. Winter patrols over the North Atlantic meant temperatures dropping to minus 20 degrees Celsius. Summer operations in the Mediterranean brought scorching heat. The crew would experience both extremes. Fixed landing gear that created drag and reduced speed. But the fixed gear simplified carrier operations enormously. No hydraulic systems to fail. No complex mechanisms to jam at critical moments. The wheels were always down, always ready for landing. The whole structure built from steel tubing covered with fabric, dope-tight and painted, like aircraft from the First World War. Modern fighters featured all-metal construction with stress skin. Monoplanes with retractable landing gear and enclosed cockpits. The comparison seemed damning. Critics in the Air Ministry questioned whether Britain should be building obsolete aircraft. Some argued for canceling the program entirely and waiting for more modern designs. At a time when sleek monoplanes were becoming standard worldwide, the Ferry Design Committee chose the biplane deliberately. This was not ignorance or conservatism. It was calculated engineering. Naval aviation demanded different priorities than land-based aircraft. Carrier operations dictated design choices that seemed backward to those unfamiliar with the constraints. Aircraft carriers in the 1930s had short flight decks. HMS Ark Royal, completed in 1938, had a deck only 720 feet long. Modern jet carriers have decks over 1,000 feet long. The Swordfish had to take off and land in less than half that distance, on a deck that pitched and rolled in heavy seas. Carrier operations demanded slow landing speeds and short takeoff runs. The biplane's large wing area provided exactly that. The Swordfish could land at 67 miles per hour. Modern carrier aircraft land at over 120 miles per hour. The difference meant the Swordfish could operate in sea conditions that would ground faster aircraft. The open cockpit, though uncomfortable, gave the observer unobstructed views for reconnaissance. Naval reconnaissance meant hours of searching vast expanses of ocean for enemy ships. The observer needed to see in all directions without obstruction. An enclosed cockpit with windows would create blind spots and reflections. The open cockpit was miserable in bad weather, but far more effective for the mission. The fixed landing gear simplified maintenance aboard ships, where every tool and spare part had to be carried. Retractable landing gear meant hydraulic systems, pumps, reservoirs, and actuators, all requiring maintenance, all capable of failing. The fixed gear was simple, reliable, and foolproof. Most importantly, the simple construction meant any damage could be repaired quickly, even at sea, with limited facilities. Combat damage that would write off a modern aircraft could be patched on a Swordfish. Fabric could be sewn. Steel tubes could be spliced. The aircraft could be flying again within hours. The prototype first flew on April 17, 1934. Test pilot Chris Stanley pushed the aircraft through its paces over the Hampshire countryside. The plane handled beautifully, responsive controls, stable in flight, forgiving of pilot errors. It could lift a torpedo weighing over 1,600 pounds, yet still operate from short carrier decks. By 1935, the Air Ministry placed orders. The aircraft received its operational name, Swordfish. 68 aircraft were contracted initially. Production began at Ferry's Hayes factory in early 1936. The first operational aircraft joined the Fleet Air Arm in July 1936, with 825 Naval Air Squadron aboard HMS Glorious. The Swordfish replaced the aging Ferry Seal in reconnaissance roles and the Blackburn Baffin in torpedo bomber duties. Pilots who flew it immediately recognized its qualities. The aircraft was utterly reliable. Engines ran smoothly for hundreds of hours. The simple fabric construction could absorb extraordinary punishment. One pilot later recalled landing with over 200 bullet holes in the wings and fuselage. The fabric could be patched in hours. The Swordfish's crew called it the string bag, a nickname that would become famous. The name came from the British housewife's string shopping bag, common in the 1930s. Like those expandable bags, the Swordfish could carry an improbable variety of loads. One day it might carry a torpedo, the next bombs and flares, then mines or depth charges. The versatility amazed ground crews. Production expanded rapidly. Ferry built 692 aircraft at their Hayes facility. Blackburn Aircraft at Sherburn and Elmet in Yorkshire built an additional 1,699. Total production reached 2,391 aircraft by the time production ended in August 1944. The Swordfish would remarkably remain in frontline service until VE Day in May 1945, outliving the Ferry Albacore that was designed to replace it. By September 1939, when Germany invaded Poland, the Fleet Air Arm operated 13 squadrons equipped with Swordfish. 268 aircraft stood ready. Most naval officers recognized the Swordfish was already obsolete. Modern monoplane fighters could fly twice as fast. But Britain had what it had, and the Swordfish would have to do. The world was about to discover that speed was not everything. April 1940, Norway. The Swordfish received its baptism of fire. Aircraft from HMS Furious attacked German ships anchored at Trondheim. Flying through Norwegian fjords, weaving between mountains, they pressed home their attacks against fierce anti-aircraft fire. They scored no decisive hits, but they returned safely, proving that Swordfish could survive in combat. Then came June 10, 1940. Italy entered the war. Benito Mussolini's declaration opened the Mediterranean theater. The Regia Marina, Italy's navy, fielded 6 battleships, including some of the most modern vessels afloat. They threatened Britain's vital supply lines to Egypt and India through the Suez Canal. The Royal Navy faced a problem. Italian battleships outgunned most British ships in the Mediterranean. Direct naval confrontation risked heavy losses Britain could not afford. The solution had to be unconventional. Admiral Andrew Cunningham, commanding the Mediterranean Fleet, began planning an audacious strike. If he could attack the Italian fleet in harbor, he might cripple their naval power before they could fully deploy. The target was Taranto, the main Italian naval base in southern Italy. The plan was Operation Judgment. The weapon would be the ferry Swordfish. November 11, 1940. HMS Illustrious steamed 270 miles southeast of Taranto. In the hangar deck, 21 Swordfish were prepared for the most daring naval air attack yet attempted. Each aircraft was armed with either a single 18-inch Mark 12 torpedo or bombs and flares. The torpedoes had been specially modified with breakaway wooden fins to allow them to run in the shallow 30 to 40-foot depths of Taranto Harbor. Standard torpedoes would have buried themselves in the mud. The modifications were experimental. No one knew if they would work. At 20:35 in the evening, the first wave of 12 Swordfish launched into the darkness. Lieutenant Commander Kenneth Williamson led the strike. His aircraft carried a torpedo. Behind him came 5 more torpedo bombers and 6 aircraft loaded with bombs and flares. The flare droppers would illuminate the target. The bombers would suppress anti-aircraft defenses. The torpedo bombers would make the killing strikes. At 21:15, the second wave of 9 Swordfish launched. Lieutenant Commander John Hale led this group. 8 aircraft carried torpedoes. 1 turned back shortly after launch when its auxiliary fuel tank detached. 20 aircraft actually attacked Taranto that night, not 21. The flight took 90 minutes. The crews flew at 8,000 feet, navigating by stars and dead reckoning over the dark Mediterranean. Each observer hunched over his navigation table, calculating drift and ground speed. The pilots held steady courses, trusting their observers completely. 1 degree of error would mean missing the target entirely in the darkness over featureless ocean. Radio silence was absolute. Detection would mean failure. As they approached Taranto, they could see the harbor clearly despite the darkness. The Italians had obligingly left lights burning throughout the base and the surrounding city. Security concerns about spies evidently outweighed concerns about air attack. The Italian Navy did not believe the British would attempt a torpedo attack on a fortified harbor. Previous analysis suggested the water was too shallow for aerial torpedoes. The Italians were wrong on both counts. Barrage balloons floated above the harbor to deter low-level attacks, but only 27 were deployed instead of the planned 87. Strong winds that day had grounded most of them. The gaps in the balloon barrage gave the Swordfish clear approach paths they should not have had. Luck was favoring the attackers. The first wave arrived at 23:07. The flare droppers, flying high, released their magnesium flares. The parachute flares drifted down slowly, burning with intense white light. Night turned to day. Every ship in the harbor was suddenly visible in stark relief. The Italians were caught completely by surprise. Air raid sirens began wailing. Searchlights stabbed into the sky. And then the guns opened fire. The harbor erupted with anti-aircraft fire. Land batteries fired 13,489 shells during the attack. Ships added thousands more. The sky filled with tracers, explosive shells, and shrapnel. Red, white, and green tracers arced upward. Heavy shells burst in black puffs. The noise was deafening. The defending gunners had never faced an actual attack before. They had drilled, but drill is not combat. Their fire was intense, but not always accurate. They were shooting at slow-moving biplanes that jinked and turned unpredictably. The swordfish pressed their attacks through the storm of fire. Williamson dove his aircraft toward the battleship Conte de Cavour. At 30 feet altitude and 200 yards range, he released his torpedo. The torpedo ran true, striking the ship below the waterline. The explosion tore a massive hole in the hull. Conte de Cavour settled onto the harbor bottom, partially sunk. Williamson's aircraft was hit by anti-aircraft fire. He and his observer, Lieutenant Norman Scarlett, survived the crash and were captured. Lieutenant Neil Kemp attacked the new battleship Littorio. His torpedo struck home. Then Lieutenant Charles Lamb made his run on Littorio. Another hit. The battleship was taking water fast. The second wave arrived shortly after midnight. More flares lit the harbor. More anti-aircraft fire filled the sky. Lieutenant Gerald Bailey dove toward a cruiser. His aircraft was hit and crashed in flames. Bailey and his observer, Lieutenant Henry Slaughter, were killed. But the other torpedo bombers pressed their attacks. Littorio took a third torpedo hit. The battleship Caio Duilio was struck by one torpedo and began listing. By 02:39 in the morning, it was over. 20 swordfish had attacked the main base of the Italian battle fleet. 2 aircraft were shot down. 2 men killed. 2 captured. For casualties from 20 attacking aircraft against the entire defensive firepower of a major naval base represented extraordinary results. Some called it luck. The Italian defenses had been less effective than they should have been. The barrage balloon gaps helped. The Italian gunners were firing at night against difficult targets. But luck only explains so much. The swordfish crews had trained for exactly this type of mission. They had practiced night carrier operations. They had rehearsed torpedo attacks. They had studied the defenses of Taranto from reconnaissance photographs. They executed the attack with precision and courage. The results were devastating to Italy. 3 battleships damaged. Conte de Cavour took one torpedo hit that tore open her hull. She settled onto the harbor bottom with her deck awash. She was eventually refloated and moved to Trieste for repairs. The work was never completed. She never returned to full service. The Italian Navy had effectively lost a battleship permanently. Littorio was hit by 3 torpedoes and nearly sank. Only desperate damage control kept her afloat. She was out of action for 7 months, undergoing repairs. Caio Duilio took one torpedo that flooded 2 boiler rooms and caused severe listing. She too was out of action for 7 months. Italy's battleship strength was cut in half in a single night. Italy began the war with 6 operational battleships. After Taranto, only 3 were available. The balance of power in the Mediterranean shifted dramatically in Britain's favor. The strategic consequences rippled outward. With the Italian battle fleet crippled, the Royal Navy could operate more freely in the Mediterranean. Convoys to Malta could be escorted more heavily. The route to Egypt became more secure. British Admiral Andrew Cunningham could take risks he could not have taken before. The Italian Navy became more cautious, less willing to risk its remaining battleships in direct confrontation. Italian naval strategy shifted to preserving the fleet rather than using it aggressively. The raid had strategic consequences far beyond the Mediterranean. Japanese naval planners studied the attack intensely. The Japanese naval attaché visited Taranto in January 1941 to examine the damage and interview Italian officers. The lessons learned at Taranto informed the planning for Pearl Harbor 11 months later. Shallow water torpedo attacks were possible with proper modifications. Battleships in harbor were vulnerable to air attack. A bold carrier strike could cripple an enemy fleet before it could respond. All these lessons from Taranto appeared at Pearl Harbor. The Taranto raid proved that aerial torpedoes could devastate capital ships in harbor. It validated carrier aviation as a decisive offensive weapon, and it demonstrated that the obsolete-looking swordfish, in the hands of skilled crews, could accomplish what seemed impossible. But Taranto was merely the beginning. 6 months later, the swordfish would face an even greater challenge. May 1941, the Bismarck sortied into the Atlantic. The newest and most powerful battleship in the German fleet displaced 50,300 tons fully loaded. 8 15-inch guns in 4 twin turrets. 12.6-inch armor belt. Maximum speed of 31 knots. The ship was designed to break out into the Atlantic shipping lanes and wreak havoc on the convoys supplying Britain. The Royal Navy deployed everything available to stop her. May 24, 1941. The Denmark Strait between Iceland and Greenland. HMS Hood, pride of the Royal Navy, engaged Bismarck. Hood was the largest warship afloat. 42,000 tons, 15-inch guns, famous throughout the world. The battle lasted 15 minutes. Bismarck's fifth salvo struck Hood. A 15-inch shell penetrated the thin deck armor and detonated in the aft magazine. 112 tons of cordite propellant exploded. The ship's back broke. Hood sank in less than 3 minutes. 1,418 men were aboard. 3 survived. Ordinary signalman Ted Briggs, able seaman Robert Tilburn, and midshipman William Dundas. The shock rippled through the Royal Navy and across Britain. Hood was invincible, or so people believed. She was the largest warship in the world, a symbol of British naval supremacy. Children knew her name. Her image appeared on postcards and cigarette cards. She had represented British power around the world between the wars, visiting ports on every continent. The public believed nothing could sink Hood. Bismarck had destroyed her in minutes. The psychological impact was immense. If Hood could be sunk, what was safe? Now the German battleship was loose in the Atlantic with the speed and firepower to devastate convoy routes. Britain depended completely on Atlantic convoys. Food, fuel, raw materials, weapons, all came by sea. The convoys were escorted by destroyers and corvettes that had no chance against a battleship. Bismarck could slaughter merchant ships faster than they could be replaced. The lifeline to America could be cut. Starvation could force Britain to surrender within months. Every available British ship was ordered to hunt Bismarck down. Battleships steamed from multiple directions. Cruisers formed search lines. Destroyers rushed to join the hunt. But finding one ship in the vast Atlantic was nearly impossible. Radar was primitive. Air search was limited by range. The ocean was simply too large. And even if found, Bismarck might outrun or outfight her pursuers. She was fast, heavily armored, and powerfully armed. Direct engagement would cost lives and ships. The Admiralty needed a way to slow the battleship down, damage her machinery, jam her steering, reduce her speed enough that the pursuing battleships could catch her. They needed the fleet air arm. They needed the swordfish. HMS Victorious was operating with the home fleet searching for Bismarck. The carrier embarked 825 Naval Air Squadron, the same unit that had struck at Taranto. Their commanding officer was Lieutenant Commander Eugene Esmond. On the evening of May 24th, Bismarck was located. Admiral John Tovey, commanding the home fleet, ordered Victorious to launch a strike. At 2,200 hours, 9 swordfish took off into deteriorating weather. Esmond led the formation. The target was 120 miles away. The weather was appalling: low clouds, rain squalls, rough seas. The swordfish pressed on. Just after midnight, they found Bismarck. The battleship was steaming at high speed, her anti-aircraft guns ready. The swordfish attacked from different angles to split the defensive fire. They dove through a storm of shells. Tracers arced across the night sky. Explosions bracketed the slow-moving biplanes. Lieutenant Percy Jick, flying Aircraft 5F, released his torpedo. The weapon ran true and struck Bismarck amidships on the starboard side. The explosion was visible to all the swordfish crews. But the torpedo hit the armor belt. The damage was superficial. Bismarck's thick armor protected her. However, the impact ruptured fuel tanks, causing an oil leak. The leak would help British forces track the battleship over the next 2 days. All 9 swordfish returned safely to Victorious despite the heavy fire. The attack had not stopped Bismarck, but it had demonstrated that the swordfish could reach and attack even the most heavily defended target. For 2 days, the Royal Navy hunted Bismarck across the Atlantic. The battleship was damaged, leaking oil, but still dangerous. On May 26th, a Catalina flying boat relocated the ship. She was heading for the French coast and safety. If Bismarck reached Brest with its air cover and coastal defenses, she would escape. Admiral Tovey's battleships were too far away to intercept before Bismarck reached French air cover. Only one force was close enough, HMS Ark Royal. The carrier raced to intercept, but the weather was deteriorating into a full gale. Launching and recovering aircraft would be extremely dangerous. Attacking in such conditions seemed suicidal. But there was no choice. This was the last chance to stop Bismarck. At 1,450 hours, 15 swordfish from 810, 818, and 820 squadrons launched from Ark Royal. The carrier was pitching and rolling violently. The flight deck rose and fell 40 feet. Launching was hazardous. Several aircraft nearly crashed on takeoff. They formed up and headed toward the target. Due to a radar contact confusion, they initially attacked the British cruiser HMS Sheffield by mistake. Fortunately, the torpedo's magnetic detonators malfunctioned in the rough seas and exploded prematurely. Sheffield was not hit. The swordfish returned to Ark Royal. The mistake was embarrassing, but ultimately fortunate. The magnetic detonators were clearly unreliable. The torpedoes were switched to contact detonators for the next strike. At 1910 hours, 15 swordfish launched again. The weather had worsened dramatically. Winds approached 60 miles per hour, with gusts even stronger. Rain reduced visibility to near zero. Some pilots could not see the wingtips of their own aircraft. Waves reached 40 feet, creating mountains of water that rose higher than the swordfish flew. The pilots could barely see their instruments in the gathering darkness. Water streamed into open cockpits, soaking instruments and making the compasses difficult to read. Flying in such conditions was normally prohibited as suicidally dangerous. Aircraft were simply not designed to operate in such weather. Control could be lost at any moment. Structural failure was a constant risk. Collision with the sea in darkness was probable. But this was not a normal situation. The future of the war might depend on the next 2 hours. If Bismarck escaped, the consequences were unthinkable. The swordfish flew through the storm toward Bismarck. Each pilot fought his own private battle with the elements. Sub-Lieutenant John Moffat was among the pilots. He later recalled that he could barely control his aircraft. The buffeting was so severe he thought the wings might tear off. Every gust threatened to flip the biplane inverted. Water streamed into his open cockpit, soaking him completely. His hands were numb on the controls despite thick gloves. His observer and air gunner huddled behind him, equally soaked, equally cold, equally terrified. Visibility was measured in yards. The formation was impossible to maintain. Each aircraft flew alone through the storm, navigating independently. Some pilots wondered if they would find the target. Others wondered if they would survive the weather regardless. The fabric wings flexed and strained. The steel tube framework groaned. But the swordfish held together. The robust construction that looked so antiquated was proving its worth. At approximately 20:55 hours, they found Bismarck. The battleship was silhouetted against storm clouds, her guns already firing. The swordfish attacked from multiple directions. The slow speed that made them obsolete now became an advantage. Bismarck's anti-aircraft guns were designed to track fast modern aircraft. The swordfish's slow approach confused the fire control systems. Shells burst around them. But the evasive maneuvering in the rough weather made accurate fire nearly impossible. The pilots pressed their attacks to point-blank range, less than 1,000 yards, some even closer. They released their torpedoes and turned away through the storm of fire. At least 2 torpedoes struck Bismarck. One hit amidships on the port side, causing relatively minor damage. The armor held. Flooding was contained. This hit would not stop the battleship. The second torpedo hit aft near the stern. This was the critical strike. The explosion jammed the battleship's rudder at approximately 12 degrees to port. The massive rudder designed to turn 50,000 tons of warship was locked in position. The steering gear room flooded rapidly. Damage control parties rushed to the scene. They found the compartment flooded, the machinery wrecked, the rudder immovable. Bismarck's captain, Ernst Lindemann, immediately ordered emergency steering procedures. The engines could be used to steer by varying power to the 3 propeller shafts. This worked for slow-speed maneuvering, but was nearly useless at sea speed. The battleship began steaming in circles, unable to maintain course. Divers were sent down to examine the rudder. The seas were too rough. They could not reach the damaged area. Engineering parties tried to rig emergency steering using the auxiliary rudder or by directly manipulating the steering gear. Nothing worked. The damage was catastrophic. The rudder would not respond. Without steering, Bismarck could not reach France. She could not even effectively fight. She was limited to 10 to 12 knots and could only steam in slow arcs, unable to take evasive action or choose her course. Admiral Gunther Lütjens, commanding the operation, signaled Berlin that the ship was no longer maneuverable. He knew what that meant. The British battleships were closing. Without steering, Bismarck was doomed. The question of which swordfish pilot fired the critical torpedo has been debated for decades. Sub-Lieutenant John Moffett is commonly credited with jamming Bismarck's rudder. His aircraft attacked from the port side in the first wave. However, when James Cameron led a diving expedition to examine the Bismarck wreck in 2002, the physical evidence was puzzling. The torpedo damage to the steering compartment was on the starboard side. Only 2 pilots attacked from starboard, Sub-Lieutenant Kenneth Pattison and Sub-Lieutenant Douglas Godfrey Fawcett. The actual pilot who fired the rudder-jamming torpedo may never be conclusively identified. Multiple torpedoes hit. Any one of several pilots might have fired the decisive weapon. What matters is that collectively, the Swordfish crews accomplished their mission. Moffett himself never claimed credit at the initial debriefing. The popular attribution came later. All 15 Swordfish returned safely to Ark Royal despite the appalling conditions and heavy fire. Landing on the pitching carrier deck in darkness and storm was as dangerous as the attack itself. But every aircraft made it back. Every crew survived. The next morning, May 27th, British battleships caught up with Bismarck. HMS King George V and HMS Rodney pounded the crippled battleship with heavy shells. Bismarck fought back but could not maneuver. After 2 hours of bombardment, the German ship was a burning wreck. At 1,039 hours, Bismarck sank. Over 2,000 crew died. 115 survived. The pride of the Kriegsmarine was gone. The threat to Atlantic convoys was eliminated. And the weapon that made it possible was the obsolete ferry Swordfish. The Swordfish would continue to serve throughout the war in roles that evolved as the conflict progressed. In the Mediterranean, Swordfish squadrons operating from Malta and from carriers became the primary strike weapon against Axis supply lines to North Africa. Malta-based Swordfish flew night attacks against Italian and German convoys carrying supplies to Rommel's Afrika Korps. These attacks were conducted in darkness, often in bad weather, against heavily escorted convoys. The Swordfish crews developed tactics for finding convoys at night using radar, then attacking with torpedoes or bombs. The successes were significant. Squadron 830, operating from Malta, sank approximately 110,000 tons of Axis shipping between May and November 1941. That represented dozens of merchant ships carrying fuel, ammunition, food, and vehicles that never reached North Africa. Other Malta-based squadrons achieved similar results. Conservative estimates suggest 300,000 to 450,000 tons of merchant shipping was destroyed by Swordfish attacks, throughout the Mediterranean campaign. Every ship sunk meant supplies that did not reach Rommel. The cumulative effect was substantial. Rommel frequently complained about supply shortages. His offensive stalled partly because fuel and ammunition did not arrive. Swordfish attacks on supply convoys contributed significantly to those shortages. In the Atlantic, the Swordfish's role evolved as escort carriers entered service. These were small aircraft carriers converted from merchant ships. They could accompany convoys and provide air cover throughout the crossing. Escort carriers typically embarked one squadron of Swordfish for anti-submarine and anti-surface duties. The Swordfish proved highly effective in this role. Equipped with ASV Mark II radar, Swordfish could locate surface submarines at night or in poor visibility. U-boats preferred to attack at night on the surface, where they were faster and harder to spot. The Swordfish with radar could find them. Once located, the U-boat would be attacked with depth charges or torpedoes. Between 1940 and 1945, Swordfish sank or participated in sinking between 14 and 22 U-boats. The variation in the count depends on how shared kills are credited. Some U-boats were attacked by multiple aircraft or ships. Some were damaged by Swordfish but sunk by other forces. Notable anti-submarine successes included several firsts. U-64 was sunk on April 13, 1940, by Swordfish from HMS Ark Royal. This was the first U-boat sunk by the Fleet Air Arm. The aircraft, flown by Captain Richard Partridge of the Royal Marines, caught the submarine on the surface in Norwegian waters and sank it with bombs. U-752 was sunk on May 23, 1943, by a Swordfish from 819 Squadron, flying from HMS Archer. This was the first U-boat sunk by air-launched rockets. The Swordfish was carrying 60-pound rocket projectiles under the wings. The rockets proved highly effective against submarines. They could be fired from longer range than depth charges and were more accurate. In September 1944, Swordfish from HMS Vindex sank for U-boats in a single patrol. U-344 on January 31st, U-765 on May 6th, U-960 on May 19th, U-194 on June 24th. This exceptional performance demonstrated how effective the Swordfish had become in anti-submarine warfare despite its age. But the Swordfish's service was not without terrible cost. February 12, 1942. The German battlecruisers Scharnhorst and Gneisenau and the heavy cruiser Prinz Eugen attempted to dash up the English Channel from Brest to Germany. The ships had been trapped in Brest for months, subject to constant Royal Air Force bombing. Hitler wanted them moved to Norway, where they could threaten Arctic convoys to Russia. The Channel Dash, Operation Cerberus, to the Germans, was a bold move. The narrowest part of the channel was only 21 miles wide. The German ships would have to steam through waters dominated by British naval and air forces. The risks were enormous, but the alternative was to remain in Brest under constant attack. The Royal Navy and Royal Air Force were determined to stop the dash. If the German ships could be sunk in the channel, it would be a major victory. Plans were made for coordinated attacks by destroyers, motor torpedo boats, bombers, and torpedo bombers. 6 Swordfish from 825 Naval Air Squadron were assigned to the torpedo attack. The squadron was commanded by Lieutenant Commander Eugene Esmond, the same officer who had led the strike on Bismarck from Victorious 9 months earlier. Esmond had been awarded the Distinguished Service Order for that action. King George VI personally presented the decoration on February 11th, the day before the Channel Dash. The timing was cruelly ironic. Esmond received his medal for bravery one day before facing an even more desperate mission. Esmond knew the mission was nearly suicidal. The intelligence briefing made that clear. The German ships would be protected by approximately 30 escort vessels, including destroyers and torpedo boats. Over 250 Luftwaffe fighters would provide air cover. The Swordfish would be attacking in daylight, not the darkness that had protected them at Taranto and against Bismarck. They would have minimal fighter escort due to coordination failures and the short range of available Spitfires. Their chances of survival were negligible. Their chances of success were worse. Esmond assembled his crews and briefed them honestly. The mission was vital. The risks were extreme. Any man could refuse without dishonor or consequence. Every man volunteered. Not one hesitated. They understood what they were being asked to do. They did it anyway. At 1,220 hours, the 6 swordfish took off from RAF Manston in Kent. They flew at wave-top height toward the German ships. British Spitfire fighters were supposed to provide escort, but coordination failed. The swordfish found themselves alone, facing the entire German force. Focke-Wulf, 190 fighters dove on them. The slow biplanes were helpless against the modern fighters. Anti-aircraft fire from the ships filled the air. The swordfish pressed their attack. All 6 aircraft were shot down within 20 minutes. 13 of the 18 crew were killed. Eugene Esmond's aircraft was hit by anti-aircraft fire and set ablaze by fighter attacks. It crashed into the Channel around 1,240 hours. Esmond died along with his observer, Sub-Lieutenant William Clinton, and his air gunner, leading airman Donald Bunce. 5 crew survived, rescued from the freezing water. Sub-Lieutenants Edgar Lee, Brian Rose, Charles Kingsmill, and William Samples, and leading airman Johnson, who had somehow survived when his aircraft crashed. None of the torpedoes hit the German ships. The Channel Dash succeeded, but the sacrifice was recognized. Eugene Esmond was posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross, gazetted on March 3, 1942. The 4 surviving officers each received the Distinguished Service Order. Leading Airman Johnson received the Conspicuous Gallantry Medal. The 13 killed received posthumous mentions in dispatches. Even German Admiral Otto Ciliax, commanding the Dash, acknowledged the attack as an act of supreme courage. The Royal Navy called it one of the finest exhibitions of self-sacrifice and devotion to duty the war had ever witnessed. The 825 Naval Air Squadron had struck at Taranto. They had attacked Bismarck. They had sacrificed themselves in the Channel Dash. Their courage became legendary. By 1945, when the war in Europe ended, the Swordfish had served for 9 years. Production had ceased in August 1944 after 2,391 aircraft were built. The type had outlived multiple aircraft designed to replace it. The Fairey Albacore, intended as the Swordfish's successor, entered service in 1940, but was withdrawn in 1943. The Albacore was faster and had an enclosed cockpit, but it lacked the Swordfish's reliability and versatility. The Swordfish continued flying frontline missions until VE Day in May 1945. Few military aircraft can claim such longevity while remaining effective. The Swordfish earned affection from everyone who flew it or maintained it. Pilots praised its handling, its reliability, its forgiving nature. Mechanics loved its simple construction and easy maintenance. Crews trusted it completely. The nickname Stringbag was used with genuine fondness. The aircraft looked ungainly and outdated. It was slow and uncomfortable, but it worked. In all conditions, in all weather, the Swordfish could be counted on to fly the mission and bring the crew home. That reliability earned loyalty that modern aircraft with better performance never quite achieved. Today, 8 decades after the Swordfish crippled Bismarck, we can assess its place in history. By every technical measure, the Swordfish was obsolete before the war began. Maximum speed of 143 miles per hour when contemporary fighters flew over 300. Open cockpit when enclosed cockpits were standard. Fixed landing gear when retractable gear was normal. Fabric construction when metal was universal. A biplane when monoplanes dominated. Yet this obsolete aircraft achieved victories that changed the course of the war. At Taranto, Swordfish crippled the Italian battle fleet and shifted the balance of power in the Mediterranean. Against Bismarck, Swordfish delivered the attack that sealed the fate of Germany's most powerful battleship. Throughout the war, Swordfish protected convoys, sank U-boats, attacked shipping, and performed every mission asked of them. The key was never the aircraft. The key was always the people who flew it. The Swordfish was just fabric and wire and steel tubing. But the men who flew it were extraordinary. They were superbly trained. The Fleet Air Arm maintained rigorous standards. Pilots mastered instrument flying, navigation, torpedo attacks, and carrier operations. Observers became expert navigators and bombardiers. Air gunners learned to fight off attacks while operating their radios. The training was intense, comprehensive, and continuous. The air crews were deeply motivated. They understood the stakes. Britain stood alone for much of the war. Every mission mattered. Every attack counted. Failure meant defeat. Success meant survival. The motivation was existential. The tactics were innovative. Rather than lament the swordfish's limitations, the Fleet Air Arm exploited its strengths. Night attacks where speed mattered less. Low-altitude approaches below radar coverage. Coordinated strikes from multiple angles to overwhelm defenses. Using the slow speed to confuse anti-aircraft fire control systems. The tactics turned weaknesses into advantages. The determination was absolute. Swordfish crews pressed attacks through defensive fire that should have been suicidal. They flew missions in weather that grounded other aircraft. They maintained formation when conditions were nearly impossible. They completed missions when survival seemed unlikely. That determination made the difference between failure and success. Superior people using adequate tools will defeat adequate people using superior tools. The principle applies far beyond military aviation. In any field, human factors matter more than technology. Training, motivation, innovation, and determination trump specifications. The Germans had Bismarck, the most powerful battleship afloat. They had superior technology, but they did not have superior people at the decisive moment. The swordfish crews, flying obsolete aircraft, possessed the skill and courage to accomplish what seemed impossible. Britain in 1941 could not match German technology across the board. British tanks were inferior to German tanks. British fighters were roughly equal to German fighters. British bombers had less range than needed. But Britain could train superior crews and develop superior tactics. The Swordfish program exemplifies this approach. Take the aircraft you have. Train the crews to excellence. Develop tactics that work. Apply them with determination. Accept the risks. Complete the mission. The approach worked. When the war ended, the men who flew the Swordfish returned to civilian life, carrying memories of extraordinary experiences. They had flown obsolete aircraft into seemingly impossible situations and prevailed. They had faced death repeatedly and survived. They had accomplished things that would seem fictional if not thoroughly documented. Their legacy extends beyond their combat achievements. The Swordfish crews demonstrated that technological inferiority need not mean defeat. They proved that well-trained, highly motivated people can overcome material disadvantages. They showed that courage and skill matter more than specifications. These lessons remain relevant 8 decades later. In an era obsessed with advanced technology, the Swordfish story reminds us that human factors determine outcomes. Organizations invest heavily in equipment while sometimes neglecting training, maintenance, and morale. The Swordfish experience suggests this is backward. Invest in people first. Superior people will find ways to make adequate equipment effective. The ferry Swordfish entered service in 1936, already outdated. It remained in service until 1945, outlasting aircraft designed to replace it. It achieved victories that changed history. It earned the affection and respect of everyone associated with it. The Stringbag. Slow, ungainly, obsolete, but deadly effective in skilled hands. The Germans laughed at Britain's outdated biplane until torpedoes from that biplane crippled Bismarck and sealed her fate. Then the laughter stopped. The world learned what the Fleet Air Arm already knew. The Swordfish, for all its limitations, was exactly the weapon Britain needed when it was needed most. That is the legacy of the ferry Swordfish and the remarkable people who flew it into history.
A German soldier stared at this bottle like it was from another planet. Summer 1943. Over 371,000 Nazi prisoners of war arrived in America expecting torture and starvation. Instead, they got this for 5 cents.
Nazi POWs expected starvation in American camps. Instead, Coca-Cola for 5 cents, unlimited ice cream, mountains of chocolate. While their families starved in Germany, these prisoners gained weight. Every single one of 371,000.
371,000 Nazi prisoners of war ate better than their own families back home. By 1944, these men were sending food packages back to Germany. Everything they believed about American weakness shattered by a 5-cent Coca-Cola. This is how
Dawn broke over Cape Gloucester Airfield on December 26, 1943. Captain Shogo Takeuchi, just 25 years old, faced a problem that no amount of skill could solve. His Kawasaki Ki-61, construction number 263, simply wouldn't start. For 8 months, this aircraft had been his constant companion. White bands around the fuselage identified him as Second Chutai Commander. An eagle painted near the cockpit served as his personal emblem. Red stars on the wing gun ports marked successful kills. Together, they had survived countless missions over New Guinea's hostile skies. Now, at 0615 hours, the Kawasaki Ha-40 engine refused to come to life. Takeuchi had accumulated 19 confirmed victories. He'd been flying Ki-61 since April, when his unit, the 68th Sentai, became the first Imperial Japanese Army Air Force Squadron to operate this new fighter. They'd previously flown the nimble Nakajima Ki-27. The transition hadn't been easy. The Ki-61 was heavier, less agile, but it offered advantages in speed and firepower. The 68th Sentai deployed to Wewak, New Guinea in June. Since then, they'd been constantly on the move, operating from various forward bases as the campaign intensified. Cape Gloucester Airfield, situated on New Britain's northwestern tip about 230 miles west of Rabaul, served as their current home. It was a forward position, exposed and vulnerable. By late December, that vulnerability had become critical. American forces were assembling for an amphibious assault. Intelligence reports spoke of Marine divisions preparing to invade Cape Gloucester. Japanese command issued urgent orders. Withdraw all operational aircraft to Rabaul immediately. Takeuchi's Ki-61 didn't qualify as operational. The Ha-40 engine had been deteriorating for weeks. Oil consumption had increased noticeably. Cylinder head temperatures ran dangerously high, even during idle. The previous day, during a routine patrol, the engine developed a rough running condition at altitude. Takeuchi landed safely and reported the malfunction. The ground crew worked through the night. They methodically checked spark plugs, adjusted valve clearances, tested the magnetos. Everything appeared normal on inspection. Yet when they attempted to start the engine at first light, nothing happened. The starter motor engaged. The propeller rotated. Compression seemed adequate, but combustion never initiated. Either the ignition system had completely failed, or fuel wasn't reaching the cylinders. Without proper diagnostic equipment and replacement parts, both in desperately short supply, the mechanics couldn't repair it under field conditions. At 0640 hours, Takeuchi made his decision. He would fly a different aircraft back to Rabaul. His personal Ki-61, manufacturer number 263, would have to be left behind. The ground crew would try to hide it near the runway, preserving the possibility of later recovery. Everyone understood the reality. When the Americans landed, they would almost certainly capture the aircraft. At 0700 hours, Takeuchi climbed into another Ki-61 and took off for Rabaul. Behind him, mechanics pushed manufacturer number 263 off the runway. They concealed it in a palm grove at the airfield's edge, covering it with cut vegetation. Then they evacuated with the remaining ground personnel. The aircraft remained hidden for 4 days. On December 30th, Marines from the 1st Marine Division stormed Cape Gloucester Airfield as part of Operation Backhander's opening phase. That afternoon, a patrol discovered the camouflaged Ki-61. The aircraft was intact. Beneath the vegetation, the fuselage bands were still visible. The eagle marking identified it as a commander's mount. Intelligence Section Marines examined it immediately. This Ki-61 was unlike any Japanese fighter previously captured by American forces. Most captured aircraft showed extensive combat damage. This one had none. The engine remained complete. Instruments were intact. The armament was still installed, two 12.7 mm Ho. 103 machine guns in the forward fuselage, two 7.7 mm Type 89 machine guns in the wings. The aircraft was a Type 61-1 Co., the earliest production variant, built at Kawasaki's Kagamigahara factory in April 1943. Construction number 263. Unit serial number 163. Marines reported the discovery to the Technical Air Intelligence Unit. TAU officers arrived at Cape Gloucester on January 2, 1944. They documented every detail methodically. Measurements were recorded. Photographs captured every angle. The engine underwent examination. Flight controls were tested. The fuel system was traced. The electrical system was mapped. Everything was documented. This represented the first intact Ki-61 captured by Allied forces. For 18 months, American pilots had been encountering this aircraft in combat over New Guinea. Intelligence reports designated it the Tony. Early combat reports suggested it might be a German Messerschmitt Bf 109 or Italian Macchi C.202 operating in Japanese markings. The actual identity had remained uncertain until now. Technical examination revealed the truth. The Ki-61 was entirely Japanese in design. The engine was a license-built Kawasaki Ha-40, derived from the German Daimler-Benz DB601, but the airframe represented original Kawasaki engineering. The fuselage featured a semi-triangular cross-section, narrow and deep. The wings were relatively small for a fighter of this weight, resulting in high wing loading. The landing gear was conventional, with fixed slots in the wing leading edges. The cooling system employed wing-mounted radiators, unusual for Japanese fighters, which typically used radial engines. This discovery answered questions that had troubled American intelligence since the Ki-61 first appeared. Pilots reported that the Tony could dive faster than any other Japanese fighter. It maintained high speeds in level flight. It could absorb more battle damage than the lighter Zero. But it couldn't turn as tightly as other Japanese types. The airframe explained why. High wing loading meant higher stall speeds and larger turning radii. The liquid-cooled engine was heavier than comparable radial engines, shifting the center of gravity forward. These factors combined to produce an aircraft optimized for speed and firepower rather than maneuverability. The story of this aircraft and the men who flew it was just beginning. The captured Ki-61 arrived at Eagle Farm Airfield near Brisbane, Australia, in March 1944. TIU technicians immediately set to work making the engine operational. The original problem that had grounded the aircraft at Cape Gloucester turned out to be surprisingly simple: a failed magneto. Once replaced, the Ha-40 engine started normally. The aircraft underwent extensive flight testing. American test pilots evaluated its performance against captured examples of other Japanese fighters. The results confirmed what combat reports had suggested. The Ki-61 proved faster than the Zero in level flight and dives. It had better acceleration. The armament was heavier and more effective. But in sustained turning engagements, the Zero could outturn it easily. American pilots reported that the Ki-61 required careful energy management. It excelled in slashing attacks from altitude. It could extend away from pursuing fighters using its speed advantage. But once drawn into a low-speed turning fight, it became vulnerable. These characteristics precisely matched combat reports from New Guinea. The intelligence value of manufacturer number 263 exceeded the technical data it provided. The aircraft represented a snapshot of Japanese fighter capability in late 1943. The airframe's condition revealed maintenance practices and supply constraints. The engine showed signs of wear, suggesting quality control issues in production. The markings indicated unit organization and command structures. Every detail contributed to the larger intelligence picture. In May 1944, The Ki-61 was stripped of its Japanese markings and repainted in American insignia. It received test serial number XJ00003. Further flight testing was conducted to evaluate tactics for American fighters engaging Tonys in combat. The data collected influenced training programs and tactical doctrines across the Pacific Theater. In June 1944, TIU received orders to return to the United States. The captured Ki-61 was disassembled and shipped to Naval Air Station Anacostia near Washington, D.C. There it was reassembled and underwent additional testing. In December 1944, the aircraft was repainted in pseudo-Japanese markings and evaluated against American naval fighters. Test pilots flew it against the F-6F Hellcat, F-4U Corsair, and other types to establish comparative performance data. The tests revealed that American naval fighters held significant advantages in most combat scenarios. The F-6F could outturn the Ki-61 and had superior high-altitude performance. The F-4U was faster at all altitudes and could outclimb the Tony. Both American types had better acceleration and more effective armament. The testing program at Anacostia continued through early 1945. Then, on July 2, 1945, manufacturer number 263 crashed at Yadkinville, North Carolina, during a test flight. The cause was engine failure. Metal particles were found in the oil system, indicating bearing deterioration, the same problem that had plagued the Ha-40 engine throughout its service life. The aircraft that Captain Shogo Takeuchi had abandoned at Cape Gloucester 18 months earlier was destroyed. The wreckage was written off. But the intelligence gathered from that single aircraft had already served its purpose. The data collected from manufacturer number 263 contributed significantly to American understanding of Japanese fighter design and capability during a critical phase of the Pacific War. Captain Takeuchi never learned the fate of his personal aircraft. He flew back to Rabaul on December 26th and continued flying combat missions. But his time was running out. On December 21, 1943, 5 days before abandoning his Ki-61 at Cape Gloucester, Takeuchi took off from Borum Airfield near Wewak on an escort mission. His unit was assigned to protect Ki-48 light bombers attacking American positions at Araw. The mission encountered heavy fighter opposition. American P-38 Lightnings intercepted the formation. In the engagement that followed, Takeuchi's Ki-61 was hit multiple times. The aircraft caught fire. Takeuchi did not bail out. His aircraft crashed into the jungle near Hansa Bay. He was 25 years old. 19 confirmed victories. One of the top Ki-61 pilots in the Imperial Japanese Army Air Force. His body was never recovered. The 68th Sentai continued operations in New Guinea through early 1944. They fought a losing battle against overwhelming American air superiority. Engine failures, lack of spare parts, inadequate maintenance facilities, and constant combat attrition steadily reduced their strength. By March 1944, the unit had been effectively destroyed. Survivors were reassigned to other units or relegated to ground combat roles as the Japanese position in New Guinea collapsed completely. Lieutenant Mitsuyoshi Tarui was the other pilot from the 68th Sentai who achieved significant success flying the Ki-61. He and Takeuchi were considered the top two Tony pilots in the unit. Both men began their combat careers flying the nimble Ki-27. Both struggled initially with the heavier, less maneuverable Ki-61. But both learned to exploit the Tony strengths in speed and firepower. Tarui survived longer than Takeuchi. He continued flying Ki-61s after the 68th Sentai was withdrawn from New Guinea. He later flew in the Philippines campaign. His final victory total was recorded as 23 confirmed kills, making him one of the most successful Ki-61 pilots of the war. The combat record of the 68th Sentai illustrated both the potential and the problems of the Ki-61 in operational service. When properly maintained and flown by experienced pilots who understood its characteristics, the Tony was a formidable opponent. It could engage American fighters on relatively equal terms. but the aircraft required constant maintenance. The Ha-40 engine was temperamental and prone to failure. Spare parts were scarce. Properly trained mechanics were in short supply. These logistical constraints limited the Ki-61's effectiveness more than any tactical deficiency. By late 1943, when manufacturer number 263 was abandoned at Cape Gloucester, the tide of the Pacific War had turned decisively against Japan. American industrial production was overwhelming Japanese capacity to replace losses. Better aircraft were entering service on the American side. Japanese pilots were being killed faster than new pilots could be trained. The Ki-61, once considered modern and capable, was already being overtaken by events. But the aircraft still had one more role to play. As American B-29 Superfortress bombers began attacking the Japanese home islands in late 1944, the Ki-61 proved to be one of the few Japanese fighters capable of intercepting them at high altitude. The 244th Sentai was formed specifically for the defense of Tokyo. Established in April 1942 and stationed at Chofu Air Base just west of the capital, the unit's mission was to intercept enemy bombers threatening the city. Initially equipped with obsolescent Ki-27 fighters, the unit received Ki-61s in early 1944. By October, the 244th Sentai had approximately 40 Ki-61s and had spent months training specifically to counter B-29 raids. The B-29 was unlike anything Japanese fighters had encountered. It flew at altitudes above 30,000 feet. It was heavily armed with remote-controlled gun turrets. It could absorb tremendous battle damage and continue flying. Conventional fighter attacks often proved ineffective. The Ki-61 was one of the few Japanese fighters that could reach B-29 operating altitude with sufficient performance margin to conduct attacks. But even at extreme altitude, downing a B-29 required exceptional skill and often suicidal courage. On November 7, 1944, the commanding officer of the 10th Air Division issued a directive that changed the nature of air combat over Japan. He authorized the formation of specialized ramming attack units. Pilots would deliberately collide their fighters with B-29s to destroy both aircraft. The attacks were not strictly kamikaze missions. Pilots were expected to collide with the bomber's tail or wingtip, shearing off control surfaces, then bail out before their own aircraft disintegrated. Many pilots survived these attacks. Some conducted multiple ramming attacks during their combat careers. But the casualty rate was extremely high. The 244th Sentai formed a special ramming attack flight called the Hagakure-tai. The unit was composed of volunteers from the Sentai's 3 squadrons. First Lieutenant Toru Shinomiya was selected to lead the ramming flight. Shinomiya was 24 years old, an experienced pilot with multiple combat missions. He understood the mission would likely be fatal. He accepted the assignment without hesitation. On December 3, 1944, a formation of B-29s approached Tokyo. The 244th Sentai scrambled every available fighter. Shinomiya led the Hagakure-tai toward the bomber stream at maximum climb rate. The Ki-61s had been stripped of fuselage armament and armor plate to reduce weight and improve high-altitude performance. They carried minimal fuel and no ammunition beyond the wing guns. Everything was sacrificed for altitude capability. At 32,000 feet, Shinomiya positioned his Ki-61 above and behind a B-29 designated long distance from the 498th Bombardment Group. He dove toward the bomber, aiming for the vertical stabilizer. At the last moment, he rolled slightly to impact the tail with his left wing. The collision tore the vertical stabilizer completely off the B-29. The bomber immediately entered an uncontrollable spin. Shinomiya's Ki-61 lost most of its left outer wing panel. The aircraft rolled violently. Shinomiya fought to maintain control long enough to slow the aircraft and reduce altitude. At 12,000 feet, he managed to bring the crippled fighter to a near-level attitude. He jettisoned the canopy and bailed out. His parachute opened successfully. He landed in a rice paddy near Chofu Air Base. Rescue crews retrieved him within an hour. He suffered minor injuries from the bailout, but was otherwise unharmed. 2 other pilots from the Hagakure also conducted ramming attacks that day. Sergeant Masao Itaki collided with a different B-29, but his aircraft was too badly damaged to control. He bailed out successfully. Sergeant Atsumi Nakano rammed a 3rd bomber and managed to crash land his stripped Ki-61 in a field. All 3 pilots survived. The ramming attacks of December 3, 1944 were celebrated throughout Japan. The damaged Ki-61s were displayed publicly in Tokyo. Shinomiya's aircraft, missing most of its left wing, was exhibited inside the Matsuya department store. Nakano's crash fighter was displayed outside. A life-size cutaway drawing of a B-29 fuselage was placed beside them to illustrate the target the pilots had attacked. The 3 pilots became the first recipients of the Bukosho, an award established on December 7, 1944, by Emperor Hirohito to recognize exceptional valor in combat. The award was roughly equivalent to the American Medal of Honor or the British Victoria Cross. Of the 89 known recipients of the Bukosho during World War II, most were pilots who fought against B-29s. The success of the December 3 ramming attacks encouraged the 244th Sentai to continue the tactic. Throughout December 1944 and into early 1945, the unit conducted dozens of ramming attacks against B-29 formations. The Sentai claimed 73 B-29s destroyed by all methods and 92 damaged. These claims were certainly inflated, as were most air combat claims by all sides during World War II, but even accounting for overclaiming, the 244th Sentai inflicted significant losses on American bomber formations. The unit was commanded by Captain Terahiko Kobayashi starting in November 1944. Kobayashi was 24 years old when he assumed command, making him the youngest Sentai commander in the Imperial Japanese Army Air Force. He had previously served as a bomber pilot, participating in the Battle of Hong Kong in December 1941. He transitioned to fighters in November 1943 and completed training at the Aquino Army Air Service School. Despite his relative inexperience in fighters, Kobayashi proved to be an exceptional leader. He flew combat missions alongside his pilots rather than directing from the ground. He led by example. His personal courage and aggressive tactics inspired intense loyalty among the men under his command. Kobayashi himself conducted at least 1 ramming attack. On January 27, 1945, he deliberately collided with a B-29 at high altitude while flying Ki-61 manufacturer number 3295. The impact destroyed the bomber's vertical stabilizer. Kobayashi's Ki-61 lost significant portions of both wings. He bailed out successfully and parachuted safely to the ground. He flew combat the next day in a different aircraft. His final victory total was recorded as 3 B-29s and 2 F-6F Hellcats destroyed. Other pilots in the 244th Sentai achieved higher scores. Captain Naoyuki Ogata was credited with 11 B-29s and 2 F-6FS destroyed, 6 other aircraft damaged. He was considered the leading B-29 killer in the Imperial Japanese Army Air Force. Captain Chuchi Ichikawa was credited with 9 B-29s and 1 F-6F destroyed, 6 B-29s damaged. First Lieutenant Toru Shinomiya, the ramming attack leader, survived multiple combat missions and continued flying until he was killed in action during the battle for Okinawa. He died as a taco pilot conducting a conventional kamikaze attack against American naval forces. The 244th Sentai continued operating Ki-61s through the spring of 1945. In April, the unit began receiving Ki-100 fighters, an improved version of the Tony that replaced the troublesome Ha-40 engine with a reliable Mitsubishi Ha-112 radial engine. The Ki-100 proved to be an excellent fighter, significantly better than the Ki-61 in most respects. On July 25, 1945, Major Kobayashi and his pilots took off in their Ki-100s to engage F-6F Hellcats that were attacking Yokkaichi Airfield. The unit had been ordered to stand down and wait for incoming bombers. Kobayashi ignored the order and engaged the American fighters at extremely low altitude. The engagement became a swirling dogfight at hangar top height. The 244th Sentai claimed 10 Hellcats destroyed. Actual American losses were 2 aircraft. The Japanese lost 2 fighters. Japanese newspapers celebrated the action. But Kobayashi faced court-martial for disobeying orders. The charges were serious and could result in severe punishment. However, when Emperor Hirohito learned of Kobayashi's actions, he expressed approval. The court-martial was dropped immediately. Major Kobayashi survived the war. He worked in civilian industries until 1954, when he joined the newly formed Japan Air Self-Defense Force. He became a fighter pilot again, flying F-86 Sabres. He studied in the United States for 6 months in 1955 and 1956, receiving training on jet aircraft operations. He continued serving until his death in 1957 at age 36. The combat record of the 244th Sentai demonstrated what Japanese pilots could accomplish even in the final desperate months of the war. The unit operated under impossible conditions. Fuel was scarce. Spare parts were nearly non-existent. Replacement aircraft arrived slowly, if at all. Trained pilots were increasingly rare. Yet the unit continued fighting effectively until the end. The ramming attacks conducted by the Hagakure represented both the courage and the desperation of Japan's air defense effort. These were not senseless suicide attacks. They were calculated tactical decisions made by skilled pilots who understood their aircraft's capabilities and limitations. The Ki-61, stripped of excess weight, could just barely reach B-29 altitude. Once there, conventional attacks often failed because the fighters lacked the performance margin to position effectively. Ramming attacks succeeded where guns failed. But the cost was horrific. Pilots who survived one ramming attack were expected to conduct more until they were killed or too badly injured to fly. They were treated as dead men even before their first mission. The psychological burden was crushing. Many pilots accepted their fate with stoic resignation. Some found meaning in the sacrifice. Others simply did their duty because no alternative existed. The use of ramming attacks illustrated how thoroughly Japan's strategic position had deteriorated by late 1944. No nation resorts to such tactics unless all better options have been exhausted. The appearance of the B-29 over Japan in November 1944 marked the beginning of the end. The Japanese home islands were now within range of American heavy bombers operating from the Mariana Islands. The bombing campaign would intensify throughout 1945. Japanese air defenses would be gradually overwhelmed. Cities would burn. The civilian population would suffer catastrophically. And Japanese fighter pilots flying aircraft like the Ki-61, already obsolescent, would continue fighting a battle they could not win. The Kawasaki Ki-61 Hien was never the best fighter of World War II. It was not as maneuverable as the Zero. It was not as fast as late-war American fighters. It was not as well-armed as German fighters. It was plagued throughout its service life by engine problems that limited its effectiveness. But the Ki-61 represented Japan's attempt to build a modern fighter that could compete on equal terms with Allied aircraft. The design incorporated self-sealing fuel tanks, a feature absent from earlier Japanese fighters. It included pilot armor. It mounted heavy armament by Japanese standards. It was fast and could sustain damage that would destroy lighter aircraft. In the hands of skilled pilots like Captain Shogo Takeuchi, Lieutenant Mitsuyoshi Tarui, and Major Terahiko Kobayashi, the Ki-61 proved it could be deadly. These men learned to exploit the aircraft's strengths while minimizing its weaknesses. They achieved victory totals that demonstrated the Tony's potential when properly employed. But individual skill could not overcome systemic problems. Japan's industrial base could not produce enough Ki-61s to meet demand. The Kawasaki Ha-40 engine suffered chronic reliability issues that were never fully resolved. Logistics and supply chains broke down under Allied attacks. Pilot training programs could not replace losses. By mid-1945, Japanese air power was effectively destroyed. The story of the Ki-61 is the story of Japan's air war in microcosm. Initial success gave way to attrition and eventual defeat. Technological capability was undermined by industrial limitations. Pilot skill was diluted by unsustainable losses. Tactical innovation could not compensate for strategic overreach. The aircraft that Captain Takeuchi abandoned at Cape Gloucester in December 1943, manufacturer number 263, became a symbol of that larger story. Captured intact by American forces, it provided intelligence that helped the Allies understand and counter Japanese fighter capabilities. Tested extensively, it revealed strengths and weaknesses that influenced American tactics and training. Ultimately destroyed in a crash caused by the same engine problems that had plagued it throughout its service life, it ended as it had begun, a victim of technical issues that Japanese industry could never fully solve. Today, only a handful of Ki-61 survive. Several are displayed in museums in Japan and the United States. None are airworthy. The aircraft exists now primarily in photographs, technical documents, and the memories of the men who flew and maintained them. The pilots who achieved renown flying the Tony are nearly all gone. Takeuchi died in combat in 1943. Terui survived the war, but passed away decades later. Kobayashi lived until 1957. The mechanics and ground crews who kept the troublesome Ha-40 engines running have faded into history. But the record of what they accomplished remains. Captain Takeuchi's 19 victories. Lieutenant Terui's 23 confirmed kills. Major Kobayashi's 3 B-29s destroyed and his leadership of the most famous home defense unit in Japan. The 244th Sentai's 73 B-29 claims and 9 Bukosho recipients. These numbers tell a story of skill, courage, and sacrifice in the face of overwhelming odds. The Kawasaki Ki-61 was Japan's answer to a question the nation could not ultimately answer. How do you defeat an enemy with vastly superior industrial capacity, technological advancement, and strategic resources? The Ki-61 was well designed. It was competently built. It was flown by brave and skilled pilots. But it was not enough. Nothing Japan could build would have been enough. The Pacific War was decided by factors far beyond the capabilities of any individual aircraft. Yet the men who flew the Ki-61 deserve to be remembered. They fought for a cause that history judged harshly. They served a regime that committed terrible atrocities. But they were also human beings who showed remarkable courage in combat. They faced death repeatedly and did not flinch. They continued fighting when the war was clearly lost. They demonstrated the best qualities of the warrior tradition even while serving a fundamentally unjust cause. Their story is complicated. It resists simple narratives of heroism or villainy. It requires acknowledging both the skill they displayed and the context in which that skill was employed. But it deserves to be told. The Ki-61 deserves to be remembered not as the best fighter of the war, but as a capable aircraft that served with distinction in impossible circumstances. Not as a war-winning weapon, but as a machine that in the right hands could be formidable. Not as a symbol of Japanese air superiority, but as evidence of what Japanese engineers and pilots could accomplish, even as their nation's strategic position collapsed. The captured Ki-61 at Cape Gloucester, manufacturer number 263, serves as a reminder of these complexities. It was a well-designed fighter plagued by mechanical problems. It was flown by skilled pilots trapped in an unwinnable war. It was captured by enemy forces and used against the nation that built it. It was ultimately destroyed by the very engine defects that had defined its service life. In its brief existence, this single aircraft witnessed both the capability and the futility of Japan's air war. It saw combat over New Guinea's jungles. It was abandoned by a pilot who would die in combat days later. It was captured and studied by enemy intelligence. It influenced tactics and training across the Pacific theater. And it crashed in North Carolina, destroyed by the same mechanical failures that had grounded it at Cape Gloucester. The story of manufacturer number 263 is more than the story of one aircraft. It's a window into the larger narrative of the Pacific War, of courage and tragedy, of technological ambition and industrial reality, of individual skill and strategic impossibility. If you found this story compelling, please take a moment to like this video. It helps us share more forgotten stories from the Second World War. Subscribe to stay connected with these untold histories. Each one matters. Each one deserves to be remembered. We'd love to hear from you. Leave a comment below telling us where you're watching from. Our community spans the globe, from veterans to history enthusiasts, and you're part of something special here. July 6, 1944. Northern Germany, Piemont Testing Grounds. The clock showed 9:13 a.m. when test pilot Heini Dittmar settled into the cramped cockpit of his Messerschmitt Me-163 Comet. This peculiar machine weighed barely 4,000 pounds and lacked conventional landing gear, just a wheel trolley that would drop away after liftoff. Its rocket engine held fuel for a mere 7 minutes of powered flight. Today's mission: push this aircraft beyond any speed humanity had achieved. Weather conditions were ideal: clear skies, gentle winds. Perfect for attempting something this dangerous. Dittmar had previous experience with this aircraft type, but never at maximum thrust, never testing the absolute boundaries of what it could handle. This attempt was different. The engineering team had calculated every variable and determined the theoretical speed limit. They understood the structural stresses the airframe should tolerate. But theoretical calculations and actual performance rarely aligned perfectly, especially at unprecedented velocities. The engineers, watching from the runway, understood the mortal risk. This aircraft had already claimed multiple test pilots during development. The rocket propellant was extraordinarily volatile, capable of dissolving human tissue on contact. No ejection seat existed. If something failed at extreme speed, Dittmar would have mere seconds to respond before the aircraft disintegrated around him. Yet speed had become everything by 1944. Germany was losing the war. Allied bombing raids filled German skies daily, protected by escort fighters that Luftwaffe pilots could no longer match effectively. The German Air Force desperately needed something revolutionary: an interceptor capable of reaching bomber formations before Allied escorts could respond, something faster than anything American or British forces possessed. The Me-163 represented that hope. Rocket-powered, tailless, designed by glider specialist Alexander Lippisch. On paper, it embodied aviation's future. In practice, it was killing German pilots faster than it destroyed Allied bombers. Dittmar had been testing variants of this design since 1941. On October 2nd of that year, he had established a world speed record of 1,004.5 kilometers per hour in an earlier prototype, an extraordinary achievement. He had taken off from Piemont in the Me-163 AV-4, an unpowered glider towed to altitude by a Messerschmitt Bf-110. At 3,000 meters, he released from the tow aircraft. The Walter rocket motor ignited. The acceleration defied anything pilots had experienced. Within seconds, Dittmar was traveling faster than any propeller-driven fighter could achieve. He pushed the aircraft to 1,004.5 kilometers per hour in level flight, becoming the first human to exceed 1,000 kilometers per hour. The flight lasted only minutes before fuel exhaustion, but it proved rocket propulsion could achieve speeds impossible for conventional aircraft. That record, however, was set in level flight with an older, less powerful engine. The Me-163A had been a proof of concept, demonstrating rocket-powered flight's feasibility. Today's test differed fundamentally. Dittmar would push the Me-163 BV-18 to its absolute limit. The aircraft featured modifications, including a new dual-chamber Walter HWK 509A rocket motor. More power, more thrust, more speed. Engineering estimates suggested it could reach 1,100 kilometers per hour, approximately 700 miles per hour. Nothing with wings had ever moved that fast. At 9:16, Dittmar signaled readiness. Ground crew stepped back. The rocket motor ignited. A geyser of flame erupted from the tail section. The Me-163 rolled forward, accelerated faster than any aircraft Dittmar had ever flown, and lifted off. The wheeled trolley fell away. For the next 3 minutes, Dittmar climbed nearly vertical at an angle that would have stalled any conventional fighter. The Me-163 climbed like a missile. 6,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 10,000 meters. At 12,000 meters, Dittmar leveled off and pushed the throttle to maximum. The rocket motor roared. The aircraft surged forward. The airspeed indicator climbed past 1,000 kilometers per hour. 1,050, 1,100, 1,130 kilometers per hour, 702 miles per hour. Then Dittmar felt the aircraft shudder. The rudder surface began to flutter. At that speed, at that altitude, aerodynamic forces were tearing the tail apart. Dittmar cut the engine immediately. The rocket motor shut down. Suddenly, the cockpit was silent except for wind screaming past the canopy. He was gliding now. No power. No way to restart the engine. 12,000 meters above northern Germany, with most of his vertical rudder about to separate from the airframe. Dittmar had 8 minutes to return to Earth before running out of sky. He nosed down gently, bleeding off speed, trying not to stress the damaged rudder further. The Me-163 glided like the sailplane it essentially was. Dittmar had started his career as a glider pilot. He knew how to handle unpowered aircraft. But he had never glided an aircraft that was structurally failing at high altitude. He descended through 8,000 meters. 6,000, 4,000. The runway at Piemont came into view. Dittmar lined up for landing approach. The Me-163 had no landing gear. It landed on a retractable skid under the fuselage. One chance to execute this correctly. Hit too hard and the aircraft would cartwheel. Come in too shallow and he would overshoot the runway. At 300 meters altitude, Dittmar committed to the approach. The aircraft dropped toward the runway. The ground rushed up. At the last second, Dittmar pulled back on the stick. The Me-163 flared. The skid touched concrete. The aircraft skidded down the runway, trailing sparks. When it finally stopped, Dittmar was alive. The Me-163 was damaged, but intact. And Heini Dittmar had just established an unofficial world speed record that would remain unmatched for 3 years. 702 miles per hour. Engineers who examined the aircraft after landing discovered that nearly the entire vertical rudder surface had broken away from flutter during the high-speed run. A few more seconds at maximum speed and the aircraft would have come apart in the air. Dittmar had reached the absolute edge of what was aerodynamically possible in 1944. But here was the cruel irony. The Messerschmitt Me-163 Comet, the fastest aircraft in the world, was almost completely useless as a fighter. The path to this moment had been long and difficult. Alexander Lippisch had begun designing tailless aircraft in the 1920s, experimenting with radical wing configurations that conventional engineers dismissed as impractical. But Lippisch understood aerodynamics in ways others did not. He knew that a tailless design could be more efficient, could reduce drag, could achieve speeds impossible for conventional aircraft. When the German Air Ministry began seeking revolutionary fighter concepts in the late 1930s, Lippisch proposed a rocket-powered tailless interceptor. The concept was radical: no propeller, no tail, powered by volatile chemicals that ignited on contact. Most engineers considered it suicidal. But Germany was preparing for war, and revolutionary ideas were receiving chances they would never get in peacetime. Development began in earnest in 1940. The first prototypes were unpowered gliders, testing the aerodynamic concept. Pilots reported that the aircraft handled unlike anything they had flown. The controls were sensitive. The aircraft wanted to climb. Everything about it felt unnatural. But it flew, and it flew well once pilots adapted to its characteristics. Then came the powered versions with the Walter rocket motor. The acceleration was extraordinary, but the danger was equally extreme. Test pilots were killed. Aircraft exploded on the ground during fueling. The hypergolic fuel mixture, T-Stoff and C-Stoff, was so corrosive and reactive that ground crews wore protective suits. One spill could kill a man in minutes. Between May 1944 and May 1945, approximately 370 Me-163 aircraft were built. They were deployed to Jägerschwader 400, a fighter unit specifically created to operate the Comet. The unit was based at Brandis Airfield near Leipzig, positioned to intercept American bomber formations attacking targets in central Germany. In 11 months of combat operations, Me-163 pilots achieved 9 confirmed kills against Allied aircraft, though German records claim as many as 16. Even taking the higher claim, 16 kills in 11 months from a unit equipped with the fastest aircraft ever built. That is a failure by any measure. The failure wasn't because German pilots didn't know how to fly the Me-163. It was because the aircraft's incredible speed was also its fatal weakness. The Me-163 could reach 39,000 feet in 3.5 minutes. No Allied fighter could climb that fast. Once at altitude, it could dive through bomber formations at speeds no gunner could track. But the rocket motor only provided 7.5 minutes of powered flight. After 1 or 2 attack passes, the pilot had to glide back to base with no ability to maneuver. No way to escape if Allied fighters spotted him. Allied pilots quickly learned to simply wait until the Me-163 ran out of fuel, then attack it during its unpowered glide back to the airfield. American fighter pilots developed specific tactics for dealing with the Comet. They would orbit above Me-163 bases at high altitude, watching for the telltale rocket exhaust plume during launch. Once a Comet attacked and its engine cut out, the Americans would dive on the defenseless glider. Some Me-163 pilots were shot down within sight of their own runways, gliding home with empty fuel tanks and no way to defend themselves. The aircraft that could outrun anything in the sky became easy prey the moment its engine stopped. And even when the Me-163 had fuel, its speed created problems. The aircraft carried two 30mm cannons. At 700 miles per hour, a pilot had less than 2 seconds to acquire a target, aim, and fire before overshooting. Most bomber crews never even knew they had been attacked. The Me-163 would flash past them so fast their gunners couldn't track it. But the Me-163 pilot usually missed too, because aiming at that speed required reflexes faster than human biology allowed. German engineers tried to solve this problem. They developed the SG-500 Jägerfaust, an upward-firing weapon system with 650mm recoilless mortars mounted in the wing roots. The idea was that a Comet pilot could fly directly underneath a bomber formation. Photoelectric cells would detect the bomber's shadow and automatically fire the mortars upward. The pilot wouldn't have to aim at all. The system was tested and apparently destroyed at least one Lancaster bomber. But the Jägerfaust was never widely deployed. Most Me-163 pilots had to rely on their 230mm cannons, trying to hit bombers while flying faster than racing cars travel today. Feldwebel Siegfried Schubert was the most successful Me-163 pilot. He shot down 3 Allied bombers. His first confirmed kill came on August 16, 1944, when he attacked a formation of B-17s. Schubert climbed to altitude in his Me-163, positioned himself above the bomber formation, and dove through them at maximum speed. He fired a short burst from his 30mm cannons as he passed a B-17. The rounds hit the bomber's wing root. The wing folded. The B-17 fell out of formation. Schubert's second and third victories came on August 24, 1944, during a single mission. He attacked another B-17 formation, destroyed one bomber on his first pass, climbed back to altitude on rocket power, and dove through the formation again. His second victim fell trailing smoke. 3 kills in 9 days of operations. Then on October 7, 1944, Schubert was killed when his Me-163 exploded during takeoff. The volatile rocket fuel claimed another pilot. His 3 victories represented the most successful combat record of any Comet pilot. Other experienced pilots scored 1 or 2 victories. Most never hit anything. The problem wasn't the pilot. The problem was that speed without control is just speed. You cannot fight if you cannot aim. Meanwhile, the Me-163 was killing its own pilots. Numerous German pilots died during training and testing. The rocket fuel, a mixture of T-Stoff and C-Stoff, was hypergolic. The two chemicals ignited spontaneously when they came in contact. That made the rocket motor reliable. It also made refueling incredibly dangerous. Ground crews wore protective suits. The fuel tanks had to be filled separately to prevent accidental mixing. If a fuel line ruptured on landing, which happened frequently given the aircraft's high landing speed and skid landing gear, the chemicals could leak into the cockpit. In one documented case, Oberleutnant Josky Pose was killed on December 30, 1943, when a fuel line ruptured during takeoff at Bad Zwischenen. Pose was conducting a test flight in a Me-163 prototype. The wheeled takeoff trolley struck the runway during liftoff and bounced back up into the aircraft's fuselage. The impact ruptured a T-Stoff fuel line. The leaking T-Stoff, a highly corrosive hydrogen peroxide oxidizer, began dissolving Pose's body before rescuers could reach him. Witnesses reported that his right arm had been dissolved to nothing. The other arm and his head were little more than masses of soft tissue. The chemical had eaten through flesh and muscle in minutes. It was one of the most horrific deaths in aviation history, and it illustrated the extreme danger of the Me-163's fuel system. By early 1945, the Luftwaffe abandoned the Me-163 in favor of the Messerschmitt Me-262, the world's first operational jet fighter. The Me-262 was slower than the Comet, but it had 30 minutes of powered flight instead of 7 minutes. It had retractable landing gear. It didn't require handling hypergolic rocket fuel, and it could actually shoot down Allied aircraft in meaningful numbers. When the war ended in May 1945, most Me-163 aircraft were sitting on airfields with no fuel, no pilots, and no mission. The fastest aircraft in World War II was also the most spectacular failure. But while German engineers were building rocket-powered interceptors that flew too fast to aim, American engineers were solving a different problem. They were building a fighter that was fast enough to escort bombers all the way to Berlin and back, maneuverable enough to dogfight German fighters over their own territory, and reliable enough that pilots actually survived long enough to become aces. The American bomber offensive against Germany had begun in earnest in 1943. The strategy was simple in concept but brutal in execution. Heavy bombers, B-17s and B-24s, would fly deep into Germany in broad daylight and destroy industrial targets. The bombers flew in tight formations for mutual defensive fire. Each aircraft bristled with .50 caliber machine guns. Gunners were trained to create interlocking fields of fire that would shred any fighter that tried to attack. In theory, the bomber formations were flying fortresses that could defend themselves. In practice, they were dying in appalling numbers. The problem was range. American fighters could escort the bombers partway into Germany, but they couldn't go all the way to the targets and back. The P-47 Thunderbolt, the primary escort fighter in 1943, had a combat radius of about 230 miles. That was enough to reach targets in Western Germany, but not deep into the Reich. Once the escorts turned back, German fighters would swarm the unprotected bomber formations. The B-17s and B-24s had defensive armament, but it wasn't enough. German fighters would attack head-on, exploiting the bombers' weakest defensive position. They would coordinate attacks from multiple directions simultaneously, overwhelming the gunners. They would use heavy cannons that could destroy a bomber with a few hits. In the second half of 1943, the 8th Air Force was losing 5 to 7% of bombers on every mission. That doesn't sound like much until you do the math. A bomber crew had to fly 30 missions to complete their tour. If every mission had a 5% loss rate, the statistical probability of surviving 30 missions was 21%. Most bomber crews didn't come home. The psychological impact was devastating. Crews would wake up, eat breakfast, attend mission briefings, and climb into their aircraft knowing they probably wouldn't survive the war. Some men broke down before ever reaching Germany. Others flew their missions mechanically, emotionally numb, waiting for death. On a single mission to Schweinfurt in October 1943, the 8th Air Force lost 60 B-17s out of 291 dispatched, 20% losses in one day. The target was ball-bearing factories, critical to German war production. The mission planners knew it would be costly, but they believed destroying the factories would cripple German industry. The bombers flew without fighter escort for most of the mission. German fighters attacked in waves. Bf-109s and Fw-190s tore into the formations. Some bombers were hit so many times they simply disintegrated in midair. Others limped back to England on 2 engines, trailing smoke, with dead and wounded crew members inside. American commanders knew they couldn't sustain those casualty rates. Something had to change. That something was the P-51 Mustang. The aircraft had been designed as a private venture by North American Aviation in 1940. The British Royal Air Force ordered the first production models and deployed them in 1942. But the early P-51s had a problem. They were fast and maneuverable at low altitude, but their Allison engines lost power above 15,000 feet. That made them unsuitable for bomber escort missions, which were flown at 25,000 feet or higher. Then someone had an idea. What if they replaced the Allison engine with a British Rolls-Royce Merlin? The Merlin was a supercharged engine that actually gained power at high altitude. North American Aviation obtained a license to build the Merlin in the United States as the Packard V-1650. They installed it in the P-51 airframe. The result was extraordinary. The P-51D Mustang combined American airframe design with British engine technology. It was fast at all altitudes. It was maneuverable. And most importantly, it had range. With external drop tanks, a P-51D could fly from England to Berlin and back, a round trip of more than 1,300 miles, and still have fuel left to fight when it got there. Starting in early 1944, Mustangs began escorting bombers all the way to targets in Germany. German fighters that had spent months attacking undefended bomber formations suddenly found themselves fighting American fighters over their own airfields. The tactical situation reversed completely. The bomber loss rate dropped to 2%, then 1%. By mid-1944, American bombers were attacking Berlin in daylight with fewer losses than they had suffered attacking targets in France a year earlier. The Mustang made that possible. On October 12, 1944, First Lieutenant Chuck Yeager was flying a P-51D Mustang he had named Glamorous Glen III over northwestern Germany. Yeager was 21 years old, from Hamlin, West Virginia. He had already been shot down once, evaded capture with help from the French resistance, made his way to Spain, and talked his way back into combat against regulations that prohibited evaders from flying over enemy territory again. He was escorting B-17 bombers on a raid near Bremen. His squadron of 16 Mustangs was flying at 25,000 feet when Yeager spotted a formation of Messerschmitt Bf-109 fighters below. He counted 22 of them. The German fighters hadn't seen the Mustangs yet. Yeager and his squadron circled into position and attacked out of the sun. What happened next became one of the most famous dogfights of the war. As Yeager maneuvered his P-51 to fire at a trailing Bf-109, the German fighter suddenly turned left and collided with his wingman. Both German pilots bailed out. 2 victories without firing a shot. Then the sky erupted into a wild turning dogfight. Bf-109s and P-51s spinning and diving in every direction. Yeager spotted another Bf-109 and fired from 600 yards. The German fighter exploded. His third victory. Another Bf-109 came at him from behind. Yeager reversed, got on the German pilot's tail, and fired again. Another kill, his fourth. By now, the dogfight had descended from 25,000 feet to 15,000 feet. German pilots were trying to escape. Yeager spotted a fifth Bf-109 trying to break away. He chased it down and destroyed it. 5 enemy aircraft in one mission. Yeager became an ace in a day. The entire engagement lasted less than 15 minutes. When the smoke cleared, Jaeger Squadron had destroyed 8 of the 22 German fighters without losing a single Mustang. It was a kind of lopsided victory that would have been impossible a year earlier. The P-51 gave American pilots the tools they needed to dominate German airspace. The P-51D Mustang wasn't the fastest fighter in World War II. Its maximum speed was 440 miles per hour, far slower than the Me-163 Comet at 700 miles per hour or even the Me-262 jet at 540 miles per hour. But the Mustang had something more important than raw speed. It had range. A P-51D could fly from England to Berlin and back, a round trip of more than 1,300 miles, and still have fuel left to fight when it got there. No other fighter in the world could do that in 1944. The difference was dramatic. In October 1943, before P-51 escorts became widespread, the 8th Air Force lost 60 bombers in a single week. By March 1945, with full P-51 escort coverage, the 8th Air Force flew over 1,000 bomber sorties in a single day with minimal losses. That transformation happened because one aircraft could go far enough. Meanwhile, the Germans were also building jet fighters that actually worked. The Messerschmitt Me-262 Schwalbe entered combat in July 1944. Unlike the Me-163 rocket fighter, the Me-262 was a practical combat aircraft. It had retractable landing gear, long enough flight time to complete a mission, and heavy armament that could destroy a bomber in a single pass. It was also faster than any Allied fighter. Between July 1944 and May 1945, German pilots claimed 542 Allied aircraft destroyed by Me-262s, though actual confirmed victories were likely lower. But the Allies shot down or destroyed on the ground more than 300 Me-262s. The Me-262 could have been a game-changer if Germany had deployed it earlier and in larger numbers, but it entered service too late. So, who was the king of speed in World War II? If you measure purely by maximum velocity, the answer is clear. The Messerschmitt Me-163 Comet at 702 miles per hour. No aircraft built during World War II flew faster. Haney Dittmar's record from July 6, 1944, stood until October 14, 1947, when Chuck Yeager broke the sound barrier in the Bell X-1 at 891 miles per hour. But measuring success by top speed alone misses the point. The Me-163 flew approximately 300 missions and scored 9 confirmed kills, a 3% success rate. The P-51 flew hundreds of thousands of missions and was credited with nearly 5,000 air-to-air victories in Europe alone. If you measure by strategic impact, the answer is the P-51 Mustang. Not the fastest, but fast enough, with range that changed the entire dynamic of the air war over Europe. If you measure by technological achievement, the answer is the Me-262 Schwalbe, the world's first operational jet fighter, the aircraft that showed every air force in the world what the future looked like. Speed only matters if you can use it. The Me-163 was so fast its pilots couldn't aim. The Me-262 was fast enough to be effective, but vulnerable on takeoff and landing. The P-51 was slower than both, but reliable enough that pilots like Chuck Yeager could fly 64 missions and survive. Haney Dittmar survived the war and returned to civilian life as a sailplane designer and competition pilot. He died in 1960 during a test flight at age 48. Chuck Yeager became one of the most famous test pilots in history, broke the sound barrier, commanded fighter squadrons during the Vietnam War, and died in December 2020 at age 97. When people asked Yeager what made the P-51 special, he said it was honest. It didn't try to do anything it couldn't do. Everything on the aircraft worked the way it was supposed to work. That made it a pilot's airplane. And that's the real answer to who was king of speed in World War II. It depends on what you value. March 6, 1944. 7:42 a.m. Colonel Donald Blakesley sat strapped into the cockpit of his P-51B Mustang at Debden Airfield in England, preparing to lead a mission the Luftwaffe believed couldn't be done. The target, Berlin, 560 miles into Nazi Germany's heart. German High Command had been assured repeatedly by their intelligence staff that no American single-engine fighter possessed the range to reach Berlin and return. The round trip was 1,100 miles. Every fighter the Americans had deployed, the P-47 Thunderbolt, the P-38 Lightning, ran dry hundreds of miles before reaching the capital. German pilots knew this fact intimately. They positioned themselves beyond fighter range, then tore into unescorted bombers. American bomber losses over Germany had reached catastrophic levels. In October 1943, 60 B-17 Flying Fortresses were shot down in a single mission to Schweinfurt. 20% of the attacking force destroyed in one day. The daylight bombing campaign was collapsing. But this morning, Blakesley's P-51 carried something the Germans insisted didn't exist. Under each wing hung a 108-gallon drop tank, paper tanks manufactured in Britain, filled with fuel that would extend his Mustang's combat radius to 850 miles. Combined with the internal 85-gallon Fuselage tank and wing tanks, the P-51 carried enough fuel to fly to Berlin, fight for 20 minutes, and come home. The Luftwaffe High Command had declared this impossible. Their calculations said American fighters lacked the range. Their intelligence reports confirmed it. Their pilots had been briefed they would never see enemy fighters over Berlin. They were wrong. Blakesley was 26 years old. He'd been fighting Germans since 1941, first with the Royal Air Force's Eagle Squadron, then with the United States Army Air Force's 4th Fighter Group. He'd flown over 500 combat missions, more than any American pilot in the war. He knew the cost of unescorted bomber raids. He'd watched too many B-17s go down in flames because fighters had to turn back due to fuel limitations. Now, for the first time, he was about to take single-engine fighters all the way to the Nazi capital. What happened in the next 7 hours would change the strategic balance of the air war over Europe. The first bomber crew the lack of fighter escort killed was Lieutenant Robert Harriman's B-17 crew on August 17, 1943. Harriman had been in England for 2 months. His crew had flown 6 missions over occupied Europe. Their target that day, the ball-bearing factories at Schweinfurt, deep inside Germany. The P-47s escorted them to the German border, then turned back. They didn't have enough fuel to go farther. The Luftwaffe waited. They knew exactly when American fighters would leave. They'd been tracking escort range for months. German fighter controllers watched the P-47s turn west, then ordered their pilots to attack. Over 300 Messerschmitt Bf-109s and Focke-Wulf 190s swarmed the bomber formations. Harriman's B-17 took cannon fire in the number 3 engine 20 minutes after the escorts left. The engine caught fire. The pilot feathered the propeller, but couldn't extinguish the flames. 2 more German fighters came in from 6 o'clock, walked cannon shells through the fuselage. The tail section broke away. The bomber fell out of formation, spinning toward Earth. 3 crew members got out. 7 didn't. The mission lost 36 bombers. 260 men killed or captured, all beyond fighter escort range. The second crew was Captain James O'Connor's B-24, lost September 6th near Stuttgart. O'Connor was a flight leader, experienced with 14 missions completed. His formation attacked the Robert Bosch magneto plant. The P-38s escorted them as far as their fuel allowed, roughly 400 miles from England. Then they turned back. The Luftwaffe hit the formation 30 seconds later. O'Connor's crew reported on the radio they were under attack from 15 to 20 fighters. They called for help. No fighters were available. They were alone 150 miles inside Germany. 40 bombers against 300 German interceptors. O'Connor's aircraft took multiple 20mm cannon hits. The right wing fuel tank exploded. The bomber rolled inverted and dove straight down from 22,000 feet. No parachutes were seen. 10 men dead. By October 1943, the 8th Air Force had lost 194 heavy bombers in 3 months. Most were shot down after fighter escorts had to return to base due to fuel limitations. The crews called it going naked, flying without fighter cover. German pilots called it happy hunting time. They knew exactly where American escort range ended. They positioned their fighters just beyond that point and waited. When American escorts turned back, the Germans attacked in overwhelming numbers. The bombers tried defending themselves with .50 caliber machine guns, but AB-17's defensive fire couldn't stop a determined Luftwaffe pilot making a head-on attack at 400 miles per hour. The bomber crews were being killed faster than they could be replaced. The situation was unsustainable. The worst loss came on October 14, 1943, the second Schweinfurt raid. 320 heavy bombers attacked the ball-bearing factories. 60 were shot down. 600 men killed or captured in a single day. Another 17 bombers were damaged beyond repair. Another 100 required extensive repairs. The total loss rate, 29%. General Henry Hap Arnold, commanding general of the United States Army Air Forces, ordered a pause in deep penetration missions. The losses were too high. The bomber crews were exhausted. Replacement pilots arrived with inadequate training and were killed on their first or second missions. Something had to change. Without long-range fighter escort, the daylight bombing campaign couldn't continue. Without the daylight bombing campaign, the planned invasion of Europe might fail. The Germans would have time to reinforce their defenses, to build more weapons, to train more pilots. The war could drag on for years. More American soldiers would die on the beaches of France if the Luftwaffe wasn't destroyed first. The problem wasn't that bombers couldn't reach their targets. B-17s and B-24s had the range to strike anywhere in Germany. The problem was they couldn't survive German fighters without escort. And no American fighter had the range to escort them all the way to the target and back. The P-47 Thunderbolt had a combat radius of roughly 230 miles with internal fuel, extended to about 375 miles with drop tanks. That was enough to escort bombers to targets in Western Germany, but not to Berlin, not to the Ruhr industrial region, not to the critical oil refineries and aircraft factories deep inside the Reich. The P-38 Lightning had better range, roughly 450 miles combat radius. But the aircraft suffered serious problems in the cold temperatures at high altitude over Europe. The turbocharger systems failed regularly. Pilots called it getting P-38 foot D, when both engines quit simultaneously at 30,000 feet. The Lightning was also in short supply. There were never enough P-38s to provide adequate escort coverage. The Spitfire flown by the Royal Air Force had excellent performance, but insufficient range. Even with drop tanks, it could barely reach Paris. The bomber crews were paying the price. They flew missions knowing that for large portions of the flight they would be unescorted, vulnerable. They watched German fighters position themselves at the limit of American escort range, waiting. The bomber crews could see them up there, circling like sharks, counting down the minutes until American fighters had to leave. Then the attacks would begin, wave after wave. German fighters diving through formations, firing 20mm cannons and 30mm guns, ripping apart unarmored bombers, killing crews. A bomber could absorb incredible punishment and still fly, but enough hits would bring anything down. German pilots knew where to aim: the cockpit, the engines, the wing fuel tanks. They'd been killing bombers for 2 years. They were very good at it. On December 20, 1943, the 354th Fighter Group arrived in England with a new aircraft, the P-51B Mustang. The Mustang's development had been rushed and unconventional. In April 1940, the British Purchasing Commission approached North American Aviation, asking them to build P-40 Warhawks under license. North American's President James Kindleberger made a counteroffer. His company could design and build a completely new fighter in the same time frame. The British agreed, skeptical but desperate for aircraft. North American's chief designer Edgar Schmud led a team that designed the complete aircraft in 117 days. The prototype flew in October 1940. It was designated NA-73 by the company, Mustang by the British. The early Mustangs used Allison engines and were relegated to low-altitude tactical reconnaissance. They had superb handling characteristics and exceptional range, but the Allison engine's performance fell off dramatically above 15,000 feet. They couldn't compete with German fighters at the altitudes where bombers operated, 20,000 to 30,000 feet, where the air was thin and turbochargers were essential. The Royal Air Force used them for ground attack and tactical reconnaissance, roles where low-altitude performance mattered more than high-altitude capability. Then someone had an idea. Ronald Harker, a test pilot for Rolls-Royce, flew a Mustang in April 1942 and immediately recognized its potential. The airframe was excellent. The aerodynamics were superb. But the engine was wrong. Harker wrote a report suggesting that if the Allison engine was replaced with a Rolls-Royce Merlin, the aircraft would have outstanding high-altitude performance. The Merlin 61 engine had a two-stage supercharger that maintained power output up to 30,000 feet and beyond. Combined with the Mustang's clean aerodynamic design and large fuel capacity, a Merlin-powered Mustang might be the long-range, high-altitude fighter everyone needed. The British took the suggestion seriously. They shipped 5 Mustang airframes to Rolls-Royce for conversion. The results exceeded expectations. With a Merlin engine, the Mustang's top speed increased from 365 miles per hour to 441 miles per hour at 30,000 feet. Climb rate improved dramatically. Service ceiling increased from 31,000 feet to 42,000 feet. The aircraft transformed from a capable low-altitude fighter into an exceptional high-altitude interceptor. North American began production of Merlin-powered Mustangs in 1943, designated P-51B and P-51C models. The engine was built under license by Packard in America, designated V-1650. The airframe remained essentially unchanged from the original design. The fuel capacity was extraordinary for a single-engine fighter. Internal fuel capacity was 184 gallons in the wing tanks, increased to 269 gallons when an 85-gallon fuselage tank was added behind the pilot during production. With two 108-gallon drop tanks, total fuel capacity reached 485 gallons. The P-51B could fly at 437 miles per hour at 25,000 feet. It could climb to 30,000 feet in under 8 minutes. It could turn with a Bf-109, dive with a FW-190, and most importantly, it could carry enough fuel to fly for over 6 hours. With internal fuel only, the P-51B had a combat radius of roughly 475 miles. But with two 108-gallon drop tanks, the radius extended to 850 miles. That was enough. That was finally enough to reach Berlin. But there was a problem with the extra fuel. The P-51B's fuselage tank was located behind the pilot, aft of the center of gravity. When fully loaded with 85 gallons, the aircraft became dangerously unstable in pitch. Test pilots reported that with a full fuselage tank, violent pullouts or hard turns caused control stick loads to reverse, meaning the pilot had to push forward on the stick to prevent the nose from pitching up further. The aircraft wanted to tumble. With a full fuselage tank, a P-51B couldn't dogfight. It could barely maneuver. The solution was to burn the fuselage tank fuel first, before entering combat. Pilots were instructed to use the fuselage tank during climb-out and cruise, keeping the aircraft stable by the time they reached enemy territory. Once the fuselage tank was empty or nearly empty, the center of gravity shifted forward and the aircraft handled normally. But that meant careful fuel management. Pilots had to monitor fuel consumption constantly, switching tanks at the right moments, calculating range to target, time to fight, fuel required for the return trip. One mistake, and they'd run out of fuel over Germany. The 354th Fighter Group flew its first escort mission with the P-51 on December 5, 1943. They escorted bombers to Amiens, France, then to Emden on December 11th, then to Kiel on December 13th. The Kiel mission reached 480 miles into Germany, the deepest penetration by American single-engine fighters up to that date. The Luftwaffe responded. They sent up over 200 fighters to intercept. The 354th shot down 8 German aircraft and lost none of their own. The P-51 worked. It could fly deep into Germany, fight, and come home. Major General James Doolittle, who had just taken command of the 8th Air Force in January 1944, saw the potential immediately. He needed that aircraft. He needed hundreds of them. The strategic bombing campaign's success depended on destroying the Luftwaffe's fighter force. The only way to do that was to force them into combat where American fighters could kill them. And the only way to force them into combat was to attack targets the Germans had to defend, targets deep inside Germany, targets like Berlin. But to attack Berlin, he needed long-range fighters. He needed P-51s. Doolittle began converting fighter groups from P-47s to P-51s as quickly as aircraft became available. The 4th Fighter Group was next. Colonel Donald Blakesley, who had been assigned to the 354th in December to help them transition to combat operations, returned to the 4th in January as the new group commander. He wanted his group equipped with Mustangs. He pushed hard. Major General William Kepner, commander of 8 Fighter Command, was reluctant. Converting a fighter group to a new aircraft type required taking the entire group off operations for weeks, while pilots and ground crews learned the new systems. Kepner couldn't afford to lose a complete fighter group during the build-up to the planned invasion of France. Blakesley made him an offer. "Give me the P-51s, and I'll have the 4th Fighter Group operational within 24 hours. Kepner thought it was impossible. Blakesley's pilots had been flying P-47s for over a year. They had no time in the P-51. The ground crews had no experience maintaining the Merlin engine. 24 hours wasn't enough time to convert an entire fighter group. Blakesley insisted. His pilots had flown Spitfires with the Royal Air Force before transferring to the USAF. They knew the Merlin engine. They understood the British systems. His mechanics had worked on Merlins for years. They could handle it. Kepner agreed, but with a condition. If the 4th Fighter Group wasn't fully operational within 24 hours, Blakesley would be relieved of command. The 4th received their first P-51BS on February 26, 1944. Blakesley gathered his pilots and gave them their instructions. Learn to fly them on the way to the target. They would begin combat operations within 48 hours. Some pilots had less than 30 minutes of flight time in the P-51 before flying their first mission. The mechanics worked through the night, familiarizing themselves with the new aircraft, checking systems, loading ammunition, installing drop tanks. By February 28th, the 4th Fighter Group flew their first P-51 mission, escorting bombers to France. Every aircraft returned safely. Blakesley had kept his promise. By early March 1944, the 8th Air Force had enough P-51s to attempt what had been impossible 6 months earlier. A daylight bombing raid on Berlin with fighter escort all the way to the target and back. The operation was approved. The mission was scheduled for March 3rd. The weather scrubbed it. They tried again on March 4th. The weather was marginal but acceptable. Over 600 bombers took off, escorted by over 650 fighters, including the 4th Fighter Group's P-51s. It was the first large-scale American attack on Berlin. Blakesley led his 48 Mustangs into the mission. Briefing at 5 a.m. The map showed the route: northeast across the North Sea, over the Netherlands, across northern Germany, straight to Berlin. The bombers would strike industrial targets in the city. The fighters would provide continuous escort from takeoff to landing. No bomber would fly unescorted. The weather forecast was for scattered clouds over the target. Visibility 3 to 5 miles. German fighter opposition was expected to be heavy. The Luftwaffe would defend Berlin with everything they had. Intelligence estimated 300 to 400 German fighters would be airborne. The American fighters would be outnumbered in the target area, but they'd have the advantage of altitude and position. The bombers would bomb from 24,000 to 26,000 feet. The fighters would fly top cover at 30,000 feet, positioned between the bombers and the sun, forcing any attacking German fighters to climb through the escort screen. Fuel management was critical. Pilots were instructed to burn their fuselage tanks to below 40 gallons before crossing into German territory. Drop tanks would be jettisoned when empty or when combat was imminent. Each pilot was responsible for monitoring his own fuel state and calculating his own return fuel requirements. No one would be left behind, but any pilot who ran out of fuel over Germany was on his own. The nearest friendly territory was the Netherlands, over 200 miles from Berlin. AP-51 could glide maybe 30 miles with no engine power. The math was clear. If you ran out of fuel over Berlin, you were not going home. The 4th Fighter Group took off at 7:42 a.m. 48 Mustangs, each loaded with two 108-gallon drop tanks, full ammunition, and enough fuel to reach Berlin and fight. The aircraft were heavy. Taking off at maximum gross weight required careful technique. Too much throttle, and the torque would pull the aircraft off the runway. Too little, and the aircraft wouldn't accelerate fast enough to become airborne before running out of runway. Blakesley's Mustang lifted off after using 3/4 of the runway. He climbed to 1,000 feet, circled once, and watched his 3 squadrons form up behind him. 48 aircraft in tight formation, silver Mustangs against the gray English morning. They set course for the North Sea. The flight to Germany took 2.5 hours. The bombers were already ahead, strung out in a formation 70 miles long. Over 600 heavy bombers carrying thousands of tons of explosives toward the Nazi capital. The 4th Fighter Group rendezvoused with their assigned bomber group over the Netherlands at 9:15 a.m., exactly on schedule. Blakesley positioned his fighters in a combat spread formation 5,000 feet above the bombers, weaving back and forth to maintain position. The bombers flew straight and level, maintaining formation discipline. Below, the Dutch countryside passed by fields and rivers and small towns. Ahead, Germany waited. They crossed the border at 9:35 a.m. The first contrails appeared. High-altitude German fighters positioning for attack. Blakesley counted at least 40, maybe 50. More appeared every minute, climbing from airfields scattered across northern Germany. The Luftwaffe had scrambled everything they had. Blakesley called out the contacts on the radio. Bogies 11 o'clock high, 20 plus. Bogies 1 o'clock level, 20 plus. Bandits forming up ahead. Estimate 50 plus. His pilots acknowledged. Everyone saw them. The Germans were massing for a coordinated attack. At 9:58 a.m., the first German fighters dove toward the bombers. Blakesley called out, "Here they come. Break left and engage." The 4th Fighter Group turned into the attack. What followed was 7 minutes of violent aerial combat. Bf-109s and FW-190s tried to break through the escort screen. The P-51s blocked them, turning inside their attacks, firing in deflection, forcing the Germans to break off or die. Blakesley shot at a Bf-109, but his guns jammed after 2 seconds. He continued flying anyway, positioning his aircraft to force German fighters into positions where his wingmen could shoot them. Squadron Commander Major James Goodson destroyed 2 FW-190s in quick succession. Captain Don Gentile got a Bf-109 from 200 yards range, watched it explode across the sky. Aircraft twisted and dove, guns firing, shells hitting, aircraft smoking. The radio chatter was constant. Break right. Bandit on your 6. Got him. 2 more at 3 o'clock. Watch the one below. Blakesley kept his squadron together, maintained position over the bombers, denied the Germans a clear shot. The German fighters tried to get past the escorts, tried to reach the bombers, but the Mustangs blocked every approach. Finally, low on fuel and ammunition, the German fighters broke off and dove away. The 4th Fighter Group had lost none of their own and had shot down 5 confirmed German aircraft. More importantly, every bomber in their assigned group reached the target safely. Over Berlin, the sky filled with flak. Thousands of German anti-aircraft guns firing upward, filling the air with exploding steel. The bombers flew through it, holding formation, opening their bomb bay doors. 10,000 feet below, Berlin spread across the landscape, gray buildings and streets, and the winding Spree River. The bombers released their bombs. Thousands of bombs falling, trailing smoke, disappearing into the city below. Blakesley watched from 30,000 feet, watched the explosions blossom across the city center, watched the smoke rise. Berlin was burning. The bombers turned west for the return flight. More German fighters appeared, trying to attack damaged bombers straggling behind the formations. The P-51s stayed with them, defending, escorting all the way across Germany, across the Netherlands, until they reached the North Sea in safety. The mission took 6 hours and 40 minutes from takeoff to landing. Blakesley landed at Debden at 2 p.m. with 20 gallons of fuel remaining, barely enough for 10 minutes of flight. Every aircraft of the 4th Fighter Group returned. Not one bomber they escorted was shot down by German fighters. What none of the Americans realized was that on the ground in Berlin, Reichsmarschall Hermann Göring, commander of the Luftwaffe, was watching from his headquarters. He saw the contrails of American fighters over the city. He'd been told it was impossible. His intelligence officers had calculated that no American single-engine fighter had the range to reach Berlin. His engineers had examined captured P-47s and P-38s and concluded neither aircraft could fly that far. His fighter controllers had assured him that American bomber raids would always be vulnerable beyond escort range. They were all wrong. When Göring saw P-51s flying over Berlin, escorting the bombers, he understood immediately what it meant. The strategic balance had shifted. The Americans could now bomb any target in Germany with fighter escort. There was nowhere left to hide. The Luftwaffe would have to fight over their own cities, over their own factories, over their own airfields. They would be fighting at the end of supply lines stretched to breaking, with inadequate fuel, with poorly trained replacement pilots, against an enemy with numerical superiority and better equipment. It was, Göring later admitted, the moment he knew Germany would lose the air war. The Americans returned to Berlin on March 6th. This time, 800 bombers attacked, escorted by over 900 fighters. The 4th Fighter Group flew again. Blakesley led them back to the capital. This time, the Luftwaffe was ready. They'd pulled fighters from the Eastern Front, from Italy, from everywhere they could find them. Over 350 German fighters were airborne when the Americans arrived. The battle that followed became known as Black Monday. It was one of the largest air battles ever fought over Europe. The 4th Fighter Group encountered German fighters 50 miles from Berlin. The Luftwaffe had changed tactics. Instead of attacking the bombers directly, they focused on destroying the fighter escorts first. If they could eliminate the P-51s, the bombers would be vulnerable. Wave after wave of Bf-109s and FW-190s dove through the American fighter formations, trying to break them up, scatter them, eliminate the cohesive escort coverage. The American pilots fought back. Major James Goodson destroyed 2 German fighters. Across the entire 8-fighter command, American pilots fought intensely. The Luftwaffe lost between 66 and 81 aircraft, according to German loss records, though American wartime claims were higher due to multiple pilots claiming the same kills. The Germans inflicted casualties too. 69 American bombers were shot down, 53 B-17s and 16 B-24s. 11 American fighters were lost, including 4 from the 4th Fighter Group. The losses were heavy, but the mission was a success. The bombers reached their targets. Berlin was bombed again. And most importantly, the presence of P-51s over Berlin was now undeniable. The Germans could no longer claim it was a mistake or a fluke. American single-engine fighters had flown to Berlin twice in 3 days. The impossible had become routine. German fighter pilots first understood the strategic implications on March 8th, 2 days after Black Monday. The 4th Fighter Group returned to Berlin, this time targeting the Erkner ball-bearing works in the city's southwest suburbs. On this mission, Captain Don Gentile and his wingman, Lieutenant John Godfrey, pioneered new aggressive tactics. Gentile shot down 3 Bf-109s in a single engagement, bringing his total to approximately 14 confirmed victories. Together with Godfrey, they claimed 6 enemy aircraft that day, demonstrating that P-51s could not only escort bombers to Berlin, but could dominate German fighters in combat over the Nazi capital. Gentile would eventually be credited with 19.83 aerial victories, plus 6 aircraft destroyed on the ground, making him one of the war's leading aces. Luftwaffe Major Gunther Roll, credited with 275 victories on the Eastern Front, flew his first mission defending Berlin during this period. He encountered P-51s at 28,000 feet directly over the city. Roll was an experienced pilot, a recipient of the Knight's Cross with oak leaves and swords, one of Germany's most skilled fighter commanders. He knew aircraft performance, knew fuel consumption calculations, knew what should be possible and what shouldn't. When he saw P-51s over Berlin, hundreds of miles from England, he immediately understood that something fundamental had changed. After landing, he told his squadron, "The Americans have solved the range problem. They can escort their bombers anywhere now. We can't hide anymore. We'll have to fight them over every target in Germany." Other German pilots reported similar realizations. Oberst Johannes Steinhoff, another experienced ace, flew against P-51s near Berlin on March 9th. He tried the standard Luftwaffe tactic, diving through the fighter screen at high speed, ignoring the escorts, trying to reach the bombers. The P-51s followed him down, caught him at 15,000 feet, forced him into a turning fight. Steinhoff was flying FW-190, an excellent aircraft at low altitude, but the P-51 turned with him, stayed on his tail, fired repeatedly. Steinhoff escaped only by diving to the treetops and running at maximum speed. He landed with bullet holes in his rudder and elevator. He told his ground crew, "That Mustang followed me all the way down and stayed with me in the turn. I couldn't shake him. We can't outturn them. We can't outdive them. And they can fly farther than we can. I don't know how we're supposed to beat them." The psychological impact on Luftwaffe pilots was severe. For 3 years, they'd owned the sky over Germany. They knew that beyond a certain point, American fighter escorts would have to turn back, and the bombers would be vulnerable. That knowledge gave them confidence, allowed them to plan their attacks, to position their formations at exactly the right point to maximize their advantages. Now that advantage was gone. American fighters could be anywhere, at any altitude, at any distance from England. German pilots could no longer predict where the escorts would turn back because they weren't turning back. The rules had changed. German fighter commanders tried to adapt. General Lieutenant Adolf Galland, General der Jagdflieger, ordered his pilots to focus on the bombers and ignore the fighters whenever possible. The mission was to stop the bombs, not to achieve a favorable kill ratio against enemy fighters. But that strategy was nearly impossible to execute. The P-51s positioned themselves between the German fighters and the bombers. Any attack on the bombers meant fighting through the escorts first, and fighting P-51s meant casualties. The aircraft was faster than the Bf-109 at altitude, could turn with the FW-190, and was more heavily armed than either. Worse, there were hundreds of them. The Americans seemed to have an unlimited supply. Every mission, more P-51s appeared. The Luftwaffe was outnumbered, outranged, and increasingly outfought. German intelligence tried to determine how the Americans had achieved the range increase. They examined wreckage from downed P-51s, looking for modified fuel systems, enlarged tanks, anything that would explain the impossible range. They found the drop tanks, of course, the 108-gallon paper tanks manufactured by Malcolm Scott in Britain. German engineers calculated the additional range provided by the drop tanks and realized the truth. The P-51 had been designed from the beginning with exceptionally large internal fuel capacity. The drop tanks merely extended an already impressive range. There was no secret modification, no revolutionary technology. The Americans had simply built a fighter with enough fuel capacity to escort bombers anywhere in Europe. The Germans had never considered it possible. Their own long-range fighter projects, the Bf-110, the Me-210, had all focused on twin-engine designs. They'd assumed a single-engine fighter couldn't carry enough fuel for strategic range. They were wrong. By the end of March 1944, the Luftwaffe had lost over 400 fighter pilots killed or seriously wounded. Most were lost in battles over Germany, fighting against escorted bomber raids. The P-51 had forced the Luftwaffe to fight at a time and place of American choosing, and the casualties were unsustainable. Replacement pilots arrived at frontline units, with less than 200 hours total flight time. Experienced pilots were being killed faster than they could be replaced. Fuel shortages were becoming critical as American bombers destroyed synthetic fuel plants across Germany. Aircraft production was still high, but there weren't enough trained pilots to fly them. Galland reported to Göring that the fighter force was being destroyed. He needed more aircraft, more pilots, more fuel, and most of all, more time to train replacements properly. Göring had no solutions. Hitler demanded that the Luftwaffe stop the bombing raids, but provided no additional resources. The industrial capacity simply didn't exist anymore. The factories were being bombed. The synthetic fuel plants were being destroyed. The transportation system was breaking down. And over all of it, P-51 circled, shooting down any German fighter that tried to interfere. The strategic impact became clear by April 1944. The 8th Air Force had achieved air superiority over most of Germany. Bomber losses dropped from 8% per mission in October 1943 to less than 2% in April 1944. The P-51 was primarily responsible. With continuous fighter escort, bombers could attack any target in daylight with acceptable losses. The Luftwaffe could still inflict casualties, but they couldn't stop the raids. Germany's war production was being systematically destroyed, and there was nothing the Luftwaffe could do about it. In April 1944, 8th Fighter Command expanded operations to include aggressive fighter sweeps ahead of the bomber formations. The P-51s would take off early, fly directly to German airfields, and strafe aircraft on the ground before they could take off to intercept the bombers. The tactic was devastating. German fighters were destroyed on the ground by the dozens. Airfields were cratered, fuel dumps burned, maintenance facilities destroyed. The Luftwaffe was being attacked at its source. The 4th Fighter Group participated in these operations throughout April and May. They strafed airfields across Germany, destroying aircraft on the ground and in the air. The aggressive tactics worked. By May 1944, the Luftwaffe was losing more aircraft on the ground than in the air. The cost was not insignificant. Low-level strafing was dangerous. German airfields were heavily defended with anti-aircraft guns. P-51s were hit regularly. Some were shot down, their pilots killed or captured. But the exchange ratio favored the Americans overwhelmingly. For every P-51 lost, the Germans lost 10 or more aircraft on the ground, plus trained pilots who might have been killed when their aircraft exploded during the strafing run. By June 1944, the Luftwaffe's day fighter force was a shadow of what it had been a year earlier. On D-Day, June 6th, when Allied forces landed in Normandy, the Luftwaffe managed only 100 sorties over the invasion beaches. The Allies flew over 14,000. German pilots who tried to attack the invasion fleet were shot down immediately by overwhelming numbers of Allied fighters. The Luftwaffe had lost air superiority over Western Europe. The P-51 had made that possible. Without the long-range escort capability, the strategic bombing campaign would have failed. Without the strategic bombing campaign succeeding, air superiority over France would not have been achieved. Without air superiority, the D-Day invasion would have faced catastrophically higher casualties and might have failed entirely. After the war, Hermann Göring was interrogated by American intelligence officers. They asked him what factors had led to Germany's defeat in the air. Göring's answer was direct and documented in official United States Army Air Forces interrogation records. Long-range fighters were the most decisive factor in the air war. He stated that deep bomber penetrations were only possible with long-range escort, and that this capability came as a complete surprise to the Luftwaffe. When fighters appeared over Berlin for the first time, Göring admitted he knew the eventual results would be tragic for Germany. The strategic air offensive could continue indefinitely, and the Luftwaffe lacked the resources to stop it. The mechanics who maintained the P-51s rarely received recognition. Their names don't appear in history books, but they worked 12-hour shifts, 7 days a week, keeping the aircraft flying. They changed engines in the rain. They repaired battle damage in freezing temperatures. They loaded ammunition at dawn so missions could take off on time. Each aircraft required constant maintenance. The Merlin engine needed oil changes every 25 flying hours. Spark plugs fouled and required replacement regularly. The coolant system developed leaks that had to be sealed. The ammunition belts for the .50 caliber machine guns had to be loaded by hand. 6 guns, 1,880 rounds per aircraft. Every single round inspected and loaded into the belts that fed into the wing guns. Drop tanks had to be installed, fuel lines connected, electrical systems tested, every control surface checked for proper movement, every tire inspected for wear, every hydraulic line examined for leaks. The work never stopped. A typical maintenance shift began at 4 a.m. The mechanics arrived in the dark, used flashlights to conduct pre-flight inspections, started engines to check for oil leaks and unusual sounds, tested magnetos and generators, checked fuel quantities, armed the guns. By 6 a.m., the aircraft had to be ready for the morning mission. If a pilot reported a problem during startup, the mechanics had minutes to diagnose and fix it, or the mission would be delayed. Delays meant bombers flew without escorts. Bombers without escorts meant dead crews. The mechanics understood the stakes. They worked fast, worked accurately, double-checked everything. After the aircraft took off, the mechanics cleaned up, inventoried spare parts, prepared for the inevitable repairs that would be needed when the aircraft returned. Battle damage was common. 20mm cannon shells punched holes through aluminum skin. Machine gun bullets hit control surfaces, hydraulic lines, fuel tanks. Some damage could be patched quickly. Aluminum sheets riveted over holes, control cables replaced, hydraulic lines repaired. Serious damage meant removing entire assemblies, wings, tail sections, engines, replacing them with spares if available, or cannibalizing parts from aircraft too damaged to repair. The mechanics became experts at improvisation, at making repairs with whatever materials were available, at keeping aircraft flying, when by all engineering logic, they should have been grounded. These crew chiefs worked in teams, each responsible for a specific aircraft and its pilot. They took pride in their work, knowing that mechanical failures could mean the difference between a pilot returning home or being lost over enemy territory. The ground crews at Debden worked continuously throughout 1944, maintaining the 4th Fighter Group's aircraft through thousands of combat missions. The long-range escort capability of the P-51 changed the fundamental strategic equation of the air war. Before the Mustang, unescorted bombers couldn't survive over Germany. After the Mustang, bombers could reach any target in Europe in daylight with acceptable losses. That capability allowed the combined bomber offensive to succeed, which in turn made the D-Day invasion possible. The P-51's range made air superiority achievable, and air superiority made victory inevitable. The aircraft proved that range was more important than raw performance, that the ability to fly to the target was more valuable than the ability to fly slightly faster or turn slightly tighter. The lessons influenced aircraft design for decades. Long range became a design priority. Every modern fighter aircraft emphasizes combat radius as a critical specification. The lineage traces directly back to the P-51. Colonel Blakesley flew until October 1944, when he was grounded by direct order from 8th Fighter Command. He'd accumulated over 1,000 combat hours, more than any American pilot in the war, and headquarters couldn't risk losing him. Blakesley was devastated. He wanted to keep flying, to keep fighting, to be with his pilots until the war ended. But the order was final. He returned to the United States in November. The 4th Fighter Group continued fighting without him, adding to their total until they became the highest-scoring American fighter group in the European theater, with over 1,000 confirmed aerial victories. Blakesley stayed in the Air Force, commanded a fighter wing in Korea, and retired as a colonel in 1965. He was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross twice, the Silver Star twice, the Distinguished Flying Cross 7 times, and numerous other decorations. He never sought publicity for his accomplishments. When asked about the Berlin missions years later, he simply said, "We did what needed to be done." The P-51s continued escorting bombers until the last missions of the war in May 1945. By then, the Luftwaffe barely existed. Fuel shortages were so severe that many German fighters couldn't take off. The pilots who did fly were mostly inexperienced replacements killed on their first or second missions by American pilots with hundreds of hours of combat experience. The air war was over. The P-51 had won it, not through superior speed or firepower, but through the simple ability to be there, to fly far enough to escort bombers to any target and bring them home again. In 1944, the Senate War Investigating Committee, chaired by Senator Harry Truman, called the P-51 the most aerodynamically perfect pursuit plane in existence. General Henry Arnold, commanding general of the United States Army Air Forces, called the appearance of the Mustang over Germany one of the great miracles of the war. General Karl Spaatz, commander of United States Strategic Air Forces in Europe, stated clearly that without the P-51, the strategic air offensive could not have succeeded. The bomber crews expressed it more simply. They called the P-51s little friends. When those silver fighters appeared on escort duty, bomber crews knew they had a chance to survive the mission. The presence of Mustangs meant hope. Wars are won by ordinary people doing extraordinary things under impossible circumstances. The P-51 succeeded because thousands of individuals made it work. Pilots who flew 6-hour missions, knowing one mistake meant death. Mechanics who worked through exhaustion keeping aircraft flying. Engineers who designed systems that functioned reliably under combat stress. Intelligence officers who planned routes that maximized range while minimizing risk. Factory workers who built 15,000 Mustangs in 3 years. Test pilots who proved the aircraft's capabilities. Instructors who trained replacement pilots. Everyone contributed to a system that, in the end, changed the outcome of the war. On March 6, 1944, Blakesley didn't know he was making history. He was doing his job, protecting bombers, trying to keep his pilots alive. The fact that he was accomplishing what German intelligence said was impossible didn't matter in the moment. He saw enemy fighters, engaged them, defended the bombers, returned home. The historical significance only became clear later when analysts examined the data and realized what had happened. The Americans had solved the range problem. The escorts could go anywhere. The Luftwaffe had nowhere to hide. The strategic bombing campaign could continue until Germany's industrial capacity was destroyed. Air superiority was assured. The invasion could proceed. Victory became possible. For the German pilots who saw P-51s over Berlin that day, the implications were immediate. They understood instantly that the war had shifted. American fighters were flying deeper into Germany than should have been possible. The escorts weren't turning back anymore. Every target was now vulnerable to daylight attack. The Luftwaffe would have to defend everywhere at once, spreading their diminishing forces across an impossibly wide front. They would be fighting at the end of long supply lines with inadequate fuel, with poorly trained pilots, against an enemy with numerical superiority and unlimited resources. The mathematics were clear. The Luftwaffe was being ground down through attrition, and there was no way to stop it. When those silver Mustangs appeared over the Nazi capital, circling at 30,000 feet, untouchable and unopposed, the outcome of the air war became certain. If you found this story compelling, please take a moment to like this video. It helps us share more stories from the Second World War that deserve to be remembered. Subscribe to stay connected with history that matters. These stories shape the world we live in today. We'd love to hear from you in the comments. Tell us where you're watching from. Our community reaches across continents, connecting people who understand that history isn't just dates and names in textbooks. History is people making choices, taking risks, doing difficult things because they believed it mattered. Thank you for watching. Thank you for remembering. The First Battle. November 14, 1965. Landing Zone X-ray. Ia Drang Valley. The morning heat in Vietnam's Central Highlands was oppressive as First Lieutenant James Riley's pen moved across his field notebook. His hands still shook from the firefight that had erupted moments after the helicopters departed. The time read 10:48 a.m. What he wrote would later become a haunting testament. The rifle in my hands just saved my life. But I watched 3 men die today because theirs would not fire. Approximately 14 miles west of Plamy Camp, through dense elephant grass and triple canopy jungle, American soldiers of the 1st Cavalry Division Airmobile had just experienced their first major engagement against regular North Vietnamese Army forces. 450 men of Lieutenant Colonel Harold Moore's 1st Battalion, 7 Cavalry, had been inserted by helicopter into a clearing at the base of Chupong Massif. Within minutes of landing, they had made contact with elements of the NVA's 66th Regiment. A 3-day battle had begun. The new M16 rifle rushed into production and shipped to Vietnam with promises of revolutionary firepower, had performed flawlessly for some units. For others, it had failed catastrophically. What none of them knew was that this moment would trigger one of the most devastating equipment failures in American military history. A systematic collapse of trust between soldiers and their primary weapon that would cost hundreds of lives before congressional intervention forced urgent reforms. The mathematics of this tragedy were being written not in battle plans, but in jam rates, powder specifications, and chrome plating decisions that had prioritized cost savings over soldier survival. The crisis had begun not in the jungles of Vietnam, but in the boardrooms of the Pentagon and the production facilities of American defense contractors. The revolutionary design. The weapon that would become the M16 started its life as the Armalite AR-15, designed in the late 1950s by Eugene Stoner. Born in 1922, Stoner had served as a Marine in the South Pacific during World War II and later worked as a machinist and design engineer. His revolutionary approach to rifle design challenged every assumption about military weapons. The AR-15 was first revealed at Fort Benning, Georgia, in May 1957. This lightweight rifle, weighing just 6.37 pounds compared to the M14's 9.2 pounds, fired a small caliber 5.56 millimeters round at extremely high velocity. The cartridge itself, based on the commercial .223 Remington round, pushed a 55-grain bullet at over 3,000 feet per second. Early tests with Special Forces units in 1962 showed remarkable results. The rifle's light recoil allowed soldiers to maintain accurate fire even in full automatic mode. High ammunition capacity meant soldiers could carry 300 rounds in the same weight as 180 rounds of 7.62 millimeters ammunition for the M14. The devastating wounding capability of a high-velocity round made it ideal for the close-quarters jungle combat of Southeast Asia. Air Force Security Police units adopted the rifle enthusiastically and reported excellent results. But between those promising early trials and full-scale deployment lay a series of decisions that would transform a revolutionary weapon into a death trap. McNamara's decision. In January 1963, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara concluded the AR-15 was superior to the M14 and ordered a halt to M14 production. In November 1963, he approved orders for 85,000 XM16E1S, overriding objections from Army brass, who remained loyal to the heavier M14. Production began in March 1964. The decision was driven partly by cost, partly by the urgent need for weapons suited to Vietnam's unique combat environment, and partly by McNamara's faith in systems analysis and modern technology over traditional military thinking. The rifle McNamara ordered, however, was not the rifle that had performed so well in early testing. The ammunition problem. The changes began with the ammunition. Eugene Stoner had designed the AR-15 to fire cartridges loaded with IMR 4475, a stick powder manufactured by DuPont. This powder produced specific pressures and a cyclic rate of fire around 800 rounds per minute. The combination had been carefully engineered to work with the rifle's direct gas impingement system, where propellant gases were channeled directly back into the bolt carrier to cycle the action. In March 1964, DuPont informed the Army that it could not mass-produce IMR 4475 to meet the demanded specifications and timeline. The powder worked perfectly in small controlled batches, producing consistent velocities and pressures. But scaling up to produce millions of rounds while maintaining lot-to-lot consistency proved impossible. The extruded stick powder required precise control of temperature, humidity, and cutting processes. Even minor variations between batches could affect chamber pressures and velocities. The Army needed millions of rounds immediately for Vietnam deployment. DuPont could not deliver. The Army needed an alternative immediately. Olin Matheson Company stepped forward with WC-846, a ball propellant already in use for 7.62 mm NATO ammunition. Ball powder used an entirely different manufacturing process. The nitrocellulose was dissolved in solvents, formed into tiny spheres, and then hardened. This process was faster, more consistent, and much easier to scale up to mass production. A batch of WC-846 could be manufactured in 40 hours compared to 2 weeks for IMR 4475. More importantly, Olin Matheson could guarantee delivery of the enormous quantities the Army required. Fatal modifications. The powder substitution. The Army and Olin Matheson both understood that WC-846 burned differently than IMR 4475. The ball powder generated higher peak pressures and maintained those pressures longer as the bullet traveled down the barrel. This produced higher port pressures at the gas port location. The increased gas pressure meant more propellant gas was diverted back through the gas tube into the bolt carrier. This increased the violence of the action cycling and raised the cyclic rate of fire from around 800 rounds per minute to between 850 and 1,000 rounds per minute. More critically, WC-846 contained calcium carbonate as a stabilizer and deterrent coating. The calcium carbonate helped control the burn rate of the powder, but left significantly more fouling residue than IMR 4475. In traditional rifle designs with gas piston systems, this increased fouling went into the gas piston and could be cleaned from outside the action. But the M16 used direct gas impingement. Every bit of that calcium carbonate residue was blown directly back into the bolt carrier, the bolt, and most critically, the chamber itself, with every single shot fired. Crucially, no one conducted extensive testing of the M16 with WC-846 ammunition before approving the change. The rifle had been tested and approved with IMR 4475. The ammunition change was treated as a simple substitution rather than a fundamental alteration to the weapon system. Army acceptance tests continued using remaining stocks of IMR 4475 loaded ammunition, even as millions of rounds of WC-846 ammunition were being produced for shipment to Vietnam. The chrome plating decision. The second critical decision involved chrome plating. Eugene Stoner and the Colt engineers who manufactured the rifle strongly recommended chrome plating the chamber and bore. This was not new or experimental technology. Chrome plating had been used in artillery barrels since World War I and in aircraft machine guns throughout World War II. The process involved electroplating a thin layer of chromium onto the steel surface, creating a hard, corrosion-resistant finish. Chrome plating would protect against corrosion in Vietnam's humid jungle environment and would help prevent cartridge cases from sticking in the chamber during extraction. The United States military had extensive experience with tropical corrosion from the Pacific theater of World War II. Weapons that performed flawlessly in temperate climates had corroded rapidly in the humidity of Pacific islands. Chrome plating had been identified as the solution decades earlier. The Army rejected this recommendation. Chrome plating added cost and production time to each rifle. Each chamber had to be carefully prepared, plated in an electroplating bath, and then inspected. The process added several steps to the manufacturing timeline. More importantly, traditionalists in Army ordnance worried that chrome plating would affect accuracy. Some target shooters believed that chrome-plated barrels were less accurate than bare steel, though testing had never confirmed this belief for military-grade accuracy standards. The decision was made to produce rifles without chrome-plated chambers despite warnings from the manufacturer. The Army cited the expense as cost-prohibitive, though no official documentation specifies the exact savings per rifle. Army Ordnance believed that proper maintenance would prevent corrosion problems. This belief would prove catastrophically wrong in Vietnam's climate and combat conditions. The maintenance failure. The third decision would prove equally catastrophic. Colt had advertised the M16 as requiring minimal maintenance, far less than the M14. This was true when firing ammunition loaded with IMR 4475 in controlled conditions. Marketing materials and some early briefings described the rifle as nearly self-cleaning. The Army took this characterization at face value and failed to provide adequate cleaning equipment or training to troops deploying to Vietnam. Soldiers received their new M16S with virtually no cleaning kits, no instruction on proper maintenance procedures, and often with explicit statements that the rifle required little to no cleaning. Many were told the weapon was self-cleaning and that attempting to clean it improperly might damage it. This guidance would prove lethal when combined with the fouling properties of WC-846 powder and the lack of chrome plating in the chamber. The forward assist. The fourth modification compounded the emerging disaster. The original AR-15 lacked a forward assist, a device to manually ram the bolt fully forward if it failed to close on its own. Eugene Stoner had deliberately omitted this feature, reasoning that if the bolt would not close easily, something was wrong and the soldier should clear the malfunction rather than force it. Army Ordnance insisted on adding a forward assist, arguing that soldiers needed the ability to force the rifle into battery. This seemingly minor change would later become a symbol of the systemic problems. Soldiers using the forward assist, desperately trying to close bolts on chambers already fouled beyond function. First deployment. The first M16S arrived in Vietnam in early 1965. Initial issue went to elite units, Special Forces, Airborne, and the 1st Cavalry Division. These early deployments mostly used remaining stocks of IMR 4475 loaded ammunition and included soldiers who received better training and maintained their weapons meticulously. Reports from these units were largely positive. Lieutenant Colonel Harold Moore's 1st Battalion, 7th Cavalry, carried M16S into Ai Drang Valley in November 1965. Moore, a West Point graduate and combat veteran of the Korean War, commanded 450 men organized into 4 rifle companies. They deployed aboard 16 UH-1D Huey helicopters, landing in waves at Landing Zone X-Ray. The Battle of Ai Drang. Landing Zone X-Ray. The landing zone was a clearing approximately 100 yards wide at the eastern base of Chu Pong Massif, a mountain that rose to 2,400 feet and marked the border with Cambodia. Within 15 minutes of the first helicopter touching down, Moore's troops made contact with North Vietnamese forces. What followed was a desperate 3-day battle against elements of 3 North Vietnamese regiments, perhaps 2,000 enemy soldiers. The fighting was often at point-blank range, sometimes hand-to-hand. North Vietnamese forces launched human wave assaults. American soldiers fired their M16S on full automatic, burning through magazine after magazine. In that first major engagement between American and North Vietnamese regular forces, the M16 performed remarkably well for most soldiers. The rifle's high rate of fire and lightweight ammunition allowed troops to carry significantly more rounds than they could have with M14S. Lieutenant Colonel Moore had ordered his men to carry as much ammunition as possible. Many soldiers carried 300 to 400 rounds. In the desperate close quarters fighting that characterized Ai Drang, this ammunition capacity proved decisive. American firepower, combined with artillery support and tactical airstrikes, prevented the North Vietnamese from overrunning the landing zone. Sergeant Ernie Savage, who fought in the battle, later described the experience. "I did not run out of ammunition. I had about 30 magazines in my pack and no problems with the M16. Savage's platoon held a critical position on the perimeter throughout the battle. The M16S functioned as designed, but Ai Drang represented the best-case scenario for the M16. These were well-trained soldiers of an elite airmobile division. They had received better instruction on the new rifle than conventional infantry units would receive later. They maintained their weapons carefully. Most critically, many of the rifles at Ia Drang were still using ammunition loaded with IMR 4475 powder, the propellant the rifle had been designed to use. The weapons were relatively new, with chambers not yet corroded. The chaos of battle and the success of the engagement masked early warning signs of problems that would emerge months later. The crisis emerges. As 1966 progressed and hundreds of thousands of M16s flooded into Vietnam, loaded exclusively with WC-846 ammunition and issued to conventional infantry units with minimal training, the crisis began to unfold. By mid-1966, reports started filtering back from Vietnam that the M16 was failing at catastrophic rates. Soldiers wrote desperate letters home describing rifles that jammed after firing just a few rounds. Officers filed official complaints stating that their men had lost confidence in their primary weapon. Medical evacuation helicopters brought back wounded men who reported their rifles had failed at the moment they needed the most. The failures followed a predictable and deadly pattern. After firing 10 to 20 rounds, especially in full automatic mode, the rifle would fail to extract the spent cartridge case. The sequence of the malfunction became grimly familiar to soldiers throughout Vietnam. The malfunction sequence. The soldier would pull the trigger. The rifle would fire. The action would cycle, the bolt carrier driven backward by gas pressure. The extractor would attempt to pull the spent cartridge case from the chamber, but the case would stick, gripped by the corroded chamber walls and sealed by powder residue. The extractor, a small hook-shaped piece of spring steel, would pull against the rim of the brass case. The soft brass would deform under the pressure. The extractor would tear through the rim, leaving the body of the cartridge wedged firmly in the chamber. The bolt carrier would cycle backward, ejecting only the torn brass rim. A fresh round would be stripped from the magazine and pushed forward by the bolt. But the bolt could not close. The chamber still contained the body of the previous cartridge case. The fresh round would jam against the stuck case. The action would be completely locked. The soldier would pull the trigger and hear only a click. The hammer had fallen on a firing pin that could not reach the primer because the bolt was not fully closed. At this point, the rifle was completely inoperable. No amount of manipulation of the charging handle or forward assist would clear the malfunction. The only way to clear this type of jam was to insert a cleaning rod down the barrel from the muzzle end and punch the stuck case backward out of the chamber. This required removing the magazine, locking the bolt to the rear, inserting a cleaning rod down the 20-inch barrel, and forcefully driving the stuck case out through the ejection port. But soldiers had not been issued cleaning rods. The rifle had been described as self-cleaning and requiring minimal maintenance. Cleaning kits, when they existed at all, were typically kept at base camps, not carried on patrol. Even if a soldier had been issued a cleaning rod, performing this clearance procedure under fire was virtually impossible. It required using both hands, taking at least 30 seconds even for an experienced soldier, and left the soldier completely unable to defend himself. In a firefight where the enemy might be 10 feet away in thick jungle, 30 seconds without a functioning weapon was a death sentence. Voices of desperation. Letters from the front. Marine Corporal John Stevens wrote home in June 1966, "Out of 40 rounds I fired, my rifle jammed about 10 times. I pack as many grenades as I can, plus bayonet and K-bar jungle knife. So I will have something to fight with. If you can, please send me a bore rod and a 1 1/4 inch paintbrush. I need it. Our rifles are getting a lot of guys killed because they jam so easily." The desperation in such letters reflects a soldier's worst nightmare. Fighting in dense jungle where the enemy could be 5 feet away, where contact happened without warning, where survival depended on immediate, overwhelming firepower, and discovering that your rifle would fire 5 rounds and then become a useless club. In October 1966, the commanding officer of 1st Battalion, 2nd Infantry, 1st Infantry Division filed an official report. The new XM16E1 rifles are experiencing malfunctions to the extent that confidence has been degraded. His battalion had lost men in firefights when their rifles failed. Troops were beginning to pick up enemy AK-47 rifles from dead North Vietnamese soldiers, weapons they knew would fire reliably even when covered in mud. The AK-47 comparison. The AK-47 became the M16's devastating counterpoint. Designed in the Soviet Union by Mikhail Kalashnikov and adopted in 1947, the AK used a fundamentally different operating system. The AK employed a long-stroke gas piston. When the rifle fired, propellant gas was tapped from the barrel through a gas port, but instead of being channeled back into the bolt carrier, as in the M16, the gas drove a long piston that was physically separate from the bolt carrier. The piston pushed the bolt carrier backward. Then the piston returned forward while the bolt carrier continued cycling. This meant propellant gas and fouling never entered the action. All the combustion residue stayed in the gas tube and piston, completely separate from the bolt and chamber. The AK was also built with loose tolerances that allowed it to function when dirty, wet, or corroded. The bolt had significant clearance inside the receiver. Dirt and debris simply fell out through gaps in the design. The magazine was curved and designed to feed reliably even when dented or dirty. Every part of the weapon prioritized reliability over precision. Mikhail Kalashnikov had designed the weapon based on his experience as a Soviet tank commander in World War II. He knew that soldiers in combat conditions could not maintain weapons carefully. He designed a rifle that would work regardless of how badly it was treated. North Vietnamese and Viet Cong fighters maintained their AK-47s poorly, if at all. Weapons were stored in underground caches where they were exposed to water, mud, and humidity for months. They were carried through rivers, dropped in rice paddies, buried when units retreated. Yet the weapons functioned with near-perfect reliability. An AK could be pulled from a muddy stream. The bolt cycled once to clear water from the action, and the weapon would fire. American soldiers began to notice the contrast immediately. We found AKs that had been buried in mud, dropped in rivers, left in the jungle for weeks, wrote Sergeant William Rodriguez. We picked them up, pulled the bolt back, and they fired. Our M16s jammed if you looked at them wrong. The contrast became a bitter joke among infantry units. The enemy had better rifles than we did. The underground market. The underground market for captured AK-47s flourished. Officially, carrying enemy weapons was prohibited by regulations. American ammunition was not compatible with the AK, and carrying enemy weapons could lead to friendly fire incidents if a soldier was mistaken for the enemy. Unofficially, many squad leaders allowed or even encouraged their men to carry captured AKs. Some soldiers carried both an M16 and an AK, using the American rifle until it jammed and then switching to the Soviet weapon. A functioning AK was better than a jammed M16. Soldiers understood this, even if Army regulations did not. Official recognition begins. The first official acknowledgement of the crisis came too slowly. Reports of malfunctions reached General William Westmoreland, commander of Military Assistance Command, Vietnam. Westmoreland found himself in an impossible position. He had personally requested 100,000 minutes and 16 seconds for Vietnam, praising the rifle as ideal for jungle warfare. He had visited units at Ia Drang shortly after the battle and heard positive reports about the weapon. He believed the rifle was a significant improvement over the M14 for the type of combat American forces faced in Southeast Asia. Yet soldiers under his command were writing home that the M16 was getting them killed. The complaints could not be ignored, but acknowledging the problem meant admitting a massive failure in weapons procurement. The Marine Corps Survey. In December 1966, the Marine Corps conducted a formal survey of 2nd Battalion 9th Marines after a series of engagements where rifle failures had caused casualties. The battalion had been involved in Operation Prairie, heavy fighting in the demilitarized zone near the North Vietnamese border. The survey was devastating. Approximately 80% of troops surveyed reported experiencing stoppages during combat operations. Many reported their rifles jamming after firing fewer than 10 rounds. Several Marines stated they had been wounded or seen fellow Marines killed because rifles failed during contact with the enemy. Some Marines reported firing only 3 or 4 rounds before experiencing complete weapon failure. The survey documented the types of malfunctions. Failure to extract was by far the most common, accounting for 80% of all stoppages. Failure to feed, where a fresh cartridge would not chamber properly, accounted for most of the remainder. Failure to fire, where the firing pin failed to ignite the primer, was relatively rare. The most damning evidence: death while unjamming. The extraction failures followed the pattern that would become grimly familiar. The rifle would fire several rounds, then a cartridge case would stick in the chamber. The extractor would tear through the case rim. The rifle would be completely jammed. The survey included the most damning evidence yet. The Untold Committee investigation later confirmed that one Marine corporal had been killed while running up and down the line of his squad trying to unjam other Marines' rifles with his cleaning rod. He was the only member of his squad who had managed to obtain a cleaning rod, apparently by trading with another unit. During a firefight, multiple Marines in the squad experienced extraction failures simultaneously. The corporal moved from position to position, using his cleaning rod to punch stuck cases out of chambers while under fire. He was shot and killed while clearing a jam from another Marine's rifle. His own rifle, functioning properly, was found next to his body. He had died trying to keep his squad in the fight. Public outcry. By early 1967, the stories were reaching the American public. Soldiers' letters home describing rifle failures began appearing in newspapers. One Marine officer wrote Senator Gaylord Nelson, "The weapon has failed us at crucial moments. As many as 60% of the rifles failed to operate. I know of at least 2 Marines who died within 10 feet of the enemy with jammed rifles." Another letter from a Marine stated simply, "You know what killed most of us? Our own rifles." The M16. Families who had lost sons in Vietnam demanded to know if inadequate equipment had contributed to their deaths. On March 26, 1967, the Washington Daily News broke a major story about M16 reliability problems, featuring interviews with returning soldiers and excerpts from letters sent home from Vietnam. The article created a political firestorm. How could American troops be sent into combat with defective rifles? Why had the problems not been identified and corrected before widespread deployment? Who was responsible for decisions that prioritize cost and production speed over soldier safety? The pressure became impossible for Congress to ignore. The Untold Committee forms. On May 3, 1967, Representative L. Mendel Rivers, chairman of the House Committee on Armed Services, established a special subcommittee to investigate the M16 rifle program. Congressman Richard Untold, Democrat of Missouri, was appointed chairman of the subcommittee. He was joined by Representative Speedy O. Long of Louisiana and Representative William G. Bray of Indiana. The Untold Committee, as it became known, would conduct the most thorough investigation of a weapons procurement program in congressional history. Over the next 5 months, the committee held hearings on May 15, 16, and 31, June 21, July 25, 26, and 27, and August 8, 9, and 22. All hearings were conducted at the Rayburn House Office Building in Washington. The committee interviewed hundreds of witnesses: combat soldiers recently returned from Vietnam, Army generals, Colt engineers, ammunition manufacturers, Eugene Stoner himself, and Pentagon procurement officials. Testimony was given under oath. Documents were subpoenaed. Technical experts were brought in to explain the ballistics and engineering involved. The investigation. The committee examined every aspect of the M16 program. They reviewed procurement decisions going back to 1963. They analyzed test reports that had been filed and ignored. They studied engineering drawings and manufacturing specifications. They interviewed soldiers who had survived firefights where their rifles failed. They brought in weapons that had been recovered from casualties, rifles found next to dead Americans with stuck cases still in the chambers. The picture that emerged was devastating. Every decision that had transformed the reliable AR-15 into the failing M16 was documented in detail. The switch from IMR 4475 to WC-846 powder without adequate testing. The rejection of chrome plating despite manufacturer recommendations. The failure to provide cleaning equipment or training. The misleading claims about the rifle being self-cleaning. The increased cyclic rate that accelerated fouling. The quality control problems at Colt that allowed rifles to be shipped with defective parts. Each failure was documented with technical data, engineering reports, and the testimony of soldiers who had paid the price. Warnings ignored. The committee discovered that multiple people had raised red flags about these issues before widespread deployment. Colt engineers had protested the ammunition change in writing. Company officials had stated explicitly that they could not guarantee weapon performance with the new powder. Eugene Stoner had recommended chrome plating in his original design specifications and had reiterated this recommendation when the Army began large-scale procurement. Air Force officers who had used the rifle successfully with proper ammunition and maintenance had emphasized the need for cleaning equipment and training. Test reports had shown increased malfunction rates with WC-846 ammunition. All of these warnings had been ignored, dismissed, or buried in the urgency to get rifles to Vietnam and the desire to cut costs. The most damning revelation concerned who knew what and when. Army Ordnance had test data showing that WC-846 ammunition caused increased malfunction rates. They had reports from Colt stating that the company could not guarantee rifle performance with WC-846. They knew that rifles without chrome plating corroded in humid environments. They knew that soldiers were not receiving adequate training or cleaning equipment. Yet deployment had continued month after month while soldiers died because their rifles failed. Testimony and technical truth. Soldiers testify. The testimony of returned combat veterans proved particularly powerful. Marine Corporal Thomas Martinez testified about a firefight where his rifle jammed after the third round. He described using his jammed rifle as a club, suffering a bayonet wound, and watching his fire team leader die while trying to clear his own jammed rifle. Private First Class David Chun described finding a dead American patrol. All 7 men killed, all 7 M16s jammed, cleaning rods scattered around the bodies where the men had died trying to clear their weapons. These weren't abstract statistics or technical failures. These were American soldiers who had died because the weapon they had been issued and trained to trust had betrayed them at the moment their lives depended on it. Eugene Stoner's testimony. Eugene Stoner explained his design philosophy for the committee. The AR-15 was engineered as a complete weapon system. The rifle, the ammunition, the maintenance procedures, all worked together. Changing the ammunition without extensive testing broke the system. He had recommended chrome plating specifically because he knew the direct gas impingement system would be vulnerable to corrosion without it. He had never claimed the rifle was self-cleaning. That characterization had been invented by marketing departments and repeated by people who did not understand the weapon. Ballistics experts testified about the differences between IMR 4475 and WC 846. The ball powder produced higher port pressures that increased the volume of gas and residue blown into the action. The calcium carbonate in WC 846 created fouling that IMR 4475 did not. The increased cyclic rate meant more rounds fired before a soldier could react to a malfunction, leading to worse jams. All of this had been predictable. Some of it had been predicted. The predictions had been ignored. Corporate accountability. Representatives from Colt testified that they had raised concerns about the ammunition change. They stated in writing that they could not guarantee rifle performance with WC-846 and that the increased cyclic rate violated Army acceptance standards. The Army had granted waivers allowing the higher cyclic rate. Quality control inspectors testified about finding defects in rifles being shipped to Vietnam, bolt carriers with improper hardness that would crack under stress, extractors with weak springs that would fail to pull stuck cases. They had rejected these rifles. The rejections had been overruled in the urgency to meet production quotas. The financial trail. The financial testimony exposed another dimension of the scandal. The decision to use WC-846 had saved money. Ball powder was cheaper and faster to produce than stick powder. Olin Matheson had made substantial profits from ammunition contracts. The decision not to chrome plate chambers had saved production costs. While the committee found no evidence of outright corruption or bribery, the cozy relationships between military procurement officers and defense contractors had clearly affected decision-making. Cost considerations and production convenience had outweighed combat effectiveness and soldier safety. The committee's findings. By August 1967, the Untold Committee had assembled an overwhelming case. The M16 failures were not the result of soldier incompetence or inadequate training alone. They were the result of systematic failures in weapons procurement, testing, and deployment. Multiple officials and organizations shared responsibility. Army Ordnance had approved the ammunition change without adequate testing. The Army Material Command had rejected manufacturer recommendations about chrome plating. Training commands had failed to develop proper maintenance instruction. Colt had continued production despite knowing about problems. Olin Matheson had supplied ammunition that did not work properly with the rifle. Pentagon procurement officials had prioritized cost and speed over reliability. The official report. The committee's formal report, released on October 19, 1967, contained extensive findings and recommendations. The switch to ball powder ammunition was identified as the primary cause of malfunctions. The lack of chrome plating in the chamber was the secondary cause. The failure to provide adequate cleaning equipment and training was the tertiary cause. The report recommended immediate action. Chrome plate all M16 chambers and bores develop improved ammunition, with reduced fouling characteristics provide extensive cleaning kits to all troops carrying M16 implement comprehensive training programs on proper maintenance modify the rifle to reduce the cyclic rate establish better quality control in production create accountability for procurement decisions that affected soldier safety. The response. The investigation generated enough political pressure that the Army could not continue its previous course. Changes began immediately, even before the final report was released. The Army had already begun standardizing the improved XM16E1 as the M16A1. The XM16E1 was type classified as the M16A1 on February 13, 1967, and officially adopted by the United States Army on February 28, 1967. Production of the improved rifle ramped up rapidly throughout the spring and summer. The M16A1 solution. Critical modifications. The M16A1 incorporated critical modifications that addressed every major failure point. Chrome plating implementation. The chamber and bore were chrome plated, eliminating the corrosion problems that caused cases to stick. The chrome plating process added several manufacturing steps, but proved essential. Each chamber was carefully prepared, cleaned, and then electroplated with a thin layer of hard chromium. The chrome created a smooth, corrosion-resistant surface. Spent cartridge cases no longer stuck in corroded chambers. Extraction failures dropped dramatically. Buffer system redesign. A new buffer assembly reduced the cyclic rate back toward the original specifications. The buffer consisted of weights and springs inside the buttstock that absorbed the impact of the bolt carrier at the end of its rearward travel. The redesigned buffer used heavier weights and stiffer springs to slow the action cycling. This reduced the cyclic rate from over 900 rounds per minute back down to between 750 and 850 rounds per minute. The slower cyclic rate meant less violent action cycling and reduced stress on all components. Forward assist improvement. The forward assist was strengthened and improved. While Eugene Stoner had opposed this feature, soldiers in the field found it useful when properly applied. The improved forward assist had a stronger pull and could apply more force to close a reluctant bolt. However, training emphasized that the forward assist was for chambering around when loading the rifle quietly, not for forcing a jammed action. The training revolution. Most importantly, the designation change came with a complete overhaul of training and maintenance procedures. The self-cleaning myth was explicitly and publicly debunked. Army training commands rewrote all instruction materials. The new doctrine emphasized that the M16 required regular, thorough cleaning, especially in combat conditions. Field Manual 23-9 was completely rewritten with detailed cleaning instructions. The new manual included step-by-step procedures with photographs and diagrams. It specified exactly how to disassemble a rifle, what to clean, how to clean it, and how often. Soldiers were instructed to clean the chamber and bore after every firing session. The gas tube required cleaning weekly in combat conditions. The bolt and bolt carrier needed to be disassembled, cleaned, and lubricated daily when in the field. Visual training materials. Comic book-style manuals were produced showing soldiers exactly how to maintain their rifles. These manuals, with simple illustrations and step-by-step procedures, could be understood even by troops with limited literacy, or for whom English was not their primary language. The comic format used clear drawings showing each step of disassembly and cleaning. Arrows indicated direction of movement. Text was minimal and simple. A soldier who could not read technical prose could follow the illustrated guide. Comprehensive cleaning kits. Comprehensive cleaning kits were manufactured and distributed throughout Vietnam. Each kit contained everything needed to maintain the rifle in combat conditions. A 3-piece aluminum cleaning rod that could be screwed together to reach the full length of the barrel. A bore brush with stiff bronze bristles to scrub fouling from the rifling. A chamber brush specifically designed to clean the chamber walls where cases stuck. Pipe cleaners to clean the gas tube without disassembling the rifle. Cotton patches to wipe surfaces clean. A small bottle of lubricating oil. A toothbrush-style brush for cleaning the bolt and bolt carrier. The entire kit fit in a small plastic case that could be carried in a cargo pocket or attached to load-bearing equipment. New standards and discipline. Soldiers were required to clean their rifles daily in combat conditions, more often if they had fired extensively. Squad leaders inspected weapons regularly. Platoon sergeants conducted detailed inspections before and after operations. A dirty rifle was treated as a serious offense equivalent to other failures of discipline. The message was clear: your rifle will work if you maintain it. It will fail if you neglect it. New training programs emphasized that the M16 required regular maintenance, just like any other mechanical device. The self-cleaning myth was explicitly debunked in training classes. Drill instructors taught proper cleaning procedures and inspected rifles rigorously. Recruits spent hours learning to disassemble, clean, and reassemble their rifles until they could perform the procedure quickly and correctly, even in darkness. Before deploying to Vietnam, soldiers received additional training specifically on maintaining weapons in tropical conditions. Ammunition improvement. Most critically, the ammunition itself was improved. In 1970, a new powder designated WC-844 replaced WC-846 for 5.56 millimeters ammunition. WC-844 had reduced calcium carbonate content, producing significantly less fouling. The combination of chrome plating and cleaner ammunition solved the extraction problem that had killed so many soldiers. Dramatic results. The results were dramatic. By late 1967 and early 1968, units equipped with M16A1S, proper cleaning equipment, and adequate training reported substantial improvements in reliability. Malfunction rates dropped to levels comparable to or better than other military rifles. The extraction failures that had plagued the original M16 became rare. Soldiers who had despised and feared the M16 began to trust it. The rifle's inherent advantages could finally be realized without the crippling reliability problems. The lightweight meant soldiers could carry more ammunition or reduce the burden of their combat load. The high-capacity 30-round magazine gave sustained firepower in contact. The controllability in full automatic fire allowed accurate suppressive fire. The devastating terminal ballistics of the high-velocity 5.56 millimeters round at close range proved highly effective in jungle combat. Measuring success and calculating cost. Soldier surveys. In early 1968, the Army conducted comprehensive surveys of troops in Vietnam. The surveys were designed to measure soldier confidence in the improved rifle and identify any remaining problems. Results showed overwhelming satisfaction. The exact percentages varied depending on how questions were phrased, but approval ranged from 85% to 98% across different surveys. The February 1968 Department of Defense survey provided the most detailed data. 2,100 soldiers and Marines were surveyed about their combat experience with the M16A1. Only 38 individuals, less than 2%, stated they wanted to replace the M16 with a different weapon. The vast majority reported the rifle functioned reliably in combat. Most soldiers reported no significant malfunctions during the previous month of operations. When malfunctions did occur, they were typically minor feeding issues that could be cleared quickly, not the catastrophic extraction failures that had killed men a year earlier. An August to September 1967 survey conducted while improvements were being implemented found that 85% of respondents reported the M16 performed well in combat. 87% said they liked the weapon. A January to February 1968 survey found that 85% of troops wanted either the M16 or the XM177, a carbine version of the M16, for combat operations. The remaining 15% preferred other weapons, but this was considered normal variation. No weapon satisfies all users under all conditions. The complete transformation. The transformation was complete. A weapon that had been called a death trap, that soldiers had refused to carry, that men had died cursing, had become trusted and effective. The same basic design, when properly implemented with appropriate ammunition, chrome plating, cleaning equipment, and training, proved to be an excellent combat rifle. The human cost. The human cost of the delay was incalculable. No one knows exactly how many American soldiers died because their M16s jammed during firefights. The number was certainly in the hundreds, possibly more. Each death was preventable. Each resulted from decisions made in offices thousands of miles from Vietnam. Decisions that prioritized production speed and cost savings over soldier survival. Beyond deaths, thousands of soldiers had been wounded while fighting with jammed rifles or using inferior weapons. The psychological cost was equally severe. Soldiers lost faith not just in their rifles, but in the institution that had sent them into combat with defective equipment. A symbol of larger failures. The damage extended beyond individual tragedies. The M16 scandal became a symbol of everything wrong with the Vietnam War. Hasty decisions, inadequate testing, prioritization of systems and statistics over human realities, disconnect between leadership and troops in the field. For many Americans, the story of soldiers dying with jammed rifles epitomized the war's larger failures. The weapon that was supposed to give American troops a technological advantage had instead become a liability. The rifle that promised revolutionary firepower had delivered death to those who carried it. Continuing evolution. The story did not end in 1967. The M16A1 served throughout the remainder of the Vietnam War with increasing success. As soldiers learned proper maintenance and the weapon's quirks became familiar, the rifle evolved from liability to legend. By the 1970s, veterans who had cursed the early M16s praised the M16A1. The rifle continued to evolve through the M16A2, A3, A4, and eventually the M4 carbine, serving American forces for over 50 years and equipping armies around the world. The transformation happened because the problems were identified, investigated publicly, and corrected systematically. Reshaping military procurement. The legacy of the M16 crisis shaped military procurement for decades. The Untold Committee's investigation established precedents for congressional oversight of weapons programs that continue today. Before the M16 scandal, weapons procurement had been largely an internal military matter. Congress appropriated funds, but rarely questioned technical decisions about weapons design, testing, or deployment. The military and defense contractors operated with minimal outside scrutiny. The Untold investigation changed this fundamentally. Institutionalizing soldier feedback. The concept of soldier feedback became institutionalized. Before Vietnam, Weapons were tested by ordnance experts and evaluated by technical specialists. The opinions of ordinary soldiers who would actually carry the weapons into combat were rarely solicited and often dismissed when offered. The M16 crisis demonstrated that soldiers in combat conditions discovered problems that laboratory testing missed. Their feedback was not merely anecdotal complaint, but essential operational data. The Army established formal mechanisms for troops to report equipment problems. After the war, the Army created the Product Quality Deficiency Report System, allowing soldiers to file official reports about equipment failures. These reports were tracked, investigated, and could trigger engineering changes or procurement modifications. Similar systems were established for all services. The voice of the soldier in the field gained authority it had never possessed before. Mandatory operational testing. Operational testing in combat conditions became mandatory before full-scale deployment of new weapons. The practice of adopting a weapon based solely on laboratory testing and limited field trials ended. New rifles, machine guns, and other individual weapons now undergo extensive operational testing by combat units in realistic conditions. Test units file detailed reports on reliability, maintainability, and combat effectiveness. Procurement decisions cannot proceed without positive operational test results. Tighter procurement controls. Procurement regulations were tightened to prevent the kinds of waivers and shortcuts that had caused the M16 disaster. The practice of granting waivers that allowed weapons to be fielded despite failing to meet specifications came under intense scrutiny. New regulations required that any waiver to acceptance standards be documented, justified in writing, and approved at high levels of authority. The casual granting of waivers that had allowed defective M16s to be shipped to Vietnam became much more difficult. Systemic reform and lasting impact. Independent quality control. Quality control inspections became more rigorous and independent. Previously, contractors often performed their own quality control with minimal oversight. After the M16 scandal, government inspectors gained more authority to reject defective weapons, even if contractors accepted them. The practice of overruling inspector rejections to meet production quotas was forbidden by new regulations. Manufacturing defects had to be corrected, not ignored. The system integration principle. Most importantly, the fundamental lesson was learned. A weapon system must be tested as a complete system. Changing one component affects the entire system. Cost savings that compromise reliability are not savings at all when measured in lives lost. Contractor recommendations about their own products should be heeded, not dismissed for convenience. Soldier complaints from the field should be investigated immediately, not buried in bureaucracy. Veterans, remember. In 1985, 20 years after IA Drang, veterans of the 1st Cavalry Division held a reunion in Texas. Many brought their families to show them where their service had begun. Among the attendees were men who had fought with the original M16s at IA Drang and men who had struggled with jammed rifles in later battles. Former Staff Sergeant Michael Torres, who had carried an M16 through 13 months in Vietnam from 1967 to 1968, spoke about the experience. The early M16 was a death trap. We knew it. We reported it. Nothing happened for a year. Men died while bureaucrats argued about powder specifications and chrome plating costs. But the M16A1, once they fixed it, that was a different weapon. Best rifle I ever carried. Light, accurate, reliable when you maintained it. It's what the original should have been. A new era of oversight. The lessons learned shaped not just rifles, but the entire military procurement system. Independent testing by soldiers in realistic conditions became standard. Congressional oversight of major weapons programs became routine. Contractor claims were verified rather than accepted. Today, the M16 is gradually being replaced by newer rifles, but the M16 family will remain in service for years. The rifle that nearly became America's worst procurement disaster instead became its most successful, precisely because the disaster was investigated, publicized, and corrected. Enduring truths about military procurement. The M16 crisis demonstrated several truths about military procurement and warfare that remain relevant today. There are no shortcuts to reliability. A weapon that works 80% of the time is a weapon that fails when you need it most. In combat, reliability is not a luxury. It is a necessity that determines whether soldiers live or die. Soldier feedback must be acted upon immediately. The men and women who carry weapons into combat are not complainers or malingerers. They are the primary source of operational intelligence about equipment performance. Their voices must be heard and their concerns must be addressed with urgency. Transparency and accountability drive improvement. The M16 crisis was solved not through internal military channels, but through public investigation and congressional oversight. Sunlight proved to be the best disinfectant for a procurement system that had prioritized cost and convenience over soldier safety. Good design can be ruined by bad implementation. Eugene Stoner created an excellent rifle. The decisions made during procurement and production transformed it into a death trap. Design excellence means nothing if implementation is flawed. Problems can be fixed if there is will to fix them. The same rifle that failed catastrophically in 1966 performed excellently in 1968. The design had not changed fundamentally. What changed was the willingness to acknowledge problems, investigate them thoroughly, and implement comprehensive solutions. Those who deserved better. The soldiers who died because their M16s jammed in combat deserved better. They deserved rifles that had been properly tested with the ammunition they would actually use in combat. They deserved ammunition that worked with their weapons rather than ammunition selected for cost and production convenience. They deserved chrome-plated chambers that would not corrode in tropical humidity. They deserved cleaning equipment and proper training in maintenance procedures. They deserved leaders who would listen to their complaints and act immediately rather than dismissing their concerns or burying them in bureaucracy. The fact that later soldiers received all these things does not diminish the tragedy of those who died before the fixes were implemented. Every death was preventable. Every casualty resulted from decisions that could have been made differently. A story of redemption. The M16 story became one of redemption because the rifle that soldiers called a death trap in 1966 became the rifle they praised in 1970 and beyond. The weapon that symbolized Pentagon incompetence and bureaucratic indifference became proof that accountability and transparency could force improvement even in the face of institutional resistance. But redemption never erases the original sin. The men who died with jammed M16s bought that redemption with their lives. Their deaths sparked an investigation that reformed an entire system. Their sacrifice purchased improvements that saved countless lives in the decades that followed. The power of public accountability, the congressional investigation, the media exposure, the public outrage. These forces drove change more effectively than any internal military review could have accomplished. They transformed a failing rifle into a reliable weapon. They reformed procurement procedures that had prioritized cost over effectiveness. They established accountability for equipment decisions that affected soldier safety. When soldiers were dying with jammed rifles and the military bureaucracy was slow to respond, it took Congress and the press to force action. The Untold Committee's investigation saved American lives by exposing the truth and demanding comprehensive fixes. The Washington Daily News article that brought the crisis to public attention created political pressure that could not be ignored. Learning from failure. Today's soldiers carry weapons that work because soldiers in Vietnam carried weapons that failed. And because those failures were investigated publicly and corrected systematically rather than covered up or minimized. Legacy and final reflections. Success through accountability. The M16 succeeded in the long run, not because it was perfectly designed from the beginning, but because when it failed, the failure was not covered up or ignored. The sequence tells the complete story. The rifle jammed. Soldiers died. The news got out. Congress investigated. Changes were made. The rifle worked. This sequence, failure, exposure, investigation, reform, success, became a template for how military procurement failures should be addressed. It established the principle that transparency and accountability are not obstacles to military effectiveness, but essential components of it. Recognition for persistence. The men who carried M16s in Vietnam, particularly those who served in 1966 and 1967 when the problems were worst, deserve recognition not just for their combat service, but for their persistence with defective equipment. They fought enemy forces with rifles that too often would not fire. They improvised using grenades and captured weapons and sheer determination. They reported problems up the chain of command even when those reports were dismissed or ignored. They wrote letters home describing the failures, letters that eventually reached newspapers and triggered political action. Their complaints eventually triggered the investigation that fixed the system. Their willingness to speak truth about equipment failures, even when that truth was unwelcome, saved the lives of soldiers who came after them. The dual nature of the M16 story. The M16 failed American soldiers in Vietnam. Then America fixed the M16. That sequence, failure followed by correction, defines both the tragedy and the triumph of the story. The tragedy was entirely preventable. Every decision that led to the crisis involved choices that could have been made differently. The triumph was hard-earned through the courage of soldiers who spoke up, journalists who investigated, and congressmen who demanded accountability. Together, the failure and the correction taught lessons that shaped American military procurement for generations. The crisis as catalyst. In the end, the M16 crisis stands as a testament to what can happen when cost and convenience override soldier safety, and what must happen when such failures are exposed. The rifles that jammed in the jungles of Vietnam became catalysts for systemic change, ensuring that future generations of American soldiers would deploy with weapons that had been properly tested, honestly evaluated, and thoroughly proven. The soldiers who died with jammed rifles did not die in vain. Their deaths sparked an investigation that reformed an entire system. Their sacrifice brought improvements that saved countless lives in the decades that followed. The Product Quality Deficiency Report System, the requirement for operational testing by combat troops, the enhanced congressional oversight of weapons programs. All these reforms emerged from the M16 crisis. The true legacy. That is the true legacy of the M16 crisis, not the failure itself, but the refusal to accept failure as inevitable. The insistence that soldiers deserve better. The determination to learn from mistakes rather than repeat them. The understanding that accountability and transparency are not threats to military effectiveness, but prerequisites for it. More than a rifle story. The M16 story is not just about a rifle. It is about accountability in government procurement. It is about transparency in military decision-making. It is about the price of putting anything, cost, convenience, production schedules, corporate profits, bureaucratic inertia, above the lives of soldiers who trust their government to equip them properly for combat. It is a story about the gap between what soldiers are promised and what they actually receive. It is about the disconnect between laboratory testing and battlefield reality. It is about the difference between what works in theory and what works when lives depend on it. A story for all time. It is a story that should never be forgotten because the temptations that led to the M16 crisis, the temptation to cut costs, to rush production, to grant waivers to failing standards, to ignore warnings, to dismiss soldier complaints, these temptations are eternal. They exist in every procurement program. They whisper in every budget meeting. They lurk in every production deadline. The M16 crisis teaches that yielding to these temptations has consequences measured in American lives. It teaches that soldier safety must be the paramount concern in weapons procurement, not an afterthought or a variable to be balanced against cost and schedule. The responsibility of leadership. The crisis also teaches uncomfortable truths about leadership and responsibility. The soldiers who died with jammed M16s were failed by leaders at every level. engineers who approved ammunition changes without adequate testing, procurement officers who rejected manufacturer recommendations to save costs, quality control inspectors whose rejections were overruled to meet quotas, training commands that perpetuated the self-cleaning myth, generals who were slow to acknowledge problems, and politicians who had to be forced by public outrage to investigate. These failures of leadership were not acts of malice. They were sins of omission, of misplaced priorities, of institutional inertia. But they killed American soldiers just as surely as enemy bullets did. The path forward. The M16 story shows that such failures can be corrected, but only through transparency, accountability, and a willingness to prioritize soldier safety above all other considerations. It shows that public oversight of military procurement is not an infringement on military prerogatives, but a necessary check on institutional tendencies toward cost-cutting and corner-cutting. Honoring the fallen. When we remember the M16 crisis, we must remember first the soldiers who died because their rifles failed. We must remember the Marine corporal killed while using his cleaning rod to clear other Marines' jammed rifles. We must remember the 7-man patrol found dead, all with jammed M16s, cleaning rods scattered around their bodies. We must remember every soldier who pulled the trigger in combat and heard only a click, who faced the enemy with a rifle that would not fire, who died cursing the weapon that had betrayed them. Honoring those who spoke up. We must also remember those who survived and spoke up, the soldiers who wrote letters home describing the failures, the officers who filed official complaints despite pressure to remain silent, the journalists who investigated and published the truth, the congressmen who demanded accountability despite military resistance. These people, soldiers, journalists, politicians, saved lives through their courage to speak truth to power. They proved that change is possible when failures are exposed rather than concealed, when accountability is demanded rather than excused, when soldier safety is prioritized above institutional convenience. The enduring questions. The M16 crisis leaves us with questions that every generation must answer anew. How do we ensure that the weapons we give soldiers actually work when their lives depend on them? How do we create procurement systems that prioritize effectiveness over cost? How do we ensure that soldier feedback is heard and acted upon? How do we maintain transparency and accountability in military decision-making? How do we prevent the same mistakes from being repeated with new weapons and new technologies? The final lesson. The final lesson of the M16 crisis is simple but profound. When soldiers trust their government to equip them properly for combat, that trust must be honored. When that trust is betrayed, whether through malice or incompetence, through cost-cutting or corner-cutting, the betrayal must be exposed and corrected. The M16 crisis was a betrayal of that trust. The Untold Committee investigation and the reforms that followed were the correction. The soldiers who died bought that correction with their lives. Their sacrifice must never be forgotten, and the lessons learned from their deaths must never be ignored. That is how we honor them. That is how we ensure they did not die in vain. That is how we prevent future soldiers from facing the same betrayal. The M16 failed. America fixed it. And in doing so, America recommitted itself to the principle that soldiers deserve weapons that work, leaders who listen, and a procurement system that puts their safety first. That commitment, born from tragedy and purchased with American lives, is the true legacy of the M16 crisis. Mount Suribachi loomed above the volcanic wasteland of Iwo Jima on February 23, 1945. Inside a reinforced concrete bunker, Private First Class Tadashi Yamamoto's hands shook as he committed treason to paper. His words, if discovered by his superiors, would earn him a firing squad. Yet he wrote them anyway, compelled by a truth too overwhelming to contain. These Americans, these Marines, they don't behave like men. They refuse to die as others do. Every word we heard about their weakness was propaganda. Nothing but lies. Through the narrow firing slit, Yamamoto had witnessed something that shattered every assumption his training had drilled into him. 6 Marines had charged his position while machine gun fire tore through the air. 3 collapsed immediately. The remaining 3 kept advancing. When his comrades unleashed grenades, one Marine threw himself onto the blast, absorbing it with his own flesh to protect his squad. Then, impossibly, he continued fighting, catastrophic wounds and all, until his body simply refused to hold his weapon any longer. The survivors overran the position in minutes. 21,000 Japanese defenders occupied Iwo Jima, fortified within 18 kilometers of interconnected tunnels and reinforced positions. Tokyo had promised them they would face soft American troops, men who would crack under sustained pressure. What materialized instead would demolish every military calculation the Imperial Japanese Army had formulated about their adversaries. The mathematics of this catastrophic miscalculation weren't being recorded in strategic documents. They were being written in the savage reality of close-quarters combat that would consume 26,000 Marines as casualties across just 36 days. The first cracks, Guadalcanal, August 1942. Japanese confidence had begun crumbling long before Iwo Jima. On August 7, 1942, Guadalcanal in the Solomon Islands became the testing ground. Corporal Hideo Takahashi, a veteran of the China campaign, where Japanese forces had seemed unstoppable, recorded his observations after the first week of combat. These Americans who came ashore are unlike any adversary we've encountered. They refuse to retreat when encircled. They won't surrender when their situation becomes hopeless. Most disturbing, they fight at night as though darkness strengthens rather than frightens them. Guadalcanal marked Japan's first defensive engagement in the Pacific. The Imperial Army anticipated easy victory over inexperienced American forces. The 1st Marine Division that stormed the beaches numbered slightly over 16,000 men. Japanese intelligence had classified Marines as elite troops certainly, but still Americans, products of a weak, democratic society that prioritized individual comfort over collective sacrifice. Within days, every single assumption proved catastrophically incorrect. Lieutenant Shigeru Fukudome commanded a reinforced company ordered to recapture Henderson Field on the night of August 20th. His unit of 200 men had previously defeated Chinese divisions 3 times their size. They advanced using textbook tactics, confident that Americans would panic in darkness. The Marines were positioned in meticulously prepared defensive positions with overlapping fields of fire. Fukudome's company walked directly into a killing zone. What followed defied everything in Japanese tactical doctrine. Rather than fortifying their positions and defending, the Marines immediately launched a counterattack into the darkness, wielding automatic weapons with devastating precision. Fukudome's diary, recovered 3 days after his death, recorded his disbelief. They attacked us during the night. We are supposed to be the ones who attack at night. They maneuvered through jungle we considered impassable. They killed silently, then vanished like ghosts. By sunrise, only 90 men remained for my company. The Americans had suffered 12 casualties. This pattern replicated itself across Guadalcanal. Japanese forces, accustomed to enemies who crumbled under banzai charges, discovered Marines who held their positions until physically overwhelmed, then fought hand-to-hand with bayonets, knives, and bare fists. Sergeant Kenji Matsumoto, who survived 4 months on Guadalcanal before evacuation, wrote in a letter later intercepted by American intelligence. We were instructed that Americans are individualistic, that they won't sacrifice themselves for their comrades. This is completely false. I witnessed a Marine machine gunner continue firing with both legs shattered until Japanese infantry killed him at arm's length. His assistant immediately seized the weapon and resumed firing. We lost 40 men to that single position. Training that created warriors. The Marine Training Regimen that produced such soldiers baffled Japanese military analysts. Private Yamamoto, who would later face Marines on Iwo Jima, first learned about them during intelligence briefings in 1943. The instructor, a staff officer who had interrogated captured Marines, seemed genuinely disturbed. American Marines undergo training that would be classified as criminal abuse in any civilized military. They are systematically broken down mentally and physically, then reconstructed into something barely resembling the soft civilians who entered. They're taught to view death in combat as honorable, to never surrender, to fight until physically incapable. A pause. Then, this sounds familiar, doesn't it? They've copied our Bushido, but they've added something we failed to anticipate: American industrial capacity. The combination proved devastating. Japanese soldiers trained in the code of Bushido expected death before dishonor, but they fought with equipment increasingly inferior to American weaponry. Marines underwent training nearly as harsh as Japanese soldiers endured, creating warriors equally willing to die. But those Marines landed with overwhelming firepower that rendered Japanese positions untenable. November 20th, 1943, Tarawa Atoll. Rear Admiral Keiji Shibasaki commanded 4,500 defenders within fortifications deemed impregnable. The 2nd Marine Division dismantled that assumption in 76 hours. Private First Class Tadashi Ogawa, one of merely 17 Japanese survivors, described to interrogators what he witnessed. The first wave was slaughtered in the water. We killed hundreds. More landing craft arrived. The second wave died on the beach. Still more came. The third wave reached our positions carrying flamethrowers. They didn't stop until either we were dead or they were. The mathematics were merciless. Nearly 6,400 men died on Tarawa in 76 hours. The Marines who survived had demonstrated they would seize any objective regardless of the price demanded. Documents captured on Saipan in 1944 revealed Japanese intelligence assessments describing Marines as shock troops displaying fanatical devotion to objectives. Marines refuse orders to retreat and will counterattack even when tactically disadvantaged. Casualties inflicted on Marines do not degrade unit effectiveness until the unit is completely annihilated. This classification emerged from systematic study. Captain Yoshio Kobayashi, a Guadalcanal survivor, provided detailed comparative analysis. American Army infantry tactics are competent and conventional. The Marines operate differently. They advance aggressively regardless of casualties. They accept casualty rates that would force any rational commander to halt operations. This is unprecedented in modern warfare. The speed of death, Paliliu. The velocity of Marine operations proved as devastating as their firepower. Lieutenant Colonel Kunio Nakagawa, who commanded on Paliliu, constructed defenses based on previous campaigns where American forces paused after amphibious landings. The Marines never paused. They landed September 15th at 8:30 hours and controlled half the airfield by nightfall. Nakagawa's diary recorded his shock. My defensive plan collapsed because it assumed the enemy would act rationally. The Marines do not act rationally. They act with total commitment regardless of circumstances. This total commitment manifested in ways that appeared suicidal to Japanese observers, but proved devastatingly effective. Sergeant Kenji Matsumoto, captured on Bougainville, described witnessing a Marine platoon assault a fortified hilltop position. The approach required crossing open ground swept by machine gun fire from 3 bunkers. Japanese doctrine would have mandated extensive artillery preparation, followed by infantry assault under smoke cover. The Marine lieutenant assessed the position for perhaps 30 seconds, then ordered the assault with zero preparation. The platoon charged directly into the fire. 7 men fell in the first 20 seconds. The survivors reached the first bunker and destroyed it with grenades and demolition charges. 3 more men fell assaulting the second bunker. The remaining Marines captured it. The third bunker fell to the last 5 men standing. The platoon suffered 12 casualties from 37 men to take a position we considered impregnable. The entire action consumed 4 minutes, from order to completion. This wasn't courage. This was systematic application of acceptable casualties to achieve objectives faster than we could respond. The psychology of acceptable losses. The concept of acceptable casualties horrified Japanese officers trained to value their soldiers' lives within the context of achieving objectives. Marines calculated casualties as the cost of victory and paid that cost without hesitation when the objective warranted it. This created a psychological advantage beyond material superiority. Japanese commanders, knowing Marines would accept 50% casualties to take a position, faced impossible decisions: defend with insufficient force and lose the position, defend with adequate force, but weaken other positions, abandon the position, and cede terrain. Every option led to defeat. The only variable was timing. Major Yoshitaka Takahara, senior staff officer on Iwo Jima who survived the battle, analyzed this dilemma in post-war interrogations. General Kurabayashi understood we could not stop the Marines. Our defenses were designed to delay them and inflict maximum casualties. We succeeded brilliantly at inflicting casualties. Over 20,000 Marines were killed or wounded in 36 days. This would have destroyed any other military force's ability to continue offensive operations. The Marines reinforced and continued attacking without any reduction in intensity. We calculated that inflicting 10,000 casualties would halt their advance for at least a week. They suffered 10,000 casualties in the first week, and their advance never slowed. This revealed the fundamental imbalance. They could replace casualties faster than we could kill them. They had 50 Marine divisions in the Pacific Theater or training in the United States. We had finite defenders on each island. Mathematics dictated our defeat. The logistics of inevitability. The mathematics extended beyond simple manpower. Marines landed with logistical support that enabled sustained operations at intensities Japanese forces could not match. Second Lieutenant Toshio Yamamoto, captured on Saipan, witnessed the contrast firsthand during a nighttime infiltration. I led a patrol to observe American positions 3 days after their landing. We expected to find exhausted troops with limited supplies, as Japanese forces would have been after 3 days of intense combat on a contested beachhead. Instead, we found Marines eating hot food, receiving ammunition resupply by truck, with medical tents treating wounded and rest areas where units rotated off the line. Their supply dumps contained more ammunition than my entire regiment possessed. They had mobile kitchens preparing fresh meals. They had portable showers and laundry facilities. They were fighting the most intense battle of the Pacific War and living better than we did in garrison. This demonstrated that defeating them was impossible. They would never exhaust their food, ammunition, medicine, or replacements. We would. The relentless American logistics created a form of attrition warfare that favored Marines despite higher initial casualties. Japanese defenders fought from fixed positions with limited supplies and zero reinforcement. Every casualty was permanent. Every round of ammunition expended could not be replaced. Marines fought from an expanding beachhead with supplies arriving daily by ship and air. Casualties were evacuated and replaced. Ammunition was unlimited. The longer a battle lasted, the weaker Japanese defenders became while Marines grew stronger. This dynamic proved decisive on Peleliu, where Colonel Nakagawa's defense lasted from September 15th to November 27th. The 1st Marine Division suffered such heavy casualties it was withdrawn and replaced by elements of the 81st Infantry Division in October. A 2nd Marine Division continued operations until Army units relieved them. The battle that Japanese planners expected to last 1 week consumed 11 weeks. Japanese defenders inflicted over 10,000 American casualties, but the Americans could afford those losses and continue attacking. Japan could not afford to defend every island at such cost. The arithmetic was unsustainable. The grim calculus of defeat. The unsustainability became apparent to Japanese military leadership by mid-1944. Intelligence summaries distributed to garrison commanders acknowledged that Marines could not be stopped, only delayed. One document captured on Tinian provided guidance that revealed complete abandonment of any hope for victory. When defending against Marine assault, do not expect to hold positions indefinitely. The objective is to delay the American advance sufficiently to enable other strategic objectives. Each day of resistance is valuable. Each Marine killed or wounded is valuable. But understand that the position will fall. Prepare accordingly. Stock positions with maximum ammunition. Create redundant, defensive positions. Plan to fall back in stages. Accept that you will likely die in the defense. Your sacrifice buys time for the Empire. There is honor in this sacrifice, even without victory. This grim calculus defined Japanese defensive strategy for the final year of the Pacific War. Defenders no longer fought to win battles. They fought to make those battles so costly that Americans might negotiate rather than invade Japan itself. Marines, by accepting casualties that would have forced other armies to halt, negated this strategy. They paid the price demanded and continued advancing. No cost was too high. No position was too strong. The offensive never stopped. Private Tadashi Ogawa, one of the few survivors from Tarawa, later described the psychological impact of facing such an enemy. After the first day of battle, we knew we would lose. The Marines had landed in overwhelming force. They had naval gunfire that destroyed our positions. They had air support that bombed us continuously. But we still believed we could make them pay such a terrible price they would reconsider future invasions. Then we watched them continue attacking despite horrific casualties. They walked through machine gun fire that killed dozens. More Marines came behind them. We killed them too. More came. We fought for 3 days with absolute commitment. We inflicted thousands of casualties. We died almost to the last man, and the Marines took Tarawa on schedule. They paid the price we demanded and continued their advance across the Pacific. That was when we understood the war was lost. An enemy who will pay any price to win cannot be defeated by making victory expensive. The spread of realization. This realization spread through the Japanese military as survivors from each battle carried their experiences to the next. By the time Marines landed on Iwo Jima in February 1945, every Japanese defender knew they faced the most implacable enemy in the Pacific. They knew they would die. They knew the Marines would take the island. The only question was how many Marines would die with them. General Kurabayashi's defensive plan accepted these realities and built strategy around them. His orders to troops acknowledged what official propaganda denied. We cannot win this battle. We can only make the Americans bleed for every meter of ground. That is our mission. Accept death. Inflict casualties. Delay their advance. This is how we serve the Empire in its darkest hour. This assessment proved accurate in battle after battle. The Raiders, terror in the darkness. Before Kurabayashi's theories were tested on Iwo Jima, Marine Raiders had demonstrated capabilities beyond standard excellence. These elite units conducted deep penetration operations that created terror disproportionate to their small numbers. Japanese forces discovered that Raiders operated in darkness with devastating effectiveness. Colonel Kayaneo Ichiki learned this fatally on Guadalcanal in August 1942. His 900 men had defeated Chinese forces through aggressive night attacks. Japanese doctrine held that Americans feared darkness. Ichiki planned a textbook night assault against Marine positions on the Tenere River. Raiders from the 1st Marine Raider Battalion waited in prepared positions. Ichiki's force waded into the river at 1:30 hours on August 21st. Raiders opened fire at point-blank range with automatic weapons supported by pre-registered artillery. The battle lasted 20 minutes. Japanese casualties exceeded 700 killed. Marine casualties numbered 35. The Raiders were eventually disbanded and integrated into regular Marine divisions in 1944, but their tactics spread throughout the Corps. By then, standard Marine infantry employed techniques Raiders had pioneered. Night patrols probed continuously. Small units made independent decisions. Communications allowed unprecedented coordination. The result was an enemy that fought 24 hours per day with intensity Japanese forces could not sustain. Corporal Hideo Takahashi, who fought on 3 islands before his capture on Okinawa, summarized the experience. The Marines never stopped. Day attacks with overwhelming firepower. night attacks by small units infiltrating our positions, constant artillery harassment preventing rest, air attacks throughout daylight hours. We were under pressure continuously from landing to defeat. Japanese forces traditionally controlled the night and could rest and regroup after daylight battles. Against the Marines, there was no rest. There was no safe time. There was only continuous combat until we were dead or captured. This was industrial warfare applied, without mercy. The industrial aspect. The industrial nature of Marine operations fascinated and terrified Japanese military analysts. Unlike Japanese forces that relied on spirit and individual sacrifice to overcome material limitations, Marines systematically applied maximum force to every problem. When faced with a fortified position, they did not rely on courage or clever tactics. They identified the position, called an artillery that fired hundreds of shells to destroy it, brought forward tanks with flamethrowers to burn out survivors, then sent infantry to secure the position. If resistance continued, naval gunfire from destroyers or battleships would obliterate the entire area. This methodical destruction was horrifying in its efficiency. Second Lieutenant Saburo Endo, an artillery forward observer on Saipan, watched Marine combined arms tactics during the June 1944 invasion. His diary recorded detailed observations. The Marines landed under covering fire from warships that fired continuously for 3 hours before the first landing craft touched the beach. Aircraft bombed our positions for 2 hours before the landing. When Marines came ashore, every movement was supported by tanks, artillery, naval gunfire, and airstrikes. They advanced slowly and carefully, destroying everything in their path. When we stopped them at prepared positions, they called in battleship fire that literally erased hills from the landscape. They did not try to overcome our positions through courage or clever tactics. They used overwhelming force to eliminate the positions, then advanced. This is not warfare as we understand it. This is industrial destruction applied systematically until resistance becomes impossible. We fought with rifles and light machine guns. They fought with an entire industrial nation's resources. Endo's observations captured what many Japanese soldiers realized too late. The Pacific War was not a test of warrior spirit or tactical excellence. It was a contest between Imperial Japan's limited industrial base and America's overwhelming production capacity. Marines were the cutting edge of that production capacity. Warriors trained to exploit American advantages ruthlessly while accepting casualties that leveraged superior numbers and replacements. Against such an enemy, Japanese courage and tactical skill meant nothing. The outcome was mathematically determined from the start. Only the duration and cost remained variable. Iwo Jima, Kurabayashi's defense. General Kurabayashi banned the banzai charges that had wasted Japanese lives in previous battles. He created a defense in depth that channeled Marines into killing zones covered by multiple bunkers. He positioned artillery to deliver devastating fire on landing beaches. He built 11 miles of tunnels, connecting 1,500 cave positions. Every approach was registered for mortar and artillery fire. The beach was a death trap. 3 Marine divisions, 70,000 men, landed on Iwo Jima on February 19th. Kurabayashi's defenses worked exactly as planned. Naval bombardment barely scratched the fortifications. Marines landed in neat waves and immediately took catastrophic casualties. Within minutes, the black volcanic sand was covered with dead and wounded. Japanese artillery observers called down perfectly coordinated fire. The assault seemed to be failing. Then something happened that Kurabayashi had not anticipated, though he should have from previous battles. The Marines did not withdraw to regroup. They advanced into the artillery fire. They found the gaps between Japanese positions and exploited them. When bunkers stopped the advance, demolition teams crawled forward under fire to destroy them. When those teams died, other Marines took their place. The attack never stopped. Private First Class Tadashi Yamamoto watched from his bunker as Marines assaulted the position to his right. His diary records the incomprehension Japanese defenders felt. A Marine flamethrower team approached the bunker. We killed the operator. His assistant picked up the weapon and continued. We killed him. A third Marine took the weapon. We wounded him severely. He continued firing until the weapon was empty, then threw grenades into the firing ports until we killed him. By then, demolition engineers had reached the bunker entrance. The position was lost. This happened 30 times in the first hour. How do you defeat men who will not stop? The brutal arithmetic. The answer, as Japanese defenders discovered, was that you could not. The brutal arithmetic of Iwo Jima demonstrated Marine doctrine in its purest form. 70,000 Marines landed. 26,000 became casualties, including nearly 7,000 killed. But all 21,000 Japanese defenders died except for 1,600 who were captured, most because they were unconscious or too wounded to resist. The Marines paid an almost unimaginable price, but they took every objective. Kurabayashi himself, who survived until late March 1945, wrote his final assessment in a message smuggled to Tokyo before the position collapsed. The Marines are the most effective fighting force I have encountered. They possess several attributes that make them uniquely dangerous. First, their training creates soldiers willing to accept casualties that would break other units. Second, their firepower exceeds ours by a factor of 5:1 in artillery and 10:1 in air support. Third, their junior leaders make decisions at squad level that our officers make at company level, allowing them to exploit opportunities faster than we can react. Fourth, and most critical, they never stop attacking. There is no defense that can survive this combination indefinitely. This final point terrified Japanese defenders across the Pacific. Soldiers could accept defeat in battle. They could understand being outgunned or outmaneuvered. What they could not comprehend was an enemy that simply would not stop regardless of losses. Corporal Hideo Takahashi, who fought on 3 islands before his capture on Okinawa, explained in a post-war interview, "You must understand the difference between Marines and other American forces. Army units would attack, take casualties, and pull back to reorganize. This is sensible military doctrine. Marines would attack, take casualties, and continue attacking over the bodies of their own dead. This is not military doctrine. This is something else entirely. The transformation of boot camp. The quality that made Marines so feared was deliberately created through training that broke recruits down to nothing, then rebuilt them into warriors whose identity was inseparable from the Corps itself. Documents captured on Saipan included interrogation reports of a Marine prisoner who explained the transformation to bewildered Japanese intelligence officers. Boot camp lasts 8 weeks. For the first 4 weeks, drill instructors destroy everything civilian in the recruit. You are told you are worthless, that you will never be a Marine, that you should quit and join the Army. The abuse is psychological and physical. You are pushed until you think you cannot continue, then pushed further. Those who quit are publicly shamed. Those who remain learn that surrender is not an option." The interrogation report noted the Japanese officer's response. "This resembles our own training, but more systematic." However, the Marine prisoner then described something that had no parallel in Japanese military training. The second 4 weeks, the instructors build you into a Marine. You learn that you are part of something greater than yourself, that every Marine who ever lived is your brother. This created something unique. Marines fought because to fail was to betray every Marine who had ever lived. The psychological pressure created fighters who would advance when rational calculation said to stop, when banzai charges failed. Japanese forces encountered this mentality in its most concentrated form during banzai charges that should have succeeded but failed catastrophically. October 24th to 25th, 1944. Saipan. Colonel Takuya Takashina led approximately 3,000 Japanese soldiers in a final banzai charge against Marine positions. Japanese doctrine held that such an assault, conducted with absolute commitment, would shatter any defense through sheer ferocity and the defender's fear of being overrun. The Marines of the 27th Infantry Division, positioned in the attack's path, were mostly sleeping when the charge began at 3 o'clock hours. Japanese soldiers poured into the Marine lines screaming, bayonets fixed, overwhelming forward positions through sheer numbers. Traditional doctrine would call for a fighting retreat to regroup. The Marines counterattacked immediately. Officers and sergeants organized desperate defensive stands at key positions. Marines used every weapon available, from artillery firing at point-blank range to trench knives in hand-to-hand combat. The fighting lasted 4 hours. When dawn broke, Japanese bodies covered an area 500 meters deep. American casualties numbered 90 killed and 247 wounded. 3,000 Japanese soldiers died. Private First Class Issei Yoshida survived the charge with severe wounds. His interrogation report, filed 3 days later, captured the shock Japanese soldiers felt. We were told that Americans fear close combat, that they rely on firepower because they are cowards at heart. We charged into their positions, expecting them to break. They fought us hand-to-hand and defeated us. I saw a Marine sergeant kill 7 men with a bayonet and a pistol before he fell. This is not cowardice. We were lied to. The material contrast. The lies extended to every aspect of Marine capabilities. Japanese propaganda had spent years describing Americans as soft, individualistic people who could not withstand hardship. Marines sleeping in foxholes filled with water, eating cold rations for weeks, fighting in 100-degree heat with 80% humidity, contradicted those claims. Japanese soldiers supposedly trained for hardship watched Marines thrive in conditions that taxed Japanese endurance to its limits. Corporal Kenji Matsumoto, who survived Guadalcanal before being transferred to Bougainville, where he was captured in February 1944, described the contrast in conditions. We were on reduced rations by September 1942, rice twice per day, sometimes less. We supplemented with anything edible we could find in the jungle. We watched the Marines eat 3 full meals daily, sometimes more. They received regular resupply by air and sea. They had fresh water, medical supplies, ammunition without limit. We realized we were fighting an enemy who would never run out of resources. That understanding broke something in us. Combined arms superiority. The material superiority Marines enjoyed was devastating. When faced with fortified bunkers, Marines called in artillery that delivered hundreds of shells in minutes, brought forward Sherman tanks with flamethrowers, and used naval gunfire that could level hills. If that failed, demolition teams would pack hundreds of pounds of explosives against positions. Lieutenant Shigeru Fukudome, before his death on Guadalcanal, wrote the most comprehensive analysis of Marine combined arms tactics captured during the war. The Marines do not fight like individual soldiers. They fight like parts of a single machine. Riflemen fix our position. Machine gunners suppress our fire. Mortars deliver smoke to blind our observers. Artillery destroys our bunkers. Tanks advance with infantry following. Aircraft bomb any position artillery cannot reach. This happens within minutes of contact, coordinated by junior officers using radios we do not possess. We cannot counter this because we cannot coordinate at the same speed. By the time our commander understands the situation and issues orders, the Marines have already moved to exploit our weakness. Decentralized decision-making. This speed of execution was possible because Marines delegated authority to the lowest possible level. Sergeants made decisions that Japanese doctrine reserved for captains. Corporals led assaults that required a lieutenant's authority in the Imperial Japanese Army. The result was an enemy that adapted faster than Japanese forces could react. When a bunker stopped a Marine advance, a sergeant would immediately redirect the attack through a different approach while calling in supporting fire, all without waiting for orders from above. Japanese defenders often found themselves fighting enemies who appeared in unexpected directions because Marines had identified and exploited weaknesses before Japanese commanders recognized they existed. The most feared weapon. The most feared Marine weapon was not rifles or artillery. It was the flamethrower. Japanese soldiers trained to die honorably in combat discovered that flamethrowers offered no honorable death. Corporal Hideo Takahashi, captured on Okinawa with burns covering 40% of his body, described the psychological impact. We were taught to accept death in battle as glorious. Death by bullets, bayonets, artillery, these are warriors' deaths. Fire is something different. You watch flames approach your position. You smell comrades burning alive. You hear the screaming. There is no glory in this death. It is industrial slaughter. This is what the Marines understood that we did not. Modern war has no place for glory. It is about killing the enemy as efficiently as possible using the best tools available. The intelligence assessment. This realization came too late for most Japanese defenders. By 1944, every Japanese soldier in the Pacific knew that facing Marines meant facing the most lethal combination of training, equipment, and doctrine the Americans possessed. Intelligence reports distributed to garrison forces described Marines with a mixture of respect and dread that bordered on superstition. One document captured on Tinian in July 1944 provided detailed guidance on defending against Marine assaults. The report acknowledged several facts that contradicted years of Japanese propaganda. First, Marines are physically larger and stronger than Japanese soldiers on average due to superior nutrition since childhood. Second, Marines receive more ammunition, better weapons, and more reliable equipment than Imperial Japanese Army troops. Third, Marine training emphasizes marksmanship to a degree unmatched by Japanese forces. The average Marine rifleman can hit targets at ranges where our soldiers cannot. Fourth, Marines operate with air and naval support that we cannot match or counter. Fifth, and most critically, Marines are trained to believe surrender is unacceptable. They will fight to death or victory. There is no third option. The report then provided tactical guidance that revealed how thoroughly Japanese confidence had collapsed. When facing Marines, do not expect them to retreat. Do not assume casualties will degrade their morale. Do not believe superiority in numbers provides an advantage, as their firepower negates numerical superiority. Do not attempt banzai charges unless no other option exists, as Marines will slaughter charging troops with automatic weapons and artillery. Do not expect them to fear nighttime attacks, as they fight effectively in darkness. The only effective defense is prepared positions protected by interlocking fields of fire, with multiple fallback positions prepared in advance, and with the understanding that the position will eventually fall. The goal is not to stop the Marines, but to exact maximum casualties before the position is overrun. Kuribayashi's clear-eyed assessment. This defensive doctrine acknowledged reality, but offered no path to victory. General Tadamaki Kuribayashi, preparing Iwo Jima's defenses in early 1945, understood this perfectly. He wrote to his wife in January, 1 month before the invasion, "I am asked to defend Iwo Jima against American Marines. This is a mathematical problem with only one solution. The Marines will land with 70,000 men. They will have complete control of sea and air. They will bring unlimited ammunition and supplies. They will attack until Iwo Jima falls. My mission is not to defeat them. That is impossible. My mission is to make them pay such a terrible price that the Americans will reconsider invading the home islands. Every day I keep them fighting is a day the Empire has to prepare. Every Marine killed is one less enemy in the final battle." Kuribayashi's strategy reflected the evolution of Japanese defensive doctrine from confident aggression to desperate attrition. The flaw in the strategy. The Marines who landed on Iwo Jima on February 19th faced defenses designed not to repel them, but to bleed them in ways that would destroy American resolve. Every bunker was positioned to require direct assault. Every cave entrance was covered by multiple firing positions. Every meter of ground cost lives to take. The strategy failed because it misunderstood Marine culture. High casualties did not break Marine morale. They reinforced it. Every fallen Marine demanded vengeance. Every day of brutal combat strengthened survivors' determination to win. The worse the fighting became, the harder Marines fought. This was incomprehensible to Japanese military thinking, which assumed that even fanatical troops had a breaking point. Private First Class Tadashi Yamamoto, who survived until March 10th before dying in his bunker, wrote his final diary entry the night before. Tomorrow the Marines will reach this position. We have killed hundreds of them in the past 3 weeks. More arrive every day. They do not weaken. They do not slow down. They do not stop. I thought our spirit was stronger than American materialism. I was wrong. The Marines have both spirit and material. They have courage equal to ours combined with weapons and supplies we cannot match. They are what we claim to be. We are what we claimed they were. This is the truth we die knowing. His bunker was destroyed the next morning by a Marine demolition team after a 6-hour battle that killed all 11 defenders and wounded 3 Marines. The position delayed the Marine advance by exactly 40 minutes before being bypassed by other units that continued advancing while combat engineers reduced the bunker. The pattern of futility. This pattern repeated across Iwo Jima thousands of times. Japanese defenders fought with desperate courage, inflicting terrible casualties, achieving nothing except their own deaths. The campaign ended on March 26th. The final statistics told the story of what happened when Marines fought the best defenses Japan could create. 21,000 Japanese defenders died, 600 surrendered, most because they were unconscious or physically incapable of resistance. The Marines suffered 26,000 casualties from 70,000 men committed, nearly 40% casualties. Any other military force would have required months to recover. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th Marine Divisions were back in action within 6 weeks. The defining characteristic. This ability to absorb casualties and continue fighting became the defining characteristic that most terrified Japanese defenders. Corporal Kenji Matsumoto, imprisoned in Hawaii after his capture, explained in a 1946 interview what Japanese soldiers felt facing Marines. The worst part was knowing they would never stop. You could kill half a Marine unit, and the survivors would continue attacking. You could wound their leaders, and sergeants would take command. You could fight them to exhaustion, and they would attack again the next day. There was no way to win. You could only kill them until they killed you. That is not war. That is mutual annihilation. And the Marines had more men than we did. American industrial regeneration. The American industrial capacity that produced waves of replacement Marines astonished Japanese military planners. Intelligence reports from late 1944 noted that Marine divisions suffered 75% casualties on Peleliu in September 1944, then returned to full strength within 3 months. Those replacements landed on Iwo Jima in February and fought with the same effectiveness as veterans. This ability to regenerate defeated units was beyond Japanese capability. The Imperial Japanese Army had no comparable training system, no replacement pipeline that could maintain unit quality while absorbing catastrophic losses. American efficiency extended to every aspect of Marine operations. Wounded Marines received medical treatment within minutes of being hit. Casualty evacuation by air and sea moved wounded men from battlefield to hospital ship in hours. Blood plasma, antibiotics. Surgical care saved lives at rates unprecedented in military history. Japanese wounded often died from lack of medical supplies, from infected wounds, from injuries that American medicine routinely treated. Captured Japanese soldiers watched Marines who should have died from wounds that would have killed Japanese soldiers instead survive to fight again. After surrender, the final humiliation. The final humiliation came after Japanese surrender in August 1945. Marines occupied Japanese home islands expecting resistance from a population indoctrinated to die rather than submit. Instead, they found exhausted people grateful the war had ended. Private First Class Issei Yoshida, repatriated in 1946 after recovering from wounds received on Saipan, described his return home. Everything we were told was lies. The Marines did not torture prisoners. They provided food, medical care, shelter. They treated us better than our own officers had. The Americans were not barbarians. We were the barbarians. This knowledge destroyed what remained of our faith in the empire. Common themes in defeat. thousands of former Japanese soldiers reached similar conclusions. The post-war interrogation reports revealed common themes. Respect for Marine fighting qualities, bitterness toward Japanese leadership that had lied about American capabilities, recognition that the war had been hopeless from the start because Japan could not match American industrial capacity or the fighting quality of troops like the Marines. The most comprehensive assessment came from General Tadamaki Kuribayashi's final message from Iwo Jima, delivered through desperate radio transmission on March 21st, 5 days before the island fell. I have fought the Marines for 31 days. They are the finest soldiers I have encountered. Their training is superior. Their equipment is overwhelming. Their courage equals ours. And their numbers are endless. Japan cannot defeat such an enemy. We can only die fighting them and hope that our sacrifice buys time for peace negotiations that preserve something of our nation. To my fellow officers preparing to defend the home islands, know this: the Marines will come. You cannot stop them. You can only make them pay in blood for every meter of ground. Perhaps if the price is high enough, they will negotiate rather than destroy everything. That is our only hope. The hope that died. That hope died with the atomic bombs in August. But Kuribayashi's assessment of Marines proved accurate. They were the tip of the spear that broke Japanese defensive lines across the Pacific. They paid a terrible price, with casualty rates that would have destroyed lesser organizations. But they never broke, never retreated, never surrendered an objective. They were exactly what Japanese propaganda had claimed the Imperial Japanese Army was: invincible warriors who would fight to death before accepting defeat. The final irony. The final irony was that Marines achieved this through systematic training and overwhelming material support, not through mystical warrior spirit or racial superiority. They proved that modern warfare required both courage and industrial capacity, both training and technology, both individual sacrifice and national resources. Japan had courage and training. America had everything. The Marines embodied that totality in a way no other American unit matched. Japanese veterans recognized this distinction. Corporal Hideo Takahashi, interviewed in 1975 as an old man, summarized what his generation learned fighting Marines. We were taught that spirit conquers material, that our will to die made us invincible. The Marines taught us that spirit plus material conquers spirit alone. They were as willing to die as we were, but they had Sherman tanks and naval gunfire and unlimited ammunition and air supremacy and medical care and food and all the resources of America behind them. We had our rifles and our courage and promises of victory. That was not enough. It was never going to be enough. The Marines proved that on every island they took. The statistical record supports this conclusion. Marines fought in every major Pacific campaign from Guadalcanal in August 1942 to Okinawa in June 1945. They suffered 86,000 casualties, including 19,500 killed. But they never failed to take an objective, never abandoned a position once captured, never gave Japanese forces reason to believe Marines could be defeated through superior tactics or fighting spirit. The price was terrible. The results were absolute. Post-war analysis. Japanese military analysts studying Marine operations after the war reached unanimous conclusions. The Marines represented the ultimate expression of American military power. They combined warrior ethos matching Japanese Bushido with industrial resources matching American production capacity. They trained soldiers willing to die for victory while providing those soldiers with weapons and support that made victory possible. This combination was unbeatable. Lessons learned too late. The lessons learned came too late for the 21,000 Japanese soldiers who faced Marines on Iwo Jima, or the 30,000 who fought them on Okinawa, or the hundreds of thousands who prepared to fight them on the home islands before surrender ended the war. Those men knew only that Marines were the enemy they feared most, the enemy their officers could not stop, the enemy who would keep coming regardless of casualties until every Japanese defender was dead. Private First Class Tadashi Yamamoto's final diary entry, written hours before his death in a bunker on Iwo Jima, captured this knowledge. The Marines will win not because they are braver than we are, not because they want victory more than we do. They will win because their nation gives them everything they need to win. And they will use those resources without mercy until we are all dead. This is the truth our leaders should have told us. We are samurai, fighting with swords against men with machine guns who also have the spirit of samurai. There was never any hope. There was only death. His bunker fell the next day. The Marines who cleared it found his diary and forwarded it to intelligence officers who translated it and filed it among thousands of similar documents. A truth written in blood. The words captured a truth that Japanese soldiers across the Pacific had learned through brutal experience. Fighting the Marines was not like fighting other American forces. It was not like fighting British or Chinese or any other enemy. It was fighting an opponent who combined everything Japan claimed to possess with everything Japan lacked. That combination made the Marines the most feared enemy Japanese soldiers would face. Statistics and stories. The statistics tell part of the story. The battles tell more. But the words of Japanese soldiers who survived to tell of it reveal the complete picture. They fought men who would not stop, who would not surrender, who would die before accepting defeat, and who had the weapons and support to make that spirit devastating. Against such an enemy, courage was not enough. Training was not enough. Determination was not enough. Nothing was enough except surrender or death. The Japanese military chose death. The Marines delivered it with systematic efficiency. Why they were feared. That was why Japanese soldiers feared fighting the Marines more than any other unit. The Marines said they would take the objective, and they took it. They said they would accept any cost, and they paid it. They never stopped. Japanese defenders discovered that courage meant nothing when facing an enemy who matched their determination and exceeded their firepower by factors that made resistance futile. That was the lesson learned in blood from Guadalcanal to Okinawa. The post-war admission. After the war ended and propaganda dissolved, Japanese veterans acknowledged the truth their leaders had hidden. The Marines were everything Japan claimed its soldiers were, backed by everything Japan could never provide. Against such an enemy, the war was lost before it began. The Marines proved it completely, one island at a time, at a cost measured in thousands of lives on both sides. Reflections on spirit and material. The Marine Corps demonstrated that the dichotomy between spirit and material was false. Modern warfare required both in equal measure. A warrior willing to die meant nothing if he lacked the tools to fight effectively. Superior weapons meant nothing if the soldiers using them lacked the will to press forward under fire. The Marines possessed both qualities in abundance, supported by a nation capable of sustaining both qualities indefinitely. Japan possessed one quality, the willingness to die, but lacked the industrial capacity to sustain it. As the war progressed, this imbalance became not just apparent, but overwhelming. The voice of survivors. Every Japanese survivor interviewed after the war spoke of this realization, though they described it in different ways. Some focused on the weapons disparity. Others emphasized Marine training and tactics. Still others pointed to American logistics and medical care. But all reached the same conclusion. The Marines represented a form of warfare Japan could not match or counter. They were the synthesis of everything modern war demanded, delivered with relentless efficiency and supported by inexhaustible resources. The final assessment. In the end, Private Yamamoto's assessment proved most accurate. The Marines won not through superior spirit. Japanese soldiers possessed equal courage, but through the combination of that spirit with overwhelming material advantage. They were samurai with machine guns, fighting samurai with swords. The outcome was never in doubt. Only the cost remained to be calculated, and that cost was measured in tens of thousands of lives on both sides. Lives spent proving what mathematics had determined from the war's beginning. The human cost. The human cost extended beyond casualty figures. It included the destruction of Japanese military confidence, the collapse of faith in leadership that had promised victory, and the bitter realization that courage alone could not overcome material disadvantage. For the Marines, the cost included physical wounds that would never fully heal, psychological trauma that would last lifetimes, and the burden of having been the instrument of such comprehensive destruction. Both sides paid prices that transcended statistics. Both sides learned lessons written in blood and sacrifice. The evolution of understanding. In the decades following the war, as the propaganda faded and honest reflection became possible, Japanese veterans began to articulate what they had learned with greater clarity. The Marines had not been demons or supermen. They had been extraordinarily well-trained soldiers, supported by a system that maximized their effectiveness. They had been men willing to die, backed by a nation capable of ensuring that willingness translated into victory. The systematic approach to war. What most impressed Japanese analysts in retrospect was not individual Marine heroism. Japanese soldiers had demonstrated equal heroism, but the systematic approach to warfare the Marines embodied. Every aspect of Marine operations was designed for maximum efficiency. Training that created psychological resilience tactics, that leveraged firepower superiority logistics, that enabled sustained operations medical care, that preserved fighting strength command structure, that enabled rapid decision-making combined arms coordination, that overwhelmed defenses. This systematic approach to warfare represented modern military thinking at its most developed. It was warfare as industrial process rather than warrior contest. The contrast in philosophy. Japanese military philosophy had emphasized spirit, sacrifice, and individual warrior excellence. These remained important in modern warfare, but they were insufficient without the supporting infrastructure the Americans provided. The Marines proved that modern warfare required industrial capacity to produce weapons logistical systems, to deliver supplies medical infrastructure, to preserve manpower training systems, to create skilled soldiers command philosophy that empowered junior leaders' national will to sustain operations despite casualties. Japan possessed some of these elements. America possessed all of them. The Marines were the sharp edge of that comprehensive system. Recognition without bitterness. By the 1970s and 1980s, as aging Japanese veterans reflected on their experiences, a curious quality emerged in their assessments. They spoke of the Marines with respect rather than bitterness. They recognized that they had faced not monsters, but fellow warriors, men who had simply been better supported by their nation's industrial and logistical capacity. Corporal Matsumoto, in his final interview before his death in 1983, expressed this perspective. We fought bravely. The Marines fought bravely. The difference was not in courage, but in support. They had everything they needed to win. We had only our determination. In modern warfare, determination alone is insufficient. The broader lesson. The broader lesson extended beyond military tactics to questions of national strategy. Japan had initiated war against an opponent with 10 times its industrial capacity, then fought that war as though spirit could overcome material disadvantage. The Marines demonstrated, island by island, that this assumption was catastrophically wrong. Modern warfare required both spiritual and material elements. Neglecting either guaranteed defeat. This lesson, purchased at terrible cost, influenced Japanese strategic thinking in the post-war era. The human element. Yet even as Japanese veterans acknowledged the systemic advantages Marines possessed, they never forgot the human element, the individual Marines who had advanced under fire, who had fought until physically unable to continue, who had matched Japanese determination with their own unwavering commitment. These were not faceless representatives of American industrial might. They were individual warriors who had earned respect through their actions under fire. Private Yoshida, in a 1987 interview, captured this dual recognition. The Marines were men like us, men who feared death but advanced anyway, men who suffered but continued fighting, men who demonstrated courage equal to any samurai. But unlike us, they were supported by a nation that gave them the tools to make their courage effective. That was the difference that mattered. The final word. In the end, the Japanese perspective on fighting the Marines came down to a simple recognition. They had faced the most effective fighting force the Americans could field. supported by the full industrial and logistical capacity of a continental nation. Against such opposition, Japanese defenders had fought with desperate courage, inflicting casualties that would have stopped any other adversary. But the Marines were not like any other adversary. They absorbed those casualties, reinforced, and continued advancing until every objective was secured. The pattern repeated from Guadalcanal to Okinawa, proving with mathematical certainty what Japanese commanders should have recognized from the beginning. Modern warfare could not be won through spirit alone. Private Yamamoto's epitaph. Private First Class Tadashi Yamamoto died in his bunker on Iwo Jima on March 11, 1945. His diary survived him, recovered by Marines who cleared the position. His final entry served as epitaph not just for himself, but for all Japanese soldiers who faced the Marines. We were told we were invincible. We were told our spirit made us superior. We were told the Americans were weak. All lies. The Marines have proven themselves everything we claim to be, with resources we could never match. They are the future of warfare, warriors supported by industry, courage backed by material, spirit combined with system. We are the past, samurai facing machine guns, believing willpower alone could achieve victory. The past cannot defeat the future. This is the lesson we die learning. The legacy. 70 years later, that lesson remains relevant. The Pacific War demonstrated conclusively that modern warfare requires the synthesis of human courage and industrial capacity, tactical skill and technological superiority, individual sacrifice and systemic support. The Marines embodied that synthesis. They were neither the demons Japanese propaganda had described nor the soft Americans that same propaganda had promised. They were warriors equal to Japanese soldiers in courage, superior in training, and overwhelmingly superior in support. Against such an enemy, Japanese defenders learned there could be only one outcome. The only variable was how long it took to reach that inevitable conclusion and how many lives it would cost on both sides. The answer proved to be longer than anyone expected and more costly than anyone imagined. But the outcome was never truly in doubt. The Marines would advance. The Marines would pay whatever price victory demanded. The Marines would take their objectives. And Japanese defenders, no matter how brave, no matter how determined, could not stop them. That was the truth Japanese soldiers learned, island by island, battle by battle, from August 1942 to August 1945. It was a truth purchased in blood and carved into history through sacrifice on both sides. It was the truth that defined the Pacific War and shaped the world that followed. This narrative is based on translated diary entries, interrogation reports, and post-war interviews with Japanese veterans who fought against U.S. Marines during World War II. Their perspectives, preserved in military archives, provide insight into how Japanese soldiers perceived and understood the enemy they faced across the Pacific theater. December 17, 1944. Belgium's Ardennes Forest. Oberstfreiter Hans Müller huddled in his frozen foxhole, scribbling words into his diary that would torment him for decades to come. The Americans aren't like the Russians. Their artillery is something entirely different. It's not about volume of fire, though that's terrible enough. It's the speed, the precision, the certainty that you have zero time to react. 1 second there's silence. The next, the world explodes. Through that morning's thick fog, Müller had witnessed something that demolished every belief German soldiers held about American military prowess. His battalion, part of the 6th SS Panzer Army, had just initiated Hitler's final Western gamble. They'd achieved total surprise against weakly defended American positions. Victory appeared inevitable. Then American artillery located them. What Müller couldn't know, what no German soldier pushing through those snow-blanketed forests could comprehend, was that they were colliding with the most lethal artillery system ever fielded in combat. A system so sophisticated, so devastating, and so perfectly coordinated that it would shatter Germany's last offensive and expose the true extent of American military dominance. The breakdown had started long before the Battle of the Bulge. Throughout 1943 and 1944, German veterans rotating from the Eastern Front to engage American forces in Italy, France, and the Low Countries brought assumptions forged in brutal combat against Soviet artillery. They'd mastered survival against Russian bombardments through bitter experience. The Soviets would fire ranging rounds, providing German troops valuable seconds to find shelter. Shells arrived in predictable sequences, permitting movement between salvos. Fire direction was typically sluggish, consuming 10 to 15 minutes from observation to shell impact. The Americans were different, horrifyingly different. Gefreiter Otto Schmidt, a 2-year Eastern Front veteran captured with the Afrika Korps in Tunisia during May 1943, would later recount his first American artillery encounter in a post-war interview. We'd positioned ourselves in a wadi north of Tunis. Excellent concealment, we thought. The Russians would have needed an hour to locate us and another to range their guns. We felt secure enough to brew morning coffee. Then we spotted it, a small aircraft, no larger than a reconnaissance plane, puttering overhead at maybe 500 meters altitude. We barely noticed. Such planes carried no armament. We figured it was conducting photography. 3 minutes later, without warning, without ranging rounds, without any indication whatsoever, the entire wadi erupted. Shells landing simultaneously, not sequentially. Air bursts above us, ground bursts among us. In 30 seconds, my company ceased existing as a fighting unit. I was among 11 survivors from 123 men. The aircraft Schmidt observed was an L-4 Grasshopper, the American forward observer's flying platform. These modest Piper Cubs would become the Wehrmacht's most dreaded aircraft. Not for weapons they carried, but for what followed their appearance. German soldiers learned a harsh lesson. When you saw a Grasshopper overhead, you had minutes, perhaps only seconds, before American artillery transformed your position into a slaughter zone. Lieutenant Friedrich Bauer, an artillery officer who directed counter-battery fire on the Eastern Front, documented his amazement in letters discovered decades later in German military archives. I studied American artillery procedures from captured documents. Initially, I assumed these documents were deception, propaganda meant to intimidate. No artillery system could perform as described. The coordination required would be impossible. Then I witnessed it personally. Near Cannes, an American Grasshopper appeared. We tracked it, preparing to displace our guns per standard procedure. Before we could relocate, before we'd even calculated firing data for counter-battery fire, American shells were landing on our position. Not random fire, not area saturation, precise fire on each gun. They'd calculated firing solutions, coordinated multiple batteries at different ranges, and delivered simultaneous fire in less time than it took our own forward observers to radio map coordinates to our fire direction center. The secret to American artillery supremacy wasn't a single innovation. It was a comprehensive system integrating technology, training, and industrial capacity at levels Germany could never replicate. The foundation was the Fire Direction Center, a concept that revolutionized artillery employment. Where German artillery batteries calculated firing solutions individually, American batteries fed all data to a centralized FDC that could coordinate fire from dozens of batteries simultaneously. The FDC system relied on pre-computed firing tables. In offices throughout the United States, rooms filled with women-operated mechanical calculators, slide rules, and logarithm tables, computing firing solutions for every conceivable variable combination. Wind speed and direction, temperature, humidity, barrel wear, propellant temperature, altitude differences between gun and target. These tables, printed in books compact enough to fit in a map case, enabled American fire direction officers to calculate precise firing solutions in minutes rather than hours. Hauptmann Werner Hoffmann, a mathematics professor conscripted into Wehrmacht artillery, examined captured American firing tables after the war. His analysis, preserved in German military records, revealed his shocked admiration. These tables represent years of computational labor, thousands of hours on mechanical calculators. They'd computed solutions for every variable we might encounter in the field. Our own firing tables were primitive by comparison, requiring extensive field calculations for each mission. The Americans had completed the mathematics in advance. In the field, they simply consulted the answer. But tables alone couldn't explain American artillery's devastating effectiveness. The true revolution was time on target, a firing technique so advanced that few nations possessed the capability to execute it. Time on target, universally known as TOT, coordinated artillery fire so that shells from multiple batteries, fired at different times based on their distance from the target, arrived simultaneously within a 3-second window. The effect was catastrophic. German soldiers experienced no warning, no ranging shots, no gradual fire buildup. One instant, silence. The next instant, dozens of shells detonating simultaneously. Troops in the open, whose survival against conventional artillery depended on dropping prone at the first explosion, had no time to react. Studies conducted post-war revealed that 66% of artillery casualties occurred in the first few seconds of a barrage. Time on target maximized casualties by eliminating warning. Stabsfeldwebel Kurt Zimmermann, who survived TOT strikes during the Battle of the Bulge, wrote in his diary, discovered by American forces in a captured command post. It's not artillery as we understand it. It's something new. You hear nothing. Then the world ends. Every shell arrives in the same second. The air bursts kill men who'd survive ground bursts. The ground bursts kill men who'd survive air bursts. There's no time to dive for cover, no time to reach a hole, no time even to drop flat. You're simply alive one moment and wounded or dead the next. The speed of American artillery response stunned German commanders. German artillery, considered among the world's finest, could deliver fire in 8 to 10 minutes under ideal conditions. American artillery routinely delivered accurate fire in 3 minutes. This speed derived from multiple factors. American forward observers used new FM radios providing clear, static-free communication. German forces still relied primarily on AM radios plagued by interference. American radios were also far more numerous. Every infantry battalion had multiple radio-equipped forward observers. German battalions typically had 1 or 2 radios, often shared between units. The forward observers themselves represented another American advantage. German forward observers were artillery officers, often lacking infantry training or experience. American forward observers were specially trained personnel who understood both artillery and infantry tactics. They moved with infantry units, lived with infantry soldiers, and coordinated fire as an integrated part of combined arms operations. Moreover, American artillery observers could call upon an entire corps artillery, not just their own battalion. The system allowed a single forward observer to coordinate fire from dozens of batteries within minutes. A lieutenant calling for fire support could bring down the weight of metal equivalent to a small air strike, delivered more accurately and more rapidly than any air support could provide. Oberstleutnant Heinrich Müller, commander of an infantry regiment destroyed near St. Lo in July 1944, documented this capability in his final report. A single American infantry company, surrounded in a village, held my entire regiment for 6 hours. Every time we attempted to assault, artillery fire drove us back. Not from one battery, but from what seemed like dozens of batteries. The forward observer with that company, probably a lieutenant or captain, commanded more firepower than I could bring to bear with my entire regimental artillery. We lost 400 men attempting to overrun 120 Americans. We failed. The artillery pieces themselves demonstrated American industrial superiority. The M2A1 105mm howitzer, the standard American light artillery piece, was a marvel of engineering and manufacturing. Rock Island Arsenal had perfected production techniques, allowing rapid manufacturing to precise tolerances. By World War II's end, 8,536 M2A1 howitzers had been produced. Each American infantry division had 36 of these howitzers organized into 3 battalions of 12 guns each. These battalions were fully motorized, towed by trucks or half-tracks that could move at highway speeds. Displacement from one firing position to another, An evolution that took German horse-drawn artillery 2 to 3 hours, took American motorized batteries 20 to 30 minutes. The mobility contrast was stark. German artillery remained predominantly horse-drawn throughout the war. Despite Nazi propaganda showcasing mechanized panzer divisions, approximately 80% of German motive power relied on horses for transport. Germany started World War II with 514,000 horses and ended with 1,198,000 by February 1945. Each German artillery piece required 6 to 8 horses and took hours to limber, move, and unlimber. In winter conditions, movement became nearly impossible. Gefreiter Paul Richter, assigned to a German artillery battery in Normandy, kept a detailed diary that survived the war. We watched American artillery displace during a battle. They fired their mission. Then trucks appeared. Within 20 minutes, the entire battery had limbered their guns and departed. We required 2 hours minimum to perform the same evolution, and that assumed good weather and roads. In mud or under fire, we might need 4 hours. The Americans would set up at a new position and be ready to fire again before we'd finished moving. We were fighting a 19th century war with horses against an enemy fighting a 20th century war with trucks. The outcome was inevitable. American 155mm howitzers provided even more devastating fire support. Each division had 12 155mm howitzers in a separate battalion. These guns, firing 43 kilogram shells to ranges exceeding 14,000 meters, provided the division commander with a heavy punch capable of destroying fortifications that would survive smaller caliber fire. The 155mm was itself a triumph of engineering. Designed in the late 1930s and standardized in May 1941, it combined range, accuracy, and reliability. 10,300 were produced during the war. The gun could be towed at highway speeds by a truck or half-track, allowing rapid displacement. Rate of fire was 4 rounds per minute, though well-trained crews could briefly achieve 6 rounds per minute. But even these divisional assets paled beside the artillery available at Corps and Army level. American Corps artillery typically included battalions of 155mm guns, 8-inch howitzers, and even massive 240mm howitzers. These weapons, capable of destroying any fortification, could be called upon by forward observers at battalion level. The pyramiding of firepower meant a single rifle company could, within minutes, bring down fire from divisional, corps, and even Army artillery. German artillery, by contrast, was rigidly organized. Corps and Army artillery were separate commands, not available to support divisional operations without extensive coordination and approval through multiple headquarters. German infantry divisions had their own artillery, but calling fire from Corps artillery required routing requests through division to Corps, often taking hours for approval. By the time fire arrived, if it arrived at all, American mobile warfare had moved the front line. Lieutenant Joachim Weber, a forward observer who had requested Corps artillery support during the Normandy campaign, documented his frustration. I called for Corps artillery at 0915 hours. The enemy was massing tanks for an assault on our position. I provided exact coordinates, described the target, explained the tactical situation. At 1,330 hours, 4 hours later, I finally received fire. 3 salvos. By that time, the American tanks had completed their attack and withdrawn. Our position was overrun. I survived only by luck. The Corps artillery, which might have saved us, arrived too late to matter. The technical sophistication of American artillery extended to the ammunition itself. While Germany struggled with propellant shortages and inconsistent shell production, American industry delivered ammunition in seemingly unlimited quantities, manufactured to precise specifications, ensuring consistent performance. More significantly, the Americans deployed the variable time fuse, the VT fuse, a technological marvel that would prove decisive. The VT fuse, also called the proximity fuse, contained a miniature radar transmitter and receiver in the artillery shell's nose. The transmitter broadcast a radio signal. When the shell approached the ground or any object, the reflected signal triggered detonation. The result was a shell that exploded at optimal height for maximum lethality, typically 10 to 20 meters above the ground. The VT fuse transformed artillery effectiveness. Conventional time fuses required calculating the precise time to target, then setting the fuse accordingly. Wind, temperature, barrel were all affected shell flight time. Even small errors meant shells exploding too high or burying themselves in the ground before detonation. The VT fuse eliminated these variables, guaranteeing optimal air burst regardless of conditions. The VT fuse had first been used in combat by the USS Helena on January 5, 1943, shooting down a Japanese dive bomber off Guadalcanal with only 2 to 3 salvos. Throughout 1943 and 1944, VT fuses proved devastatingly effective in naval anti-aircraft operations and against V-1 flying bombs over England. However, concerns about the technology falling into German hands prevented its use in ground artillery over Europe. General Dwight Eisenhower personally requested permission to employ VT fuses during the Battle of the Bulge, arguing that their effectiveness justified the security risk. The Pentagon initially refused, but Eisenhower protested vehemently. Formal authorization came on December 19 to 21, 1944, shortly after the German offensive began. This marked the first use of VT fuses against ground troops in the European theater. The decision proved correct. VT fuse shells devastated German formations caught in the open during the Ardennes offensive. Naval anti-aircraft tests had shown VT fuses were 3 to 4 times more effective than conventional fuses against V-1 flying bombs. VT fuses destroyed 79% of all incoming targets. The lethal fragment area was 3,000 square feet versus 60 square feet for conventional fuses. Some estimates suggested VT fuses increased artillery effectiveness by 200 to 700%. Troops who had learned to survive conventional artillery by seeking any depression in the ground discovered that VT fuses negated such cover. The shells exploded above them, showering downward with deadly fragments that struck men prone in shallow holes. Oberstfreiter Hans Muller, whose diary opened this account, survived a VT fuse barrage and recorded his experience. We had learned on the Eastern Front to go flat at the first explosion. Even shallow depressions offered protection from fragments traveling horizontally. But these shells, these demon shells as we call them, exploded above us. The fragments came down like rain. Men in foxholes, men who should have been protected, were killed by fragments that fell vertically. There was no defense except deep bunkers, and we had no time to dig deep bunkers. We simply died. The psychological impact of VT fuses compounded their physical effects. German soldiers trained to respond to artillery by seeking cover found their training irrelevant. The knowledge that no cover short of overhead protection would save them induced paralysis. Some units refused to leave defensive positions, even under direct orders, because movement in the open meant certain death if American artillery engaged them. Hauptmann Friedrich Bauer documented a near mutiny in his unit during the final weeks of the Ardennes offensive. My company was ordered to attack an American position 300 meters distant. The men refused. They had seen what American artillery did to troops in the open, especially with these new fuses that burst in air. I tried to explain that we would die anyway if we didn't attack, that the Americans would eventually overrun our position. The men wouldn't move. They preferred the possibility of capture to the certainty of death under American artillery fire. The industrial capacity that produced American artillery and ammunition in such quantities represented another dimension of superiority that German soldiers couldn't comprehend. Rock Island Arsenal alone produced over 10,105 mm howitzers. Multiple factories produced 155 mm howitzers and heavier weapons. Shell production reached staggering levels throughout the war. German production, hampered by Allied bombing, resource shortages, and inefficient allocation of industrial capacity, never approached American levels. German artillery pieces were often superior in design to their American counterparts, but Germany produced them in insufficient numbers and lacked the industrial capacity to maintain production as the war continued. By 1944, German artillery batteries often operated at half strength, with guns destroyed or worn out and no replacements available. More critically, German ammunition production couldn't sustain intensive operations. German artillery batteries were often limited to minimal daily allowances, sometimes as few as 2 to 3 shells per gun per day. American batteries faced no such restrictions. Forward observers could call for fire freely, knowing that ammunition supply was effectively unlimited. Lieutenant Werner Vogel, a German artillery officer, documented the ammunition crisis in his war diary. We received 50 shells per gun for the entire week. 50 shells to support an infantry regiment facing continuous American attacks. I was required to justify each fire mission to battalion, explaining why this particular target merited expenditure of irreplaceable ammunition. Meanwhile, American artillery fired thousands of shells daily with no apparent concern for conservation. We fought a poor man's war against a rich man's enemy. The disparity in ammunition supply manifested in tactical doctrine. German artillery doctrine emphasized mass fire on high-value targets, delivered only after careful planning and approval. American doctrine emphasized responsive fire, immediately available to support infantry operations. An American infantry platoon leader could request and receive artillery support within minutes. A German platoon leader might wait hours for fire, if he received any at all. The logistics of ammunition supply further highlighted American advantages. American artillery was fully motorized, supplied by truck convoys that could deliver thousands of shells to forward positions within hours. German artillery, horse-drawn and often dependent on rail transport for long-distance movement, struggled to maintain adequate forward stocks. As Allied air power interdicted German rail networks, ammunition supply became increasingly difficult. American logistics also benefited from standardization. The M1 shell fired by 105 mm howitzers used the same fuse as shells fired by 155 mm howitzers and larger calibers. This standardization simplified supply, reduced inventory requirements, and ensured that fuses were always available. German ammunition production, plagued by multiple fuse designs and caliber variants, suffered chronic shortages of specific components, even when overall production remained adequate. The superiority of American artillery created a cascading effect on German tactical options. German commanders, knowing that massing forces would draw devastating artillery fire, dispersed their units. But dispersed units lacked combat power and could be defeated piecemeal. Concentrated forces could generate combat power, but became targets for American artillery. Either choice led to defeat. The Ardennes offensive, Germany's final major attack in the West, demonstrated these dynamics with brutal clarity. German planning depended on fog and overcast, weather to neutralize American air power. The planners correctly assessed that American aircraft couldn't operate in bad weather. They failed to understand that American artillery didn't require good weather. During the opening days of the offensive, German armored and infantry divisions achieved significant penetrations against surprised American forces. Over 200,000 German troops and approximately 1,000 tanks launched the initial assault on December 16, 1944. Then American artillery found them, lacking the mobility to rapidly displace when taken under fire. German horse-drawn artillery batteries were destroyed in place. Lacking the ammunition reserves to engage in sustained counter-battery fire, German guns fell silent while American guns continued to fire. Stabsfeldwebel Kurt Zimmermann, whose diary provides extensive detail on German artillery operations during the Bulge, recorded the disparity. Our battery was located in woods south of St. Vith. We had 50 shells per gun, our entire allocation for the operation. We fired a mission in support of our infantry. Within 10 minutes, American counter-battery fire destroyed 3 of our 6 guns and killed most of the horses. We attempted to displace the remaining guns, but lacked horses to move them. We abandoned the guns and withdrew on foot. This was the pattern across the entire front. Our artillery was silenced, while American artillery continued to fire without pause. At Bastogne, American artillery ammunition was actually restricted to only 10 rounds per gun per day on December 22nd due to shortages. Despite this constraint, American artillery proved decisive in breaking German attacks around the surrounded town. When the weather cleared after Christmas, supply resumed and American artillery fire intensified dramatically. During the entire Bulge campaign, 4,155 American guns fired 1,255,000 artillery rounds. German units that had penetrated 50 kilometers into American lines found themselves trapped, surrounded by American forces that could call upon unlimited artillery support once resupply resumed. Oberstleutnant Heinrich Müller, whose regiment had been destroyed at St. Lo 6 months earlier, commanded a replacement regiment during the Bulge. His final report, written in a prisoner-of-war camp after his capture in January 1945, provides a stark assessment. We were defeated by American artillery before we were defeated by American infantry or armor. Every movement we made was observed by their aircraft and engaged by their artillery. Every concentration of forces was broken up by artillery fire before we could attack. Every defensive position was smashed by artillery before their infantry assaulted. We couldn't move, couldn't mass, couldn't defend. We simply absorbed artillery fire until we ceased to exist as an effective force. The offensive, planned to drive through to Antwerp and split Allied armies, stalled after less than a week, broken primarily by American artillery. Units that began the offensive at full strength ended it with 30 to 40% casualties, with artillery fire accounting for the majority of losses. The lessons learned by German soldiers who survived American artillery came too late to change the war's outcome. Those captured and sent to prisoner-of-war camps in the United States discovered that the artillery system that had destroyed their units represented just one aspect of American military capability. The industrial capacity that produced tens of thousands of artillery pieces and millions of shells was the same capacity producing tanks, aircraft, trucks, and every other implement of war in quantities that dwarfed German production. Gefreiter Otto Schmidt, captured in Tunisia and held at a camp in Texas, wrote in a letter that passed American censors, "I have seen American industry. I have watched trains carrying artillery pieces, hundreds of them, moving toward ports for shipment overseas. I have seen factories producing shells by the thousands. The Americans defeated us not through superior tactics or superior soldiers, though their tactics were good and their soldiers brave. They defeated us through sheer industrial might. They could afford to fire 100 shells where we fired one. They could afford to lose equipment and replace it within days. We couldn't match this, could never match this, no matter how long we fought." The German prisoners of war who witnessed American artillery training exercises in the United States saw firsthand the professionalism and preparation that made the system so effective. American artillery crews trained constantly, practicing the coordination and communication that allowed time on target missions. Forward observers worked closely with infantry units, practicing the integration that made American combined arms operations so effective. Lieutenant Friedrich Bauer, the artillery officer captured in Italy, attended lectures at a prisoner-of-war camp where American artillery officers explained their methods. His notes, preserved in German archives, reveal his professional admiration. They have systematized everything we did by individual skill and initiative. Where we depended on talented artillery officers computing firing solutions through experience and calculation, they created tables that allow average officers to achieve the same results. Where we depended on good radio operators maintaining communication under difficult conditions, they produced radios so reliable that even minimally trained operators could maintain contact. They have taken the art of artillery and transformed it into an industrial process, repeatable and scalable. This is the secret of their success. The transformation of German prisoners extended beyond technical appreciation. Many realized that German propaganda about American military weakness had been completely false. The Americans they encountered, both as enemies on the battlefield and as captors in prison camps, demonstrated professional competence, industrial capability, and organizational skill that exceeded German capabilities in nearly every dimension. Oberstleutnant Hans Müller, whose diary chronicled his experiences in the Ardennes, was captured during the collapse of a German offensive. His later diary entries, written in a prisoner of war camp, reflect a complete reversal of his earlier beliefs. We were told the Americans were inferior soldiers, that they lacked fighting spirit, that they depended on material superiority because they lacked the skill and courage of German soldiers. These were lies. American soldiers fought with courage and skill, but they also fought with overwhelming material advantages that German courage and skill couldn't overcome. Most significantly, they fought with an artillery system so advanced that we had no effective counter. This, more than any other factor, defeated us. By early 1945, as Germany's situation became hopeless, American artillery superiority only increased. German ammunition production collapsed under Allied bombing. German artillery units lost experienced crews to casualties and received inadequate replacements. German horses, essential for moving artillery, died by thousands from overwork, lack of fodder, and American fire. German batteries that had operated with 6 guns at the war's beginning now operated with 2 or 3. Some divisions had no functional artillery at all. American artillery, by contrast, grew stronger. Production continued to accelerate even as the war in Europe approached its end. American factories produced more artillery pieces in 1944 than in any previous year. Ammunition production reached levels that allowed American forces to fire without restriction. New technologies, including improved fire direction computers and better radios, enhanced effectiveness further. The end came in May 1945 with Germany's unconditional surrender. In the final battles, American artillery demonstrated capabilities that seemed impossible just years earlier. Single battalions could deliver overwhelming firepower on demand. Multiple corps artillery could coordinate fire on area targets, saturating entire map grid squares with shells. Forward observers could call down destruction on any target within minutes, confident that accurate fire would arrive quickly. German survivors of these final battles carried with them profound respect for American artillery. Hauptmann Werner Hoffmann, the mathematics professor who had analyzed American firing tables, was captured in the Ruhr Pocket in April 1945. His final military report, written for American intelligence officers, provided professional analysis of American artillery effectiveness. The American artillery system represents the culmination of industrial-age warfare. They have applied industrial methods, mass production, standardization, and systematic training to create a weapon system of unprecedented effectiveness. Individual German artillery pieces may be superior in design. Individual German artillery officers may match American skill. But the Americans have created a system that doesn't depend on individual superiority. Their system produces consistent, overwhelming, rapidly delivered firepower regardless of individual skill levels. This systematization represents a revolution in warfare that Germany never matched and couldn't match given our industrial limitations. In the decades after the war, historians analyzing American military effectiveness in World War II identified artillery as perhaps the single most important advantage American forces possessed. While tanks and aircraft received public attention, it was artillery that broke German attacks, supported American advances, and inflicted substantial casualties in the Western theater. German military professionals studying their defeat after the war consistently identified American artillery superiority as a decisive factor. General Franz Halder, former chief of the German General Staff, wrote in his post-war analysis, "American artillery achieved what we believed impossible. They transformed artillery from a supporting arm into a dominant weapon system. Their coordination, their fire control, their logistics, and their industrial production created an artillery force that couldn't be matched or countered." German forces in the West operated under constant artillery threat, unable to mass without drawing devastating fire, unable to move without observation, unable to fight effectively under the weight of American shells. The tactical innovations developed by American artillery during World War II became the foundation for modern artillery doctrine. Time on target remains the standard method for coordinating artillery fires. Fire direction centers remain the hub of artillery operations. Forward observers, closely integrated with maneuver forces, remain essential for delivering responsive fire support. The basic structure established by the United States in World War II persists to this day. The proximity fuse represented such a significant advance that its full impact remained classified for years after the war. The psychological impact, combined with the physical casualties, often broke unit cohesion entirely. German soldiers caught in the open by VT fuse shells had no effective defense. For the German soldiers who faced American artillery, the experience left permanent impressions. Stabsfeldwebel Kurt Zimmermann, who survived multiple TOT barges during the Bulge, immigrated to the United States in the 1950s. In a 1960 interview, he reflected on his wartime experiences. "I've been asked what weapon I feared most during the war. Not tanks, though German tanks were inferior to late-war American tanks. Not aircraft, though American air power was overwhelming. Not even American infantry, though they fought well. The weapon I feared most, the weapon that gave me nightmares then, and sometimes still does today, was American artillery. The sudden, devastating fire that arrived without warning. The knowledge that you might die without ever seeing your enemy, killed by shells fired from guns kilometers away. This was true terror." The story of German soldiers and American artillery is ultimately a story about the transformation of warfare in the industrial age. Individual courage and tactical skill remained important, but they were overshadowed by industrial production, systematic training, and organizational efficiency. The Americans had created a system that amplified the capabilities of average soldiers, making them more effective than exceptional German soldiers, fighting with inferior systems and inadequate support. The artillery that broke German forces in World War II wasn't the product of a single innovation or a brilliant individual. It was the product of systematic analysis, industrial application, comprehensive training, and abundant resources. It represented American military power at its most effective, using industrial capacity and organizational skill to create overwhelming combat power. For the German soldiers who faced this system, the experience was transformative. They entered the war believing in German superiority. They ended the war understanding that American industrial might and organizational capability had surpassed German capabilities. They had learned to fear American artillery above all other weapons, for it represented the unbridgeable gap between German methods and American industrial warfare. The American artillery system that devastated German forces in World War II didn't emerge overnight. It was the result of decades of doctrinal development, technological innovation, and, most importantly, the willingness to apply industrial age thinking to military problems. Where European armies, including Germany, viewed artillery as a craft requiring individual skill and experience, Americans approached it as an engineering challenge that could be systematized, standardized, and scaled. This fundamental difference in philosophy explains why American artillery proved so superior despite German artillery pieces often being technically excellent designs. The Germans had better individual components, but an inferior system. The Americans had an integrated system that functioned flawlessly under the pressures of combat. The lessons learned extended far beyond artillery. American success in World War II demonstrated that modern warfare favored nations that could integrate technology, industrial production, and systematic training into cohesive combat systems. Individual heroism and tactical brilliance still mattered, but they mattered less than they had in previous wars. The German prisoners who witnessed American artillery in action, both on the battlefield and in training exercises in the United States, understood this transformation. They recognized that warfare had fundamentally changed, and that Germany's emphasis on individual excellence and tactical virtuosity couldn't overcome American systematic superiority. This realization extended to other aspects of American military power. German soldiers noted that American infantry squads had more automatic weapons than German squads. American tank battalions had dedicated recovery vehicles that could retrieve damaged tanks under fire. American supply systems delivered spare parts and replacement equipment with remarkable speed. Every aspect of American military organization reflected the same philosophy that governed their artillery: systematize, standardize, and scale. The psychological impact on German soldiers was profound. Veterans who had fought against Soviet forces on the Eastern Front consistently reported that American artillery was more feared than Russian artillery, despite the Soviets having more guns and firing more shells. The difference wasn't quantity, it was precision, speed, and the certainty that American artillery could find you anywhere, anytime, and destroy you before you could react. This psychological dominance had strategic implications. German units facing American forces often showed less fighting spirit than those facing Soviet forces. The knowledge that any concentration of troops would draw instant, devastating artillery fire discouraged aggressive action and encouraged surrender. Post-war interviews with German prisoners revealed that many considered capture by Americans preferable to continued combat under American artillery fire. The certainty of death under American shells outweighed the uncertainty of captivity. The industrial capacity that produced American artillery superiority continued to shape post-war military development. The United States maintained its emphasis on firepower, precision, and systematic integration of technology. Modern American artillery, while far more advanced technologically, still operates on the same fundamental principles established in World War II. Fire direction centers coordinate fires from multiple units. Forward observers, now with digital communications and GPS-guided munitions, still provide the eyes that direct artillery fire. Time on target remains a standard firing technique, now executed with computer precision rather than mechanical firing tables. The proximity fuse evolved into modern proximity sensors used in everything from anti-aircraft missiles to smart cluster munitions. The principle of using technology to guarantee optimal detonation regardless of conditions remains fundamental to modern munitions design. For Germany, the lessons of artillery defeat were absorbed into post-war Bundeswehr doctrine. Modern German artillery emphasizes mobility, rapid fire direction, and integration with other combat arms. All lessons learned from facing American artillery in World War II. The veterans who survived American artillery never forgot the experience. Their memoirs, diaries, and interviews consistently emphasize the helplessness they felt under American bombardment. The inability to fight back, the lack of warning, the certainty of death. These themes appear repeatedly in German accounts. Some German veterans expressed respect bordering on admiration for American artillery. They recognized the skill and sophistication required to create such an effective system. Others expressed bitterness at facing an enemy whose material superiority made German courage and skill irrelevant. All expressed relief that they survived. The story of American artillery in World War II stands as testament to what systematic thinking, industrial capacity, and comprehensive training can achieve. It demonstrates that victory in modern warfare depends less on individual heroism than on effective systems that allow average soldiers to achieve extraordinary results. The German soldiers who faced American artillery learned this lesson at terrible cost. Their experiences, preserved in diaries, letters, and post-war interviews, provide invaluable insight into the transformation of warfare in the industrial age. They faced not just an army, but an industrial system optimized for destruction. They fought not just soldiers, but a comprehensive military organization that had systematized every aspect of combat. They confronted not just weapons, but a philosophy of warfare that emphasized overwhelming firepower delivered with precision and speed. They lost. The American artillery system that defeated them represented the future of warfare, a future where technology, organization, and industrial might would matter more than traditional military virtues. The Germans had entered World War II as the world's most feared military power. They had revolutionized warfare with blitzkrieg tactics, combined armor and air power in unprecedented ways, and conquered most of Europe within 2 years. But they had failed to understand that warfare was evolving beyond tactics and operational art. The Americans understood that modern war was fundamentally an industrial and organizational challenge. Victory would belong to nations that could produce more, coordinate better, and sustain longer. American artillery embodied this understanding perfectly. It was the ultimate expression of industrial-age warfare, systematic, scalable, and utterly devastating. For the German soldiers who faced it and survived, the experience was humbling. They had believed in German superiority. They had trusted in German weapons, German training, German tactical skill. They had assumed that courage and professionalism would overcome material disadvantages. American artillery taught them otherwise. The shells that fell without warning, the impossibility of effective defense, the constant fear of instant death from an enemy you couldn't see or fight. These experiences broke something fundamental in the German military psyche. They realized they weren't fighting fellow soldiers in a contest of skill and will. They were fighting an industrial process optimized for their destruction. And against such a process, there was no answer except surrender or death. This realization, that modern warfare had become industrialized slaughter rather than military contest, marked the end of traditional warfare and the beginning of something new. Something that German military tradition, with its emphasis on individual excellence and tactical virtuosity, was unprepared to face. The American artillery system proved that the future belonged not to the most skilled warriors, but to the most efficient organizations, not to the bravest soldiers, but to the most systematic militaries, not to superior tactics, but to superior logistics and industrial production. This was the lesson written in the craters that pockmarked Europe from Normandy to the Elbe. This was the truth that German soldiers learned too late to matter. American artillery didn't just defeat the Wehrmacht. It demonstrated that warfare itself had fundamentally changed, and that nations clinging to traditional military virtues would be crushed by nations that embraced industrial-age methods. The German soldiers who survived carried this knowledge for the rest of their lives. Some accepted it with professional admiration for what the Americans had achieved. Others rejected it with bitterness at losing to what they saw as mere material superiority rather than true military skill. But all understood, whether they admitted it or not, that they had witnessed the future of warfare. And in that future, there was no place for armies that couldn't match American levels of organization, production, and systematic excellence. The thunder of American artillery that echoed across Europe from 1944 to 1945 was the sound of military history turning a corner. It was the sound of traditional warfare dying and industrial warfare being born. And for the German soldiers who heard that thunder and survived, it was a sound they would never forget. 150 miles southwest of Kagoshima, June 24, 1944. Lieutenant Commander Richard O'Kane stood at the periscope in USS Tang's control room, his pulse racing with controlled anticipation. Through the lens, he observed something extraordinary. 6 massive cargo vessels protected by 16 escort ships. The largest Japanese convoy he'd encountered across 3 war patrols. The merchant ships appeared heavily laden with troops, supplies, and equipment desperately needed for Japan's deteriorating Pacific defenses. Behind O'Kane, his crew maintained tense silence. They'd been tracking this convoy for 4 hours, positioning Tang for the ideal strike. The submarine carried 24 torpedoes, each a 3,000-pound weapon, with warheads capable of snapping a ship in two. O'Kane's mind processed rapid calculations: angle, speed, distance, depth. He'd studied submarine warfare under Commander Dudley Mush Morton aboard USS Wahoo, where boldness and precision created the Pacific's most feared submarine commander. Now commanding Tang, O'Kane was demonstrating he'd exceeded even his legendary mentor's achievements. What Japanese naval intelligence failed to comprehend, despite mounting evidence, was how American submarine warfare had evolved into something their doctrine couldn't counter. The vessels were superior. The torpedoes finally functioned after years of catastrophic malfunctions. Commanders like O'Kane had developed tactics transforming submarines from solitary hunters into convoy annihilators. Japan's defeat was being written not in surface engagements, but in dark depths where silent hunters stalked prey. Tang's journey to this moment began 9 months prior at Mare Island Naval Shipyard, Vallejo, California. Her keel was laid January 15, 1943, as America's industrial machine produced submarines at previously impossible rates. By August 17, she slid into water, a Belau-class submarine measuring 311 feet 10 inches, displacing 1,526 tons surfaced and 2,424 tons submerged. The Belau class represented cutting-edge American submarine design. Stronger hulls using high-tensile steel permitted diving to 438 feet, far deeper than earlier boats. This depth capability gave commanders like O'Kane critical advantages. When Japanese destroyers dropped depth charges, Belau-class submarines could dive below most weapons' effective range. Earlier fleet submarines were limited to 300 feet, leaving them vulnerable to determined escorts. 10 21-inch torpedo tubes, 6 forward, 4 aft, provided devastating firepower. Forward tubes were arranged in 2 tiers, 3 upper, 3 lower, enabling rapid salvo firing. After tubes could engage targets during escape maneuvers, turning retreat into attack. Each torpedo weighed 3,154 pounds and carried a 575-pound Torpex explosive warhead. They could reach targets at ranges exceeding 6,000 yards. The submarine carried 24 torpedoes total, sufficient for multiple attacks before returning to base. Diesel-electric propulsion provided surface speed of 20.25 knots and submerged speed of 8.75 knots. 4 diesel engines powered the boat on the surface, while simultaneously charging massive batteries. Submerged, electric motors drew power from these batteries, allowing silent running at slow speeds for up to 48 hours. This dual propulsion system granted submarines tactical flexibility. They could race ahead of convoys on the surface, dive to avoid detection, attack submerged using silent electric power, then surface to escape at high speed. Most importantly, Belau-class submarines could patrol for 75 days without refueling. This endurance provided range to reach Japanese home waters from Pearl Harbor, patrol for weeks, and return safely. Cruising range of 11,000 miles at 10 knots surfaced meant submarines could operate anywhere in the Pacific. They carried provisions for 90 days, enough food and supplies to sustain 87 men through extended patrols in hostile waters. This combination of range, firepower, and endurance made them perfect weapons for strangling Japan's maritime supply lines. On October 15, 1943, Tang was commissioned with Lieutenant Commander Richard Hetherington O'Kane commanding. O'Kane was 32 years old, a Naval Academy graduate, class of 1934. He'd spent the previous year as executive officer aboard USS Wahoo under Morton, participating in 5 war patrols that sank 20 ships. When Morton took Wahoo on her 6th patrol in October 1943, O'Kane was already preparing Tang for commissioning. Just 4 days before Tang entered service, Wahoo was sunk with all hands in La Perouse Strait. Morton's death devastated O'Kane, but cemented his determination to continue his mentor's aggressive tactics. The difference between O'Kane and Morton was calculation. Morton was pure aggression, charging into convoys with reckless courage. O'Kane combined that same boldness with mathematical precision. He drilled his crew relentlessly on periscope recognition, range estimation, and tactical coordination. He developed new methods for night surface attacks, understanding that Tang's low profile and dark paint made her nearly invisible on moonless nights. He practiced drifting instead of running engines, which allowed Tang to remain silent while tracking convoys. Every innovation was designed to increase success odds while reducing detection risk. By January 8, 1944, Tang had completed shakedown cruises and training exercises. She arrived at Pearl Harbor combat ready. The Pacific Submarine Force had finally overcome catastrophic torpedo failures plaguing operations since the war's beginning. This triumph over bureaucratic resistance and flawed design represented one of the Pacific War's most important developments. The Mark 14 torpedo had suffered from 3 separate defects that combined to make it nearly useless in combat. First, the depth control mechanism was miscalibrated, causing torpedoes to run 10 feet deeper than set. Submarine commanders aimed at ships' waterlines, only to have torpedoes pass harmlessly beneath target keels. Second, the contact exploder often failed to detonate on impact. Torpedoes would strike ship hulls and bounce off without exploding, or break apart from impact. Third, the magnetic influence exploder was supposed to detonate beneath the ship's keel, breaking its back, but instead exploded prematurely or not at all due to variations in Earth's magnetic field. These problems plagued American submarines from December 1941 through September 1943. Submarine commanders fired spreads of torpedoes at perfect angles, watched them hit targets, and saw nothing happen. Ships steamed away unharmed while submarines dove to avoid counterattacks. Patrol after patrol returned with reports of torpedo failures. The Bureau of Ordnance, responsible for torpedo development, insisted the weapons were perfect and blamed submarine crews for poor shooting. This denial persisted despite overwhelming evidence from combat reports. Admiral Charles Lockwood, Commander Submarines Pacific, finally forced the issue by conducting systematic tests. Submarines fired torpedoes at nets suspended at measured depths, proving the depth control problem. They fired at cliffs to test contact exploders, demonstrating failure rates exceeding 70%. These tests, conducted in mid-1943, forced the Bureau of Ordnance to acknowledge defects and implement fixes. By late 1943, depth control was corrected, contact exploders were redesigned, and magnetic exploders were deactivated. For the first time since war began, American submarines possessed reliable weapons. This transformation revolutionized submarine warfare. In 1942, submarines achieved minimal success despite conducting hundreds of attacks. In 1943, with partially fixed torpedoes, sinking rates improved but remained inconsistent. In 1944, with fully functional weapons, American submarines became the most lethal anti-shipping force in history. Tang entered service at exactly the right moment, equipped with working torpedoes and commanded by an aggressive officer trained in new tactics. The combination would prove devastating. Tang departed Pearl Harbor on January 22, 1944, for her first war patrol in the Caroline and Mariana Islands. The first test came on February 17th. Tang tracked a convoy of 2 freighters escorted by 5 smaller vessels. As she closed for attack, an escort suddenly appeared at 7,000 yards and closing fast. O'Kane ordered Tang deep. 5 depth charges exploded nearby, rattling the hull, but causing no damage. When the escort departed, Tang returned to periscope depth and resumed the attack. At 1,500 yards range, O'Kane fired a spread of 4 torpedoes. 3 struck the freighter Jayatan Maru amidships. The 6,800-ton ship sank by the stern in minutes. 5 days later, Tang caught another convoy in darkness. O'Kane maneuvered Tang to within 1,500 yards and fired a perfect spread. The torpedoes slammed into Fukuyama Maru, tearing the ship apart in a series of explosions. Tang shadowed the convoy for another 2 hours before striking again, firing 4 torpedoes at Yamashimo Maru. The ship disintegrated in a massive explosion that lit up the night sky. Survivors later reported the ship's cargo of ammunition had detonated, magnifying torpedo damage. By the end of her first patrol, Tang had fired all 24 torpedoes and scored hits on 16 of them. She was credited with sinking 5 ships totaling approximately 18,000 tons. The Navy awarded her crew the Submarine Combat Patrol insignia, a distinction earned only by submarines that sank at least one enemy vessel. O'Kane received his first Navy Cross. Tang's second patrol began March 16, 1944, operating around the Palau Islands, Davao Gulf, and the approaches to